Chapter 1 Unconventional Maneuvers. Lin Tian, how to betray the company's plans, look at the newspaper rival company is using the very proposal or are responsible for, Wang Tao exclaimed, hurling the newspaper at Lin Tian and pointing accusingly, you're fired, get out. Lin Tian caught the newspaper and glanced at Dady, his face he scoffed disbelief, something's no trither. Had drafted that plan himself would he troll sell out his own work, Lin Tian's mindraced, realizing that Wang Tao must be scheming to frame him. The company's purpose in crafting this proposal was to select a new manager. Wang Tao, harboring resentment against Lin Tian, had been plotting his dismissal. Furthermore, he intended to the situation to elevate his own position. It was Wang Tao who had sold out a proposal from the planning department, yet he intended to shift the blame onto Lin Tian, confident that they could ruin him. Selling out a proposal would undoubtedly inflict significant damage in the planning department, and the company would seek accountability, ensure that Lin Tian would have no choice but to leave. Then, Wang Tao would step in, offering a flawless solution thought would undoubtedly lead to a promotion and a rise. Unaware of Wang Tao's malicious intentions, Lin Tian resolved to inform the president, Chen Mingning, in the hope that would intervene. Step aside. Lin Tian forcefully pushed Wang Tao away and hurried to the president's office. When he burst through the door, he was stunned with the scene before him. Presidente, what are you doing? Let go of him. At that moment, the enchanting president, Chen Mingning, lay across her desk, while a corpulent man in his wit was trying to festen her blouse. Chen Mingning's face was flushed from her vigorous resistance, and don't off the buttons in her blouse had come undone. Sun Guig, no display in Gallica's grin, was interrupted by Lin Tian's abrupt entry. Heternet Tosian, looking somewhat unassuming, standing at the threshold and bellowed, Wario, get out. Get lost, you scumbag. With twa swift strides, Lin Tian kicked Sun Guig squarely in his ample backside. Watching Sun Guibingson sprawling, Chen Mingning rushed over to Lin Tian's side, helping him up. Willie expressing concern. Are you alright, Mr. Sun, do you need to go to the hospital? Afterward, Shetterned to Lin Tian, her voice assaulting Gajapirier will get you fired. Lin Tian was taken aback. President, you must be mistaken. Did you not understand? Sun Guig grimaced, rubbing his stomach. Glared at Lin Tian, you're fired, and this isn't over, I want for Jedi you. Chen Mingning quickly reassured him, you don't need to ostio your time with such a small fry, it's beneath you. Turning back to Lin Tian, she demanded, aren't you going to leave? Don't you understand? You're fired. This time, Lin Tian respect the situation, casting a glance at the still-awing Sun Guig at Chen Mingning, whose expression was one of disdain. Fine, I have no intention of staying in this company. With that, Lin Tian yanked off his employee badge to singe it to the ground with it as a snap before a striding goot without no glance. Upon returning to his office, he was met by Wang Tao, who approached with a smirk. Luke back. What did the president say? You seem to be collecting more belongings. Did you get promoted? Where's your employee badge? After packing his things into a box, Lin Tian prepared to leave. How old want to remain in such a place? It was no wonder that a scoundrel like Wang Tao was flourishing her. Lin Tian avoided even a glance at Wang Tao. She gather a disbelonging sand made to exit the company. Wang Tao them with Skirnasha departed, such personality, but what does it matter? Hailing a taxi in the street, Lin Tian left the company behind without a backward glance. It was long before he found himself back in the slums where he lived. The underprivileged area was scarcely populated, making the roads difficult to navigate. With his mindelswear, Lin Tian stumbled a Viristoni and fell. Asha got back in his feet, he noticed a acute on the palm of his right hand, blood oozing from it. What a ribbaluk, he muttered under his breath, as if the company was Tina. No, it seems the heavens are against me. Do they intend to end me like these? Once home, Lin Tian rummaged through his belongings. The bandages must be around here somewhere. Where could they have gone? Ash searched, his gaze fell upon an antiquated box. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Upon opening the box, he was surprised to find a vivid, azure a pendant shaped like a dragon, remarkably lifelike. With his blood-stained right hand, he carefully picked up the pendant, admiring its beauty. It must have been early cleft by his parents. Yet, with a shan bleeding, he felt little inclination to ponder its origins and continued his search for the bandages. At that moment, something extraordinary happened. The blood on the pendant seemed to merge into it, and suddenly a burst of radiant, multicolored light erupted, causing Lin Tian to black out. A similar orb of vibrant energy emanated from the pendant, gently merging into Lin Tian's consciousness. In his dreams, Lin Tian found himself mastering every medical technique in existence, and he discovered a manual for immortality cultivation along the way. Chapter 2 The Apology of the Beautiful CEO. Lin Tian awoke to find the remnants of his dream still vividly etched in his mind, a peculiar sensation washing over him. He reached for a book, its pages filled with accounts of perplexing ailments and beauty remedies, once indecipherable to him, yet now effortlessly understood. Could this truly be a dream? With that thought, Lin Tian instinctively raised his hand to examine the dragon-shaped jade pendant, only to discover that it had lost its former luster, now resembling a mere gray stone. A rush of surprise and exhilaration surged within him, mingled with a tinge of trepidation. He had seemingly acquired extraordinary abilities, yet he understood the necessity of discretion. Revealing his newfound powers could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even being subjected to dissection for research purposes. Knock, knock. While contemplating his abilities, Lin Tian was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Curiosity piqued, he wondered who could be seeking him. Peering through the peephole, he was taken aback to find it was Chen Mengning. He opened the door, pondering her intentions, and with a calm demeanor inquired, "CEO Chen, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Chen Mengning's expression was laden with apology as she replied, "I hope you can return to the company." "I must decline," Lin Tian thought. Considering his newfound advantages, why endure the tribulations of his former workplace? Upon hearing his refusal, Chen Mengning hastily explained, "Yasungui is the manager of the pharmacy. As you know, our company prides itself on natural and side-effect-free products, thus relying heavily on herbal remedies. Yasungui has taken advantage of this and threatened me." At this, Lin Tian chuckled, "I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your affairs back then." "No, you misunderstand." Chen Mengning's face paled. "I subsequently expelled him." "But what does that have to do with me?" She found herself at a loss for words. "If you hadn't intervened, he might have succeeded." Chen Mengning bit her crimson lip in acknowledgement. "Is that so?" Lin Tian replied, his interest piqued as he appraised Chen Mengning's exquisite figure. She was indeed a vision of beauty, with cascading ebony locks that reached her waist, striking violet eyes, delicate cheekbones, and a waist so slender it seemed to defy nature, a true goddess of Shanghai City. Yet, Lin Tian remained unfazed. Sensing Lin Tian's gaze, Chen Mengning felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She longed to leave but was held back by her sense of indebtedness. "Truly, I am very grateful to you," she stated. "Very well, I shall return," he responded. "That is splendid news. Let us be on our way," Chen Mengning smiled. "Wait, allow me to speak a moment," Lin Tian called after her. "Are you familiar with a certain Wang Tao from the planning department?" Chen Mengning regarded him with a puzzled expression, unsure of his intentions but nodded, recalling the director of the planning department. "This individual poses a threat. Exercise caution." "What sort of threat?" Chen Mengning's brows furrowed, the seriousness of the matter compelling her to pay heed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian replied, "He has sold our company's event plans to the Yen Ruyu Beauty Company." "What evidence do you possess? Do we have surveillance cameras in our office?" Lin Tian replied calmly, "There should be footage of him contacting the other company." Chen Mengning's expression turned grave as she stated, "If this is indeed true, I shall promptly dismiss him. However, should you be fabricating these claims, I will not hesitate to take action against you as well." "Understood," Lin Tian nodded. "In truth," he mused, "with his burgeoning medical skills, he need not remain in her company to survive, and with the cultivation techniques he had discovered, he felt immensely empowered, capable of dispatching 10 Wang Taos with a single blow." "Let us return to the company," Lin Tian declared as he rose. Before long, the pair arrived at the company, though Chen Mengning refrained from walking alongside Lin Tian to avoid gossip. Upon spotting Lin Tian, Wang Tao's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Did you miss me?" Lin Tian playfully clapped Wang Tao on the shoulder. "What brings you back?" Wang Tao stammered. Lin Tian chuckled lightly as he organized his belongings. "You haven't left, how could I bear to depart?" Watching Lin Tian's figure, a shadow of malice flickered in Wang Tao's eyes as he thought, "Even if you've returned, what difference does it make? Once the company investigates, you will inevitably be ousted." With that thought, his mood lightened considerably. Chapter 3 The Truth Revealed. Seated in his chair, Lin Tian began to reflect deeply. The Yuan Ruyu Beauty Company had unveiled an event plan strikingly similar to his own, which signified that they undoubtedly possessed strategies to counter his company's initiatives. At this juncture, he had no choice but to devise a new promotional scheme. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon him regarding his extensive medical expertise. Perhaps he could persuade Chen Mengning to launch a new product. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he formulated a plan, yet he was soon perplexed by the question of what kind of new product to introduce. The prescriptions at his disposal could even restore individuals who had suffered disfigurement. However, such remedies could not be disclosed. Given that Chen Mengning's company was still relatively small, it could easily attract unwarranted attention, and there was no necessity for him to share such confidential formulas with her, especially since they were not yet sufficiently familiar with one another. After a serious contemplation, Lin Tian ultimately resolved to suggest the introduction of a product called Golden Skin Ointment. This ointment boasted remarkable whitening properties, capable of rendering the skin supple, smooth, and elastic. However, this formulation was a diluted version of his original recipe, which had been named Golden Skin Jade Fat Ointment. Not only did it excel in whitening, but it could also eliminate scars. The golden skin ointment was the most significant contribution he could make. Meanwhile, Chen Mengning sat in her office, her expression grave as she gazed intently at her computer screen. The surveillance cameras within the company had been specially configured. They were not only high definition but also capable of recording audio. On the screen, Wang Tao lounged in his chair, phone in hand, his feet propped up on the desk, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was after hours, leaving the planning department devoid of personnel, which allowed Wang Tao to act with such audacity. Observing the scene and hearing the audio, Chen Mengning's face flushed with fury. Lin Tian had indeed spoken the truth. Wang Tao had betrayed the company's plans. Summon Wang Tao and Lin Tian at once. Chen Mengning instructed, dialing the planning department. Upon receiving the message, Wang Tao's expression brightened, and he turned to Lin Tian with a smirk. How unfortunate for you. It seems you'll be packing your belongings again. This time, I shall be the manager. Chen Mengning sought him out precisely for that purpose. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having deduced the truth, merely smiled calmly, hoping that Wang Tao would still wear such a jovial expression shortly. Following Wang Tao, Lin Tian entered the office and immediately sensed a chilling shift in the atmosphere. Had the air conditioning been turned on? It puzzled. He glanced at the air conditioner, which was switched off, and then noticed Chen Mengning's frosty visage. So that was it, Lin Tian mused internally. At this moment, Wang Tao also perceived the odd tension in the air and refrained from speaking out of turn. Instead, he inquired, President, is there a specific reason for summoning us? Indeed, a matter of great significance. Chen Mengning retorted angrily, then turned her notebook on the desk around to reveal an image to Wang Tao. In the image, he was seen casually chatting on the phone, a smug expression on his face. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tao's heart sank, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Chen Mengning pressed play, fixing her cold gaze upon Wang Tao. What do you have to say for yourself now? Wang Tao gritted his teeth, lowering his head in shame. He had been so caught up in his arrogance that he failed to notice the camera. Damn it, he thought, I have truly stumbled into a pitfall. I have nothing to say. He raised his head to meet Chen Mengning's gaze and implored, but President, please allow me to explain. The reason I acted this way is that I was coerced. They threatened my parents. If I did not comply with their demands, my parents would. At this juncture, Wang Tao covered his face, his voice laced with guilt. President, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. Please grant me another chance. I promise to amend my ways. Hearing these words, Chen Mengning felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps he was speaking the truth. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at the two before calmly stating, Threatened you? Why would the Yuan Ruyu Beauty Company threaten you? Did you devise the plan? Compared to you, am I not far more valuable as the architect of this strategy? In an instant, Chen Mengning also realized the implications. This cunning fellow nearly led her astray. Chapter 4. You are unaware of Lin Tian's might. Wang Tao shot a glare at Lin Tian, then turned his gaze to Chen Mengning with a pitiful expression, saying, No, please listen to me. Very well, we shall hear you out, but first, could you elucidate why your phone call seemed so leisurely rather than fraught with tension? Lin Tian regarded Wang Tao calmly. Caught in the act, Wang Tao's countenance darkened, his eyes widening in fury as he fixed an intense stare at Lin Tian, exclaiming, Shut your mouth, will you? Smack! However, before Lin Tian could respond, Chen Mengning slammed her hand on the table. Her beautiful eyes blazed with anger. What do you intend to do in my office? Do you no longer recognize me as your president? You may leave now. You are terminated. Wang Tao was taken aback, then shot a venomous look at Lin Tian, leaving behind a warning, you wait and see, before striding out. Once Wang Tao departed, Chen Mengning returned to her seat, yet her anger was evidently not quelled. Her heaving chest drew Lin Tian's gaze, captivating him for a moment. After a short while, as her temper subsided, her eyes fell upon Lin Tian, and she smiled, saying, Lin Tian, thank you for your assistance this time. You shall be appointed as the manager of the planning department. Thank you for your kindness, President. Lin Tian nodded, a smile gracing his face. Do not thank me, it is I who should express my gratitude. The thought of having someone like that in the company is quite unsettling, Chen Mengning replied, then added, regarding the recent incident of the leaked plan, what do you intend to do? Do you have a strategy to counter Yanfu Beauty Company? I was just about to discuss that matter with you, Lin Tian responded, moving to the desk and handing Chen Mengning a piece of paper. She picked it up to find a list of medicinal ingredients, her curiosity piqued. This is the recipe for golden skin ointment. If you trust me, we should vigorously promote this at the event. It should overshadow Yanfu Company. Golden skin ointment, what is its purpose? It offers skin whitening benefits, you can try it yourself once it is made, Lin Tian stated. This is a precious legacy passed down from my ancestors. You must not disclose it. Chen Mengning lightly covered her mouth in astonishment. Ah, your ancestral creation is indeed invaluable. How much does it cost? I will purchase it. Let us try it first before discussing the price. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Alright, Chen Mengning nodded. Lin Tian smiled and turned to depart. Outside the company, Wang Tao, visibly displeased, hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to Yanfu Beauty Company. Before long, he arrived at Yanfu Company, but instead of rushing in, he made a phone call. Boss, I was discovered and have been fired by that Chen Mengning woman. A deep voice resonated from the other end. No matter, everything is proceeding according to plan. Return to work. With that, the call ended, and Wang Tao let out a cold chuckle, his gaze directed toward Chen Mengning's company. After a moment of silence, he entered the building without uttering a word. Upon reaching the planning department of Yanfu Company, someone at the entrance spotted him and trembled nervously, saying, "Hello, Manager Wang." Wang Tao smiled but offered no response. Instead, he gathered everyone together and asked, "What proposals do you have regarding the plan for Ningming Beauty Company?" The group exchanged glances, and eventually, a few individuals stepped forward to share their thoughts. Wang Tao smiled, but deep down, he had already devised a method to counteract them. Simply promote a few old products while our company unveils new ones. They would surely be left in the dust. Yet, it was evident that he remained oblivious to Lin Tian's unveiling of the extraordinary golden skin ointment, a miraculous cream that could drive all beauty enthusiasts wild. He was unaware of Lin Tian's formidable prowess. Chapter 5 of the President's Invitation. At long last, when the workday came to an end, Lin Tian was preparing to head home, only to encounter Chen Mengning seated in her car at the entrance. She waved at him from inside the vehicle. Lin Tian approached the car and inquired, "What business does the president have with me?" "Get in the car, I would like to treat you to dinner," she replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian refrained from being overly formal and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, entered the vehicle. Chen Mengning started the engine and gradually pulled away, simultaneously adding, "My invitation for dinner is purely to express my gratitude." "I understand," Lin Tian assured her, fully aware that there was no romantic implication. He was not naive enough to think that Chen Mengning held any affection for him. "That's good to hear," Chen Mengning responded with a smile, though she was deeply curious as to why Lin Tian's tone was so indifferent. He exhibited no surprise or delight. After all, those who usually wished to treat her to a meal could form a line stretching to the imperial capital. It left her wondering if her allure had diminished over time. In a moment of impulse, she asked, "Am I beautiful?" At her question, Lin Tian regarded her earnestly before nodding, "Very beautiful." Yet, his reaction remained as cool as ever. Chen Mengning felt a pang of disappointment. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Lin Tian had anticipated a luxurious five-star establishment, given Chen Mengning's affluent appearance, yet they found themselves at an unremarkable restaurant. However, Lin Tian bore no disdain. He typically dined on his own culinary creations, as he could hardly afford to eat out. Once seated by the window, they began to order their meals. After placing their orders, Chen Mengning smiled and said to Lin Tian, "The food here is quite delicious, so I hope you won't turn your nose up at it." "How could I?" Lin Tian replied, asserting that he would not disdain even a street vendor's fare. Meanwhile, at the airport in Shanghai City, a plane gradually came to a halt. "Shanghai City, I've returned." A tall and handsome man disembarked, though he lacked Lin Tian's striking features. As he surveyed the abundance of beautiful women around him, he couldn't help but smirk. "Truly, this is a city of flowers." "Excuse me, miss, could you direct me to the exit?" Li Mu stopped a rushing woman, his gaze fixated on her chest, and asked, "Do you happen to know where the exit is?" The woman found Li Mu's gaze quite distasteful and took a couple of steps back, pointing to the side. "The exit is over there." Having said that, she attempted to bypass him. "Miss, I'm unfamiliar with the area. Would you be so kind as to guide me?" Li Mu reached out and grasped her delicate hand, grinning broadly while his eyes remained glued to her chest. "Pervert!" the woman exclaimed, promptly delivering a slap across his face. "Dear lady, being too fierce might just cost you a boyfriend," Li Mu chuckled, still holding her hand and unwaveringly fixated on the alluring sight before him. "I think I ought to teach you a lesson." Li Mu laughed as he caressed her cheek, then swiftly dashed away before she could unleash her fury. "Heh, what a thrill! I've never experienced anything quite like it on the battlefield." He inhaled the lingering fragrance on his palm, a wicked grin spreading across his face. At the age of 8, he was taken in by Qin Shao, and at 12, he encountered an old man who offered to take him as a disciple. Qin Shao, having witnessed the old man's prowess, readily agreed. By the age of 16, through a fortuitous turn of events, he stepped into another realm, where he became drenched in blood. Yet, it was this very bloodshed that forged his infamous reputation as the Reaper of Hell. One could say he was among the strongest individuals across any domain, and at merely 25 years old, his future held boundless possibilities. Chapter 6 of The Fiancé and Boyfriend of the President. Upon his return, it was Chen Xiao who insisted he come back to see his fiancée, Chen Mingning. As he exited the airport, he retrieved an old Nokia phone and dialed Chen Xiao's number. Uncle Chen, it's Li Mu. Why have I returned today? Isn't it simply because I am eager to see Mingning? I have missed her dearly over the years. Ah, very well, I shall arrange for you to see her tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he whistled at a passing beauty by the roadside, strolling away with a grin despite the disdainful glances from onlookers. At that moment, Chen Mingning was enjoying her meal when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was her father, compelling her to answer. Hello, Dad, I'm currently having dinner, what is it? Chen Mingning cast a slight apologetic glance at Lin Tian, signaling him to remain silent. Lin Tian, understanding her cue, continued to eat quietly. What, when do I have the time, why do you ask? Li Mu, who is that? What, my fiancé? Chen Mingning was taken aback, her body stiffening in shock. The name Li Mu sounded unfamiliar to her. When had a fiancé emerged from nowhere? She had no desire to marry a stranger, thus, she promptly declined. Dad, I have never even met this person, how could I possibly marry him? Chen Mingning said, casting another awkward glance at Lin Tian, only to find him engrossed in his meal, oblivious to her. Are you eager for grandchildren? Is it absolutely necessary? Chen Mingning's expression turned icy. Dad, I cannot marry a stranger, especially since I currently have a boyfriend. Please do not let him pursue me. When did you acquire a boyfriend? Chen Zhao's voice escalated by an octave over the phone. If that were the case, he would need to clarify things with Li Mu. Yes, my boyfriend's name is. Chen Mingning shot an apologetic look at Lin Tian once more, then said, Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who was in the midst of his meal, nearly dropped his chopsticks. Good heavens, what nonsense are you spouting? Yes, he is right here beside me. We are having dinner together. It is all your fault for interrupting, ruining the atmosphere, Chen Mingning remarked. Chen Xiao replied, then passed the phone to him. I would like to have a word. Oh, you wish to speak with him, that is not an issue. Chen Mingning, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at Lin Tian before handing him the phone. After he accepted it, she offered an apologetic bow, as if to say, I beg you. Lin Tian gave her a resigned look, then courteously said, Hello, Uncle Chen, I am Lin Tian. Rest assured, Uncle Chen, I will take good care of Mingning. Who else would I look after if not her? After all, Mingning is exceptionally beautiful, we cannot allow anyone else to snatch her away. On the other end, Chen Mingning anxiously watched Lin Tian, her heart filled with unease. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, she could not help but roll her eyes. What on earth is this? Moments later, Lin Tian returned the phone to Chen Mingning, saying, Your father will find a time to visit you, and he will also take the opportunity to meet your boyfriend. Ah! Chen Mingning gasped in shock, almost dropping the phone. This was a significant matter. If her lack of a boyfriend were to be unveiled, she would surely be compelled to marry that stranger named Li Mu. This simply could not happen. Chen Mingning fixed an intense gaze on Lin Tian. How could he remain so calm while eating? Did he not feel any urgency? After all, her father would want to see him. What shall we do now? Lin Tian continued eating without looking up. Be honest with your father, and then marry your fiancée. Chapter 7. The young girl encountering hardship. Upon hearing those words, Chen Mingning was momentarily taken aback. It felt akin to being asked to embrace death. With a hint of melancholy, she inquired, Am I beautiful? I have already stated that you are indeed very beautiful, Lin Tian replied, glancing up briefly. Chen Mingning's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Could you do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend? If you can manage that, I shall treat you to a meal. Lin Tian, not one to be easily swayed, retorted, You want me to serve as a shield? Not happening. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Mingning felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Countless suitors sought her affection, yet this man before her was unwilling to play the role of a mere boyfriend, as if it were a considerable loss. Come on, just a small favor. Look at how well we get along, she pleaded, casting aside her presidential demeanor and adopting a girlish charm that rendered Lin Tian momentarily dazed. The innocent demeanor reminded him of his younger sister, who used to behave similarly. However, since entering university, she had grown distant, making him feel as though he owed her a substantial debt every time they met. Noticing Lin Tian's distraction, Chen Mingning felt a flicker of triumph within her. See? Even you have succumbed to my beauty. With a resigned sigh, Lin Tian conceded, All right, I shall agree to your request this once. With Lin Tian's cooperation, she felt assured that even if her father were to pay an unexpected visit, they could easily navigate the situation. The thought alleviated her anxiety, and she found herself humming a cheerful tune as they dined. After all, this was a pivotal moment for her company. Romance was the least of her concerns. After their meal, Chen Mengning offered to drive Lin Tian home. Upon arriving at his humble abode in the slums, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why don't you move to a better place?" "Lack of funds," Lin Tian replied curtly before stepping out of the car. Chen Mengning felt a pang of embarrassment and chose to remain silent on the matter as she drove away. As she approached her front door, she heard the unmistakable sound of a door creaking open beside her. Lin Tian turned to see the girl from next door emerging. This neighbor had lived there for several years and had offered him assistance on occasion, so Lin Tian was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he turned his attention to the girl. Her name was Li Muling, and whether she was 15 or 16 had slipped Lin Tian's mind. Though petite, she possessed a striking beauty that was undeniably charming, the only flaw being a slight underdevelopment in her figure. However, considering her young age, Lin Tian found it easy to overlook. He intended to greet her, but noticed a glum expression on Li Muling's face. Her head hung low as if she had just endured a scolding. "Xiaoling? What troubles you?" Li Muling lifted her gaze, startled by Lin Tian's presence, but relaxed upon recognizing him. "Nothing's wrong," she replied, shaking her head, her pink pigtails swaying as she spoke, yet, the flicker of disappointment in her crystalline eyes did not escape Lin Tian's notice. Lin Tian was well aware of Li Muling's circumstances. Her mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, and she had been raised solely by her father recently. However, her father seemed to have developed a penchant for gambling, and his luck had never turned in his favor, resulting in daily losses. Li Muling's expression bore the unmistakable signs of distress, and Lin Tian could not simply ignore it, especially since she used to visit him frequently. He opened his door and smiled at her. "Don't just stand there. Come in and sit for a while. It's been ages since you visited." She nodded and stepped inside, her gaze surveying Lin Tian's modest abode, which remained unchanged from her last visit. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you a glass of water," Lin Tian said with a friendly smile as he went to pour her a drink, retrieving a sealed packet of biscuits from his room. Chapter 8. Not only skilled in medicine, but also in cultivation. Lin Tian took a seat opposite Li Muling, his expression tinged with concern as he inquired, "Has something happened at home?" She bit her crimson lip and shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. I'm doing quite well. My father buys me delicious food every day." Despite her words, Lin Tian discerned the glimmer of unshed tears swirling in her eyes. After a brief pause, he gently urged, "Do not deceive yourself. Share your troubles with me, perhaps your older brother Lin Tian can assist you." Upon hearing this, she suddenly buried her face in her hands and burst into tears, startling Lin Tian, who quickly moved to sit beside her and offered her a tissue to wipe her tears away. "My father wants to sell me," Li Muling sobbed. "What?" she continued, her voice choked with emotion. "My father lost money gambling yesterday and intends to sell me today, claiming he wants to sell me to a fat man surnamed Sun for 100,000 yuan. By confiding this to Lin Tian, she seemed to resign herself to her fate. 100,000 yuan appeared to her as an astronomical sum, one she could scarcely hope to earn through a lifetime of diligent study and work. Without hesitation, Lin Tian grasped Li Muling's hand and stood up, heading towards the door. Observing the fury etched on his face, she was momentarily taken aback, fearing he might cast her aside. "I shall confront your father and demand an explanation." At Lin Tian's vehement words, Li Muling was momentarily stunned, warmth blossoming in her heart, and she grasped his arm, saying, "My father is not home right now. He won't return tonight." Lin Tian retrieved his phone, asking, "What about his number?" "My father doesn't have a phone, he sold it," Li Muling whispered. Lin Tian found himself momentarily speechless. "If your father is not home, then you should spend the night at my place, in Sister Yudai's room, if that is acceptable," he suggested. She nodded, for she had stayed at Lin Tian's house before and harbored a deep-seated trust in him. Before they retired for the night, Lin Tian, fearing the girl might be too anxious to sleep, reassured her, "Rest well, your brother Lin Tian will assist you with this matter." Li Muling nodded, though internally, her hopes were dim, having already resigned herself to her fate. Once back in his room, Lin Tian did not succumb to slumber but instead began to explore his newfound abilities, having only acquired them that very morning. After more than half an hour of contemplation, he grasped the essence of his situation. He possessed unparalleled medical skills and had also obtained a cultivation technique. Most significantly, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the yellow tier. That he was transcendent, extraordinary, the stage of transcending the mundane, the height of the yellow tier. It must be the influence of this jade pendant, Lin Tian mused, gazing at the piece in his hand, yearning to unravel its mysteries, a task he knew was beyond his reach. His focus soon shifted to the cultivation technique. The method he had acquired was called Hongmeng creation decision. This technique diverged significantly from all others he had encountered in television shows. While most techniques required the absorption of spiritual energy from the environment for cultivation, thereby imposing great restrictions, the Hongmeng creation decision followed a different path, cultivating the self as the seed, unbound by environmental limitations. However, the difficulty of its practice was immense, yet, for a world like Earth, this technique was indeed the most suitable. Shall I attempt to cultivate? With determination, Lin Tian resolved to try, feeling a sense of anticipation as it was his first experience with cultivation. He seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and began a rhythmic breathing exercise. As the technique circulated within him, his body gradually began to heat up, akin to being immersed in a furnace, accompanied by sporadic crackling sounds emanating from within. Chapter 9. The Grim Reaper's fiancé. From hell. At the outset, the pain was nearly unbearable, yet gradually, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and persevered. Time passed slowly. Lin Tian's skin became a deep crimson, his pores dilated, and dark impurities began to emerge, releasing an unpleasant odor. This was the cleansing of the essence and marrow. Such effects were characteristic of advanced cultivation techniques. After sitting in meditation for 6 hours, the night had completely enveloped the world. Lin Tian opened his eyes in the darkened room, and a flash of purple light flickered. Glancing outside, he noticed the horizon had begun to brighten with the first light of dawn. A smile graced his lips as he realized an entire night had slipped away in his cultivation, yet he felt invigorated despite having not slept. However, the next moment, he became acutely aware of the foul odor emanating from his body. Like a wild stallion breaking free, Lin Tian dashed into the bathroom. After cleansing himself, he emerged to find the hour was late. Remembering that Li Muling had school that day, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the house. Li Muling, just waking from her slumber, rubbed her bleary eyes and ventured out, her nose twitching at the enticing scent. It smells so good. Once you're awake, wash your face, have breakfast, and then Big Brother will take you to school, Lin Tian replied, catching sight of Li Muling standing at the staircase, her bright eyes fixed on his culinary creation, all traces of sleep vanishing. After breakfast, Lin Tian escorted Li Muling back to school before heading to his workplace. Upon finishing his shift, Chen Mengning sought him out again. I'll take you to my home for a visit, just to avoid any slip-ups later, she said earnestly as they sat in the car. Once Lin Tian entered the vehicle, Chen Mengning started the engine, driving towards the Phoenix community. The residences within the Phoenix community were predominantly villas, quite expensive, a haven for the affluent. As Lin Tian sat in the car, observing the splendid villas, he remained remarkably composed. Loan me 100,000 yuan. Lin Tian suddenly declared. Ha? Chen Mengning responded, perplexed. What do you need such a substantial sum for? It was not that she couldn't afford it. Rather, Lin Tian's abrupt request for money struck her as peculiar. Nonetheless, lending him the money was not an issue, especially since he had previously assisted her, and now he was to help her deceive Qin Xiao. She considered the 100,000 as a form of remuneration. Lin Tian unabashedly replied, to purchase a person. Chen Mengning scrutinized him in disbelief, never anticipating he would utter such a statement. Did he harbor some peculiar secret? Oh well, it was of no consequence. This money won't be considered a loan, think of it as a reward for assisting me, Chen Mengning offered. However, you should, how shall I put it, abide by the law. Lin Tian shot her a sidelong glance but refrained from responding. Before long, they arrived at a villa, and Chen Mengning led Lin Tian inside for a brief tour before cautioning him, remember not to give anything away. Lin Tian nodded and then inquired, where is the restroom? Chen Mengning indicated the direction, and Lin Tian made his way there. Not long after he departed, the front door of the villa swung open unexpectedly. Chen Mengning, seated on the sofa, was startled to see a man standing at the entrance, grinning at her. Furrowing her brow, she demanded, who are you? Get out at once, or I shall call the police for trespassing. Li Mu grinned widely. What, is visiting my future wife considered trespassing? As he spoke, he stepped inside, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Chen Mengning. Rather than merely observing her, his eyes roamed over her ample bosom and graceful legs. Goodness, she was truly exquisite. Li Mu swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling. After years of mingling in the world, he had never encountered such a flawless woman. Moreover, this woman was to be his fiancée. He felt he had struck gold. Chapter 10 of the hellish grim reaper of doubt. Li Mu, filled with a sense of triumph, gazed at Chen Mengning with an audacious glint in his eyes. He whistled and exclaimed, darling, your figure is simply exquisite, come over and let me touch it. Chen Mengning furrowed her brow, an icy disdain edged across her face as she coldly retorted, fix your gaze and then get out. Li Mu, utterly unfazed, continued to fixate on her. Isn't a woman's allure meant for a man's enjoyment? Why the pettiness? Besides, I am still your husband. At that moment, Chen Mingning came to a disheartening realization: this roguelike man before her was her fiancé, and her father expected her to marry such a person. A wave of despair washed over her. Even Lin Tian seemed 1,000 times more appealing than this man. Just then, Lin Tian emerged. Upon observing the palpable chill between Li Mu and Chen Mingning, he swiftly approached her, feigning gentleness. What is the matter? Why such fury? Li Mu cast a scornful glance at Lin Tian. He clearly recognized that Lin Tian had just come from within and was speaking to Chen Mingning with such tenderness. In his eyes, she was already prey, his prey, the fiancée he could not allow anyone to touch. Who are you? You are not welcome here, Li Mu demanded, adopting a tone befitting the master of the villa. Chen Mingning gritted her teeth and clutched Lin Tian's arm, turning to Li Mu and coldly declaring, "This is my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Li Mu's face darkened with rage. How could the formidable Grim Reaper of Hell be so humiliated? He could endure many things, but this was intolerable. Go on and pretend. What is so special about this man? He is neither as handsome as I nor does he possess my prowess in bed. You are my wife, how could you possibly have a boyfriend? He scoffed. Chen Mingning's face paled with anger at his words. Lin Tian regarded Li Mu for a long moment before uttering 2 words, fool. He then turned to Chen Mingning, speaking softly, you should return to your room. I will handle this and come find you afterward. Chen Mingning, wishing to avoid any further confrontation with Li Mu, nodded and ascended the stairs. As soon as she departed, Lin Tian's gaze fixed upon Li Mu. Please leave. I will not escort you out, remember to close the door behind you. I will give you one chance, leave her. Li Mu said, his voice low and laced with barely concealed fury, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Many had attempted to encroach upon his woman, and each had met a grim fate. None were spared, and their ends had been most tragic. Lin Tian maintained a calm demeanor. I do not require your concession. Kindly depart. You brought this on yourself. Li Mu shouted angrily, bending his knees before launching himself at Lin Tian like a cannonball, his fist aimed squarely at Lin Tian's head, using 70% of his strength, enough to render an ordinary person senseless. However, Lin Tian merely leaned to the side, evading the blow, before swiftly raising his knee to strike Li Mu's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, staggering backward. Li Mu's face drained of color as he assessed Lin Tian from a distance. The sinister smirk that had once adorned his face was replaced by a grave expression. The man before him was clearly a skilled opponent. No wonder he dared to challenge him, yet, did he believe that this was all he was capable of? He was the Grim Reaper of Hell, an invincible entity. His long-frozen blood surged with warmth once more upon encountering Lin Tian. Let me see just how much prowess you possess, do not disappoint me, Li Mu thought to himself with a smirk. Lin Tian, perceiving Li Mu's thoughts, sighed and said, you should concede. You are no match for me, not even after a decade of training. Arrogance. Li Mu's expression hardened as he charged at Lin Tian once more, this time unleashing all his strength without holding back. Yet, even then, he could not discern Lin Tian's movements before being struck in the abdomen, sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Li Mu felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, every inch of his body aflame with pain. I warned you, yet you refused to listen, Lin Tian said as he approached, dragging Li Mu away before tossing him outside the grand iron gate of the villa. Chapter 11. The Grim Reaper of Hell. Unaware of power, it was not until Li Mu was thrown to the ground that he finally grasped the gravity of what had just transpired. He had been obliterated in an instant. After years of cold blood, a warmth surged within him, and he had been contemplating how to torment Lin Tian, yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself kneeling, a result he could scarcely accept. Lin Tian, undeterred by Li Mu's grim expression, slowly closed the iron door. Who exactly are you? Li Mu gritted his teeth, struggling to comprehend. With such formidable strength, he felt he should have heard of Lin Tian. Why had he never even laid eyes on him? If Lin Tian infiltrated their circle, he would undoubtedly be an invincible entity. At present, Li Mu stood at the 6th stage of the Transcendence realm, and being so effortlessly defeated by Lin Tian led him to speculate that Lin Tian must belong to the extraordinary realm. But was Lin Tian truly of the extraordinary realm? Lin Tian cast a calm glance at Li Mu, uttering not a word before turning to depart. Enraged, Li Mu's face turned ashen. He, the illustrious Grim Reaper of Hell, had been so brazenly disregarded. He yearned to charge forward but restrained himself. Li Mu understood that even if he did so, he would merely be cast aside. His strength paled in comparison to Lin Tian's, unless he resorted to some perilous secret elixirs. Casting one last unwilling glance at Lin Tian's vanishing figure, he departed in a huff. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Mingning had already made her way downstairs. He has left? Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, he has departed. I suspect he is calling your father to report. At this, Chen Mingning's delicate countenance turned icy. She detested men who resorted to such pettiness. Li Mu was indeed a scoundrel, and she could not fathom why her father had chosen such a wretched fiancé. As expected, Li Mu was in a taxi, calling Chen Xiao Uncle Chen. "Why didn't you inform me that Mingning has a boyfriend? She just assaulted me, and I am currently en route to the hospital." The blows weren't too severe, just 2 lost teeth, a simple fix, Li Mu chuckled, adding, "I don't mind much, but I fear such a violent man may bully Mingning in the future." On the other end of the line, Chen Xiao's expression soured. "Just go to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses," he replied curtly before hanging up, his temper flaring as he dialed Chen Mingning's number. "Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" he fumed. Chen Mingning shot a glance at Lin Tian before nodding, her voice laced with grievance. "Whoa. Dad, what sort of fiancé have you found for me?" "Just now, I nearly..." Chen Xiao was taken aback. The situation appeared to diverge from what Li Mu had relayed. "What happened? Tell your father, and I shall intervene." With a sly smile illuminating her features, akin to a myriad of blossoms in full bloom, Chen Mingning continued to feign distress. "That man is nothing but a scoundrel. If Lin Tian had not been present, I would have, but didn't your boyfriend just strike him?" "That was because the man you chose sought to harm me," Lin Tian intervened to protect me. "Had Lin Tian not been there, your daughter might have." At this juncture, a roar erupted from the phone. "That beast." Chen Xiao then regained his composure, saying, "Mingning, you stay with your boyfriend for now. I shall make my way over immediately. I must see what audacity that brat possesses to lay a hand on my daughter." With that, he ended the call. Chen Mingning could no longer contain her mirth, bursting into laughter, and turned to Lin Tian, remarking, "I never imagined you would devise such a scheme. What do they call it, turning the tables?" Chapter 12 of The Misadventures of the Lowly. Chen Mingning felt a surge of joy. After such slander, her father would undoubtedly ensure that so-called fiancé would be sent packing. Now, only one question remained: how to deceive her father. "What is your bank card number?" she mused delightfully, recalling the incident where Lin Tian had asked her for a loan. Lin Tian, without a hint of pretension, readily provided his number and then expressed his intention to leave. Chen Mingning hesitated momentarily, but considering that she and Lin Tian were not particularly close and had not reached the level of intimacy required for overnight stays, and moreover, her father was unlikely to arrive anytime soon, Li Mu had just been beaten and was in no condition to seek revenge. Thus, she decided not to keep Lin Tian there. Chen Mingning escorted Lin Tian to the door and said, "Be careful on your way, I'll call you." Before Lin Tian could reach home, he noticed Li Muling being dragged into a BMW by her father. It was evident they were not merely going shopping, as he could see Li Muling crying and pleading, utterly helpless. "Driver, follow that BMW ahead." "Understood," the driver replied promptly, and soon they were tailing the luxurious vehicle. It wasn't long before they arrived at a place called Starcy Pharmaceutical Company. Lin Tian handed the driver 100 yuan, not waiting for change, and walked away. "What a brave young man," the driver remarked, watching Lin Tian's retreating figure. He would never dare to report such a large corporation to the authorities. The consequences could be dire. From a distance, Lin Tian observed Li Muling being forcibly pulled from the car, crying and shouting as she was dragged into the company. His brow furrowed. It seemed the individual interested in purchasing Li Muling was indeed within these walls. "Who are you?" As Lin Tian approached the entrance, he was met by 2 security guards wielding electric batons, their expressions decidedly unwelcoming. It was no surprise they were suspicious, for Lin Tian's attire was exceedingly ordinary. If not for his striking good looks, he would have been lost in a crowd. Disregarding the guards, Lin Tian strode confidently inside. Just as the guards prepared to pounce, a glimmer of silver flashed in his hand. With a swift flick of his wrist, several silver needles soared through the air. The guards froze momentarily, and only after Lin Tian brushed past them and retrieved the needles did they regain their senses, confusion clouding their eyes. "What are we doing here?" one guard queried, exchanging bewildered glances with his companion. Standing at the elevator entrance, Lin Tian gazed at the ever-changing floor numbers until it finally halted at the 7th floor. A cold smile crept across his face. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped inside. On the 7th floor, in Sun Gui's office, Li Muling's delicate face was streaked with tears as she cowered behind her father, too frightened to lift her head and behold the office. Her father, wearing an obsequious grin, addressed Sun Gui, rubbing his hands together. "Boss Sun, just look at my daughter, she's worth at least 100,000. With that, he forcefully pulled Li Muling from behind him to present her more clearly to Sun Gui. Upon seeing Li Muling, Sun Gui was taken aback by her beauty. Though small, she was only 15 and had immense potential for development. Even now, she exhibited a delicate charm that promised she would rival Chen Mingning in the future. Recalling his recent failure to secure Chen Mingning, Sun Gui couldn't help but feel pleased with this girl. She was certainly a worthy alternative. He nodded appreciatively, moving closer to Li Muling, an insatiable greed glimmering in his eyes. causing Li Muling to tremble in fear. "Daddy, please don't abandon me, I promise to be obedient." She sobbed, her delicate hands clutching tightly to her father's clothing. Witnessing this scene, Sun Gui chuckled and ordered his secretary, "Give him 100,000 and escort him away. Ensure no one disturbs me." The female secretary nodded and instructed, "Come with me to collect the money." All right, her father replied. As Li Muling realized her father was leaving, her cries intensified, refusing to let go. Her little face was streaked like a painted cat, but her father merely swatted her hand away. She stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud, despair evident in her eyes. Sun Gui approached with a smile, "Fear not, I shall cherish you well." "Stay away from me," Li Muling cried, retreating further. Chapter 13. Lin Tian, the divine healer. She thought of Lin Tian. Last night, he had assured her that he would protect her. Thus, upon seeing Sun Gui approach step by step, Li Muling instinctively cried out, "Brother Lin Tian, save me." "Oh, you have a little boyfriend too?" Sun Gui paused for a moment, then chuckled, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to see your little boyfriend." "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a tall, handsome man strode in. Li Muling's tears transformed into joy as she leaped into his embrace like a fledgling swallow. Lin Tian gently wiped away her tears with his hand and smiled warmly, "It's all right now, Brother Lin Tian will take you home." Li Muling clung tightly to him. "It's you!" Sun Gui instantly recognized Lin Tian, recalling the humiliation of having been kicked by him last time. He remembered it vividly. Now that Lin Tian had come to his company, was he not walking straight into the lion's den? He had been yearning for revenge, and now fate had conspired against him. He chuckled and called out, "Security, come in here." 10 seconds passed, yet there was no sign of movement from outside the door. "Stop calling, I've already taken down the security. How else do you think I got in here?" Lin Tian chuckled, then with a flick of his hand, Sun Gui found himself frozen in place, his face still wearing an expression of shock. "What are you?" The female secretary's words trailed off as she too was rendered immobile by Lin Tian's gesture, her voice caught in her throat. Having completed this, Lin Tian's gaze settled on Li Muling's father. "There's 150,000 here, the money is yours, but she belongs to me." He tossed a bank card to the man, "The password is 6 6s. Without waiting for a response, Lin Tian continued, "Hurry and check its authenticity." 150,000. Li Muling's father was overwhelmed with excitement, clutching the card as if it were a chicken leg for a starving beggar, and dashed down the stairs in a flash. Witnessing this scene, Li Muling tightened her grip on Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian shook his head gently, reflecting on the perils of gambling. "Everything will be fine, I'll take you home shortly." He patted Li Muling's back and then gently extricated himself from her embrace, stepping up to Sun Gui with a smile. "Do not entertain thoughts of revenge. If I could enter once, I can do so again. If I can immobilize you, I can also end you." Lin Tian smiled as he removed the silver needles from Sun Gui's body. "However, I suspect that someone of your power and wealth will not heed my warning, given your affluence." Lin Tian repositioned the extracted needles and inserted them elsewhere. "Thus, I must instill a lasting memory, so you will forever remember this moment. Your life is in my hands." With that, Lin Tian swiftly pulled the silver needles from Sun Gui once more. "Ah!" Sun Gui screamed in agony, his face paling as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in torment, his hands frantically scratching at his body as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him. "Is it painful?" Lin Tian asked with a smile as he administered another needle, and Sun Gui suddenly felt the pain dissipate. "If you harbor any ill thoughts, this will be your fate. Furthermore, in this world, only I hold the cure. Do you understand?" Lin Tian gazed at the sweating Sun Gui on the floor. Sun Gui gasped for breath, his expression turning into a snarl. "I'll kill you!" He roared as he attempted to rise, but the previous agony surged forth once more, causing him to roll helplessly on the ground. "Not remembering your lesson," Lin Tian remarked as he proceeded to remove the silver needles from the female secretary. Once finished, Lin Tian returned to Sun Gui's side and teased, "Would you like me to relieve you of this suffering? 1 million per session." "I would rather die than accept your help," Sun Gui stammered defiantly. "Such spirit," Lin Tian said without hesitation as he turned and took Li Muling's hand, preparing to leave the office. It was then that a thunderous roar erupted. "I agree, 1 million, save me." Lin Tian halted, a faint smile gracing his face. "Pay first." Chapter 14. I have tamed the young girl. Give him the money, Sun Gui struggled to articulate, his face resembling that of a bloated pig, marred by scratches from his own nails, which left the female secretary trembling in fear. In a matter of moments, she produced a check for Lin Tian. "Here." Lin Tian accepted the check and pricked Sun Gui with a needle. Before departing with Li Muling, Sun Gui lay on the ground like a lifeless swine. Despite his bitterness, he dared not obstruct Lin Tian any longer. The torment he had just endured was incomprehensible to those who had not experienced it firsthand. Death seemed to him a form of liberation. "Do not be disheartened, brother Lin Tian will take care of you." Lin Tian noticed Li Muling tugging at the hem of his clothing, her head bowed low, displaying an unmistakable unhappiness. He smiled and playfully tapped her delicate nose. "Mm." She nodded in response. At that moment, Lin Tian understood that anyone would feel sorrow in such circumstances. All she needed was time to heal. However, Lin Tian was not in a hurry to return home. It was still early, thus, he went to open a new bank account and took Li Muling shopping for new clothes. While purchasing attire, Lin Tian couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. Her long hair cascaded past her waist, and her figure was exquisite, making everything she wore look splendid except for certain garments that accentuated her bust. After acquiring the new outfits, her spirits noticeably lifted, prompting Lin Tian to seize the moment and buy a substantial amount of groceries. Upon returning home, Lin Tian took it upon himself to cook. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes emerged, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made Li Muling's stomach rumble, momentarily banishing all her worries. As she sat down to eat, she was utterly astonished by the flavors Lin Tian had crafted, tears of delight welling up in her eyes as the dishes seemed to shimmer with radiance. After their meal, Li Muling went to take a bath, while Lin Tian seized the opportunity to visit the adjacent house, her former residence, which stood empty, likely due to her father's gambling escapades. He gathered some of her personal belongings and prepared a vacant room for her to stay in. Once the room was arranged, Li Muling emerged from her bath, clad in a blue nightgown, her damp hair framing her delicate face, which appeared to glow with an enchanting allure. Even Lin Tian found himself momentarily captivated. Regaining his composure, he led her to the freshly prepared room, saying, "You will stay here from now on. I will be next door. If you need anything, just call for me." Mm. Li Muling's cheeks flushed, perhaps from the steam of her recent bath. With her settled, Lin Tian retreated to his own room to bathe as well, yet, it was not long before a knock echoed at the door. Coming," he called, hastily opening the door, only to find Li Muling standing there, clutching a pillow, her cheeks ablaze. "I can't sleep." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian smiled gently, stepping aside to allow her to enter. The bed was spacious enough for two, but Lin Tian was resolute in not sharing it with Li Muling. Despite his confidence in his self-control, the implications of sharing a bed with an innocent young lady were far too perilous. "You can have my bed. I shall sleep on the floor." With that, Lin Tian swiftly fashioned a makeshift bedding on the ground using sheets and blankets. Li Muling opened her mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing, obediently settling down to sleep. She pulled the covers over her head, leaving only her bright eyes visible as she gazed at Lin Tian. Being near him seemed to provide her with a sense of security, and it wasn't long before she drifted off to slumber. Once she was deeply asleep, Lin Tian quietly administered a tranquilizing injection, ensuring she would remain in a profound slumber, impervious to even the end of the world. Only then could he devote himself to his cultivation in peace. Chapter 15 of The President's Father. It was not until the deep of night that Lin Tian finally succumbed to slumber, only to awaken when the horizon transformed into a hazy gray. Lin Tian was always punctual in rising. Once breakfast was prepared, Li Muling stirred from her sleep, rubbing her bleary eyes. She stepped out and, upon catching a whiff of the delightful aroma wafting from the living room, her eyes sparkled, banishing her drowsiness. After they shared breakfast, Lin Tian escorted her back to school before heading off to work himself. On the way, he pondered whether it was time to purchase a car. Upon arriving at the company, he was intercepted by Chen Mengning before he could even step through the door. "Get in the car," she instructed from within. As Lin Tian entered the vehicle, he speculated, "Has your father arrived?" "Yes," Chen Mengning nodded, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. "First, we need to buy you a decent outfit, otherwise, you might lose face and upset him." Driving a swift BMW 7 Series, they reached the clothing store in no time. Lin Tian surveyed the expansive shop and shrugged, "I'm not adept at choosing clothes, and besides, I'm rather poor." Chen Mengning shot him an exasperated look. "I'll pick for you, and I'll cover the expenses. Just trust me." With that, she hurried inside, and Lin Tian quickly followed. The store was bustling with patrons, mostly couples shopping together. As Lin Tian observed Chen Mengning furrowing her brow and occasionally nibbling on her finger while selecting clothes, he suddenly found her rather endearing. "Stop dawdling and try this on," she urged, handing him a casual outfit. Lin Tian took it and promptly entered the fitting room. When he emerged moments later, Chen Mengning's eyes lit up. Lin Tian, already quite handsome, looked even more striking in the designer attire, drawing the admiration of a nearby sales assistant as well. "This is the one. Dante, take it off, let us go pay," she declared after settling the bill. Chen Mengning led Lin Tian to purchase a pair of shoes and finally selected a bottle of Moutai. The total came to a staggering 50,000 yuan. Lin Tian could only click his tongue in astonishment. The money seemed to evaporate as if it were nothing. Once they were ready, Chen Mengning drove Lin Tian towards the villa. In the car, she couldn't help but comment, "You clean up nicely, but remember to think about what you'll say when you meet my father. Don't embarrass yourself." Lin Tian remained silent but nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at the villa. Chen Mengning appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing back at Lin Tian as they walked towards the entrance, hesitating several times, leaving Lin Tian perplexed. It was merely a meeting with a person he wouldn't bite, and besides, that was her father, he wouldn't harm her. Yet, it was amusing to see the usually composed president flustered, almost like a girl. Once they finally entered, Lin Tian immediately spotted a middle-aged man with a square face seated on the living room sofa. This must be Chen Mengning's father. Before she could utter a word, Lin Tian approached with a broad smile. "Hello, Uncle Chen. Mengning often speaks highly of you, to the point where I felt a twinge of jealousy. It's truly a pleasure to finally meet you. You are indeed a mentor I aspire to emulate." With a smile, Lin Tian presented the wine, saying, "I brought a little something. I hope you enjoy it. Perhaps we can share a few drinks later." Chen Xiao stood up, assessing Lin Tian as he approached, nodding approvingly. This young man was quite impressive. His attire and the subtle aura he exuded were commendable. He glanced at the somewhat apprehensive Chen Mengning, thinking that at last, his daughter had displayed discernment. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, accepting the Moutai Lin Tian offered, and remarked, "You must be Lin Tian. Quite impressive indeed. Thank you for what you did the other day." He referred to the incident involving Li Mu. Chapter 16, The Culinary Skills of Dr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression grew serious. "Mengning is my girlfriend. How could I not protect her? Who else would safeguard her? It is my duty to do so." Not far away, Chen Mengning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she refrained from breaking the pretense, as they were, after all, merely acting. However, she found it somewhat puzzling. Lin Tian, who usually spoke so little, was now overflowing with sweet words and charming phrases. "Ha, that's quite the man. I have high hopes for you." Chen Xiao laughed heartily, giving Lin Tian a pat on the shoulder. "But mere determination is insufficient. I need to witness your capabilities. Within a year, assist Mengning's company in breaking into the top 100, and then I shall truly acknowledge you." Lin Tian hesitated momentarily, glancing at Chen Mengning. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to do the right thing and declared, "A word once spoken is difficult to retract." At this moment, Chen Mengning grasped her father's unconventional approach. Moreover, Lin Tian was well aware of the pitfalls. Why then did he willingly leap into them? "Dad, why are you being like this? Lin Tian and I are genuinely in love. We do not wish for financial matters to complicate our relationship." Chen Xiao regarded Chen Mengning with a serious expression and said, "Father is doing this for your own good. One day, you will understand my intentions." "Oof." Chen Mengning haughtily lifted her chin, letting out a cold snort. Lin Tian nearly burst into laughter, taken aback by the sight of the formidable President Chen displaying such a girlish demeanor, even pouting towards her father. However, he understood that lingering on this topic would lead to an awkward silence, so he chose to demonstrate his skills instead. "It's already noon. Allow me to prepare lunch." Lin Tian strode into the kitchen that he could cook. Chen Mengning stared in astonishment at Lin Tian's retreating figure. Chen Xiao was equally taken aback for a moment, then beamed at Chen Mengning, saying, "Mengning, you have truly struck gold this time. Not only can he care for you, but he can also cook and is in good health. Come, tell your father how you two met." Her face flushed slightly. She retorted, "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? If you keep this up, I won't speak to you anymore." Lin Tian moved with remarkable speed in the kitchen. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the air. Not only Chen Mengning, but even Chen Xiao was drawn into the kitchen, exclaiming, "This fragrance surpasses that of a 5-star hotel. Xiao Tian, are you a master chef?" "Not at all," Lin Tian chuckled, placing the dishes on the dining table. Chen Mengning gazed at the fragrance spread before her, her violet eyes sparkling with delight. The dishes seemed to emanate light, so dazzling. "Stop staring and dig in," Lin Tian said, serving 2 bowls of rice, one for her and one for Chen Xiao. Faced with the delectable feast, Chen Mengning thought little of anything else and began to eat gracefully. However, the instant the food touched her palate, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She froze in place, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was simply too delicious. The flavors exploded on her taste buds. Chen Xiao's reaction was not much better, while Lin Tian remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his meal. Such a scene was no longer a novelty for him. After the meal, Chen Mengning went to wash the dishes, while Chen Xiao engaged Lin Tian in conversation on the sofa. However, before long, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Mengning, perplexed, approached the door. Who could possibly be visiting her at this hour? Yet, upon peering through the peephole, her expression shifted from confusion to coldness, for standing at the door was Li Mu. What was this rogue doing here? She resolutely decided not to answer the door, but just as she turned to leave, Chen Zhao's voice rang out, "Let him in, I invited him." Chapter 17. The infuriated Grim Reaper Chen Mengning expressed her displeasure. "Dad, why did you summon this scoundrel? I have no desire to see him. I need to discuss a few matters with him now." "Open the door quickly," Chen Zhao replied, with a disdainful huff. Chen Mengning reluctantly complied and opened the door. Upon seeing her, Li Mu's face lit up with a grin as he exclaimed, "Darling, it seems you've been yearning for me. Your willingness to open the door reveals your true feelings." He made a move to embrace Chen Mengning, saying, "Come here, let your husband reward you with a kiss." From a dog's mouth, one cannot expect to find ivory. Lin Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Li Mu froze in place, the humiliation of being thrown out previously still fresh in his memory. He would never forget it. Thus, upon hearing that voice, he shot a glare filled with murderous intent. However, his fierce look was met with terror, for he noticed Chen Zhao, Chen Mengning's father. Just moments ago, he had brazenly made advances towards Chen Mengning, and it was undoubtedly witnessed by Chen Zhao. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily dazed, Chen Mengning quickly returned to the sofa, instinctively sitting beside Lin Tian, as she felt an inexplicable sense of security in his presence. Upon spotting Chen Zhao, Li Mu dared not linger in frivolity, quickly occupying a seat on the sofa and greeting him with a forced smile. "Hello, Uncle Chen, I hope you've been well these past years." At first, Chen Zhao's expression was somewhat grim, especially considering Li Mu's earlier conduct towards his daughter. Yet, remembering that Li Mu was someone he had taken under his wing during childhood, effectively a foster son, he found it difficult to harbor resentment. "Do not overstep your bounds, Mengning is in a relationship now," Chen Zhao stated with satisfaction, gesturing towards Lin Tian. "This young man here, Lin Tian." Lin Tian. Li Mu mentally noted the name that filled him with rage. Chen Zhao continued, "Your engagement with Mengning was merely a childish game from your youth. Now that you have both matured, such agreements should be rendered void. I see that Mengning appears quite content now." Hearing these words, Li Mu's expression darkened. From the moment he first laid eyes on Chen Mengning, he had regarded her as his prey, a target of his unrelenting pursuit. He was astounded that someone dared to encroach upon his coveted possession. His resolve to eliminate Lin Tian intensified. "I will make you understand the chasm that lies between us," he silently vowed, already contemplating the mobilization of his organization. Chen Zhao spoke at length with Li Mu, mostly offering counsel interspersed with veiled warnings. Li Mu listened half-heartedly. Had it not been for the life Chen Zhao had saved during their youth, he would have already sent him to his demise. "Well, there rests nothing more to discuss. You may leave," Chen Zhao pronounced the dismissal. Li Mu nodded with a smile, though his heart was heavy with humiliation. How could the esteemed Grim Reaper of Hell be treated with such disdain? As he exited the villa, his expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky on the verge of unleashing rain. Li Mu dialed a number, and a male voice answered promptly. "Wang, how does it feel to revisit the Dragon Kingdom? Is your fiancée not beautiful?" "Let us not dwell on that," he replied, his demeanor as ominous as thunderclouds. "Help me locate a person, Lin Tian." "Your command is my priority, Wang Yu. Moreover, we need you back soon," came the response. "Understood." Li Mu hung up the phone. Meanwhile, within Li Mu's organization, known as Hell, a subordinate named Yu Fei immediately set to work on the computer to gather information on Lin Tian. It wasn't too long before he successfully retrieved Lin Tian's data. However, in his cleverness, he overlooked one crucial detail. Li Mu had not provided an address. In a nation of over 1 billion, countless individuals bore the name Lin Tian, scattered across every corner of the land. Chapter 18. After obtaining Lin Tian's information, he promptly returned the call. Li Mu had been waiting for the phone to ring, so he answered immediately. "Wang, I found the information. He is an orphan." "An orphan?" Li Mu expressed surprise. If he were indeed an orphan, it meant that he could not threaten Lin Tian through family ties. "All right, I understand." He ended the call. Meanwhile, Yu Fei was left perplexed. What could Li Mu possibly want with a child under the age of 10? Li Mu's expression was icy. How dare an orphan oppose him? Did he truly not comprehend the meaning of death? If he could not confront him openly, he could always resort to underhanded tactics. However, he was entirely unaware that Lin Tian was a miraculous healer. After dinner, Chen Zhao took her leave. Once the dishes were washed, Chen Mengning turned to Lin Tian and said, "Thank you for your help this time." Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively and replied calmly, "There is no need for gratitude. You should now focus on how to address the issues that lie ahead." Chen Mengning fell silent indeed. How was she to explain things to her father? The initial intention of taking Lin Tian as her boyfriend was to evade Li Mu, and now that Li Mu had been explicitly warned not to interfere, the crisis had passed. How should she approach Chen Xiao about this? After contemplating for a while, she resolved to keep it a secret for now. As long as Chen Xiao remained unaware, it would suffice. Upon returning home, Lin Tian found Li Muling seated on the sofa, looking despondent and troubled. He was somewhat puzzled. What could be troubling her? What is wrong? Lin Tian took a seat beside her. Li Muling averted her gaze, but Lin Tian, perceiving her inner turmoil, pressed her until she finally divulged the matter. My father came to see me just now, asking to borrow money. Li Muling cautiously glanced at Lin Tian and instantly noticed the gloom that had settled on his face. You should wash up and get some rest. I will go have a word with him, Lin Tian said as he rose to his feet. He had never encountered someone quite like this. First, he had sold his own daughter, and now he dared to ask her for money. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Tian flicked his wrist, and in a flash of silver light, she fell into a deep slumber on the sofa. After carrying her back to her room, Lin Tian proceeded to the adjacent house belonging to Li Muling's father. With a resounding bang, Lin Tian forcefully kicked open the door, startling Li Hong, who had been anxiously anticipating debt collectors from the casino. Upon seeing Lin Tian, he exhaled in relief, but before he could utter a word, Lin Tian approached and seized him by the collar. How dare you have the audacity to ask her for money? Lin Tian's voice was laced with anger. Li Hong stammered, clearly nervous. I had no choice. I owe the casino 100,000. If I don't repay it, they'll cut off my hands, and they'll take Linger away. Silence, Lin Tian coldly interjected, fixing him with a frigid stare. You have no right to call her Linger. Li Hong's expression darkened. Understood. They know about Mu Ling, so, upon hearing this, Lin Tian's gaze grew even more frigid. They have set their sights on me. He glared at Li Hong and said icily, take me to their casino. What do you intend to do? Li Hong was taken aback. He was not foolish, he could sense the chilling aura emanating from Lin Tian. Clearly, he was not going there to negotiate. It could very well lead to a violent confrontation. Was this not courting death? I will help you settle your debts, Lin Tian replied coldly, his eyes fixed on him. Li Hong was bewildered. I will settle this debt, but I require you to leave this city and never return to see her again, understood? Lin Tian stated with a steely resolve. Li Hong's body trembled, and his face reflected sheer horror. Chapter 19 Wealth yet unyielding. How dare you sell her, yet hesitate to leave her? Lin Tian gazed at Li Hong with a semblance of a smile, remarking, you may choose not to depart, but be prepared to have your hands severed. Severed hands? Li Hong trembled once more. Very well, I acquiesce. Lead the way. In the grandest casino of Shanghai City, within a haze-filled private room, Zhang Hao reclined on the sofa, each arm encircling a glamorous woman, both of whom were seductively feeding him grapes. How good, do you think that fellow Li Hong can repay the debt? Inquired a man with yellow hair, named Li Shu, a loyal subordinate and trusted aide of Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao savored a grape, chuckling as he replied, he certainly cannot repay the debt. And you? What I desire is not money, but his daughter, Li Muling. You have not seen her. That little girl is strikingly beautiful, nearly 15 years old yet breathtakingly enchanting. I have never encountered such a stunning young lady. Li Shu suddenly comprehended, so that is Hao Ji's true intention. With that, both men shared a knowing laugh. However, at that moment, the door swung open, and a man entered, bowing respectfully. How good, Shuge, Li Hong has arrived to settle his debt. What? Zhang Hao frowned, understanding full well that Li Hong was but a pauper. How could he possibly have the means to repay? Li Shu's gaze flickered, equally perplexed. After a brief silence, Zhang Hao commanded, bring him in. Understood. The man retreated. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Hao's eyes gleamed with suspicion, while the women in his embrace ceased their playful antics, deep in contemplation, yet like Li Shu, they remained baffled as to how Li Hong had acquired the funds to repay. Before long, Lin Tian and Li Hong entered the private room, guided by the man. Upon entering, Lin Tian subtly furrowed his brow. The atmosphere was thick with smoke, suffocatingly uncomfortable. Li Hong, however, paid no heed to this and nervously addressed, How go, Shugu? Li Shu scrutinized Li Hong, noting his lack of any possessions, and frowned, did you bring the money? Well, Li Hong faltered, glancing furtively at Lin Tian for support. At that moment, both Zhang Hao and Li Shu took notice of Lin Tian. Judging by Li Hong's reaction, it was evident that Lin Tian was his pillar of strength. Could it be that the funds originated from this striking young man? What connection did this youth have with Li Hong? What background did he possess? 100,000, correct? Lin Tian stated calmly, charge it. He wished to remain in this place for not a second longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately discerned that this young man was indeed affluent. However, the allure of Li Muling was undeniable. One he had long coveted. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Thus, he smiled and remarked, "You may not understand, interest accumulates. Initially, he owed 100,000, but now it has escalated to 500,000. Upon hearing this, Li Hong turned pale. "How gu, this is not what we agreed upon." Zhang Hao shot Li Hong a menacing glare, nearly causing him to stumble. "This is my territory. My word is law, do you understand?" he stated. "If you do not repay the debt today, do not expect to leave this place." This, Lin Tian? Li Hong could only place his last hope in Lin Tian. Lin Tian was well aware that the casino's proprietor clearly desired not the money, but Li Muling, and it seemed he had long been coveting her. "Those who spy upon me?" Lin Tian let out a cold chuckle. "I possess the money, but I shall not part with it." Chapter 20. Remember, do not touch my people not repaying the debt? Zhang Hao laughed heartily, for this was precisely to his liking. He immediately called out to the outside, "Come, drag these two out." "Yes." Four burly men promptly entered the room, causing Li Hong's legs to tremble with fear, nearly rendering him unable to stand, while Lin Tian remained composed. "You must remember, Li Muling is under my protection," Lin Tian declared, and with a flick of his wrist, a silver flash darted by, leaving the four men frozen in place, unable even to move their lips. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, particularly Zhang Hao and Li Shu. What on earth was happening? "What are you standing there for? Get to it, drag them out." Zhang Hao commanded angrily, yet the four men remained utterly unresponsive, as if they had turned to stone, their raised fists suspended in the air, creating an atmosphere of inexplicable eeriness. "Who are you?" Zhang Hao began to grasp that Lin Tian was no ordinary individual. Lin Tian? Lin Tian? Having navigated the underbelly of Shanghai City for over a decade, Zhang Hao had never before encountered that name. "What brings you here?" "I initially intended to repay the debt, but I've had a change of heart," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. "By the way, let me advise you not to set your sights on Li Muling." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao furrowed his brows. "Are you threatening me?" "This is not a threat," Lin Tian stated calmly, gazing at Zhang Hao. "If I can immobilize your subordinates, I can just as easily immobilize you, as I have done now." With another flick of his wrist, silver light flashed once more, and Zhang Hao found himself rooted to the spot, his face still contorted with rage. "You seek death." Witnessing this, Li Shu was incensed and charged forward, aiming a punch at Lin Tian's head. Bang! Lin Tian did not even spare him a glance, yet his hand effortlessly caught Li Shu's fist. "How is this possible?" Li Shu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. He knew the power behind his punch, capable of shattering bricks, yet Lin Tian had caught it with such ease. Lin Tian's mind was far less agitated. He merely tugged, and as Li Shu stumbled past him, he deftly struck a few pressure points on his body. Thud! Li Shu fell to the ground, instinctively attempting to rise, only to discover he could muster not an ounce of strength. He immediately recalled the few pressure points Lin Tian had just touched. Cold sweat poured down his face. Was this still human? Not only had Lin Tian caught his punch, but he had also instantaneously rendered him combat ineffective. He had no doubt that had Lin Tian wished to kill him, he would have had no chance to retaliate. Lin Tian ignored Li Shu, approaching Zhang Hao with a serene expression. "Do you see now? You are no match for me, even if you summon countless others." Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Hao's forehead. He was now thoroughly terrified. Only through personal experience could one grasp the horror of Lin Tian. His body felt as if it had been turned to stone, and despite straining with all his might, he could not move a muscle, feeling akin to meat pinned to a chopping board. This was indeed a dire predicament. Zhang Hao regretted his decisions profoundly. At that moment, Lin Tian withdrew the silver needles from his body, and in an instant, Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Lin Tian regarded Zhang Hao and said, "You need not be anxious, my intention is merely to ensure you hear what I have to say." Zhang Hao nodded vigorously. He dared not oppose him now, for fear of being immobilized once more. Chapter 21. My ancestors practiced medicine for 3 generations, do you believe it? "Return all the money you extorted from him," Lin Tian remarked, pointing at the slumped figure of Li Hong not far away. He continued, "Of course, I advocate for equitable transactions. I can cure the ailment afflicting you." Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can heal me? My family has practiced medicine for 3 generations, do you believe it?" Lin Tian smiled faintly. "I do." Zhang Hao exclaimed, rising to his feet, grasping Lin Tian's hand tightly, and stammering, "As long as you can heal me, not only will I repay you, but I would also be willing to serve as your subordinate." He was acutely aware of his condition. The doctors at the hospital had declared it terminal, due to his excessive indulgence. He was told he had only 3 to 5 years left to live, and now, upon hearing that there was a possibility of a cure, how could he not feel exhilarated? Why doubt Lin Tian's ability to discern his illness at a glance indicated an exceptional medical skill. Furthermore, he felt he had nothing to lose, and what if Lin Tian truly could heal him? Please provide me with paper and a pen. I shall write you a prescription, Lin Tian stated calmly. Although your condition is somewhat troublesome and Western medicine has little recourse, traditional Chinese medicine still holds hope. The only drawback is that the medicine may be rather bitter. Zhang Hao trembled as he handed over the paper and pen, exclaiming, "What does bitterness matter? I would consume anything, even excrement, if it could be of help." Lin Tian's lips twitched. "Could you please maintain a semblance of dignity?" He swiftly penned a prescription and then produced several gleaming silver needles. "Stand still." Zhang Hao immediately straightened his posture, frozen in place as if he were a child standing at attention. Lin Tian smiled softly, choosing not to comment, and began to deftly insert more than a dozen needles into him, quietly channeling a stream of spiritual energy to mend his body and dispel the virus. Zhang Hao felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, an exquisite sensation. It appeared that Lin Tian's medical prowess was indeed genuine. Zhang Hao began to admire Lin Tian. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed formidable strength without exhibiting arrogance or cruelty. Despite Zhang Hao's previous behavior, Lin Tian bore no grudge and was now treating his ailment. In an instant, Lin Tian's image loomed large in Zhang Hao's mind, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Now, as he gazed upon Lin Tian, he felt as if Lin Tian radiated light, so dazzling that he could scarcely bear to look directly at him. If I were a woman, I would certainly marry Lin Tian. Zhang Hao mused. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Tian removed all the needles, and Zhang Hao felt an unparalleled comfort, his entire body warm, to the point that he audaciously let out a sound of pleasure. Lin Tian promptly distanced himself, and upon restoring Li Shu, the latter regarded Zhang Hao with a peculiar expression, unsure of what to say. After stealing a few glances at Zhang Hao, Li Shu's gaze returned to Lin Tian. What could he say? He was well aware of Zhang Hao's condition and had never anticipated that Lin Tian could save him. Zhang Hao had treated him with great kindness, akin to that of family, and thus, he sincerely hoped for Zhang Hao's well-being. Lin Tian's salvation of Zhang Hao was tantamount to saving him as well. Therefore, he lowered his head and respectfully addressed Lin Tian. "I apologize for my earlier ignorance." Lin Tian smiled gently, saying, "No need for concern. You may find yourselves assisting me in the future." At that moment, Zhang Hao regained his composure and looked at Lin Tian with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "If you truly can save my life, I will gladly serve as your subordinate." Lin Tian nodded, instructing, "Take that medicine after each meal for a week, rise early and retire early, avoid sour and spicy foods, refrain from alcohol, and steer clear of temptations. After 7 days, your ailment will be cured, and at that point, you may indulge in whatever pleasures you desire." He Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly, and Li Shu joined in the laughter. Chapter 22. The company event is about to commence. Zhang Hao felt significantly better, so he instructed someone to retrieve all the money from Li Hong, amounting to a staggering 200,000. When Li Hong beheld such a vast sum, he was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that he had squandered so much in this casino. After reclaiming his funds, Lin Tian took Li Hong and left. Along the way, Lin Tian, observing Li Hong's excited demeanor, remarked, "Find a moment to visit Shaoling, then leave this city. I hope you have truly turned over a new leaf." Upon hearing this, Li Hong fell silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. 200,000 was ample for him to venture forth into the world. Once home, Lin Tian took a shower and retreated to his room to cultivate. After a brief nap, dawn broke, and he rose punctually to prepare breakfast. After they had eaten, he accompanied Li Muling back to school. At noon, Chen Mengning summoned Lin Tian to her office. Observing her cheerful expression, Lin Tian felt she was becoming increasingly endearing. "Lin Tian, please have a seat," Chen Mengning said. Lin Tian found her demeanor somewhat peculiar and inquired, "What's the matter? Have you won the lottery? You seem quite elated." Chen Mengning fluttered her large eyes and smiled at Lin Tian, gently saying, "Take a closer look. Do you notice anything different about me compared to before?" Hearing her gentle tone, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then earnestly scrutinized her, but he genuinely could not discern any changes. Her attire was the same as he had seen before, though her complexion did appear a touch lighter. "You've become more gentle," Lin Tian remarked. Chen Mengning shot him a glance. Though she appreciated the compliment, it seemed to imply that she had not been gentle prior. Had he not noticed her paler complexion? "Look again, pay attention to my appearance," Lin Tian added. "Have you become fairer?" "Precisely." Chen Mingning exclaimed joyfully, I tried the golden skin cream, and the results are remarkable. I just used it this morning, and my skin has transformed, now appearing more radiant and hydrated. Lin Tian was momentarily rendered speechless, thinking it was no big deal. Wasn't it merely a matter of becoming a tad fairer? If he were to present the golden skin and jade cream, wouldn't that send her into a frenzy of joy? For the sake of her safety, it was indeed prudent not to provide it. Nonetheless, he nodded, after all, it is an ancestral product, you should market this golden cream when the time comes. He. Chen Mingning grinned at Lin Tian, her demeanor was undeniably charming, yet Lin Tian couldn't shake the feeling of unease, as if he were standing before her completely exposed. I truly appreciate your assistance. Lin Tian sighed in relief, stating, it's nothing. If you could consider raising my salary, that would suffice. That is certainly feasible, Chen Mingning replied, once the event concludes, I'd like to take you out for a meal. Sounds good. Lin Tian naturally would not decline. However, he did not assume that Chen Mingning harbored any romantic sentiments towards him. He could discern the distinction between gratitude and other emotions. After all, how could the CEO possibly be interested in one of her employees? The event was scheduled for tomorrow, consequently, the entire company became bustling with activity from the afternoon onward, and it was only late at night that Lin Tian could finally return home, while Chen Mingning remained in her office, sorting through documents. Upon arriving home, Lin Tian noticed Li Muling sitting on the sofa, with a table laden with steaming dishes. It was evident that the food had not been touched, suggesting that the girl had yet to eat. After a long day, the warmth of having someone awaiting him at home brought a gentle smile to Lin Tian's face. Xiao Ling, it's time to eat. Li Muling appeared notably more animated than the previous day, and Lin Tian surmised that perhaps Li Hong had paid her a visit. Chapter 23. A manager Wang Tao. Indeed, midway through the meal, Li Muling hesitantly spoke up, Brother Lin Tian, my father came to see me this evening. He mentioned he would be going out of town. Ah, that sounds quite good, Lin Tian replied, while delicately placing a piece of meat into Li Muling's bowl. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she began to eat slowly. The following day, Lin Tian arrived at the company early, for the day marked the commencement of a week-long event, necessitating everyone to be on high alert. After signing in at the office, he hurried to the exhibition venue. The event space was bustling with activity, not only because Chen Mingning's company was hosting an event, but also due to the simultaneous event of the Yan Ruyu Beauty Company. After all, they were rival firms, and neither could afford to neglect the other. Lin Tian was tasked with overseeing the planning of the event. Chen Mingning had arrived early, directing everyone in their tasks. She then personally took to the floor to promote the golden skin cream, which indeed captivated many women. We at Ningmeng Beauty Company prioritize natural ingredients in our products, hence most of our formulations are herbal, as you can see now, a beautiful girl was explaining. A long table displayed an array of verdant herbs, the faint aroma wafting through the air, enticing many passers-by. Beside it, another long table showcased various instruments, tools that, though unfamiliar to most, were clearly utilized in the creation of beauty cosmetics. As you can see, these are some of the tools we use in our production process. The lovely girl smiled sweetly. Numerous women gathered around the long table, examining and touching the herbs, while many others inquired about the cosmetics for sale. Lin Tian sat in a chair, somewhat languidly observing the scene. Chen Mingning was stunning, with waist-length, ink-black hair and captivating violet eyes. Her delicate waist resembled that of a celestial being, radiating brilliance amidst the crowd. Even from a distance, Lin Tian could always spot her figure. Watching her diligently work up a sweat, seemingly oblivious to her fatigue, Lin Tian smiled softly. By midday, as the visitors dispersed for lunch, the crowd thinned considerably, leaving Chen Mingning exhausted and slumped in her chair. I'm so tired, she sighed, and just then, her stomach audibly growled, turning her face crimson. Feeling both fatigued and hungry, she murmured, how wonderful it would be to have something to eat, before preparing to call everyone for lunch. As the afternoon activities awaited at that moment, a takeout meal was placed before her. She paused, looking up to discover it was Lin Tian who had brought her lunch. Eat up. We have much to do this afternoon, Lin Tian said with a smile, casting a glance toward the Yan Ruyu Beauty Company, where he had already noticed Wang Tao, who was their project manager. Chen Mingning opened the takeout box, revealing a selection of her favorite dishes, their tantalizing aroma making her feel a flutter of anxiety. How did he know what I like to eat? How did he know I was hungry? She had many questions but found herself at a loss for words, eventually managing to ask, why? Lin Tian smiled at Chen Mingning, replying, isn't it customary to bring food to one's superior? Only you would say that. She shot him a playful glare, yet she quietly began to eat, behaving as obediently as a little kitten. Seeing that she was eating, Lin Tian turned to leave, his gaze occasionally drifting to Wang Tao across the way, a smile playing on his lips. At this juncture, he could only surmise Wang Tao's intentions here. To defeat Chen Mengning's company, and subsequently, to surpass himself. Chapter 24. Wang Tao still fails to comprehend Lin Tian's might. After lunch, the number of pedestrians at the exhibition began to increase gradually. Chen Mengning and her colleagues resumed their bustling activities. However, before long, a crowd began to gather around Yan Ruyu. Feeling a sense of curiosity, Chen Mengning squeezed through a few people to investigate. Not long after, the group returned in a flurry, exclaiming, "President, it's bad, where is Wang Tao? They are promoting a new product." Wang Tao. Chen Mengning's brows furrowed in realization. Wang Tao was a mole planted within her company, specifically in the planning department, which implied that they were privy to their events' plans and style. "President, what should we do?" Chen Mengning's complexion darkened. She had never anticipated that Wang Tao could conceal himself so deeply. What to do now? Suddenly, Lin Tian's figure flashed through her mind. "Call Lin Tian here," she commanded. The others exchanged glances but remained silent, understanding that as the manager of the planning department, summoning Lin Tian at such a juncture was indeed reasonable, though a last-minute plan might prove ineffective. Before long, Lin Tian arrived. Upon seeing him, Chen Mengning felt a surge of reassurance and urgently said, "Lin Tian, Wang Tao is aware of our plans, and they are promoting a new product. What should we do?" "Calm down, President," Lin Tian replied, casting a glance at the others before his gaze settled on the anxious Chen Mengning. "He only knows of our previous plans, which I anticipated. You need only focus on promoting the golden skin cream. Bring in a few individuals who have used the golden skin cream to endorse it," he suggested. Chen Mengning nodded, finding this approach feasible, and promptly summoned several women with exceptionally fair skin to promote the cream. "And then what?" she inquired. Lin Tian smiled gently at Chen Mengning, saying, "You are the president, embody the aura of a leader. Do not let yourself become flustered, your goal is to be the best in the world. Do not let a single Wang Tao or even a company like Yan Ruyu serve as your stumbling block, they do not even merit your concern. Do you understand?" In that moment, Chen Mengning was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's commanding presence, instinctively nodding in agreement. Lin Tian continued, "What we must do now is wait." "Wait?" Chen Mengning questioned, "Wait for whom?" "Wang Tao." "Wang Tao?" Chen Mengning replied, perplexed. However, seeing Lin Tian standing there composedly, she momentarily forgot what they were supposed to do and simply stood quietly beside him, momentarily forgetting her own status as president. Before long, an infuriating figure came into view. "Wang Tao, you treacherous traitor, what are you doing here?" Chen Mengning spat with resentment. Wang Tao approached, seemingly unfazed by her words, and casually replied with a smile, "What do you mean by treachery?" "I am originally part of Yan Ruyu, you were simply foolish enough to allow me to infiltrate your company effortlessly." "Enough of this, get to the point." At this moment, Lin Tian interjected, "Should I kneel and beg you, or are you here to acquire President Chen's company?" Wang Tao's smile abruptly vanished. Observing Lin Tian's calm demeanor, he realized that the situation was not as he had presumed. Lin Tian appeared unperturbed. He must be pretending, Wang Tao thought to himself, his heart racing with anxiety. With that thought, a smile returned to Wang Tao's face as he looked at Lin Tian, saying, "Indeed, kneel and plead with me, and perhaps I may spare you at this event." Lin Tian shot Wang Tao an incredulous glance. "Do you think I am internally panicking? Isn't that the case?" Chapter 25. Behold a magic trick, isn't it so? Wang Tao was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It felt as though Lin Tian was completely unperturbed, and it seemed as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare. He must be feigning composure. It was evident to any discerning observer that the advantage lay with Yan Ruyu's company, and everyone was drawn to it. Wang Tao felt a surge of panic, unable to contain himself. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a frantic anger. "Are your eyes holes? Can't you see such a vast disparity?" Beside them, Chen Mingning clenched her fists in response to the unfolding tension. "Wang Tao, you're flustered," Lin Tian remarked with a calm smile. "A mere gathering of individuals, if you can draw them over, why can't we reclaim them?" "President, prepare a loudspeaker for me," Chen Mingning exclaimed in surprise, struggling to comprehend. "What do you need a loudspeaker for?" "To perform a magic trick," Lin Tian winked mischievously. "Huh? Oh, right." She quickly nodded and hurried off to retrieve the loudspeaker. Meanwhile, Lin Tian smiled at Wang Tao and added, "Do stay put, witness how I perform a magic trick to bring back your lost crowd." With that, Lin Tian turned and walked toward a long table laden with medicinal herbs and instruments. Wang Tao's expression darkened, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "I shall see what trickery you are up to." He followed Lin Tian closely. At the table of herbs, Lin Tian selected more than 10 varieties before approaching the instrument-laden table, just as Chen Mingning returned with the loudspeaker in hand. "What are you planning to do?" Chen Mingning inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Live demonstration," Lin Tian replied, taking the loudspeaker from her. "Now, cover your ears tightly, quickly." "Oh, right." Chen Mingning promptly complied, covering her ears. Ahem. Once she had her ears covered, Lin Tian cleared his throat and tested the loudspeaker, which proved quite effective. The next moment, he gathered a breath of spiritual energy, positioned it at his lips, and bellowed, "Live demonstration of the new product from Ningmeng Beauty Company, immediate trial use." It was as though thunder had struck the ground, akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens. The sound reverberated through the entire venue, causing the very glass to tremble, and even those outside the exhibition could hear it. After a moment of astonishment, the crowd hurriedly rushed towards Lin Tian, and in no time, a throng of people surrounded the long table. Wang Tao, standing closest to Lin Tian, nearly fainted from the volume, and as he prepared to vent his anger, he caught sight of the gathering crowd, leaving him speechless in fear. Chen Mingning, too, gazed in astonishment at the onlookers. Lin Tian smiled nonchalantly and declared, "The live demonstration from Ningmeng Beauty Company is about to commence, so everyone, do not blink." The crowd was largely drawn by curiosity, though some had come from Yen Ruyu's company to undermine Lin Tian. "What kind of live demonstration is this?" "Merely a show for attention. I've heard it's even a trial use. Today's products require at least 10 days to reveal any effect. Have some dignity, don't act like a novice. Who doesn't use machines for production nowadays? Do you have the strength? Do you know the right techniques? Be cautious, you might embarrass yourself. You are all so backward, not even worthy to compare with the toes of Yen Ruyu's company." Chen Mingning could hardly bear to listen, but when Lin Tian suddenly shot her a glance, signaling her to be quiet, she immediately fell silent, lowering her head to stand beside him. Lin Tian cast a steady gaze toward the naysayers and calmly stated, "If you were so capable, shall I step aside for you to take over?" The group fell silent, though they did not forget to scoff under their breath. Chapter 26. Another product that shocks the world. Lin Tian intended to create a potion known as skin moisturizing water. While it may not render one's skin fairer, it possesses the remarkable ability to render the skin exceptionally hydrated and smooth, surpassing even the renowned golden cream. Furthermore, it boasts the advantage of rapid effectiveness. Unlike the golden cream, which requires half a day to show results, the skin moisturizing water achieves its effects in mere minutes. The decision to pursue this formulation crystallized for Lin Tian only after he surveyed the available medicinal herbs. Among the fragmented assortment of ingredients, the skin moisturizing water emerged as the most suitable remedy for the current predicament. Once resolved, Lin Tian commenced his work. His handsome visage suddenly took on a serious demeanor, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. Those standing at a distance might not perceive it, but Chen Mingning, standing closely by, felt the intensity most profoundly. It was as if Lin Tian had transformed into an entirely different person in an instant. His earnest expression was strikingly unfamiliar. A flicker of intrigue danced in Chen Mingning's violet eyes. How many secrets did Lin Tian harbor that she remained unaware of? As she observed his swift movements, she found herself momentarily stunned, akin to being struck by lightning. In truth, she was not alone. The onlookers surrounding them shared her astonishment, with even Wang Tao unable to escape the enchantment. Lin Tian's hands moved with such speed that they appeared to blur into shadows. Was this truly a feat achievable by a mere human? He pulverized handfuls of herbs with deft precision, methodically stirring them together. Suddenly, an invigorating fragrance wafted through the exhibition hall, emanating from the various herbs in Lin Tian's grasp. How fragrant! Is this truly a cosmetic? Are you certain it's not edible? I'm suddenly quite hungry. His speed is astonishing, my eyes can hardly keep up. How is this possible? Bang! Lin Tian set aside the basin containing the verdant potion, rousing the mesmerized crowd. Is this complete? Without lifting his gaze, he seized another basin, adding egg whites, milk, and other ingredients, stirring vigorously at an incredible pace. In no time, a milky liquid materialized in the basin. Lin Tian filtered the green potion, separating the herbal residue, and combined the two liquids. Instantly, a plume of white vapor ascended, conjuring the term ethereal mist in the minds of the onlookers. Before anyone could fully process this spectacle, an unprecedented and even more tantalizing aroma enveloped the air, both refreshing and tantalizing their appetites. All right, it's finished. Lin Tian placed the verdant skin moisturizing water on the table, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Who would like to give it a try? The crowd exchanged glances, each hesitant to step forward. Chen Mengning, unable to bear the silence, offered, "I shall give it a try." However, Lin Tian interjected, "You are already beautiful, with lovely skin, the effect would be minimal." Upon hearing this, Chen Mengning's face flushed slightly, and she fell silent, dutifully stepping aside. At that moment, a few individuals from Yen Ruyu's group chimed in. "What a worthless concoction, apart from its pleasant scent, does it have any other merit? This sort of thing is abundant in Yen Ruyu's company. Do you truly consider it a treasure? Everyone, disperse. Did you not see that cloud of white vapor? If he has combined these haphazard ingredients, what if it turns out to be more toxic than arsenic?" The crowd, finding some merit in these concerns, grew even more reluctant to volunteer. Meanwhile, Wang Tao laughed. "What, is this the magic you intend to perform, just adding more fragrance? I can do that too, haha." Chapter 27. Speak your last words. Lin Tian chuckled, "The magic has only just begun." With that, he casually approached the group of individuals who had just spoken, swiftly identifying one man among them. This man's face was marred with pockmarks and dark spots, and he had been the most vociferous in his remarks, now rendered utterly anxious, fearing Lin Tian might strike him. He shouted, "Look, I told you, this man intends to silence me." The onlookers regarded Lin Tian with a peculiar gaze, rife with skepticism. Chen Mengning approached, her eyes brimming with concern and trepidation. Lin Tian grasped the man firmly and inquired, "What are your last words?" "You'd better let me go. Oh, falsifying is one thing, but now you're threatening me. I will absolutely call the police." "Are you finished? What do you intend to do?" "Don't act rashly. The Yen Ruyu Company and the police will not let this slide. You would do well to release me and offer compensation. I shall then consider this matter resolved." Lin Tian regarded him. "Though your appearance is rather unsightly, your thoughts are quite fanciful." With that, he pressed the man's head down, submerging it into a small basin of skincare solution. The man struggled momentarily before Lin Tian pulled him back out, his face now drenched in the treatment. Lin Tian remarked, "You are about to be disfigured. What are your thoughts?" "I will kill you," the man seethed, gritting his teeth. Yet, how could an ordinary individual hope to contend with Lin Tian? Naturally, he was held fast. The onlookers could no longer stand idly by, and began to voice their discontent. "So this is how Ningmeng Beauty Company operates. A mere word leads to violence. I misjudged this company, devoid of strength, yet brimming with brutality. No, this is a misunderstanding. I apologize to everyone. Please hear my explanation," Chen Mengning implored, her anxiety palpable, but the crowd gazed at her with disappointment. Lin Tian suddenly stated, "President, you need not apologize. These individuals are of no concern to you. Soon enough, they will be the ones seeking your favor." Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted with indignation. "Who would seek your favor? They must be fools." Lin Tian merely smiled, his amusement a mystery to all, before picking up a bottle of mineral water and rinsing away the skincare solution from the man's face. In an instant, the surrounding noise dissipated, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Only the man remained, his face contorted with rage. "Don't think that washing this away absolves you. If you do not kneel and apologize today, I will ensure you lose everything." Lin Tian quietly retrieved his phone, activated the selfie mode, and handed it to the man. The man took the phone and, in a heartbeat, was enveloped in an intense, surreal silence. He scrutinized the image, confirming that the beauty filter was off. Yet who was the strikingly handsome figure with skin as flawless as an infant's? He shifted positions several times, ultimately realizing that the individual on the screen was none other than himself. "How is this possible?" he gasped, collapsing onto the ground as if he had seen a ghost. Among those present, only Lin Tian remained composed. He clapped his hands to rouse the crowd from their stupor and slowly declared, "Who wishes to come up and try?" Previously, this statement had gone unnoticed, like air. Now, it provoked a fervent response, with everyone clamoring, "Me. Do not rush, one at a time. Or furthermore, I am merely an employee. Should anyone wish to try, they must consult my president," Lin Tian said, looking at Chen Mengning. The crowd buzzed with excitement, though some recalled their earlier remarks, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Yet, the alluring green skin care solution remained, tempting them like a siren. A treasure that could enhance one's complexion. Chapter 28. Do I want a girlfriend? Is it beauty or face value? Naturally, beauty is paramount. After all, it is merely a matter of an apology. Once the stakes were understood, those who had just spoken ill of Lin Tian hastened to apologize. However, Lin Tian waved his hand and said, "It's not for me to decide. You should speak to our CEO." The group nodded and rushed to Chen Mengning, sincerely expressing, "Ms. Chen, we sincerely apologize for our earlier remarks made without knowing the truth. Please forgive us." "It's quite all right," Chen Mengning replied, a smile gracing her face, and Lin Tian could see that she was genuinely pleased. Big brother, I was wrong earlier," Lin Tian suddenly heard a voice. Turning around, he saw the man who had just apologized. Now blushing, Lin Tian regarded him and asked, "Oh, and what do you wish to do now?" "I would like to purchase some more of the potion." "There are no more. Each person is allowed only one trial." Lin Tian replied calmly, "Besides, doesn't T or Yenyu company have plenty of such products?" The man's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. It was all nonsense earlier. Lin Tian chose to ignore the man and picked up the microphone again, announcing, "This product is called Skin Perfecting Water. It can render your skin flawless. For those who have not yet tried it, please be patient. Our Ningming company will have it available for sale. Currently, we are fervently promoting the golden skin ointment, which has the ability to whiten the skin. Those who try it will know its effects. It is a sister product to the earlier Skin Perfecting Water. The booth over there has it for sale, and you may also try it, but it will take half a day to see results." Those who had just tried the Skin Perfecting Water rushed over once more, creating a bustling scene at the booth. After all this, Lin Tian approached Wang Tao and said, "So, what do you think of my magic?" Wang Tao glared at Lin Tian through clenched teeth, and after a prolonged silence, he could not utter a word. Finally, he could only snort coldly and return to Yenyu company. However, there were only a few people left chatting over there. Once the entire basin of Skin Perfecting Water had been distributed, Chen Mingning approached Lin Tian, scrutinizing him seriously, and then said, "I find you increasingly enigmatic. Where did that Skin Perfecting Water come from?" "It was left by my ancestors." Chen Mingning sighed, "I knew it, but I truly must thank you this time. A simple meal would not suffice. Tell me, what do you desire?" "What do I want?" Lin Tian gazed at the exquisite and perfect Chen Mingning. "I want a girlfriend." Of course, Lin Tian would not voice this thought. Instead, he said, "A monetary bonus would suffice, and also, the formula for the Skin Perfecting Water is worth something." "Ha!" Chen Mingning instantly laughed, feeling somewhat relieved after Lin Tian's scrutinizing gaze, fearing he might have an outrageous demand. "Nevertheless," she replied, "rest assured, you will not be shortchanged." Lin Tian nodded and added, "Remember to apply for a patent." After saying this, he departed, as the day was growing late and the exhibition was nearing its end. He still needed to pick up Li Muling from school. Wang Tao glared furiously at the Ningming Beauty Company's booth. Only 6 days remained. They had no new products to showcase, so if they did not take decisive measures, they would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Tian and Chen Mingning. Damn it! He kicked over a table and dialed his boss's number. "They are far too arrogant. What should we do? If direct methods fail, we must resort to underhanded tactics." Wang Tao instantly understood. "I see." After saying this, the call ended abruptly. Wang Tao stowed his phone and turned to gaze at the opposing booth, a cold smile slowly forming on his lips. "What will you do if your booth is gone? What events can you hold then?" Chapter 29. Tea at the bar. Before long, he had established contact with the most formidable gang in Shanghai City, the Black Tiger Gang. Leveraging his connections, he managed to obtain the phone number of the gang's second-in-command. As soon as the call connected, he forced a smile and said, "Brother Shu, this is Wang Tao. You have a moment to spare for a meal with me? I have a small matter I would like to request your assistance with." "Of course," came the reply. After hanging up, a cold smirk deepened on Wang Tao's face. "Lin Tian, what do you have to challenge me with? I possess allies in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Eliminating you is as simple as breathing, and I might not even need to lift a finger." The following day, when Lin Tian arrived at the exhibition, he noticed all the staff from the Ningming company standing to one side, particularly Chen Mingning, who wore an icy expression. Even from over 10 meters away, the chill emanating from her could be palpably felt. What happened? Lin Tian approached and immediately spotted the wrecked exhibition booth, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who did this?" Lin Tian inquired of Chen Mingning. She shook her head, replying, "We have no idea. When we arrived, it was already like this. That if I find out who is responsible, they shall not escape unscathed. At this point, we should hastily clean up and reassemble the booth," Lin Tian suggested, as he had a nagging suspicion about the culprit. Who other than Wang Tao could it be? "Oh dear, what has happened to the booth? It seems to have vanished. Have you offended someone you shouldn't have?" Wang Tao's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Tian turned to see Wang Tao grinning like a blooming flower, while Chen Mingning regarded him with palpable disdain. "Was it you?" she asked coldly. Wang Tao chuckled. "President Chen, one must speak with evidence, you know." "You must have crossed paths with someone far too formidable," Lin Tian interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Tao, his tone serene. "There is no one we cannot contend with, merely a fool unaware of their own mortality. By the way, Manager Wang, if you happen to know that person, I suggest you advise them to tread carefully, lest they find themselves in a dire predicament." At these words, Wang Tao's face paled slightly, and he forced a laugh. Manager Lin truly has a sense of humor. You shall soon discover this is no jest, Lin Tian replied, before moving on to assist. Chen Mingning shot Wang Tao a frosty glare for a moment longer before she too joined in the efforts to clear the wreckage of the booth. Damn it, how dare you threaten me? I will surely have my revenge. Wang Tao muttered, watching Lin Tian and Chen Mingning labor diligently, his voice dripping with malice. Even if you manage to fix the booth, I can destroy it again and again. A day passed. The new booth was finally assembled. Observing the pristine setup, Chen Mingning felt uneasy and decided to call for additional security, ensuring she could leave with peace of mind. Lin Tian returned home to fetch Li Muling, and after she fell asleep in the dead of night, he slipped out once more. Zhang Hao, where are you? Ah, brother Tian. I'm at the Imperial KTV enjoying some tea, what's up? I'm on my way to find you. Upon Lin Tian's arrival, he saw Zhang Hao and Li Shu, accompanied by a few underlings, waiting at the entrance. As Lin Tian stepped out of the vehicle, they greeted him warmly. Brother Tian, the medicine you provided has truly worked wonders. I feel significantly better now, Zhang Hao exclaimed, draping an arm over Lin Tian's shoulder, his joy unmistakable. Lin Tian smiled in return, as long as it is effective. Zhang Hao led Lin Tian into a private room, and upon seeing the steaming tea on the glass table, Lin Tian chuckled, drinking tea in a KTV? I must commend you. What is so surprising about that? Li Shu laughed. Brother Hao was drinking tea at the bar just this morning. Zhang Hao replied sheepishly, what could I do? One must heed Brother Tian's words. He then grew serious, asking, Brother Tian, what brings you here today? Chapter 30. She belongs to me. Someone has taken a disliking to me and is intent on causing me trouble, Lin Tian remarked as he poured himself a cup of tea. This morning, the place where I work was vandalized. What? That scoundrel has such audacity. Zhang Hao exclaimed, his anger surging, while even Li Shu stood up in agitation, declaring, Brother Tian, who is it? We shall deal with him. Lin Tian responded, Wang Tao. Wang Tao. I remember now, he was the one who treated me to dinner last night. He asked me to help him vandalize a place, and I had no idea it was your establishment, Brother Tian. Li Shu retorted angrily, damn it, how dare he play me for a fool. I'll go take care of him right now. There's no rush. Lin Tian waved his hand. I suspect he will seek assistance again tomorrow, but I doubt he will come to you. Instead, he will likely approach some of his subordinates. Just do me a favor. What do you mean? Zhang Hao inquired. Lin Tian took out his phone and displayed a photograph of Chen Mingning. Take a picture of this and ensure everyone remembers her. Keep an eye out, should she be brought here against her will, look after her. Fearing they might misunderstand, he added, she is one of us, understood? We understand, we understand. Zhang Hao and the others replied, expressions of realization dawning upon them. They glanced at Chen Mingning's photograph and, to be honest, she was indeed stunning, like a celestial being. What shall we do about that scoundrel Wang Tao? Li Shu asked. Lin Tian finished his tea in one gulp. Let him come to us tomorrow. When he does, do not show him any mercy, teach him a lesson. Brother Tian, rest assured, we will not disappoint you. After issuing his orders, Lin Tian returned home on the following day. The exhibition booth remained intact, allowing the event to proceed as planned. Nearly all attendees flocked to the Ningmeng Beauty Company's stall, primarily to purchase the golden skin cream and inquire about the skin hydration lotion. From a distance, Wang Tao's expression darkened. Enjoy yourselves. Let us see if you can still smile tomorrow. He muttered angrily before dialing a number. Brother Biao, are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Oh, you are free, how about the Happiness Restaurant? When? Let us go right now. After hanging up, Wang Tao cast a cold glance at Chen Mingning before striding out. At the Happiness Restaurant, Wang Tao arrived early, securing a private room and ordering a feast in anticipation of his guest, Kuang Biao. Kuang Biao, one of Li Shu's subordinates, was unaware of Lin Tian's situation, thus maintaining a polite demeanor toward Wang Tao. Before long, Kuang Biao arrived. Having met Wang Tao alongside Li Shu the previous day, he afforded Wang Tao a degree of respect. After drinking and dining, Kuang Biao directly inquired, speak up, you wouldn't be so generous as to treat me without a reason. What do you need my help with? Heh, it's a trivial matter, capture this woman for me. Wang Tao produced his phone, displaying a picture of Chen Mingning. Take her to your place, and await my arrival. As he spoke, he produced a substantial red envelope and handed it to Kuang Biao. Weighing the envelope in his hands, Kuang Biao grinned, you certainly know how to handle people, let us make our move tonight, don't sleep, wait for my call. By the way, this girl is quite attractive. The day passed swiftly, and by evening, Lin Tian arrived early to pick up Li Yuling. It was not until after 9 that Chen Mingning finished tidying up the exhibition items and prepared to leave. However, as she approached the parking area, a van suddenly surged forth, and several individuals emerged. "Hey, little lady, someone is looking for you," one man said with a menacing expression. "You look quite fresh, a princess from a wealthy family, I presume. It would be wise not to resist, otherwise, it could get ugly." Chen Mingning's face paled slightly as she retreated cautiously, eyeing the men with suspicion. "Who sent you?" she demanded coldly. Chapter 31 Bewildered Frenzy. Knowing too much is not in your best interest. Comply and come with us, lest you suffer. As a group approached, Chen Mingning turned on her heels and fled. However, running in high heels proved to be a formidable challenge, and in her haste, she stumbled after just a couple of steps. Ah! The impact left her feeling as though her knees had shattered, tears streaming down her face in agony. Why bother? Seize her! The group swiftly brandished ropes, capturing the fallen Chen Mingning and tossing her into a vehicle, causing her to injure her hands anew, the pain rendering her face pale. "Help!" she cried out in desperation. "Silence!" one man barked angrily, shoving a cloth into her mouth. MMM. Despair filled Chen Mingning's eyes as the image of Lin Tian flashed through her mind. "Lin Tian, save me." Before long, they arrived at the Imperial KTV, dragging Chen Mingning into a private room. Observing her exquisite figure and stunning beauty, the men felt a warmth rising in their abdomens, as if a fire were igniting within them. Their gazes towards Chen Mingning became increasingly fervent. "This girl is breathtaking, I didn't notice before, but now who cares about Wang Tao? Let us see if she is still untouched," one declared, beginning to unfasten his trousers. Chen Mingning perceived their reactions, her heart sinking as she recognized their intentions, leaving her face drained of color and filled with despair. "Lin Tian, help me, please." Just as the man began to loosen his belt, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Irritated, he glanced at it, discovering a message from his boss. Li Shu.it contained a photograph and a message. "Look closely, this woman is of utmost importance to our Black Tiger gang. If you value your life, do not offend her, and as for that Wang Tao, strike him whenever you encounter him." Quan Biao glanced at the photo, which featured a stunning woman, undeniably beautiful. She resembled the very person before him, crying. Chen Mingning, his face turned ashen. No way. "Don't move," he bellowed suddenly, startling the men who had just begun to disrobe. His shout also frightened Chen Mingning. "Boss, what is wrong?" Quan Biao felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "Good heavens, did you not just claim to be a big shot in the Black Tiger gang, and that Wang Tao, how dare he cross me?" He thought this but knelt down, cautiously loosening Chen Mingning's bindings while nervously saying, "We were merely joking. Please forgive us this once." Everyone was taken aback by Quan Biao's unexpected actions and words. "Boss, what are you doing?" one man grinned, eyeing Chen Mingning's alluring figure. "You've already undone your pants." "What are you talking about?" Once the ropes were loosened, Quan Biao sprang to his feet, delivering a forceful slap to the man who had just spoken, roaring, "Do you wish to die? If you want to live, put your pants back on immediately and apologize." Chen Mingning doubted her own ears. How could those who had just kidnapped her suddenly utter such words? Yet, she dared not speak, merely enduring the pain as she cautiously edged into a corner, keeping a wary eye on them while discreetly retrieving her phone. Quan Biao was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed hard and dialed Li Shu's number, whispering, "Brother Shu, the woman in the photo has just been captured by us." Chapter 32 The Trembling Madman. Upon hearing those words, Li Shu was instantly consumed by rage, shouting into the phone, "What have you done to her? If even a single hair is missing, you won't know how you met your demise. Where are you right now?" "Emperor KTV, be cautious, I am on my way." Li Shu hung up the phone and promptly rushed over with his men, while the madman, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep, was engulfed in a sense of injustice, yet he could not voice it. If even a single hair could lead to death, now that Chen Mingning was injured, would he not be turned into a mere pulp? It was all Wang Tao's fault. His hatred for Wang Tao was profound. However, the immediate priority was to placate Chen Mingning. Having made up his mind, he hurried to her side, causing Chen Mingning to shudder in fright, her recently dialed phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor. It was over. Chen Mingning could already envision the fate that awaited her, and despair began to overwhelm her heart. The madman, glancing at the phone on the ground, was seized by a singular thought. It was over. He had frightened her. "President Chen, why the late-night call? Is there something amiss?" Lin Tian's voice emanated from the phone, catching both Chen Mingning and the madman off guard. However, Chen Mingning reacted quickly, shouting, "Help me!" On the other end, Lin Tian paused momentarily before inquiring, "Where are you?" At that moment, the madman picked up the phone and, noting Chen Mengning's expression of utter despair, handed it back to her, signaling her to continue speaking. He then swiftly moved a short distance away. I am it, Chen Mengning faltered, uncertain of her location. An opportunity had arisen. The madman's eyes brightened as he shouted, "This is Emperor KTV, room 312. A voice unfamiliar to him. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly, but without hesitation, he exited, keeping the call active. However, Chen Mengning was at a loss for words, clearly terrified. Thus, Lin Tian attempted to reassure her, "Do not be afraid. I will be there shortly. Can you ascertain if they are members of the Black Tiger Gang?" Hearing Lin Tian's voice, Chen Mengning regained some composure. She cautiously asked, "Are you members of the Black Tiger Gang?" "Yes, yes." The madman nodded vigorously, nearly creating an illusion with his motions. Although Chen Mengning felt somewhat confused, her fear was paramount, and she quietly conveyed to Lin Tian, "They claim to be members of the Black Tiger Gang." Lin Tian immediately exhaled in relief. "You need not fear. They will not harm you. Rest assured, I am on my way." "Ha?" Chen Mengning's face was a picture of bewilderment, but before she could inquire further, the call was abruptly ended, sending her into a state of heightened anxiety as she cast a fearful glance at the madman standing a short distance away. The madman appeared utterly despondent. Chen Mengning clearly did not trust him. More than 10 minutes swiftly passed. Chen Mengning observed the madman standing motionless nearby, his face slick with cold sweat, while those around them were equally perplexed and anxious, yet no one dared to move. Suddenly, she recalled Lin Tian's earlier words. Why were they reluctant to harm her? Just as her curiosity piqued, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and a man whom Chen Mengning had never encountered stormed in, seething with anger, which sent her trembling in terror. Brother Shu. The madman was even more terrified, his face drained of color, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Li Shu surveyed the room, noting the absence of anyone, and bellowed, "Where is she?" The madman, trembling, pointed to the corner, "Over there." Li Shu turned his gaze and immediately spotted the trembling Chen Mengning, her face streaked with tears. Seeing her in such a state, his heart sank with a jolt, and he thought to himself, "This is not good." Chapter 33. We are going home. In the next moment, he erupted in fury once more, berating Quang Biao. "What have you just done to her?" "We did nothing." Quang Biao stammered, nearly collapsing in fright, his head shaking in a daze. "It was just that we startled her when we brought her here, you." Li Shu was so enraged that words failed him. He chose silence, understanding that the priority was not to reprimand Quang Biao, but to ascertain Chen Mengning's well-being. He hurried to her side, anxiety etched across his face. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Upon seeing him rush over, Chen Mengning's face drained of color, but upon hearing the term sister-in-law, she froze in the corner, bewildered. What was happening? Noticing her pallor, Li Shu felt a surge of trepidation, and cautiously suggested, "Sister-in-law, please sit on the sofa, this corner is both cold and hard." Chen Mengning shook her head vehemently. "No. This is terrible." Li Shu thought to himself, if Lin Tian were to unleash his wrath, he wouldn't know how he might perish. Dreaming? At that moment, Lin Tian's voice suddenly echoed from outside. Chen Mengning's heart leaped with joy, and she immediately shouted, "I'm here." After calling out, she quickly covered her mouth, her expression one of vigilance as she gazed at Li Shu. Hearing Lin Tian's voice, Li Shu rushed to the door to greet him, and indeed, he saw Lin Tian striding towards him. "Tiangu, please don't be angry just yet. Let me say one thing first." Li Shu stood at the doorway cautiously, addressing Lin Tian. "Sister-in-law has hurt her hands and feet, but we truly did not touch her, so when you see her, please do not be furious. It really was not our doing." Li Shu was on the verge of tears. "I understand, I will ask her," Lin Tian responded. I in the corner, Chen Mengning saw Li Shu blocking the entrance and thought he intended to prevent Lin Tian from entering. However, she soon heard him uttering some nonsensical phrases before permitting Lin Tian to come in. Upon witnessing Chen Mengning curled up in the corner, trembling and with tear-streaked cheeks, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He quickly approached her, anxiety evident in his voice. "What happened? Who bullied you?" Instinctively, as Lin Tian rushed towards her, Chen Mengning flung herself into his embrace. The warmth of his embrace felt comforting and safe. After a night filled with tension, she could no longer contain herself, weeping uncontrollably, as if the very mountains and rivers were shaken to their core. Lin Tian, feeling a pang of distress, gently patted her back. Once her sobs began to subside, he softly urged, "Stop crying, tell me, who has wronged you?" Chen Mengning peeked out from Lin Tian's embrace, casting a glance at Quang Biao and the others, before shaking her head and holding him tightly, saying nothing. Lin Tian shot a cold glare at Quang Biao, commanding, "When it comes time for vengeance, be ruthless and teach him a lesson on how to be a person, understood?" Quang Biao immediately grasped the implication and nodded. If he were to seek retribution, it would be against Wang Tao, the very scoundrel who had wronged him. Lin Tian patted Chen Mingning's back and tenderly declared, "All right, I shall take you home now." Chen Mingning nodded in agreement, but just as she attempted to walk, a sudden pain shot through her knee, causing her face to blanch as she remembered that she had fallen on it. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Tian quickly inquired, "What is wrong?" At that moment, Quang Biao interjected, "Anxious, sister-in-law has hurt her knee and hands, that we were in the wrong, but we truly did not know at the time. It was not intentional." Lin Tian shot him a stern look. "This shall not happen again. I wouldn't dare, there will be no next time." Lin Tian then turned his gaze to Chen Mingning in his arms, took a deep breath, and scooped her up in a princess carry. "Ah, what are you doing?" Chen Mingning's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Chapter 34 To 3 generations of healers in my ancestry, I shall escort you home, Lin Tian declared as he carried Chen Mingning out. Initially, he intended to examine her limbs here, but the dim lighting of the private room prompted him to postpone it until they returned home. At that moment, Li Shu hurriedly approached, handing Lin Tian a set of car keys. "Brother Tian, this is the key to my car, consider it an apology." "All right," Lin Tian nodded and swiftly departed. Li Shu's vehicle was a BMW M6, a model Lin Tian was oblivious to, as he had never been one to concern himself with such matters. His thoughts were more occupied with how Lin Yuti was faring at school. Inside the car, Chen Mingning sat in the passenger seat, her large eyes sparkling as they gazed at Lin Tian. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, the memory of her recent embarrassment made her wish to find a hole to hide in, while Lin Tian's gentle embrace left her feeling almost faint. Heaven knows, President Chen had never experienced romance throughout her life. Lin Tian, after a brief silence, Chen Mingning, her face still flushed, whispered, "What is your relationship with them? Why do they call you Brother Tian? Are you allied with them?" Lin Tian replied without sparing her a glance, "I saved their leader's life. Hence, they hold me in esteem." Chen Mingning was taken aback, "You can save lives? My ancestors have practiced medicine for 3 generations. Do you believe me?" As he spoke, Lin Tian brought the car to a halt, prompting a puzzled Chen Mingning to inquire, "Why have we stopped?" Lin Tian exited the vehicle with a decisive slam of the door, disregarding her question. Chen Mingning, feeling a surge of anxiety, glanced around and suddenly spotted a traditional Chinese medicine shop in the direction Lin Tian had taken. 3 generations of healers, no wonder he possesses such miraculous remedies, she pondered. What could he possibly be doing now? Before long, Lin Tian returned with a small bag of herbs and bandages. Chen Mingning, feeling utterly bewildered by Lin Tian's actions, curiously asked, "What are you planning to do with that?" Lin Tian placed the herbs down casually and replied, "This is for you." "Oh. But I'm not ill," she murmured softly. "You have an injury," he stated as the car resumed its journey. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Chen Mingning's villa. Due to her knee injury, Lin Tian once again scooped her up, causing her ears to flush crimson and her delicate face to burn with embarrassment. "Put me down. I can walk by myself," she insisted quietly. Lin Tian merely cast her a glance, pretending he hadn't heard, and continued to carry her. It must be said that while he had previously admired her figure, now holding her felt delightfully soft, evoking a phrase in his mind. As soft as a feather. Moreover, the faint fragrance emanating from Chen Mingning made it difficult for him to let go. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Tian gently placed her on the sofa and instructed, "Wait here while I prepare some medicine for you." With that, he took the bag of herbs into the kitchen. On the sofa, Chen Mingning watched Lin Tian's disappearing figure, her heart warming unexpectedly. A peculiar sensation swirled within her. Not long after, Lin Tian emerged with the concocted medicinal paste, kneeling beside Chen Mingning's feet and delicately grasping her exquisite, fair foot. It felt so smooth, so soft. Lin Tian's heart raced. What are you doing?" Chen Mingning's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and where Lin Tian's fingers touched, it felt as though an electric current coursed through her, leaving her tingling all over. "Feigning ignorance, are we?" Chapter 35. Curiosity is not far from collapse. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at her, yet his hands remained deftly engaged, swiftly applying herbal remedies to Chen Mingning's injured knee. With equal haste, he wrapped a bandage around it, and seizing a moment of her distraction, he infused a stream of spiritual energy into her. An unexpected warmth radiated from her knee, prompting Chen Mingning to emit a soft, involuntary ing. Lin Tian's hand trembled. What an overwhelming effect! In that fleeting instant, Lin Tian felt as if his mind had gone blank. Being a president truly posed its own dangers. Upon regaining her senses, Chen Mingning's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly reaching her neck. It was hardly her fault. She had never been in a romantic relationship, with her last hand-holding encounter occurring 8 years ago with Qin Shao. Lin Tian endeavored to compose himself, feigning nonchalance as he grasped her small hand once more, only to discover a considerable bruise. He felt a pang of sympathy and gently advised her, "Bear with it." Chen Mengning, overwhelmed by shyness, found her mind nearly malfunctioning, unable to comprehend Lin Tian's continued words, resulting in nothing but instinctive nods. However, when Lin Tian placed his hand upon hers, the pain jolted her back to reality, nearly causing her to cry out, yet she was soon enveloped by a wave of warmth emanating from his hand. Why is his hand so warm? Chen Mengning pondered, entirely oblivious to Lin Tian's use of spiritual energy for her healing. Minutes later, Lin Tian withdrew his hand, and the bruise on Chen Mengning's little hand had vanished, revealing a delicate, fair complexion once more. Staring in disbelief at her hand, she tentatively moved it, astonished to find that the pain had completely dissipated. She had initially anticipated a recovery period of at least 2 weeks. At that moment, Lin Tian suddenly bent down, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry, and proceeded towards the second floor. Chen Mengning was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure to inquire, "What are you doing?" "I'm taking you back to your room." "There's no need, I can walk by myself," she insisted. "Don't feign strength at this moment," Lin Tian replied, opening the door to Chen Mengning's room. A wave of delightful fragrance wafted out, and upon turning on the light, a beautifully decorated room came into view. A tidy desk, purple curtains, a pristine white bed adorned with a pink quilt, and the towering wardrobe. Most strikingly, a plush bear almost the size of a person lay upon the bed. Chen Mengning, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, playfully punched Lin Tian's chest and declared, "Release me and leave." Lin Tian disregarded her protests, gently placing her on the bed, and despite her expression of trepidation, he tucked her in with the quilt. "I haven't bathed yet. You can forego bathing tonight. Wash up in the morning after removing the medicine. Also, you left your car behind, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Don't oversleep." She immediately pouted, "I won't oversleep." Lin Tian chose not to engage in any argument but instead smiled, bidding her see you tomorrow before turning to leave, casually switching off the light and closing the door behind him. He had to return home to prepare breakfast for Li Muling the following morning. After all, Lin Tian was quite the homebody. In the darkness of Chen Mengning's villa, she lay wide-eyed, her large, beautiful eyes blinking in the gloom. She was restless. Lin Tian's abrupt departure had stung her, leaving her questioning her allure. Had she truly lost her charm? Was she no longer beautiful? But she was only 24, if beauty were the issue, then why hadn't Lin Tian shown any interest in her? Throughout the night, Chen Mengning's thoughts were consumed by Lin Tian. In the days that had passed, she had witnessed many unfamiliar facets of him, and she sensed that he was not an ordinary individual. What kind of person was Lin Tian? Truly, Chen Mengning was filled with curiosity. Chapter 36. The miserable Wang Tao. As Lin Tian escorted Chen Mengning back, within the private room of the Imperial KTV, Li Shu was seething with rage, resembling a ferocious tiger poised to pounce. He fixed an intense gaze upon Quang Biao and declared, "It is fortunate that I received the news promptly, otherwise, Brother Tian would have surely killed you just now." Quang Biao rubbed his head and murmured, "Brother Tian? Indeed, that dashing man just now is Brother Tian. Do not be deceived by your robust physique, before him, you are but a mere shadow." Quang Biao gasped in astonishment, "How can that be? He appeared so amiable." "Just because he seems amiable, do you think he is easy to provoke? Isn't a tiger without its fangs merely a cat?" Well, Quang Biao found himself at a loss for words. "Let me be frank with you. He once looked down upon me as well, and when we clashed, he effortlessly annihilated me without a second glance. At that time, there were 4 bodyguards more formidable than you, and they could not even lay a finger on him. They were utterly defeated. Even Hao Gu must treat him with utmost respect, for he saved Hao Gu." Li Shu fixed his gaze upon Quang Biao and asked, "Do you now comprehend how to proceed?" Quang Biao swallowed hard, nodding repeatedly, "Understood, understood." Li Shu nodded in satisfaction before taking a seat on a nearby sofa, while Quang Biao, with a grim expression, retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Tao's number. "How is it, Biao Ge? You have captured the girl, right?" Wang Tao's obsequious voice came through immediately. Quang Biao grinned menacingly and replied, "Indeed, I have captured her. This little lass is quite the catch. Come and retrieve her, but do bring a substantial amount of money. I find it difficult to part with her." Wang Tao was taken aback and quickly responded, "Biao Ge, please do not harm her. I will give you an additional 200,000. "Very well, I shall come right away." With that, Quang Biao ended the call, glaring at his phone in fury, muttering, "If I do not deal with this brat decisively this time, I will turn my name around." Meanwhile, Wang Tao dashed out of his home, worried about Chen Mengning. His anxiety was not born from genuine concern, but rather from avarice. Chen Mengning's beauty was renowned, and she was one of the goddesses of Shanghai City. Countless men wished to share their lives with her in bed. How could he allow a goddess to be sullied by gangsters? Thus, he drove recklessly, soon arriving at the Imperial KTV. Biao Ge, I have arrived. Before even reaching the private room, Wang Tao called out, fearing that if he was a moment too late, they might have already taken advantage of Chen Mingning. He hurried into Quang Biao's room, only to find Li Shu present. Ah, Shu Ge is here as well, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Li Shu replied with a cold smirk. At that moment, a lackey slowly closed the door to the private room, plunging the space into dimness. Wang Tao sensed that the atmosphere was amiss but dared not voice his concerns. All he could think about was swiftly taking Chen Mingning away and returning home to indulge himself. With this thought, he turned to Quang Biao with a sycophantic gaze. Biao Ge, where is she? Seeing Wang Tao's beaming smile, Quang Biao could no longer contain himself. Like a volcano erupting, he leaped in front of Wang Tao and slapped him, sending him crashing to the floor, utterly dazed. Biao Ge, did I permit you to speak? Quang Biao retaliated with another blow, causing Wang Tao's teeth to fly out, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, leaving him in a pitiful state. Damn it, how dare you toy with me? Quang Biao shook his hand and barked, get him. Leave him with just a breath. More than a dozen lackeys, who had been waiting on the sidelines, surged forward, pummeling Wang Tao until he questioned the very meaning of life. What on earth was happening? Even if he had 10 heads, he could not fathom why the once amiable Quang Biao was now intent on beating him. He remained blissfully unaware of Lin Tian's involvement. Chapter 37 of The Frightened Boss. Wang Tao. Brother Biao, stop, I acknowledge my mistakes, please, stop, I'm going to die. Wang Tao cried out, but his pleas fell on deaf ears as fists and kicks continued to rain down upon him. After several agonizing seconds, Quang Biao finally ordered his men to cease their assault. Wang Tao lay there, drenched in blood, his eyes wide open and vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. Even now, he could not fathom the reason behind his beating. You reckless fool, daring to touch Brother Tian's woman, even if you had 10 lives, they would be of no use to you. Quang Biao spat furiously, then turned to Li Shu with a respectful demeanor, saying, Brother Shu, what shall we do now? Retrieve his phone, Li Shu instructed. Lin Tian had previously sent him a message, and he was now ready to act on it. Understood. Quang Biao quickly located Wang Tao's phone and handed it over to Li Shu. Gratefully, Li Shu took the device, relieved to find that it was unlocked, allowing him to access it without hindrance. With a smile, Li Shu scrolled through the contacts until he found one labeled boss, and without hesitation, he dialed the number. After a few beeps, the call connected. What is it? A deep male voice responded from the other end. I have a message for you, Li Shu replied slowly. Hearing that voice, Louis was taken aback, for it was evidently not Wang Tao's voice, prompting him to frown and inquire, what message? The game has begun. Li Shu delivered the phrase as per Lin Tian's message, and without waiting for a response, he abruptly hung up. Afterward, he snapped several photographs of the battered Wang Tao. Next, he sent the gruesome images of Wang Tao, bloodied and beaten, to the boss. Having completed his task, he tossed the phone back to Wang Tao and turned to leave, casually remarking, dispose of him. Life and death are predestined. In a nearby villa, Louis stared in shock at the images on his phone. In the photographs, Wang Tao appeared as though he had been mortally wounded, his eyes wide open in a look of despair. Reflecting on the phone call, the game has begun. Louis felt his heart race. What game could this be? He was acutely aware of its implications. As the president of the Yen Ruyu Beauty Company, he viewed the Ningming Beauty Company as mere playthings. Although he intended to bring it to ruin, he was not in a hurry. Thus, he engaged in a game, planning to meticulously dismantle the Ningming Beauty Company, with Wang Tao's beating being merely a step in that game. But now, Wang Tao was dead, his demise gruesome, and someone had just called to inform him that the game had commenced. In that moment, Louis felt his sense of control evaporate, as if someone were watching him from the shadows, knowing his every secret. The one who had once toyed with others now found himself a pawn in someone else's game. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, rustling the curtains. Who is there? Who is it? Louis shouted in panic, retreating behind the sofa. Yet, after a long pause, there was no response from the window, and he realized he had let his imagination run wild. Slowly, he returned to the sofa, but he could not shake the question of who might be observing him. Chen Mingning, that was impossible. He knew all too well that she was like a child in his eyes, incapable of such machinations. Then who could it be who had taken issue with him? That night, both company presidents lay awake, one troubled and perplexed, the other gripped by fear and confusion. Lin Tian, however, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding. He slept soundly until dawn, rising with a cheerful disposition to prepare breakfast. He then used the BMW M6 he had acquired the previous night to escort Li Muling back to school, realizing how convenient it was to have a car. Following this, he drove to Chen Mengning's residence. Chapter 38 Still claims not to be a late sleeper. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Tian was taken aback to find the front gate securely shut. Was it possible that she had already left for work? Hadn't she promised to wait for him? Nevertheless, to ascertain the situation, he decided to call Chen Mengning. "Hello, have you returned to the office?" No, not yet. Just let me sleep a little longer." After that, silence ensued. Lin Tian surmised she had dozed off again, so he ended the call and climbed through an open window on the second floor. Once he located Chen Mengning's room and listened intently, he could indeed hear the rhythmic sound of her breathing emanating from within. Still claims not to be a late sleeper, Lin Tian chuckled softly before heading downstairs to prepare breakfast. Given her extended slumber, he presumed she must not have rested well the previous night. Thus, he resolved to concoct a revitalizing meat porridge. After the porridge had simmered to perfection, Lin Tian noticed that Chen Mengning had yet to rise. He decided against waking her, as he felt no concern for the exhibition. This morning, he had received a text message informing him that Wang Tao had been incapacitated and was currently in the hospital. Moreover, a warning call had been made to Yen Ruyu's company, likely leaving them rather shaken. Without their cornerstone, Yen Ruyu's company would hardly be in the right frame of mind for the exhibition, especially now that Chen Mengning was poised to unveil her skin-enhancing lotion. The golden skin ointment was already enough to drive countless women wild, not to mention the newly launched skin-enhancing water. With regard to the exhibition, Lin Tian felt utterly unconcerned, and he anticipated that soon, a plethora of orders would flood in for Chen Mengning, with numerous companies seeking collaboration. "Perhaps I should send a couple of bottles to Yudi as well," Lin Tian murmured, a gentle smile gracing his face. Time slipped by, and just as the porridge began to cool, Chen Mengning finally descended the stairs. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, however, she did not immediately spot Lin Tian. Instead, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of the porridge wafting through the air, prompting her stomach to audibly grumble. How could there be porridge? What did it matter? She was too hungry to ponder, thinking to herself, "I'm starving." As she contemplated this, a voice unexpectedly called from the sofa, "Come and sit down." Startled, Chen Mengning turned to see Lin Tian. "Why you? How did you get in here?" Lin Tian would certainly not divulge that he had entered through the window. Who could tell how she would react? Thus, he devised an excuse. "I didn't tea leave last night. I've been sleeping here." "Oh," she nodded, slowly taking a seat on the sofa, though maintaining a considerable distance from him. Lin Tian shot her a glance. "I'm not a monster, I want tea bite. Why are you sitting so far away?" he remarked, moving closer to her feet and gently examining the area around her knee. It had healed completely. "Did you feel pain when you walked just now?" Lin Tian inquired. Chen Mengning was taken aback. She had completely forgotten about her knee injury from the previous night. Therefore, as she had walked down just now, she hadn't felt any discomfort. How remarkable! As she marveled at this, her curiosity about Lin Tian deepened. "Your reaction tells me it doesn't hurt," Lin Tian said, lowering his head to carefully unwrap the bandage. He removed the dried herbs and inspected her knee, which appeared flawlessly smooth, devoid of any scars. Chen Mengning gazed in astonishment at her knee. She had expected a scar but was surprised to find it even smoother than before. Who exactly was Lin Tian? What in this world was beyond his comprehension? Releasing her foot, he stood up and said, "Go take a shower. I've prepared meat porridge for you. Remember to come out and eat afterward." Oh, okay. Chapter 39 What brings you to Earth, my friend? As soon as Chen Mengning thought of the delicious meat porridge, she hurriedly dashed back to her room, only to reappear moments later clad in fresh attire, having made her way to the bathroom. Nearly half an hour later, she emerged, her waist-length ebony hair still damp from her recent wash. Dressed in a sleek professional outfit, she exuded a different kind of grace that caught Lin Tian's eye, compelling him to steal a couple more glances. Checking the time, Lin Tian noted it was already past 9 and hesitantly suggested, "Shall we have breakfast?" Chen Mengning had been eyeing the meat porridge for quite some time, and upon receiving Lin Tian's approval, she immediately rushed over. As she passed by him, Lin Tian felt a refreshing breeze accompanied by an alluring fragrance that easily overshadowed the scent of the porridge. Watching her relish the meat porridge with a look of sheer bliss, Lin Tian couldn't help but find this CEO utterly charming. After breakfast, Chen Mengning patted her belly and remarked to Lin Tian, "Your culinary skills are becoming increasingly impressive. What exactly do you do?" With a smile, Lin Tian replied, "I am the manager of the planning department at Ningling Beauty Company." Chen Mengning shot him an exasperated glance before stepping outside, with Lin Tian naturally trailing behind, well aware that she was heading to work. After signing in at the company, they made their way directly to the exhibition. Just as Lin Tian had anticipated, Yen Ruyu Beauty Company posed no significant threat, as most clients were gathered around the Ningming Beauty Company's booth, leaving the staff bustling about as if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Evening fell, and Chen Mengning received several phone calls, some regarding orders and others seeking meetings for potential collaborations, keeping her in high spirits with a beaming smile throughout the day. As she glanced at Lin Tian at the booth, she suddenly found him exceedingly handsome, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Lin Tian, having procured 2 bottles of golden skin cream and skin nourishing water, intended to leave but turned to see Chen Mengning blushing from a distance, which struck him as peculiar. Nevertheless, noticing her vibrant health, he dismissed the thought and called out, "CEO, I'll be heading off now." Take care on your way," she replied. In such a crowded place, she certainly refrained from uttering anything that might raise suspicion. After dropping off Li Muling and enjoying dinner with her, Lin Tian felt it was about time for the evening study sessions at Shanghai University to conclude. Thus, he set out once more, clutching the golden skin cream and skin nourishing water, heading straight to Shanghai University. Before long, he arrived at the entrance. Considering it was late, it would be inconvenient for Lin Yudi to come out to retrieve the items, so Lin Tian parked his car and prepared to enter the campus himself. The security guard would surely not impede him. With a swift flick of his silver needle, Lin Tian halted the guard, and as he withdrew it, the guard felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness wash over him. What had he been about to do? Strolling along the campus pathway, Lin Tian observed numerous couples, which sparked a twinge of concern in him. Had Lin Yudi found herself a boyfriend? However, his attention quickly shifted when he realized, to his astonishment, that he was lost, muttering in frustration, "In such a large school, can't they provide a map?" He then approached a passing student. "Excuse me, may I trouble you for a moment? Could you direct me to the girls' dormitory?" Lin Tian inquired politely. The bespectacled student regarded him as if he were an oddity, and after a brief pause, responded, "Are you joking? You seriously don't know how to get to the girls' dormitory?" Unbeknownst to the student, Lin Tian had come from outside. Lin Tian forced an awkward smile. How could one possibly know? Seeing that Lin Tian appeared earnest and not jesting, the student sighed and slowly asked, "Which girls' dormitory are you trying to reach?" "Our school has 3 girls' dormitories, each located in different areas." Lin Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 40. She has become more beautiful. Lin Tian was, of course, oblivious to Lin Yudi's whereabouts within that dormitory. Ever since she embarked on her university journey, this girl had undergone a remarkable transformation in her demeanor. As if he owed her something, she had never bestowed a kind expression upon him, and their encounters had dwindled. Were it not for the fact that she was his sole family member, Lin Tian would have long since distanced himself from her. Contemplating this, Lin Tian politely inquired, "So, which dormitory is Lin Yudi residing in?" "Lin Yudi." The student's body jolted in surprise, instantly becoming wary as he scrutinized Lin Tian, his gaze swiftly fixating on the bag in Lin Tian's hand. After a brief moment, he sighed and remarked, "If you intend to pursue a goddess, you ought to at least ascertain her residence. You exhibit a complete lack of sincerity." Lin Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. A goddess, how could that girl's unpleasant temperament ever warrant such a title? He was tempted to ask, "Did you all only consider looks when selecting a goddess?" Unbeknownst to the student, Lin Tian was grappling with an inner turmoil akin to 1,000 mythical beasts rampaging through his mind. He exhaled a sigh and continued, "Never mind, I shall accompany you this time. You are unlike any rich heir I have encountered, yet I still doubt your chances." Lin Tian chuckled softly but refrained from revealing his identity, instead asking, "Are many people vying for her affection?" "What the heck, big brother, are you from another planet?" the student exclaimed. "She is the school's #1 goddess. Over half the male population is infatuated with her, even those with girlfriends still hold a candle for her." Lin Tian felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. When did that girl acquire such allure? "So, does Lin the goddess have a boyfriend?" he asked, feeling inexplicably anxious, his palms growing clammy. "No," the student replied bluntly. Lin Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The goddess is incredibly gentle, everyone adores her, and so many talented individuals are pursuing her. I imagine she must be quite indecisive. Lin Tian was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Wait, did you just describe her as gentle?" "She is gentle." The student regarded Lin Tian as if he were an alien, replying, "If she weren't gentle, would we be drawn to her? Do you think we select a goddess merely based on appearance? Isn't that the case?" Lin Tian longed to voice this sentiment but managed to suppress it. Soon after, he followed the student to a dormitory, where a bright scene awaited, surrounded by a throng of people. "What's happening?" Lin Tian asked curiously. The student shot Lin Tian a glance and said, "Someone is confessing their feelings to the goddess again. I'm off to join the spectacle. You truly seem like an extraterrestrial." With that, the student dashed away, leaving Lin Tian perplexed. Driven by a desire to witness the commotion, he approached, only to be rendered speechless at the sight before him. A fairly handsome young man was kneeling on one knee. Beside him was a flickering red candle arranged in the shape of a heart, surrounded by a number of individuals holding vibrant red roses. The object of his affection was none other than Lin Yudi. Lin Tian nearly let out an exclamation of disbelief. He turned his gaze towards Lin Yudi. After some time apart, she had only grown more exquisite. Her figure had matured, boasting an elegant waist and a lithe silhouette, complemented by her flowing sky-blue hair that danced gently in the evening breeze, and her eyes sparkled with a clarity surpassing that of the purest spring water. Even clad in a school uniform, Lin Tian could not help but marvel at her beauty. She was stunning beyond compare. In fact, she rivaled Chen Mingning, each possessing their unique allure, yet both were breathtaking beauties capable of driving countless men to madness. Truthfully, witnessing Yudi's transformation into such a beauty filled Lin Tian with a sense of pride. At that moment, the young man prepared to confess, speaking tenderly, "Yudi, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I fell deeply in love. If someone had asked me before whether I believed in love at first sight, I would have laughed and shaken my head, thinking it impossible, but now, I realize that I have indeed fallen for you at first sight. Please accept me, I can offer you happiness." Chapter 41 Lin Tian's childhood sweetheart. I can't believe it. Lin Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, yet, the girls surrounding him were captivated, their eyes sparkling. He shook his head slightly and murmured, "Such flattery is excessive, it's quite undesirable." At that moment, Lin Yudi spoke up, her voice as melodious as a tinkling mountain spring. "I'm sorry, you are a good person, but you deserve someone even better." The good person card. Lin Tian nearly burst into laughter. However, he was also puzzled as to why this girl exhibited such a stark contrast in her demeanor towards him compared to others. When addressing him, she was as cold as ice, yet with others, she was inexplicably gentle, even adept at subtly declining. If it were him confessing his feelings, Lin Yudi would undoubtedly respond with a single word: leave. Lin Tian suddenly felt a pang of heartache. The boy who had just proposed his affections, despite knowing he was rejected, persisted with heartfelt determination. "Yudi, grant me a chance. I assure you, I can provide for you lavishly." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the onlooking girls sparkled even brighter, while some boys cast glances of disdain. "So what if you have money?" "I'm sorry, we simply are not compatible. Your wealth makes me feel insecure." Lin Yudi's voice remained enchanting, rendering the rejected suitor unable to muster any resentment. With that, she turned and ascended the staircase. As the surrounding crowd dispersed, realizing there was no hope left, only the handsome boy remained, awkwardly kneeling for a while before finally rising in frustration, hurling an insult at Lin Yudi before hastily departing. However, Lin Tian's icy gaze was fixed upon him. How dare he insult Yudi? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian flicked a silver needle, piercing the boy's shoulder, then swiftly released another needle, sending the first one flying. All of this transpired in an instant. The boy, oblivious, thought he had merely been bitten by a mosquito. Once the crowd had thinned, Lin Tian retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Yudi's number. "What is it?" Her cold voice sent a shiver down his spine. This frigid tone was unmistakably not her true self, for the voice he had just heard was gentle and warm. He attempted to reassure himself, though it proved futile. "I'm here to deliver something. I'm downstairs, could you please come down to collect it?" Lin Tian spoke softly. No matter how frigid she might be, he resolved to remain gentle with her, for she was his last remaining family. "Leave it with the dormitory aunt. I can manage on my own." Lin Tian hesitated, a bitter note creeping into his voice. "I just wanted to see you." The line fell silent for a moment before she replied, "Such a nuisance," and promptly hung up. Lin Tian forced a wry smile, standing there, glancing occasionally at the stairwell. Eventually, he spotted Lin Yudi's figure slowly approaching. From a distance, she had looked beautiful, but now, standing before him, she appeared even more stunning. As Lin Yudi reached Lin Tian, she coldly stated, "Hand it over, I need to return to my sleep." "Oh, right." Lin Tian nodded and handed her the bag, then gently added, "Inside are some new products from the company, along with 1,000 yuan. Treat yourself to something nice at school, you've lost weight. Have you finished?" "I'm leaving." Lin Yudi's eyes flickered momentarily. Finished? How could one ever be truly finished? Yet, amidst a torrent of unspoken words, he could only muster a simple, sleep early." Lin Yudi nodded, took the items, and departed, while Lin Tian watched her figure fade away with a bittersweet expression before finally turning to leave. He understood that girls valued their pride, thus, she would never confront him about what she had just witnessed. Naturally, he could not face her openly either. Chapter 42 The roommate who was almost frightened. On his way home, Lin Tian pondered whether he should purchase new clothes for Lin Yudi. After all, he had just noticed that she was wearing her school uniform, which was already fading from repeated washes. This girl had been with him since childhood, enduring so much hardship without a single complaint. Now that he had a little money to spare, there was no need to hoard it. Buying her a few new outfits was certainly within reason. Lin Tian sighed, "I suppose I should invite her out this weekend." In this world, the only person Lin Tian truly feared was Lin Yudi. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Yudi returned to her room holding the bag Lin Tian had given her. Before she could examine its contents, a cute girl dashed over and snatched the bag from her hands. "Yudi, what's inside?" "It can't possibly be a gift from your boyfriend, can it?" the girl asked with a playful grin. Lin Yudi's cheeks flushed crimson before she quickly composed herself. "Tang Xinyi, stop saying nonsense. I could easily discuss some matters concerning you with your boyfriend." "Not a chance." Tang Xinyi laughed. "Yudi, how can you be so heartless? I am your little sweetheart, after all." "Go away," Lin Yudi retorted. "Just give me the bag back. I haven't even seen what's inside." "Let's look at it together, it's not like it's something scandalous," Tang Xinyi replied cheerfully. Inspecting the plastic bag, it was so ordinary that it was almost laughable. "Yudi, why on earth did you accept this bag? The contents might be dreadfully low quality. This certainly doesn't reflect your taste." Lin Yudi shot her a disdainful glance. "What I choose to accept is entirely my business, I like it." With that, she lunged to retrieve her belongings, but Tang Xinyi deftly dodged her grasp, teasing, "Oh my, has our Yudi fallen for someone? Come on, tell me, is it a gift from that handsome guy?" Lin Yudi's face turned even redder. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing her flustered state, Tang Xinyi giggled a few times before ceasing her playful banter. Instead, she picked up the plastic bag and began to extract its contents. "This is cosmetics?" Tang Xinyi expressed her disappointment, setting aside the golden skin cream. Lin Yudi, curious, took it in her hands. Why had Lin Tian suddenly gifted her cosmetics? Did he think she wasn't pretty enough? Tang Xinyi cautioned, "You shouldn't use cosmetics packed in such a shabby bag, they could very well be low-grade products that might ruin your complexion." Lin Yudi scoffed, "Golden skin cream? I've never heard of this brand. It must be some cheap knockoff." Tang Xinyi's words abruptly caught in her throat, as if she had swallowed a fishbone. After a moment of stunned silence, she turned to Lin Yudi in astonishment. "What did you just say? Golden skin cream?" "Yes, look." Lin Yudi handed the golden skin cream to Tang Xinyi, who examined it closely for several minutes. With each passing moment, her eyes widened in disbelief, until she finally exclaimed, "It's actually real. My goodness." In the next instant, she seemed to recall something and pulled out another cosmetic item. Upon seeing it, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. "This is actually skin rejuvenating water." Witnessing Tang Xinyi's shocked expression, Lin Yudi began to realize that the items Lin Tian had given her were likely not ordinary. A warm feeling blossomed in her heart, yet she remained curious about the products. "What are these things?" Tang Xinyi regarded her with incredulity. "Are you serious? You truly don't recognize these items?" "I don't." Tang Xinyi took a deep breath and elaborated, "These are the latest offerings from Dreamy Beauty Company, priceless in the market, and every woman yearns to possess such exquisite treasures. They're not mere cosmetics but skincare products, each costing thousands, and they are in limited supply. Even if you wanted to buy them, you might not be able to." Chapter 43, The Conspiracy of Li Mu. Lin Yudi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Several thousand?" "Indeed," replied Tang Xinyi, holding two bottles, examining them closely before finally asking, "Who gifted these?" "They are so precious, I initially thought they were mere trash." "I shall not disclose that," Lin Yudi responded, gracing him with a tender smile that could move even the moon to envy. Upon returning home, Lin Tian discovered that Li Muling had already retired for the night, prompting him to head directly to his room. The memory of Lin Yudi's demeanor towards him that evening weighed heavily on his heart. She had once been so affectionate, yet how could her feelings have shifted so abruptly? Seated on his bed, Lin Tian found himself lacking the motivation for cultivation. In a state of lethargy, his gaze fell upon the dragon-shaped jade pendant on his desk. Once a striking piece, it had now dulled to a gray hue. With a tinge of regret, he picked it up, only for it to shatter with a resounding crack. What? Lin Tian collapsed to the floor with a thud, slipping into another dream. In this dream, he acquired a plethora of knowledge, learning a myriad of skills: combat, lockpicking, bomb-making. He even encountered a venerable old man with a white beard, who regarded him with a warm gaze. "Do not disgrace our Lin family, young one," the elder admonished before vanishing, leaving Lin Tian to awaken as dawn broke. He realized that he had gained a wealth of knowledge, but with it arose many questions. Who was that old man? Could he be an ancestor of the Lin family? He appeared almost ethereal, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Nevertheless, amidst his inquiries, Lin Tian did not forget that he needed to prepare breakfast. In the afternoon, Chen Mingning sought out Lin Tian. "Get in the car, I shall treat you to a meal," she said, settling into the vehicle. "We can also discuss the matter of the prescriptions." "Sure," Lin Tian replied as he entered the car. Before long, they arrived at their usual spot, the restaurant where they had dined previously. Chen Mengning surveyed the establishment before explaining, "I prefer this restaurant over a hotel. You have no objections, do you? Or shall we head to a hotel instead?" "There's no need for that, this place is just fine," Lin Tian responded nonchalantly. "Very well," she agreed. Shortly after they entered, a taxi came to a stop outside, and Li Mu emerged. He glanced at the two seated by the window, a cold smirk creeping across his lips. "If I do not eliminate you this time, may I never speak again," he sneered as he walked inside, ordering a meal that included pineapple ribs and vegetables. As Lin Tian's dishes arrived, Li Mu brazenly approached, intending to share their table. Previously, he had laced the pineapple ribs with poison, potent enough to fell an elephant within 10 minutes. Chen Mengning turned to Lin Tian, inquiring, "How much for the 2 prescriptions?" 1 million, it's all yours," Lin Tian stated. "Ha!" Chen Mengning could hardly believe her ears. Only 1 million, given that each vial was worth several thousand, it would not take long to recoup that sum. She felt that this was almost a giveaway. "Are you serious?" Lin Tian nodded, replying, "Just give me 900,000, I'll return the remaining 100,000 to you." "All right," Chen Mengning acquiesced, not wishing to contest the price. She certainly did not believe that Lin Tian was unaware of the prescription's true value. It was clear he simply did not desire a higher price. Why was that? A sudden realization struck Chen Mengning. Could it be that Lin Tian harbored feelings for her? Her cheeks flushed, radiating an irresistible allure. Chapter 44 of The Angry Li Mu. At that moment, Li Mu, brazenly carrying his meal, approached and shamelessly plopped down beside Chen Mengning. With a grin, he said, "Mengning, come try this vegetable. Look at you, you've lost weight." Upon seeing Li Mu, Chen Mengning's expression instantly turned icy. "You are not welcome here, leave." Li Mu's face darkened, but he restrained himself and gently implored Chen Mengning, "Mengning, I apologize for what happened last time. It was my fault, so please forgive me now." Chen Mengning remained unfazed, ignoring Li Mu entirely as she retorted, "Leave, can't you see my boyfriend is here?" With that, she swiftly distanced herself from Li Mu and seated herself beside Lin Tian, her delicate features tinged with a faint blush, her cool demeanor nevertheless captivating. Li Mu's expression grew increasingly grim as he fixed his gaze on Lin Tian and, suppressing his anger, remarked, "You're Lin Tian, right? An orphan. I advise you to be sensible, don't think that a little brute force makes you invincible." Lin Tian looked up at Li Mu, "You've been investigating me?" A cold smirk crept across Li Mu's lips, "And what of it? You, an orphan, must lack connections. I advise you not to oppose me, or you may find yourself in dire straits without even realizing it." "Is that a threat?" Lin Tian chuckled mildly. However, Chen Mengning could not bear to remain silent. Seeing Lin Tian threatened, she was the first to leap to his defense, exclaiming, "Li Mu, don't go too far, I'll tell my dad." Li Mu was incensed. "Your father?" "Uncle Chen, if it weren't for the fact that he once took me in, I would have sent him straight to hell. Do you think I'm still the old Li Mu?" He continued, "Your perspectives are so limited. Do you believe this is the entirety of the world? You're like frogs at the bottom of a well." Chen Mengning's face darkened in anger. "Don't be upset," Lin Tian gently patted her back and said softly, "It's not worth it to stoop to the level of someone like him. I'll help you vent your frustrations." Upon hearing this, Li Mu erupted with laughter. "What can you do? Seek revenge with your brute strength. Besides that, what else can you accomplish?" Chen Mengning, sensing Lin Tian's prowess in combat, quickly grasped his arm, shaking her head, "Don't engage. He is just trying to provoke you. He might have a scheme, it's best if we ignore him." Lin Tian smiled, "I won tea fight, let us just eat." "Trash," Li Mu sneered, extending his chopsticks to snatch the grilled fish Lin Tian had ordered. However, Lin Tian was quicker, deftly seizing a rib and thrusting it into Li Mu's mouth. "You!" Li Mu's expression shifted dramatically. The pineapple ribs were a gift meant for Lin Tian, intended to be slipped into his mouth when he wasn't paying attention, but the tables had turned. Now Lin Tian had forced it upon him. That rib was laced with poison, a highly potent toxin that Li Mu had added. Even he could not withstand its effects for more than 10 minutes. "I'll kill you," he roared, springing to his feet and activating a secret technique while consuming a mysterious pill. Instantly, his aura surged, his garments billowing without wind, and his hair began to lengthen, exuding an ethereal quality. Everyone present was astonished by the spectacle. Was this a deity descending from the heavens? Infuriated beyond measure, Li Mu's strength surged unprecedentedly, propelling him into the first tier of the extraordinary realm. "I will see you dead." His eyes burned with a furious red, resembling raging flames. This scene left Chen Mengning in a state of shock. Her mouth agape. It was her first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. It felt utterly unscientific, Li Mu seemed anything but human. Chapter 45. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Li Mu roared, slamming his palm down on the dining table. The plastic table shattered instantly, sending dishes flying in all directions, with a piece of pineapple landing right in Chen Mingning's mouth. Don't! Before Lin Tian could intervene, Chen Mingning instinctively took a bite, the flavor bursting forth succulent and delicious. Spit it out quickly, Lin Tian urged hastily. At that very moment, Li Mu swung his palm towards Lin Tian's head with a speed that stirred the air like a fierce wind, leaving the onlookers unable to react in time. Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lin Tian's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he unleashed a powerful punch directly into Li Mu's chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose, sending him crashing across the room. In that instant, Li Mu was rendered utterly bewildered. He had believed Lin Tian to be merely a formidable practitioner of the extraordinary realm. Even though he had forcibly advanced to that level himself, he hadn't expected to be so utterly defeated. However, Lin Tian's punch shattered his self-assurance, making him realize that Lin Tian was not simply extraordinary, but belonged to a legendary realm beyond it. He had earned the title of genius, becoming the fearsome Reaper of Hell by the age of 25. Yet Lin Tian appeared even younger. Already a master of mythical caliber, Li Mu, the Reaper of Hell, felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Such a person would only find a worthy adversary in a true master. Bang! Li Mu crashed to the ground, sliding some distance as he collided with several tables, startling everyone present into jumping up in alarm. Chen Mingning, meanwhile, covered her mouth in shock, gazing at Lin Tian in disbelief. She had never realized he possessed such strength, but Lin Tian was not one to let him off easily. This Li Mu had repeatedly provoked him, truly believing he could escape unscathed. With a thunderous sound, Lin Tian leapt up, delivering a swift kick to Li Mu's abdomen, forcing him to cough up blood. Hello, is this the police? At that moment, Lin Tian heard someone calling for help. I won't kill you this time, but you shall learn a lesson. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tian's hand as he flicked his wrist, embedding several gleaming silver needles into Li Mu's body. Without hesitation, Lin Tian removed the needles and dashed toward Chen Mingning. As Chen Mingning began to speak, she was suddenly swept off her feet in a princess carry by Lin Tian. Ah! What are you doing? Chen Mingning blushed deeply at this unexpected assault, struggling in Lin Tian's embrace, lightly pounding his chest with her fists. Stay still! Lin Tian barked, startling her. Seeing the seriousness and urgency in his expression, she felt a twinge of anxiety and inquired, "What's wrong?" Lin Tian hailed a taxi and shouted, "Take us to the nearest traditional medicine shop, as fast as possible. I'll pay 10,000 for the fare." After tossing a stack of red bills into the cab, the driver wasted no time pressing the accelerator. At this moment, Lin Tian also felt the weight of the situation. He swiftly removed his outer coat and laid it on the ground, then retrieved a silver needle, piercing it into Chen Mingning's body. Just as she was about to ask something, a wave of nausea overtook her, and she began to vomit uncontrollably. The expulsion was tumultuous, but fortunately, Lin Tian had placed his coat underneath her, preventing any mess in the cab. In truth, even if there had been a spill, the 10,000 he offered would suffice for numerous cleanings. As she expelled her lunch, Lin Tian promptly removed the needle and swiftly pressed several acupoints on her body. Chen Mingning was utterly perplexed. Just as she was about to voice her confusion, she suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Her body grew cold, causing her to huddle and tremble, her eyes tightly shut. Chapter 46. President Chen has been poisoned. Seeing the pained expression on Chen Mingning's face, Lin Tian's demeanor gradually turned cold. Without hesitation, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, attempting to warm her with his own body. Hurry! The driver, sensing the urgency, accelerated the vehicle, running several red lights and overtaking numerous sports cars, transforming the cab into a blur of speed. He soon brought the car to a halt in front of a pharmacy. Lin Tian tossed out a check, cradling Chen Mingning as he rushed out. Moving with alarming swiftness, with a forceful kick, he shattered the glass door of the pharmacy and placed the trembling, pallid Chen Mingning onto a sofa. What happened? An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner stared in shock at the sudden intrusion of Lin Tian, his expression one of bewilderment. Lin Tian remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the shelves of herbal remedies before he leaped over the counter, hastily gathering the necessary herbs. The old doctor, initially taken aback by Lin Tian's brusque actions, felt a flicker of anger, but upon seeing Chen Mingning curled up on the sofa, his expression shifted dramatically. This is a case of extreme poisoning. He stumbled to her side, checking her pulse, and shook his head repeatedly. It's too late, the poison has overwhelmed her heart. She cannot survive. Old man, don't speak foolishly. Lin Tian barked, finally collecting all the herbs, which he then placed into a metal bucket, crushing them with a few powerful blows. He then procured a pot of freshly boiled water, pouring it into the bucket, transforming the colorless liquid into a deep emerald hue, accompanied by a bitter aroma. With a determined grit, Lin Tian plunged his hand into the mixture, stirring it vigorously until it was well combined. He fetched a large bowl, filling it to the brim, and while channeling his spiritual energy to cool it, he hastened back to Chen Mengning's side. 2 minutes had already elapsed. Had it not been for Lin Tian's prior interventions, Chen Mengning would have succumbed to the poison by now. As it stood, there was still hope for her recovery. "Young man, give up. It is too late," the old doctor sighed, shaking his head. "Such a pity for this beautiful girl." Lin Tian ignored him, attempting to coax Chen Mengning to drink the concoction, but she merely instinctively clenched her lips shut, unable to swallow the medicine. "Don't blame me later." He took a deep gulp of the bitter potion, his face contorting in response to its horrid taste. Yet, he persevered, prying open Chen Mengning's mouth with both hands, and gave her a deep kiss to transfer the medicinal liquid to her. The potion was indeed vile. Repeating this process, he soon managed to get her to consume the entire bowl of medicine. Chen Mengning's complexion improved slightly, but Lin Tian's expression grew grim, for the potion was truly unbearable. Without a moment's respite, once Chen Mengning had finished the medicine, he swiftly produced silver needles, inserting them into several acupoints to protect critical areas. Finally, he pierced one needle into her heart chamber, channeling his spiritual energy through the needle to disperse the poison. As the energy flowed into her, the toxins within Chen Mengning's body were rapidly expelled, and soon, her complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Witnessing her gradual recovery, Lin Tian finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground after removing all the needles. He couldn't help but marvel at the ferocity of the poison. Were it not for his speed and unparalleled medical skills, Chen Mengning would undoubtedly have met her demise. Meanwhile, the old doctor, who had been observing silently, stood in stunned disbelief, questioning the reliability of his own vision. How could someone so gravely afflicted be restored so swiftly? Chapter 47. The old man's divine assistance. He glanced at Lin Tian, swallowing hard, and ultimately concluded that this young man was extraordinary. His medical skills were undoubtedly hundreds of times superior to his own. In that recent situation, had it been him, he would have been utterly helpless. "Young man, esteemed elder," he wished to address Lin Tian, yet he was at a loss for the appropriate title. To refer to him as a young man seemed inadequate given Lin Tian's superior medical expertise, while calling him an elder felt inappropriate due to his significantly younger age. Lin Tian turned to the old Chinese doctor, gesturing for silence, before guiding him to a nearby spot. Casting a glance at the slumbering Chen Mengning, he remarked, "Let her sleep for a while." "Yes, yes." The old doctor nodded repeatedly. "I am Lin Tian. I sincerely apologize for the sudden incident that resulted in damage to your door and the considerable amount of medicinal herbs I took." Lin Tian spoke earnestly. "Not at all, you've done me a great service. I am Xiao Hua, and if you don't mind, I shall affectionately call you Xiao Tian." "Understood, Elder Xiao." Xiao Hua smiled and began, "I have a few questions to ask you." At that moment, Chen Mengning let out a soft moan, her eyelids fluttering as she began to awaken. Lin Tian immediately turned his attention to her and said, "She is waking up, we can discuss matters later." With that, he hastened towards Chen Mengning intrigued. Xiao Hua followed at a leisurely pace. Chen Mengning slowly opened her eyes, and the first sight that greeted her was Lin Tian. She attempted to rise, only to realize she lacked any strength. "What just happened to me? How did I end up here?" Lin Tian chuckled softly, poised to respond when Xiao Hua interjected, "You were poisoned, and it was a potent toxin. When you arrived, your face was already blackened." "Ah!" Chen Mengning gasped in shock. "You have no idea how much your boyfriend cares for you. To save you, he kicked down my door and then ransacked my medicinal herbs." Chen Mengning stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Had she truly been poisoned, and had Lin Tian genuinely gone to such lengths for her? Feeling some strength returning, she struggled to sit up, and Lin Tian quickly supported her, helping her settle onto the sofa. Her cheeks flushed, she surveyed her surroundings and realized she was indeed in a herbal medicine shop, with many cabinets nearby flung open, herbs strewn about the floor. Could it be true? Reaching the doorway, Chen Mengning was horrified to discover that the entire glass door had been kicked in. This was all real. With this realization, warmth flooded her heart, and her eyes began to glisten as she looked at Lin Tian. Xiao Hua, now captivated, laboriously brought over the herbal concoction Lin Tian had prepared earlier. Chen Mengning regarded it with confusion. "Little girl, are you curious about what this is?" She nodded earnestly. "This is the medicine that saved you. Your boyfriend pilfered my herbs and concocted this small barrel's worth. At that moment, he plunged his hand directly into boiling water to stir it. If you don't believe me, just look at his right hand." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian lifted his right hand to inspect it. In his haste, he had completely forgotten it was boiling water, yet surprisingly, he did not feel much pain. There were no blisters, just a patch of reddened skin. Seeing the redness on Lin Tian's skin, Chen Mengning's eyes instantly became moist. Lin Tian, she bit her lip, why are you so good to me? Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, you are my employer, after all. If you were to perish, who would I turn to for my wages? Besides, with your beauty, it would be a tragedy for you to die. You idiot! Chen Mengning suddenly pouted, but gradually, she began to taste a bitterness in her mouth. Why does my mouth taste so bitter? Xiao Hua chuckled, your boyfriend fed you the medicine mouth to mouth. Chapter 48. Li Mu is going to find his master. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mengning's face immediately flushed, resembling a radiant rose, utterly enchanting. She stole a glance at Lin Tian, her heart swelling with warmth. Lin Tian also felt a tinge of awkwardness and remarked, I'll take you home, you should rest well. Chen Mengning acquiesced without objection. Just then, Xiao Hua produced a business card and handed it to Lin Tian, saying, here is my card. Little Tian, you must keep it safe. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to call me. Of course, I will also frequently seek your guidance. Lin Tian chuckled and accepted the card without demur. Subsequently, he scribbled down his number for Xiao Hua. Once that was settled, he lifted Chen Mengning into his arms once more, this time in a princess carriage. Remarkably, she did not resist. Instead, she gently rested her head against Lin Tian's chest and drifted into a peaceful slumber. She was indeed quite exhausted. Upon reaching the intersection, Lin Tian noticed that the very taxi they had taken earlier was still there, so he got back in. The driver, clearly recognizing them, smiled and remarked, hey young man, is your girlfriend all right now? Chen Mengning's cheeks flushed anew. Lin Tian smiled and replied, yes, all thanks to your timely assistance. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the driver, Lin Tian provided the address, and the driver fell silent, gradually setting off on the road. Lin Tian gently placed Chen Mengning down, and she inquired, I was perfectly fine, how did I get poisoned? The piece of pineapple you consumed was tainted, Lin Tian explained. Chen Mengning's expression hardened. Was it Li Mu? Lin Tian nodded, yes, it was him. However, his intention was to poison me, but I managed to shove a piece of rib into his mouth, leading to the unfortunate circumstance where you accidentally ingested a piece of pineapple. Chen Mengning's face reddened slightly as she asked, what about Li Mu? Is he dead since you didn't save him? He is not so easily dispatched. Lin Tian shook his head, yet, even if he survived, his current situation would not be favorable. Lin Tian's assessment was accurate. Li Mu was indeed alive after sustaining severe injuries from Lin Tian's attack. He hastily consumed a healing potion and departed the restaurant, returning to his hotel to take the antidote he had prepared earlier. As he began to recover, a shadow darkened his countenance. This time, consider yourself fortunate, next time, I will ensure your demise. With that, he slammed his fist onto the table, but contrary to his expectations, the table did not shatter, and instead, a sharp pain shot through his hand. Hiss! Li Mu winced, his face turning an ashen hue. Why does it hurt so much? Where is my spiritual energy? Upon inspecting his body, his expression shifted dramatically, for he realized that he possessed no spiritual energy whatsoever. He had been reduced to an ordinary person. How is this possible? Panic gripped him as he attempted to cultivate, but the faint trace of spiritual energy he managed to muster dissipated instantly. His body could no longer sustain it. This signified that he was now destined to live as a commoner, the formidable Grim Reaper, reduced to nothingness by an unknown adversary. His face paled in terror as he finally comprehended the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. Ah, the old man. Surely he can save me. In that moment, he recalled the elderly man residing in the mountains, his rather unremarkable master. That enigmatic figure, Li Mu mused, must possess the ability to rescue him and would surely emerge from seclusion to exact revenge on Lin Tian. Resolute, he immediately set about purchasing a plane ticket. Chapter 49. President Chen's downfall. At this moment, Lin Tian had already carried Chen Mengning back to his home. Why did he keep holding her? Because Chen Mengning was utterly devoid of strength, her entire body feeling weak. The primary reason, however, was her delightful physique, coupled with a captivating fragrance that enveloped her. Lin Tian adeptly placed her on the bed, gently covered her with a quilt, and then turned to exit the room. Chen Mengning yearned to call out to him, yet ultimately refrained, realizing that she had developed feelings for Lin Tian, though she remained uncertain about his sentiments towards her. A sense of melancholy, tinged with a bittersweet sensation, settled in her heart. Having descended the stairs, Lin Tian did not rush to leave. Instead, he entered the kitchen to prepare a nutritious and easily digestible meat porridge for her. As it cooled, he carefully made his way back upstairs. Have something to eat. You must be hungry, he said. Chen Mengning, taken aback, exclaimed, you didn't leave. Lin Tian shrugged and replied, I'll wait until you fall asleep before I go, I have nothing else to do. With that, he set the porridge aside and gently propped Chen Mingning up. Blushing furiously, she watched as he scooped a small portion of the porridge, blowing on it before offering it to her. With a rosy complexion, Chen Mingning accepted the spoonful. Why are you so kind to me? She inquired. Lin Tian chuckled, feeding her the porridge leisurely, and remarked, Didn't I mention, you're my boss, responsible for my paycheck, and besides, you're quite lovely, who wouldn't he treat you well? Chen Mingning's expression soured. I'm full, she pouted, turning her face away, deliberately avoiding Lin Tian's gaze. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh, saying, with this attitude, I doubt I'll ever propel the company into the top 100. Chen Mingning paused, immediately grasping Lin Tian's implication. Her father's requirement was indeed for the company to break into the top 100, and only then would Chen Xiao genuinely acknowledge Lin Tian. A flush crept over Chen Mingning's cheeks as she looked at him and stated, Actually, I could just ask my father about this. I ought to demonstrate my capabilities to avoid any future gossip, Lin Tian replied with a smile, scooping up another spoonful of porridge. Ah! Chen Mingning opened her mouth, happily consuming the offering. After finishing the meal, Lin Tian engaged her in conversation for a while, discussing the company's future direction and potential partners. After more than half an hour, he ensured Chen Mingning was settled to sleep before finally taking his leave. It was still early. Li Muling had yet to finish school. Upon returning home, Lin Tian was acutely aware that Li Mu had survived, now undoubtedly more vigilant and likely to seek assistance to confront him. Thus, he remained diligent and commenced his training. When the time was right, he went to fetch Li Muling, prepared dinner, and as she ate, he suddenly thought of Chen Mingning, realizing she might still be waking and hadn't had dinner yet. He thus packed some food to bring to her. Upon his arrival, he found her just getting out of bed, preparing to make dinner. Just a moment, I'll cook dinner now, Chen Mingning softly said. Lin Tian placed the food on the table and replied, No need, I anticipated you hadn't prepared anything, so I made it for you, come and eat. Chen Mingning's cheeks flushed once more. As the evening progressed, Lin Tian eventually returned home and chatted with Li Muling about school matters before retreating to his room to train. As dawn approached, a resounding bang echoed within him. He had broken through to the first stage of the profound realm. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Lin Tian felt no particular joy. Instead, he rose from his bed to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Li Mu finally arrived at the foot of a great mountain. Chapter 50 The collapse of Li Mu in the lush and verdant forest. Li Mu navigated around a dense grove of bamboo, weaving through the twisting, interlaced green stalks until he reached the heart of the bamboo thicket. At its center stood an exquisite bamboo dwelling, vibrant and brimming with life. Outside the bamboo house lay a flat stone slab upon which sat an elderly man, over a century old, who unceremoniously puffed on a pipe. Old man, Li Mu called out to the seemingly oblivious Xian Tian, who was engrossed in his smoking. Upon hearing someone call his name, Xian Tian turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, appearing somewhat displeased. You little rascal actually deigned to return and see me? This fellow had not set foot back since he left at the age of 18, relying solely on phone calls for communication. Old man, what do you expect? After all, I am still your disciple, am I not? It was rather unwelcoming of him, especially since he had returned after such a long absence. Old man, do you truly wish to know why I have come back? Aren't you going to say something? As Li Mu approached Xian Tian, he could not contain his frustration and asked through gritted teeth. Xian Tian ceased his activities and glanced at Li Mu, uttering, wishing you prosperity. At this remark, Li Mu felt an overwhelming surge of anger, and with haste, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Xian Tian promptly seized Li Mu's hand, gripping his wrist to check his pulse. After a moment, Xuan Tian's brow gradually furrowed, and he remarked, knowing full well you cannot defeat your opponent, yet you still charge in headfirst. Truly, you must be tired of living. As he spoke, he began to channel a stream of spiritual energy into Li Mu's body. The dense energy swirled within Li Mu for several cycles before Xian Tian retracted it. As the potent energy withdrew, Li Mu felt his internal injuries completely vanish, replaced by a refreshing sensation that filled his entire being. Elated, he clenched his fists and attempted to harness the spiritual energy, only to be horrified to discover that not a trace remained within him. It dissipated as quickly as it had gathered. His face turned pale in an instant. Old man, my issue remains unresolved. What issue? Xian Tian replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Li Mu. Li Mu hastily explained, my body can no longer gather spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Xian Tian was taken aback, quickly grasping one of Li Mu's hands and channeling a stream of energy to remain within his body. Indeed, as Li Mu had stated, the energy immediately dissipated. How is this possible? Xuan Tian's brow knitted into a frown. Old man, can it be resolved? Lin Tian looked at him, exhaling 4 words that sent Li Mu into despair, powerless to assist. With a sorrowful expression, Li Mu pleaded, Master, please do not toy with me. Think of something, for if this cannot be resolved, my life is over. Lin Tian stroked his white beard thoughtfully, replying slowly, I have found no anomalies within you aside from the internal injuries I just healed, everything else appears normal. I am truly powerless. He had never encountered a situation like this. To heal an ailment, one must identify its source and treat it accordingly, yet if the source remains elusive, how can one proceed? A strong desire to help was met with an inability to act. Old man, do not jest with me, this is hardly amusing. Li Mu was on the verge of tears. You little brat, I genuinely cannot find the cause. I am utterly powerless. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. It seems the opponent's methods are quite sophisticated, or perhaps, shrouded in mystery. He had initially thought Li Mu's dantian was damaged, but upon inspection, it appeared intact. Thus, it became evident that the adversary's techniques were enigmatic, even beyond his comprehension. Chapter 51 The old man decides to come out of retirement. Does that mean I am beyond salvation? Li Mu felt a profound sense of despair. As the formidable Grim Reaper of Hell, he had suddenly been reduced to an ordinary human. What would others think if they found out? They would undoubtedly find it laughable, and his enemies would surely seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Where would he find the dignity to face such humiliation? The hard-earned prestige he had amassed would vanish. There are still ways, Lin Tian replied. Li Mu's eyes brightened suddenly. What way? To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer, Lin Tian explained. Only he or his master can resolve this situation. While his master may be elusive, he should not be too difficult to locate, correct? Locating him isn't the issue, but I cannot defeat him, Li Mu lamented. Lin Tian certainly wouldn't assist him in this endeavor. Should he confront him with force, he would be swiftly overpowered. Was there any hope left? Then, master, why not take matters into your own hands and deal with him directly? Can you bear to witness your disciple being crippled? If word of this spreads, it would tarnish your reputation, would it not? Must it truly be so complicated? Could he not simply overpower him? Lin Tian stroked his white beard, pondering for a considerable time before finally nodding. It seems that is the only course of action left. Upon hearing this, Li Mu was filled with elation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the event hosted by Ningming Beauty Company came to a close. This time, Ningmeng had triumphed over Yen Ruyu Beauty Company. Chen Mengning, in her delight, distributed bonuses to everyone who had assisted at the exhibition, including Lin Tian. However, due to the recent hectic days, Chen Mengning was utterly exhausted and returned home early to rest, for soon she would need to engage in business negotiations once more. After all, the 2 new products in the company had a vast market potential, truly a lucrative opportunity. That evening, just as Lin Tian was preparing to retreat to his room for cultivation, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhang Hao. Calculating the time, Lin Tian deduced that Zhang Hao's illness must have improved, so he answered the call. As soon as the connection was established, Zhang Hao's voice burst forth with excitement. Brother Tian. From now on, I am your little brother. This morning, Zhang Hao had gone to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Filled with anxiety and anticipation, the results revealed he was in excellent health, with no issues whatsoever. The elderly physician who had initially diagnosed Zhang Hao was nearly taken aback when confronted with the astonishing results of the latest examination. Brother Tian, do you have time to grab a drink? Let's meet at Passion Bar. Lin Tian, recognizing he had no pressing matters, and understanding the benefits of fostering a relationship with the Black Tiger Gang, readily agreed and promptly set off. Upon his arrival, he found Zhang Hao and Li Shu waiting for him at the entrance. Lin Tian smiled and approached them. The moment they spotted him, they welcomed him with palpable excitement, particularly Zhang Hao, who felt as though Lin Tian had granted him a second chance at life. He saw Lin Tian as if he were glowing. As they entered, Lin Tian remarked to Zhang Hao, in the future, please refrain from waiting for me. I prefer solitude. Zhang Hao cast him an understanding glance. True masters are always discreet. Hello, Brother Zhang. Throughout their journey, numerous patrons greeted Zhang Hao, and it was only once they settled at their table that Zhang Hao explained, this bar is within our territory, so they treat us with great respect. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. After conversing for a while, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. He retrieved his phone and found several photos, all featuring captivating women. Chapter 52, taking Lin Yudi shopping for clothes. The individuals in the photograph were undoubtedly Chen Mengning, Li Muling, and Lin Yudi. Upon seeing the image, Zhang Hao and the others were momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard in astonishment. They were familiar with Chen Mengning, and Zhang Hao knew Li Muling, but Lin Yudi was a stranger to them. Yet, her beauty rivaled that of Chen Mingning, exuding an exuberance of youthfulness. Having preserved the photograph, the group cast curious glances at Lin Tian, their expressions shifting peculiarly. They were astounded that within just a few days, he had found another remarkable individual. Truly, a person of extraordinary caliber. Lin Tian, uninterested in speculating about their thoughts, tucked away his phone and declared, "They are all very important to me. If you encounter them, kindly offer discreet protection." The phrase "important to me" piqued their interest significantly. Cough, cough. At that moment, Li Shu cleared his throat heavily, his expression troubled. "I apologize. I caught a chill last night." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Tian's silver needle shot forth with a swift motion, piercing Li Shu's body. Of the group gasped in shock. The speed was astonishing. As Lin Tian slowly withdrew the needle, Li Shu's complexion visibly brightened, and the most immediate sensation was felt by Li Shu himself, who now perceived his health to be remarkably restored, the discomfort he had previously experienced dissipating entirely. "I feel as though I have recovered," he exclaimed in delight. It was then that the others began to grasp the true meaning behind Zhang Hao's assertion that Lin Tian was a remarkable individual. Previously, they had harbored some doubts, but now they vanished entirely. This simple demonstration was sufficient to prove Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities. "Brother Tian's medical skills have improved again, huh?" Zhang Hao laughed, raising a glass of wine. Lin Tian, having put away the silver needle, calmly regarded Zhang Hao and immediately discerned a hint of concern in his demeanor. Since the other party was willing to help him, he felt compelled to reciprocate. With that thought in mind, he turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Do not hesitate, speak your mind, and if you need assistance, just say so. If I can help, I shall." Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he gazed at Lin Tian with sparkling eyes. This was the true essence of a remarkable individual, never one to flaunt superiority. In contrast, he recalled those who self-proclaimed as extraordinary, each one more arrogant than the last. "The Qingxi gang is coming to seize territory," Zhang Hao informed him. Lin Tian took a sip of cold water. "I do not comprehend your affairs, but if they are seizing territory, why not fight back? This time is different. We are adopting a dual format," Zhang Hao sighed. "However, I have heard that the Qingxi gang has enlisted a master who supposedly can take on 10 opponents, even more formidable than special forces. Do you wish for me to intervene?" Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. "Is that possible, Brother Tian?" "When?" Lin Tian inquired. Zhang Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Next Wednesday, I will inform you of the location." Lin Tian nodded in agreement. After chatting with them for a while longer, he drove home, as he had no habit of staying out overnight. The following day marked a long-awaited weekend. Lin Tian rose early and called Lin Yudi. Although her tone was frosty, he persevered and conveyed his message, which was essentially to take her shopping for clothes. "Pick me up in an hour," Lin Yudi replied, seemingly somewhat annoyed, before hanging up. Lin Tian let out a wry smile, feeling helpless against Lin Yudi's demeanor. If any other woman treated him this way, he would disregard her entirely, but Lin Yudi was different. She was the child his parents had adopted and his childhood companion. "Xiaoling, would you like to go shopping for new clothes?" "No, I have too much homework," Li Muling replied, shaking her head, her pink hair gently swaying. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly and, after breakfast, drove off to pick up Lin Yudi. Chapter 53 Lin's heroic rescue. Outside the school gate, Lin Yudi donned a white shirt, a rare choice, paired with form-fitting denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. She stood there, her sky-blue hair fluttering in the breeze like willow catkins, her azure eyes sparkling with clarity akin to pristine waters. At first glance, a chill radiated from her gaze, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of happiness and excitement flickering within her icy orbs. Thanks to her skincare routine with beauty water and golden skin cream, her complexion had transformed to an ethereal glow, surpassing that of a celestial being, drawing the attention of passers-by. Even those exiting the school were captivated by her beauty. Truly, she was a goddess, stunning beyond compare. However, her striking beauty attracted unwarranted attention. A group of boys from another school, upon beholding Lin Yudi's breathtaking visage, approached her with mischievous intentions, grinning as they drew near. "Goddess, grant us the honor of joining us for a drink," one blonde youth exclaimed with a smirk. Lin Yudi cast a disdainful glance at them, swiftly stepping back to maintain her distance. "No, thank you, I'm waiting for someone." The blonde youth frowned. "Your choice doesn't matter anymore." He reached out a hand toward her, while his companions lunged forward to restrain her. The blonde taunted, "You're dressed so beautifully, standing by the roadside, surely you're here to sell something. I bet the one coming to pick you up is a handsome guy. I've never had the chance to steal another's girlfriend. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." Many onlookers were incensed but hesitated to intervene, fearing retribution. In that moment, Lin Yudi felt a surge of terror, her hands were gripped tightly as they dragged her toward a nearby vehicle. She could only dread the fate that awaited her if taken away, panic overwhelming her. "Help, someone, please," she cried out, yet no one came to her aid. From a distance, Lin Tian had witnessed the unfolding scene. Fury ignited within his eyes, nearly causing him to crush the steering wheel. Instinctively, he considered rushing to her rescue, but the memory of her previous cold stares halted his impulse. Instead, he entered a nearby clothing store. He needed a change of attire. He resolved to ensure Lin Yudi would not recognize him. Assaulting someone in broad daylight was one reason, but more importantly, he wished to avoid hearing her chastise him with her icy tone. "Is violence all that occupies your mind?" After changing clothes and making his purchase, Lin Tian tore a strip of cloth to cover his face, ensuring he would remain unrecognized. Having completed his preparations, he surged forth like a released arrow, moving with astonishing speed. Just as Lin Yudi was about to despair and close her eyes, a raspy voice echoed nearby, "You possess great courage, so I've decided to reward you." Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a masked man standing beside the blonde's vehicle. All eyes were on this figure, curious about his intentions, while the blonde paused, bewildered, as he regarded Lin Tian. Lin Yudi scrutinized the masked man, and a fleeting image of Lin Tian crossed her mind. He bore a resemblance but lacked the aura and audacity of the man before her. Regaining his composure, the blonde waved dismissively at Lin Tian. "What are you, a fly? Scram and don't interfere with my business." At that moment, Lin Yudi seized the opportunity, calling out urgently, "Help me!" Seeing the tear streaks on her face ignited Lin Tian's fury. Bang! He delivered a powerful kick, toppling the blonde's vehicle. Chapter 54. Lin Tian's fury. The vehicle careened off the road, producing a thunderous crash, yet those present stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Once the car came to a halt, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Their gazes shifted to Lin Tian. Could this masked figure truly be human? The first to regain his composure was the man with the yellow hair. "My car," he exclaimed, anger boiling within him, yet he dared not confront Lin Tian. He was not a fool. Lin Tian had the power to crush his vehicle with a single kick, and could just as easily extinguish his life with the same ease. Not even 10 lives would suffice against such might. At that moment, Lin Tian strode purposefully towards the yellow-haired man. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, sending the man spinning through the air, 2 teeth flying from his mouth. Lin Tian remained silent. He approached the fallen yellow-haired man once more, delivering a powerful kick to his groin. Unsatisfied with just one, Lin Tian followed up with 2 more. The man felt a chilling sensation coursing through him, and soon his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. In ordinary circumstances, such an encounter could prove fatal. However, Lin Tian had no intention of allowing him to perish so easily. After applying pressure to several of his acupressure points, the blood flow ceased. Yet, even so, the yellow-haired man would henceforth live as a eunuch. Lin Tian regarded the unconscious figure with a cold snort, deeming him fortunate. The next moment, his gaze shifted to the remaining accomplices. "Ah!" they shrieked in terror, turning to flee. Yet, how could Lin Tian allow them to escape so easily? With a flick of his wrist, silver needles pinned them in place. Their faces were etched with fear, frozen in a posture of impending flight, creating a scene of surreal absurdity. Lin Tian advanced, toppling them one by one, and ensuring their incapacitation before retracting the needles. Once he had dealt with this group, he exhaled deeply, glancing back at Lin Yudi, who was observing him with a mix of curiosity and astonishment, while the onlookers regarded him with palpable dread. "Excuse me." Before Lin Yudi could finish her sentence, Lin Tian bolted away, fearing that lingering too long would unveil his true identity. Seeing him flee with such swiftness irked Lin Yudi. Did she truly appear so unappealing? In a secluded alley, Lin Tian shed his clothing and stealthily returned to his vehicle, eventually driving it to Lin Yudi's side. She eyed the car that had suddenly halted before her with suspicion, still shaken by the earlier events. However, when Lin Tian rolled down the window, her wariness dissipated, and she slid into the passenger seat. Outside, the crowd that had been watching snapped back to reality, and just as they did, they witnessed the goddess entering a BMW, prompting a chorus of heartbroken exclamations. Feigning surprise, Lin Tian glanced outside and asked, "What is happening out there? Why are there so many people lying on the ground?" "Nothing, let us go." Lin Yudi's voice was as frigid as ice. "Okay." Lin Tian obediently started the engine. As they drove, Lin Yudi inquired, "Where did this car come from?" "From my boss," Lin Tian replied, well aware that the truth would raise her suspicions. Before attending university, he had been an ordinary office worker. If he suddenly possessed a BMW M6, she would undoubtedly question it. Lin Yudi fell silent once more, the atmosphere in the car growing increasingly frigid. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Tian ventured, "Would you like to go shopping for clothes? Are you quite wealthy?" Lin Yudi turned to fix her gaze upon him. Lin Tian's heart raced, and he awkwardly chuckled. "My boss just awarded me a bonus, 20,000. I suppose I could buy you some clothes. The last time I did was when we were in our senior year of high school." "Don't spend recklessly. A fleeting blush graced Lin Yudi's cheeks. Chapter 55 Lin Tian's sole weakness. Before long, Lin Tian escorted her to the third largest clothing store in Shanghai City, a location specifically chosen by Lin Yudi. Initially, he had intended to visit the premier boutique, but her icy retort, "Are you quite affluent?" had swiftly disarmed him. In this world, the only person capable of reigning in Lin Tian was Lin Yudi herself. After parking the car, Lin Tian led Lin Yudi into the store. True to its reputation as the third largest in Shanghai City, the interior dazzled with opulence. The air conditioning flowed ceaselessly, and the vast expanse seemed to stretch endlessly before them, bustling with patrons engaged in shopping. "Welcome, how may I assist you today?" approached a woman adorned with a professional smile. Before Lin Tian could utter a word, Lin Yudi graciously replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but we would prefer to browse on our own." Having frequently encountered overly eager sales staff during her supermarket visits, she was well aware that they typically guided customers towards the most expensive items. Casting a glance at Lin Tian, she mused that even the bonus of 20,000 might not suffice for a single piece recommended by a sales associate. Lin Tian gazed at Lin Yudi in a daze. When she exuded warmth, she was enchanting, yet lamentably, she seldom bestowed such tenderness upon herself. "You were quite beautiful just now," he remarked, without deigning to look at him. Lin Yudi turned and walked away. "Do you have ample time?" Upon pivoting, a blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her even more exquisite than a blooming rose. Listening to her frigid words, Lin Tian sighed and followed her silhouette. Lin Yudi guided him to the casual wear section, where the garments were predominantly affordable, with the priciest items scarcely exceeding 500. Observing Lin Yudi as she meticulously selected outfits, Lin Tian suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. "Shall we explore other sections?" Lin Tian hesitated. "The school occasionally hosts galas. You surely cannot wear these clothes on stage, can you?" "Then I simply want to attend," she replied without a moment's contemplation. At that moment, Lin Tian's thoughts swirled chaotically. Before long, she had chosen several outfits, including trousers. It must be said that Lin Yudi possessed an innate ability to wear clothes beautifully. Even the most ordinary pieces appeared regal and luxurious when adorned by her. After counting the items she had chosen, Lin Tian noted that they would only amount to a little over 1,000. "You go and settle the bill," Lin Yudi instructed. Puzzled, Lin Tian was about to inquire about her next destination when he suddenly noticed her gaze fixed on a stunning evening gown displayed in the luxury section. His initial thought was that it was simply beautiful. Upon glancing at the price tag, which read 880,000, he stole a look at Lin Yudi's eyes, which sparkled with desire, and couldn't he help but chuckle. He approached the counter with the selected garments and, as he prepared to pay, pointed towards the distant evening gown, saying, "I'll take that one as well, please have it packaged in 2 minutes. I am in a hurry." The attendants were taken aback, recognizing that Lin Tian was not jesting, and promptly scurried to retrieve the gown and prepare it for packaging. "Sir, would you like to pay by card or cash?" "By card," he replied. Before long, Lin Tian returned to Lin Yudi's side, only to find her seated despondently on a sofa. "Alarmed?" he inquired. "What's the matter?" Lin Yudi glanced at him, her expression transforming into one of icy resolve. "Nothing," she replied curtly, rising to exit. Yet, before departing, she cast one last glance at the now vacant display where the evening gown had been, now conspicuously absent. Lin Tian remained bewildered by the unfolding events but nonetheless followed her with the garments in hand. Chapter 56 The Shadow and Sun Gui's Heart. Lin Tian initially intended to escort Lin Yudi back home, but upon her expressing her reluctance, he had no choice but to return her to the school. Since it was the weekend, he was able to drive into the campus, and thus he accompanied her to her dormitory. Without so much as a word, she ascended to her room. Upon entering her dorm, she carelessly tossed her bag of clothes onto the bed, neglecting to inspect its contents. Lin Tian chose not to return home. Instead, he made his way to Chen Mengning's villa. It was nearly lunchtime, and it appeared that Chen Mengning had only just awakened. Fortunately, Lin Tian had prepared lunch for Li Muling before leaving, requiring only to be reheated. Upon seeing Lin Tian, a rosy hue involuntarily graced Chen Mengning's cheeks. "What brings you here?" "I came to see you." "You haven't eaten, have you?" She nodded slightly, and Lin Tian smiled. Since it was indeed time for lunch, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal while Chen Mengning went to freshen up. By the time she emerged, the dishes were nearly ready. "Why is it that your cooking always smells so delightful?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. "It's a family recipe," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Chen Mengning couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. After their meal, her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was a call from the company, informing her that they were running low on medicinal herbs and needed to procure more urgently. "What's the matter?" Lin Tian inquired. Chen Mengning furrowed her brows slightly. "The company is short on medicinal herbs." Then go and restock, he suggested. However, she gently shook her head and sighed. The largest medicinal herb company in Shanghai City is Hongyang Pharmacy, and the last time I encountered trouble, it was with Sun Gui, who happens to be the vice president of that very pharmacy. If I were to seek him out, it would be akin to walking into a den of tigers. Just like last time, if UNT arrived when you did, I can hardly bear to imagine the outcome. Chen Mengning's complexion paled, clearly still haunted by the events of the previous encounter. Then this issue must be addressed, Lin Tian responded with a smile. This time, I will accompany you. You need not worry. Sun Gui, the portly man who had left him questioning his very existence during their last encounter, came to Chen Mengning's mind as she regarded Lin Tian for a moment before resolutely stating, I trust you. With that, she retrieved her phone and dialed Sun Gui's number. After a few beeps, the call was swiftly connected. Taking a deep breath, she said, President Sun, do you have a moment? I would like to discuss our company's collaboration. President Chen? Sun Gui exclaimed, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The mere sound of Chen Mengning's voice triggered thoughts of Lin Tian in his mind, leaving him utterly frazzled by Lin Tian's previous actions. Whenever he harbored ill intentions towards Chen Mengning or grew angry at Lin Tian, he would be struck by excruciating pain, forcing him to plead for Lin Tian's assistance. Yet, every time he visited the hospital, no ailment could be found. Sun Gui was genuinely terrified. Regarding the discussion of collaboration, that's no problem at all, please arrange the time and place. Chen Mengning was somewhat taken aback but sensed that Sun Gui did not appear to be plotting anything devious. She responded, let us meet at the Longlong Hotel this afternoon, I will go ahead and book a private room. Sun Gui agreed and promptly hung up the phone. How could he refuse Chen Mengning? Even he, with his limited intellect, could discern that her feelings for Lin Tian were extraordinary, otherwise, she would not have imposed such a terrifying punishment upon him. By winning her favor, perhaps she would advocate on his behalf, and who knows, Lin Tian might even take a liking to him. Furthermore, he was aware of the company's new product launch, which clearly indicated that the company was on the verge of rising to prominence. What reason did Sun Gui have to decline collaboration? Chapter 57. I am the president. After all, Chen Mengning swiftly reserved a private room, and time passed in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. She took Lin Tian to the room early to await their guests. As she sat in her seat, a wave of nervousness washed over her, causing her palms to sweat. Lin Tian, noticing her unease, gently patted her head and reassured her, do not be anxious. Reclaim your former aura, just be yourself, and I shall be by your side. He wouldn't dare act recklessly, so rest assured. A flutter of her heart ensued, and her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. When the dishes were served, Sun Gui arrived just in time. Without allowing Chen Mengning to utter a word, he exclaimed with a smile, congratulations, President Chen, the company is on the brink of rising to greatness, congratulations. Chen Mengning was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, she transformed into President Chen. She stood up and replied with a gentle smile, thank you for your kind words, Mr. Sunday. Sun Gui was startled. Although the sentiment was grand, he dared not mock her. He hastily responded, please allow me to assist in this endeavor. President Chen, do not stand. Please sit and let us dine while we converse. Chen Mengning smiled but said little. Taking her seat, the two engaged in extensive discussions regarding the company, plans, direction, and more. Sun Gui praised her ideas, increasingly affirming his resolve to collaborate with Chen Mengning's company. Lin Tian quietly ate his meal, as he was not versed in corporate matters. After their meal, before Chen Mengning could broach the subject of the contract, Sun Gui brought it up first. Chen Mengning was somewhat astonished but still smiled as she produced the contract. After Sun Gui's lawyer reviewed it and confirmed there were no issues, he decisively signed his name. Following this, Sun Gui seemed hesitant, casting furtive glances at Lin Tian, who was engrossed in a game on his phone, casually remarking, as long as you conduct yourself well, this matter will gradually dissipate. With that, Sun Gui departed in high spirits, while Chen Mengning gazed at the gaming Lin Tian, bewildered. What were they discussing? What issue? What did Sun Gui wish to convey? Do you two have any clandestine dealings? Chen Mengning inquired. Lin Tian, still immersed in his game, burst into laughter, shutting it down before responding, you had quite the impressive presence just now. Very presidential. I am the president, after all, she pouted playfully. At that moment, Chen Mengning felt a surge of joy within her, for the issue regarding the source of medicinal herbs had been resolved. Strangely, Sun Gui had suddenly become courteous, not once casting a lecherous glance her way throughout the afternoon. Though the reasons eluded her, Chen Mengning sensed that this turn of events was undoubtedly tied to Lin Tian. After he escorted her home, it was already getting late. Having dined during their meeting, she was not hungry, so Lin Tian took his leave. Upon returning home, he found the adorable little lowly, Li Muling, lounging on the sofa, watching television with a sleepy demeanor, prompting Lin Tian to chuckle. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing him, and she greeted him with a sweet voice, "Welcome back, brother Lin Tian." Lin Tian nodded, his expression filled with affection as he said, "You must be hungry. I'll prepare dinner, please wait a moment." "Alright, I'll take a shower first." Before long, the meal was ready, and Li Muling, clad in her pajamas, sat nearby, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the food on the table. At that moment, Lin Tian thought of a phrase, eagerly awaiting sustenance. After dinner, Li Muling returned to the sofa to watch television. Lin Tian tidied up the dishes and advised her, "You seem exhausted. Get to bed early tomorrow, rest well at home." Chapter 58. He is the divine healer. Lin that night, upon returning to his room, he commenced his cultivation. This had always been his routine. While others succumbed to slumber, he devoted himself to his practice, sleeping only 1 or 2 hours each day. Thanks to the unique nature of the Hongmeng creation decision, he harbored no concerns regarding the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, and his progress was remarkably swift. The following day, Lin Tian received an unexpected phone call. It was from Xiao Hua, the elderly man from the traditional Chinese medicine shop. Lin Tian had a vague sense that this old man was extraordinary, yet he dismissed it, as he bore no hostility towards him. Once the call connected, Xiao Hua's voice resonated through the line. "Xiao Tian?" "Yes, Elder Xiao, is there something you wish to discuss?" Xiao Hua immediately chuckled, "Is it not permissible to call you for a mere chat? I, an old man, find myself quite lonely and yearning for conversation. If you are serious, I shall terminate the call," Lin Tian replied calmly. "Ha ha." Xiao Hua laughed a few times, "What a clever lad you are. I do indeed have a matter to discuss. My brother has encountered a particularly challenging patient who has eluded treatment despite numerous attempts. He is on the verge of giving up, but I thought of you." "Xiao Hua?" "A man surnamed Xiao, with a brother, that could only refer to an elderly gentleman who would have access to patients." Lin Tian's mind raced, and he instantly recalled the director of the largest hospital in the city, Xiao Fan. So it was true, this old man was indeed not ordinary. "Very well, where shall I find you? I will come and take a look." Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. "At the city hospital." Lin Tian responded composedly, "Wherever you are, I shall be there shortly." After hanging up, Lin Tian sought out Chen Mengning to request leave. Naturally, Chen Mengning regarded him with a blend of concern and curiosity, prompting him to smile and say, "My ancestors have practiced medicine for 3 generations, I am merely going to observe a patient." "Be safe on your way," Chen Mengning smiled. City Hospital. Xiao Fan gazed at the phone after Xiao Hua had hung up and inquired, "So, is the esteemed healer you mentioned coming?" Xiao Hua nodded, "He has agreed and will arrive shortly." "Is he truly as capable as you claim, possessing unparalleled medical skills?" Xiao Fan glanced outside at the young man lying quietly on the hospital bed, a hint of unease in his voice. "This is no trivial matter. It is a condition that modern medicine has been unable to diagnose." Xiao Hua patted Xiao Fan's shoulder. "Brother, I initially believed this ailment to be incurable, but since encountering that extraordinary individual, I have realized how limited my understanding truly is. He was able to save someone afflicted by toxic gas. Modern medicine cannot achieve that, can it?" Well, Xiao Fan was momentarily speechless. However, after casting another glance at the tranquil youth on the bed, he added, "But this is the young master of the Mo family. Should anything go awry, it is not to be taken lightly. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it." Before long, Lin Tian arrived at the city hospital in his car. Following the address provided by Xiao Hua, he quickly located him. "Elder Xiao, I have arrived," Lin Tian greeted, and upon hearing his voice, Xiao Hua beamed, "You have finally come." He gestured towards the man beside him, saying, "This is my brother, the director of this hospital." "Greetings, Director Xiao." Lin Tian politely nodded. Xiao Fan scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe, noting how youthful he appeared, certainly not exceeding the age of 25. Were not esteemed masters typically depicted as elderly figures? "Brother, you need not harbor doubts. This is indeed him. Do not judge by appearance." Xiao Hua was aware of Xiao Fan's thoughts. As an accomplished hospital director, Xiao Fan was no fool. He possessed a discerning eye. After observing Lin Tian for a moment, he indeed sensed something unusual about this young man. He exuded an air of composure and tranquility, his expression consistently serene. Chapter 59. It would be best to summon your father. I shall take you to see the patient at once. With that, Xiao Fan led Lin Tian into the ward. Upon entering, Lin Tian immediately sensed a certain dryness in the air, and there, on the hospital bed, lay a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years. He possessed a somewhat handsome visage but was calmly engrossed in playing. "Honor of kings. This is young Master Mo Xiaoyang, Xiaofan informed him. Lin Tian nodded, though he was unaware of the Mo family's significance. They must surely be an esteemed clan. What is his condition? Lin Tian inquired. He is burning with fever. Our measurements indicate a peak temperature of 70 degrees. Strangely, however, all his internal organs and tissues appear perfectly normal, enabling him to withstand such high temperatures, Xiaofan replied. Lin Tian nodded in understanding and turned his gaze to Mo Xiaoyang, asking, Young Master Mo, what do you feel when the symptoms manifest? Mo Xiaoyang continued his gaming, replying, It hurts, my entire body aches, as if being scorched by fire. Just then, he completed his game and looked up, surprised to find that his doctor was a young man. Ah. Are you here to treat me? He queried, bewildered. Yes, extend your hand, Lin Tian instructed. Unlike other young masters, Mo Xiaoyang displayed no airs. Instead, he curiously extended his hand. Lin Tian quietly took his pulse, and during this time, an eerie silence enveloped the room. After a span of over 10 seconds, Lin Tian withdrew his hand. He had discerned the situation. Mo Xiaoyang was an exceptionally rare pure yang sacred body, and within him, Lin Tian sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy, indicating that the Mo family belonged to a lineage of martial arts practitioners. Each family possesses its own techniques. Regrettably, the Mo family's methods were ill-suited for a pure yang sacred body, resulting in the current intermittent crises, or rather, backlash. Xiao Tian, have you discovered anything? Xiao Hua inquired. Lin Tian nodded, somewhat. The issue is not grave. Young Master Mo's condition cannot be classified as an illness. You may temporarily interpret it as having consumed something unsuitable. Consumed something unsuitable? Lin Tian continued, You all should step outside. I have matters to discuss with young Master Mo. As he finished speaking, the others exchanged glances, yet Xiaofan, Xiao Hua, and the other doctors and nurses complied and exited, closing the door behind them. Seeing Mo Xiaoyang preparing to resume his game, Lin Tian interjected, Cease your gaming, summon your father without delay, regardless of how urgent it may seem, if he desires for you to live. Mo Xiaoyang was taken aback, staring at Lin Tian in astonishment. What do you mean? Nothing significant. If you wish to survive, you must promptly call your father, Lin Tian replied calmly, and do not entertain thoughts of hostility. You are no match for me. Mo Xiaoyang's heart raced, and his previously clenched fists loosened. He obediently dialed his father's number. My father said he will be here shortly. Now, what is your objective? Mo Xiaoyang scrutinized Lin Tian, as if attempting to pierce through his intentions. To save you, and to establish good relations with your Mo family, Lin Tian stated. Mo Xiaoyang's brows furrowed slightly, genuinely perplexed by Lin Tian. It seemed as though Lin Tian was aware of the Mo family's foundation, yet he discerned no malice. His tone, however, conveyed a contradiction. Who are you? I am a physician. My family has practiced medicine for 3 generations, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Before long, Mo Xiaoyang's father arrived. Mo Badian, ignoring the protests of those outside, he strode in, flanked by 4 bodyguards nearly 2 meters tall. Who are you? Mo Badian demanded upon entry, exuding an overwhelming presence. His imposing demeanor did not faze Lin Tian in the least. He turned to Xiao Hua and Xiaofan, saying, You should leave now and kindly close the door behind you. Chapter 60. I want your son. Xiaofan initially intended to reprimand Lin Tian for his actions, yet upon encountering the tranquility in Lin Tian's eyes, which mirrored a placid surface of water, his words became lodged in his throat, leading him to instinctively usher everyone out. Once the door was closed, Lin Tian's gaze finally settled on Mo Badian. I am Lin Tian, a physician, he stated. Mo Badian scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe, failing to sense any hostility, which allowed him to relax somewhat. He inquired, What is the purpose of your summons? It concerns your son, Lin Tian replied with measured calmness. You must be aware of your son's affliction. For several days each month, he suffers from intense fever and excruciating pain. Are you implying that you can cure him? Mo Badian's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. It is worth noting that Mo Xiaoyang is his son, his only son, for his wife tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving him forever unmarried. It would be a falsehood to claim he did not care for Mo Xiaoyang. Moreover, the Mo family is a lineage of martial prowess, and it is imperative that Mo Xiaoyang be prepared to inherit this legacy. Thus, he cannot afford to be compromised. Should you manage to heal my son, I shall grant you any request, Mo Badian declared without hesitation. Well, could you have your son serve as my subordinate? Lin Tian mused thoughtfully. Both Mo Badian and Mo Xiaoyang were taken aback, but Mo Badian quickly regained composure, his expression darkening as he retorted, Are you mocking me? Under the weight of his ominous gaze, Lin Tian shook his head, stating, To save him, I must exact a considerable price. Without taking him as my subordinate, I shall not extend my aid, for it would be unworthy of the effort. Mo Badian pressed, what do you mean by that? Lin Tian smiled, the Mo family's martial arts are ill-suited for your son. Startled by this revelation, Mo Badian immediately queried, who on earth are you to possess such knowledge? I have already stated, I am a physician. If you refuse to divulge, I possess methods to compel you to speak. Mo Badian waved his hand, and 4 bodyguards, as imposing as mountains, advanced toward Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's demeanor remained serene, they were merely 4 ordinary individuals of taller stature. Go! The 4 shouted in unison, launching an assault on Lin Tian. Bang! Lin Tian remained motionless, allowing their fists to strike him. At his current transcendent level, even bullets could not inflict severe harm upon him, let alone the fists of 4 mere mortals. How is this possible? Mo Badian and Mo Xiaoyang's jaws dropped in disbelief. Lin Tian smiled once more, no one could discern how he had made his move, but in an instant, the 4 bodyguards lay unconscious on the ground, evidently having been rendered insensible. Who are you? Mo Badian felt a stir of unease within. I have reiterated this 3 times. I am a physician. Mo Badian hastily inquired, yet you are also a practitioner, how can you be merely a physician? Just dabbling, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Both Mo Badian and Mo Xiaoyang twitched at the corners of their mouths. To possess such terrifying power through mere casual practice was astonishing. After all, Mo Badian, at the second level of the yellow tier, could not have effortlessly withstood the punches of 4 bodyguards. Though he might grit his teeth and endure, retreat would be inevitable. What is your objective? Lin Tian responded calmly, more friends lead to more avenues, do they not? Are you seeking to foster goodwill with the Mo family? Mo Badian asked. Then why demand my son to serve as your subordinate? I have already explained. Your family's techniques are not compatible with your son. He is an exceptionally rare pure yang sacred body, highly discerning regarding martial arts. Fortunately, I possess a technique that suits him perfectly. Lin Tian continued, you, as a martial family, are most aware of the immense value of a cultivation technique. The risks associated with disseminating such techniques are also significant. Your son is no kin of mine, why should I bestow upon him my techniques? This Mo Badian found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 61 of the resplendent master Lin Tian skillfully inserted silver needles into several acupoints on Mo Badian's body, channeling his spiritual energy into him. Suddenly, Mo Badian felt a warmth enveloping him, but shortly thereafter, he expelled a mouthful of dark blood. All done, Lin Tian declared as he collected the silver needles. Is that it? Mo Xiaoyang, watching from the side, was utterly perplexed. He had anticipated a more elaborate demonstration. What did you expect? Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Mo Badian rose from the bed, leaping down and shaking his arms. Indeed, he felt significantly more at ease, his entire being relaxed. Master Lin! Mo Badian exclaimed with great excitement, finally realizing that Lin Tian was an extraordinary figure. With just this singular technique, he could traverse the world. Just call me Lin Tian, the title of master feels rather uncomfortable. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively and inquired, what does the Mo family engage in? Export trade, Mo Badian responded, overflowing with admiration for Lin Tian. For years, he had been tormented by hidden injuries, seeking help from numerous individuals, all to no avail. Only Lin Tian had managed to resolve his issues with such ease. In his eyes, Lin Tian was akin to a celestial being. Export trade, you say? It would be quite fitting to facilitate a foreign market for dreaming beauty, Lin Tian mused inwardly, then spoke to Mo Badian. You must have heard of the Ningming Beauty Company? Mo Badian nodded, I've heard of it. It's an emerging company. That's my partner's company. Your export trade might lend some assistance. After all, I am not well versed in matters of business. Lin Tian shrugged. Mo Badian's expression shifted to one of understanding. Ah, I see. At that moment, Lin Tian appeared to recall something and said to Mo Badian, may I borrow your phone? Although puzzled, Mo Badian, filled with respect for Lin Tian, did not decline and promptly handed over his phone. Lin Tian opened the Notes app, penned a prescription, and left his phone number before returning it. Take this medicine morning and night for 10 days, and your old injuries will be completely healed. With that, Lin Tian exited the hospital room. Xiao Hua hurried over, inquiring, how did it go? Lin Tian nodded, everything is fine now. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment, their gazes turning towards the hospital room. Inside, the 4 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, and a pool of dark blood stained the bed. Xiao Fan rushed forward to ask, what happened? Badian chuckled, "It's nothing, my son's ailment has been cured. Master Lin Tian is indeed a divine healer, he has resolved my body's hidden afflictions." Xiao Fan was taken aback. Despite having held Lin Tian in high regard, he had still underestimated him, as he never imagined Lin Tian could heal Mo Xiaoyang's condition. After all, it was an ailment beyond the reach of modern medicine. Lin Tian was a true miracle worker, and with Mo Baitian's endorsement, who could doubt him? Mo Badian, the head of the Mo family and the leader of the largest import-export company in several nearby cities, was worth billions. Could his words be false? In sheer disbelief, Xiao Fan hurriedly ran out to intercept Lin Tian, breathlessly stating, "I am Xiao Fan, the director of this hospital, here is my business card." He handed his card to Lin Tian and continued, "If any challenges arise, might I request the esteemed divine healer Lin to take a look?" Lin Tian accepted the card, offering a polite smile, and continued on his way. At that moment, Mo Badian emerged alongside Mo Xiaoyang, eager to invite Lin Tian to dinner, for Lin Tian had not only bestowed upon Mo Xiaoyang a powerful technique but had also healed him directly, effectively saving both of them. However, just as they were about to call out to Lin Tian, they were abruptly interrupted by a voice. "Mom, please hold on, the doctor is on the way, don't leave me all alone." Chapter 62. Concealing one's skills. A heart-wrenching cry from a girl emanated from the adjacent hospital room, causing Lin Tian to halt momentarily before promptly entering. The others hurriedly followed, curiosity etched across their faces as they peered into the room. Within, a strikingly beautiful girl knelt by the bedside, clutching the hand of a woman, weeping uncontrollably. The woman was connected to numerous tubes, and the heart monitor displayed a gradually stabilizing rhythm, indicating that she would not last until the doctor arrived. Suddenly, the girl noticed Lin Tian standing nearby, her expression shifting to one of shock. Regaining her composure, she fervently grasped Lin Tian's hand, exclaiming, "Doctor, please save my mother." Lin Tian regarded the girl with calmness, gently squeezing her shoulder as he said, "You are weary. Rest for a while." No sooner had he spoken than the girl collapsed to the floor with a thud, truly having fallen asleep. The scene left the onlookers outside utterly astonished. Such a method. Before anyone could process the situation, Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the patient on the bed. Recognizing the signs of a myocardial infarction, he knew there was no time to lose. He retrieved a silver needle, safeguarded the woman's heart meridian, and punctured a few acupoints before withdrawing his hand. The entire procedure was seamless, taking less than 10 seconds. Before long, the heart monitor returned to normal. The spectators stood in stunned silence, especially the doctors, as Lin Tian's actions shattered their preconceived notions about medical practice. Could healing a patient truly be executed in such a manner? They were unaware that this process required immense precision. The depth and force of the needle must be meticulously calibrated, achievable only through extensive training. Following this event, Xiao Hua and Xiao Fan could no longer harbor any doubts. Meanwhile, Mo Badian held Lin Tian in even greater esteem, recognizing him as a true master. Saving lives seemed as effortless to him as taking a sip of water. Moreover, the gravity of the situation was apparent. Mo Xiaoyang gazed at Lin Tian in awe, contemplating that if he possessed such skills, vengeance would be within his grasp. With this thought, he felt fortunate that Lin Tian had taken him under his wing as a subordinate, prompting him to resolve to train diligently henceforth. Satisfied that the woman was stable, Lin Tian lightly tapped the sleeping girl, ensuring she would awaken shortly. Having completed his task, he exited the room. Mo Badian hurried after him, saying, "Lin Tian, do you have a moment? I would like to invite you to dinner." Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Perhaps another time, I have family awaiting me. We can discuss dinner after you and Meng Ning collaborate." Though Mo Badian felt a twinge of disappointment, he dared not press further. After expressing his gratitude, he took Mo Xiaoyang home. While Lin Tian continued on his way. However, en route, he encountered someone he had not anticipated, Lin Yuti. She was shopping with Tang Xini, clad in the new outfit Lin Tian had purchased for her the previous day. A sense of warmth filled him, and he longed to greet her, yet hesitated, fearing he might embarrass her. Not having driven, Lin Tian intended to pass by unnoticed, but unexpectedly, Lin Yuti caught sight of him. Yet, she refrained from calling out, which tugged at Lin Tian's heartstrings. Just then, a group of ruffians approached Lin Yuti, and two girls stood no chance against several men, quickly falling victim to their grasp. Lin Yuti's expression turned to one of terror as she was dragged toward a nearby alley. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian nearly rushed in to intervene. "Lin Tian, save me!" Lin Yuti's voice pierced through the air, filled with despair and helplessness. Seeing the tears on her delicate face, Lin Tian turned and ran away. Chapter 63. The beginning of contradiction. She ran away, Lin Yuti observed with clarity as Lin Tian turned and fled. Upon realizing he was in peril, he swiftly made his escape. Tears cascaded down her delicate face, and at that moment, her heart plummeted into despair, leaving her with nothing but disappointment and hopelessness. How could Lin Tian abandon her? Lin Yudi could not fathom what she had done wrong. Had he truly forgotten her? She felt an overwhelming urge to weep uncontrollably, yet she was forcibly dragged into an alley by a group of sneering individuals. Although there were many onlookers outside, not a single person bothered to call for help. Lin Yudi was consumed by a desperate impulse to end her own life. The ruffians grinned maliciously, their eyes greedily roving over Lin Yudi and Tang Xinyi's bodies. In a state of utter despair, Lin Yudi glanced at Tang Xinyi beside her, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Yudi. I don't want this, what should we do?" At that moment, Lin Yudi felt utterly defeated. Aside from Lin Tian, who else could possibly save her? "Xinyi, let us be sisters in our next life," Lin Yudi uttered slowly, tears mingling with bitterness as they slipped into her mouth. She silently thought, "Lin Tian, farewell." But just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the alley. The ruffians, poised to tear Lin Yudi's clothing, were suddenly paralyzed with fear. They turned to witness an unforgettable scene. A masked figure forcefully slammed one of the thugs into the wall. The man's mouth and nose bled profusely, his chest caved in, leaving his fate uncertain, but blood flowed like a river down the wall. Upon seeing Lin Yudi's tear-streaked face, Lin Tian felt a sharp pain in his heart, as though he were losing control of his strength. The remaining thugs, petrified by the sight before them, turned pale with terror and fell to the ground upon spotting Lin Tian approaching. Lin Yudi stared blankly at Lin Tian, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this mysterious savior, as if she had known him for ages, despite this being only their second encounter, and his second rescue of her. Suppressing the urge to embrace her, Lin Tian rasped, "You two, quickly get out of here." Thank you." Lin Yudi was the first to react, seizing Tang Xinyi's hand and dashing out. Once they emerged from the alley, Lin Tian's icy gaze fell upon the remaining thugs. As Lin Yudi and Tang Xinyi caught their breath outside, they were suddenly startled by blood-curdling screams emanating from deep within the alley. Soon after, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, a quiet so profound that it felt unnatural. No one emerged from the shadows for what felt like an eternity. Lin Yudi felt a twinge of anxiety for the masked man. Although she did not know him, he had saved her twice, and she could not simply disregard his fate. "Yudi, are you all right?" Lin Tian rushed over, hearing his voice. Fresh tears fell from Lin Yudi's eyes, stirring a wave of emotion within her. Yet, she cast a cold glare at him and retorted, "You needn't concern yourself." "Yudi, silence." Lin Yudi fixed her reddened eyes upon Lin Tian and articulated slowly, "I am very disappointed in you. Let us go, Xinyi." She took Tang Xinyi's hand and began to walk away, but before departing, she cast Lin Tian a glance, one filled with a profound sense of desolation. Lin Tian felt as though his heart had been pierced by a bullet. The pain forced him to crouch on the ground, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He longed to explain himself, but he knew that Lin Yudi would not listen to his words at that moment, leaving him to watch her silhouette gradually fade into the distance. After a considerable time, Lin Tian finally stood up and made his way homeward. Chapter 64. The hero in Starry Sea City. However, he ultimately did not return home. Instead, he ventured into a bar, where he consumed 2 bottles of white liquor with fervor, yet exhibited no signs of inebriation, prompting him to cease drinking. "Utterly useless," he muttered. After settling the bill, Lin Tian intended to head home, for there awaited a little girl at his abode. Yet, on his way back, he chanced upon a group of ruffians accosting a woman. Instantly, Lin Tian's gaze turned steely. He masked his face and charged forward, effortlessly sending one thug sprawling, while dispatching the remaining miscreants with a single strike each. Lin Tian suddenly realized his pent-up frustration had dissipated considerably. He had discovered an outlet for his emotions. The following day, a rumor spread through Starry Sea City. An enigmatic masked man had delivered a thorough beating to dozens of idle thugs within a single day, primarily within a 10-kilometer radius of Starry Sea University. The populace buzzed with speculation. Who could this masked figure be? Naturally, images of the masked man circulated online, and that morning, Lin Yudi was still slumbering in bed when Tang Xinyi, brimming with excitement as if she had struck gold, roused her. "Yudi Jia, look at this! The person who saved us yesterday was captured on camera, and he seemed incredibly formidable." Lin Yudi took the computer and, indeed, it was the masked man, with many proclaiming him a hero. "I never expected him to be so righteous. If I encounter him again, I must express my gratitude." Lin Yudi's cheeks flushed slightly. "Yudi Jia, who do you think this hero is?" Tang Xinyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Yudi smiled softly, pondering for a moment before responding, "I do not know who he is, but he must be a brave and gentle soul." At that moment, she recalled Lin Tian's hasty departure, and a pang of longing surged within her heart. "I wonder what this hero is doing now." Tang Xinyi gushed, "Do you think this hero has a girlfriend? Does she know he is a hero? How would I know?" Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the hero was diligently working at his company. Lin Tian swiftly completed his tasks for the day and then idly immersed himself in a game. However, it wasn't long before the phone beside him rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Chen Mengning calling. "What's the matter?" Chen Mengning's tone was exceedingly gentle. "Do you have a moment? Could you come up?" "Oh, just a moment," Lin Tian replied, hanging up the phone and closing the game before heading to find Chen Mengning. In her office, Chen Mengning sat with a smile, gazing at her computer screen, which displayed a photograph of the mysterious masked man. Just then, Lin Tian entered the room. "What is going on? Can't I seek you out if nothing is amiss?" Chen Mengning chuckled, then suddenly turned serious, saying, "Be honest, what were you up to yesterday?" Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure, replying, "I visited 3 patients at the hospital." "Oh," Chen Mengning's smile widened. "And who might this be?" She stood up and beckoned Lin Tian to the computer screen, insisting, "Confess." Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "How do you know this person is me?" "Take a guess," Chen Mengning said, her smile enchanting. Lin Tian was charmed by her expression and chuckled softly, replying, "You guessed correctly, that person is indeed me." "Just as I suspected." However, the next moment, Chen Mengning embraced Lin Tian, her face filled with concern as she implored, "Promise me you won't do such things again. It's very dangerous, will you?" She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Tian. He noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, and warmth enveloped his heart, leading him to instinctively nod. "Yes, I promise you." Chapter 65. "Boss, I present you with a grand gift." Chen Mengning released Lin Tian, yet her charming face flushed a delicate pink as she gazed at him and whispered, "Lin Tian, do you think I am a selfish person? However, your opinion is inconsequential." "I am indeed self-centered." She suddenly made a playful grimace, her demeanor adorably mischievous, leaving Lin Tian utterly captivated. Instinctively, he reached out his hand towards her lovely face, while Chen Mengning, sensing something, gently closed her sparkling eyes, her cheeks blooming a deeper shade of pink. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted them. Chen Mengning promptly opened her eyes, startled, and hurriedly returned to her seat, while Lin Tian, somewhat disappointed, withdrew his hand. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a girl with a delicate appearance, cradling some documents in her arms, seemingly there to deliver a report. Lin Tian cast a brief glance at her, nodded at Chen Mengning, and then stepped outside. The girl spared Lin Tian a glance but thought little of it. After all, Chen Mengning's aloofness was well known. Countless wealthy suitors had pursued her, yet none had succeeded, highlighting her formidable nature. Just as Lin Tian exited the office, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number and, with a hint of curiosity, answered the call. A somewhat familiar voice immediately resonated on the other end. "Boss?" It was Mo Xiaoyang calling. "What's the matter?" Lin Tian inquired, continuing his stride. "I feel much better now," Mo Xiaoyang exclaimed. "Boss, do you have some time? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude and present you with a gift." "Sure, where shall we dine?" Lin Tian was inclined to offer him some guidance, as it was evident that Mo Xiaoyang still carried a sense of inadequacy that warranted a little reprimanding. "At the Starry Sky Hotel," Mo Xiaoyang replied. "All right." Before long, Lin Tian arrived at the Starry Sky Hotel, renowned as the largest and most prestigious establishment in Shanghai City. Dining there was an experience to boast about for quite some time. Lin Tian had never envisioned a day when he would dine in such a place. However, for him, there was little to brag about. Upon entering the lobby, Lin Tian spotted Mo Xiaoyang seated not far away. He took a seat opposite him, and Mo Xiaoyang immediately stood up, respectfully exclaiming, "Boss, you are being overly formal." "Consider me your brother," Lin Tian chuckled, finding Mo Xiaoyang's reaction somewhat exaggerated. Mo Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Follow me, I shall show you the gift I have prepared." He beamed, rising and making his way toward the elevator. Along the way, a few waitstaff who recognized him respectfully stepped aside, greeting him, "Mo Xiao." Lin Tian calmly trailed behind him. Soon, Mo Xiaoyang led Lin Tian to the penultimate floor of the Starry Sky Hotel, stopping before the hotel president's office. Mo Xiaoyang grinned. "This hotel belongs to the Mo family, and with my father's consent, I have decided to gift it to you, boss. I hope you won't think poorly of it." "I didn't realize your family had such wealth." "Ha, you are indeed our benefactor," Mo Xiaoyang replied, gradually loosening up as he recognized Lin Tian's amiable nature, shedding his earlier reserve and genuinely considering Lin Tian as an older brother. In the next moment, he pushed the door open, proclaiming, "Come, let us go inside." Lin Tian followed him into the office, where a portly man clad in a suit and tie sat, likely having indulged too much in the hotel's offerings, his belly protruding. Upon seeing Mo Xiaoyang, the man was startled into standing upright. Chapter 66. Indeed, the boss is impressive. Mo Xiao, what brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly, he exclaimed, hurriedly rushing over. Lin Tian looked at him with exasperation. The disparity between this president and the one from his own company was quite pronounced. It was evident that the president of his own company possessed a certain charisma. Mo Xiaoyang, however, had no time to engage in idle chatter with the rotund man. He promptly pointed at Lin Tian and declared, bring forth all the shares of the hotel and transfer them to him. Ah! Zhong Quan gasped, instinctively glancing at Lin Tian. All the shares, those shares belonged to the Mo family, which meant that the hotel would be severing ties from their control and falling into the hands of this young man. He hesitated, stammering, Mo Xiao, this isn't according to the old master's instructions, this is my father's wish. If you doubt it, feel free to call and verify, Mo Xiaoyang replied. Upon hearing this, Zhong Quan immediately believed him and swiftly handed over the transfer contract to Lin Tian, who without a moment's hesitation, promptly inscribed his name upon it. Thus, the largest hotel in Shanghai City now belonged to Lin Tian. Seeing Zhong Quan busying himself with the paperwork, Lin Tian quickly interjected, don't leave just yet. I won't have the time to manage this hotel, so please keep an eye on it for me. Operations should continue as usual, and I'll grant you 3% of the shares. Zhong Quan beamed with delight, all right. Mo Xiaoyang cast a glance at Zhong Quan and said slowly, this hotel is under the protection of our Mo family. If you manage it well, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Rest assured, Mo Xiao and boss. Zhong Quan chuckled and Lin Tian smiled lightly, then took out his phone once more, displaying the photographs of Chen Mingning, Lin Yudi, and Li Muling for Zhong Quan and Mo Xiaoyang to see. He instructed Zhong Quan, ensure that the entire company remembers these three individuals, they are all under my protection. If you encounter them, you understand what to do? Understood. Zhong Quan nodded vigorously. However, it must be noted that these three women were all exceptionally beautiful, even if one was still a minor. Mo Xiaoyang was somewhat taken aback, three of them, yet, in the next moment, he fixated on one photograph, Lin Yudi in a blue glass skirt, her smile illuminating the surroundings. Lin Xiaohua, he exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed that no one had ever witnessed her smile so radiantly before. Boss, do you know Lin Xiaohua? He gasped. Are you referring to Yudi? Lin Tian glanced at Mo Xiaoyang and replied, I suppose you could say that. If possible, please look out for her at school, but do not disclose our acquaintance. Ah? Mo Xiaoyang was puzzled, what is the situation? Lin Tian evaded the question and turned to leave, let's go eat. I'm famished. Mo Xiaoyang sensed that there was undoubtedly some secret between the two of them. Could it be that they were involved? He was taken aback. Had Lin Xiaohua been conquered? In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had exited the office. Wait for me, boss. Mo Xiaoyang hurriedly followed. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves seated in a private room, indulging in a hearty meal. After dining, Mo Xiaoyang remarked with a grin, Boss, I can't thank you enough, the technique you provided truly cured my ailment. All my previous discomfort has vanished. That wasn't an ailment, it was a matter of your constitution. Ha, Mo Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly, what exactly is this pure yang sacred body? Your constitution, Lin Tian replied, looking at him. You have an innate affinity for flames. That is your constitution. If you diligently cultivate, you should eventually become an unparalleled master, specifically one who wields fire. Wow, that's awesome. Mo Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Tian chuckled, and as they continued their conversation, Mo Xiaoyang realized just how knowledgeable Lin Tian was, deepening his admiration for him. Chapter 67. The boss takes you flying. Before long, they departed from the hotel. As they reached the intersection, Mo Xiaoyang suddenly froze as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixed intently on a figure in the distance, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. Lin Tian, intrigued, followed his line of sight and immediately spotted a rather handsome young man in white, accompanied by a graceful young woman as they strolled through the streets. They resembled a couple, yet the girl appeared to harbor a distinct disdain for the young man, who repeatedly attempted to take her hand, only to be deftly evaded by her. Upon glancing into Mo Xiaoyang's eyes, Lin Tian swiftly grasped the situation, for he discerned within them a tumultuous blend of hatred, helplessness, and tenderness. First love? Lin Tian remarked, patting him on the shoulder with the tone of one who has been there before. If you can't bear to part with her, fight for her. If you truly let go, then wish her well from the depths of your heart. You wouldn't understand, Mo Xiaoyang retorted through gritted teeth. If you don't explain, how can I possibly comprehend? That man is from the Li family, Mo Xiaoyang revealed. The Li family, like ours, is a prominent clan, primarily entrenched in this Star Sea city. Though our Mo family boasts a formidable reputation, we hail from an outer city, thus we cannot rival the Li family here. That girl is Han Wenwen, I met her in this city. I like her, and she likes me, but that damned Li Yang. Mo Xiaoyang glared at the young man in white, his fury palpable, as if he yearned to devour him alive. To target me, he threatened Wenwen, compelling her to leave me and become his girlfriend. Having listened to this melodramatic tale, Lin Tian finally grasped the situation and responded, then reclaim her. Do you think I wouldn't want to? Mo Xiaoyang clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. But I cannot defeat him. He is at the 5th stage of the Transcendence realm. The 5th stage of the Transcendence realm, and what about you? 3rd stage. Mo Xiaoyang's face flushed slightly. Lin Tian shook his head and sighed. What does it matter how many stages? Just go and take her back. If you can't even muster the courage to reclaim the girl you like, your future is destined to be bleak. Mo Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully process Lin Tian's words, he heard, as your boss, how can I stand by and watch my subordinate being bullied? With that, he was pulled forward. On the opposite side of the road, Li Yang was growing increasingly frustrated as he failed to grasp Han Wenwen's hand. You can't possibly still have feelings for that useless fool, can you? Forget about him, he is probably sleeping with some woman right now. Han Wenwen's face paled, and she quickly retorted, you have no right to speak ill of him. If he truly cared for you, why hasn't he come to find you? Li Yang sneered. Well, Han Wenwen's expression faltered, her face paling further. Indeed, why hadn't he sought her out? Because he is contemplating how to deal with you. Lin Tian brought Mo Xiaoyang before the pair, and upon seeing Han Wenwen, Mo Xiaoyang instantly became agitated, yet he was at a loss for what to do. Han Wenwen, too, felt her cheeks flush, rendered speechless and flustered. Lin Tian found himself utterly exasperated with the pair. Han Wenwen, right, come here. He spoke bluntly, causing her to flinch in surprise, yet she eventually approached hesitantly. Noticing Mo Xiaoyang still in a daze, Lin Tian gave him a swift kick, propelling him forward to embrace Han Wenwen. Both of their faces instantly turned crimson, yet neither of them could utter a word. Lin Tian, in a fit of despair, slapped his forehead, unable to bear the sight any longer. After all this effort, couldn't he at least say, I'm here? Chapter 68. Oh boss, I've got your back. At that moment, Li Yang's senses sharpened. Upon witnessing Han Wenwen and Mo Xiaoyang locked in an intimate embrace, his complexion turned an ominous shade of green. He bellowed, incompetent fool, release her at once, she belongs to me. Mo Xiaoyang, regaining his composure, pulled Han Wenwen behind him and glared fiercely at Li Yang, retorting, she is certainly not yours. I've arrived. Do not even think about bullying her. Li Yang was taken aback, astonished that Mo Xiaoyang would dare to speak to him in such a manner. What audacity! He then shouted, this is Shanghai City. Do you wish to meet your end here? Mo Xiaoyang faltered for a moment, but quickly regained his fury, declaring, and what of Shanghai City? Even if you were the king of heaven himself, I would still bring her back. Behind him, Han Wenwen felt a surge of emotion. Lin Tian nodded in approval. Li Yang's face darkened at the words, you are courting death. With a furious shout, he charged at Mo Xiaoyang, who gently pushed Han Wenwen aside and turned to Lin Tian, saying, brother, keep an eye on her. Lin Tian effortlessly drew Han Wenwen close. Bang! The clash between Li Yang and Mo Xiaoyang commenced, fists flying in a whirlwind of rage. Initially, neither seemed to gain the upper hand, but gradually, Mo Xiaoyang began to falter. The onlookers gazed with curiosity, witnessing what seemed to be the legendary scene of a scholar's plight before a beauty. No, it was the heroic struggle against the allure of a fair maiden. Yet again, this notion was disrupted upon seeing Mo Xiaoyang receive a blow to the face. Han Wenwen's eyes welled with tears. She yearned to rush to his aid but was held back tightly by Lin Tian. Turning to him with desperation, she pleaded, you must be Xiaoyang's brother, please, help him, he cannot contend with Li Yang. Very well, Lin Tian replied, nodding before striding forward. You will perish. Li Yang roared, hurling a punch toward Mo Xiaoyang's face. However, Mo Xiaoyang had already closed his eyes, bracing for the impact, only to find that it never came. Opening his eyes, he saw Lin Tian had intercepted the blow. The astonishment on Li Yang's face was palpable as he realized that his full-force punch had been caught by a stranger. Instantly, he distanced himself from Lin Tian, demanding, who are you? Do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions? I am this lad's superior. Lin Tian indicated Mo Xiaoyang beside him, continuing, and do not think to threaten me with your Li family. Even the Mo family dares not challenge me, so do you truly believe I would fear you? Arrogant. Li Yang's expression darkened as he shouted, launching a fist at Lin Tian. Bang! His fist landed upon Lin Tian's abdomen, yet Lin Tian remained unfazed, as though nothing had transpired. In truth, Lin Tian felt no discomfort. Li Yang's strike was feeble and lacking in force. Though Lin Tian perceived it this way, Li Yang was far from convinced. To endure an unguarded, full-force punch, what manner of creature was this? It was well known that even his father would stagger back from such an impact. Fearfully retracting his hand, Li Yang leapt aside, regarding Lin Tian with caution. Who are you? I have already stated, I am this lad's superior. Noticing Li Yang's trembling legs, Lin Tian chuckled. He had no intention of quarreling with a mere child. The dispute over a maiden was theirs to resolve, not his. He continued, I have come to assist Mo Xiaoyang with strategy. In 2 weeks, he will duel you. Given your temperament, the loser will surely be deemed a worthless fool. Location? Li Yang's expression soured. Shanghai University. Mo Xiaoyang asserted, his tone resolute. He grasped Lin Tian's intent to take matters into his own hands and defeat Li Yang. Very well, await your demise, fool. Li Yang spat, flinging his hand dismissively as he stalked away. Embarrassed by Lin Tian today, he wished to leave the scene without delay, yet a seed of trepidation took root. Who was this Mo Xiaoyang's superior? He seemed to possess skills surpassing even those of his father. Chapter 69. The author of this book is psychologically disturbed. Mo Xiaoyang rubbed his swollen face and Lin Tian smiled, saying, Thank you so much, big brother. The pent-up resentment he had harbored for so long was finally vented by Lin Tian, and from that moment on, he was completely in awe of Lin Tian, genuinely treating him as an elder brother. He waved his hand, and Han Wenwen immediately approached obediently. Xiaoyang, is your face all right? Her eyes were filled with concern as she gazed at Mo Xiaoyang's face. Lin Tian, I refuse this dog food. It's nothing, Mo Xiaoyang replied with a smile, then took Han Wenwen's hand and said, Quickly thank my boss. Han Wenwen looked at Lin Tian obediently and said, Thank you, boss. No worries, I'll be on my way, Lin Tian said, turning to leave. This dog food was both cold and hard, lacking any nutritional value, decidedly unpalatable. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyang called out, Boss, don't forget to come watch my duel. Lin Tian smiled but said nothing, quickly departing. Lin Yudi felt somewhat restless. At this juncture, her mind was half occupied with Lin Tian and half with that enigmatic figure. That mysterious person had saved her twice. Could it be mere coincidence? Yet, it seemed unlikely, as if he harbored some ulterior motive. Could it be? Lin Yudi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she promptly shook her head, chastising herself for such fanciful thoughts. After all, she had feelings for Lin Tian. She adored Lin Tian. No, she loved Lin Tian. Having grown up alongside him, she had fallen for him long ago, though he remained blissfully unaware. This foolish boy, the mere thought of Lin Tian caused a pang in her heart, prompting her to take out a book and randomly flip to a page. One line caught her eye. The more unattainable a man finds something, the more he will cherish it. The colder you are to him, the warmer he will become towards you. Had Lin Tian been present, he would have undoubtedly torn the book to shreds and burned it, subsequently tracking down the author for a good beating. How many lovers had been led astray by such a statement? How many men had chosen to let go? At that moment, a cough echoed from the doorway of the classroom, causing everyone to look up and immediately spot the homeroom teacher accompanied by an unremarkable boy clad in worn clothing, as if he had just emerged from the mountains. The teacher brought him to the front of the class and announced, Students, I would like to introduce a new classmate. From now on, we will all be learning in the same classroom. The boy then spoke up, My name is Zhao Xiaolong, 18 years old, single, and I welcome all the beautiful ladies to flirt with me. His words elicited derisive laughter from some of the girls. Doesn't he look in the mirror before saying such things? Zhao Xiaolong appeared unfazed by the jeers, his gaze sweeping across the classroom, where he indeed spotted several stunning girls, their fair thighs and ample chests nearly causing him to drool. Upon seeing Lin Yudi, his eyes widened, rendering him momentarily speechless. My goodness, do celestial beings truly exist in this world? If only he could bring this fairy sister home, it would be a matter of ancestral pride. He could boast about it for a lifetime. Zhao Xiaolong, find a seat, the teacher urged. Okay. Zhao Xiaolong nodded vigorously and promptly dashed to the seat next to Lin Yudi. Although it was adjacent, a 1-meter-wide aisle separated them. Hardly had he settled in when Zhao Xiaolong struck up a conversation with Lin Yudi. Fairy sister, I'm Zhao Xiaolong, you can call me Xiaolong from now on and feel free to approach me with any questions. Don't be misled by my humble appearance, I'm actually quite impressive. He patted his chest proudly. Chapter 70. Li Mu's master. Thank you. Lin Yudi smiled at him and said, My name is Lin Yudi. Upon seeing Lin Yudi's radiant smile, Zhao Xiaolong was momentarily entranced, nearly drooling in awe. His heart surged like a volcano, exclaiming inwardly, "Heavens, this fairy sister is simply stunning. To marry her and bring her back to the mountains would be akin to an explosion of ancestral graves." However, Lin Yudi was preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Tian and the enigmatic figure. Why had Lin Tian fled that day? Who was the mysterious individual? At that moment, Zhao Xiaolong interjected, "Fairy sister, you seem troubled. Do share. Perhaps I can assist you. I am quite formidable." Lin Yudi chuckled softly, withholding any mention of Lin Tian. Observing her silence, Zhao Xiaolong remained undeterred, cheerfully suggesting, "Fairy sister, I just arrived in this city, and tomorrow is my birthday. Coincidentally, school is on break. Might you show me around?" "Very well," Lin Yudi nodded. At the airport, a plane gradually came to a halt. Li Mu emerged, following an elderly gentleman. Xian Tian surveyed the bustling crowd and couldn't help but exclaim, "This city is indeed lively." "Enough of that, old man. Once you help me exact my revenge, I shall treat you to a grand pampering." Xuan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly replied, "All right, it's a deal. I've longed to experience the city's indulgences." After disembarking, they swiftly arrived at Shanghai City. Xuan Tian's gaze was captivated by the long legs strutting down the street, nearly causing him to drop his jaw in awe. He swallowed hard, muttering, "This city is perilous indeed." "Enough chatter, let us dine first, and then seek out our adversaries." Li Mu was consumed by a singular desire to obliterate Lin Tian. "You're treating? Excellent." Shen Tian beamed, promptly dragging Li Mu to the Starry Sky Hotel. Li Mu could still afford a meal, having once been the formidable god of death. Shen Tian ordered an extravagant spread, yet Li Mu had no appetite. Unperturbed, Shen Tian indulged heartily, devouring every dish on the table before letting out a satisfied belch. "Old man, it's time for us to set off," Li Mu declared. "Just a moment, no need to rush. I am still feeling rather full." Shen Tian replied, picking his teeth with a toothpick. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Tian drove home, yet, en route, he suddenly sensed a malevolent aura and a deeply concealed intent to spy. That ominous energy was all too familiar. It belonged to Li Mu. It seemed he had summoned reinforcements. Realizing he could not return home early tonight, Lin Tian called Li Muling, instructing her to return alone and to be cautious on the way, for he had to work late. Li Muling obediently complied. As time passed, Li Muling had come to terms with previous events and had genuinely integrated into Lin Tian's household, considering him family, while Lin Tian likewise cared for her as one of his own. Once he had given her his instructions, Lin Tian drove toward the outskirts. Meanwhile, Li Mu could not allow Lin Tian to escape so easily. He quickly hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to follow Lin Tian's vehicle. Lin Tian, deliberately maintaining a leisurely pace, led them into the suburbs until he arrived at an open area, where he finally exited the car. At that moment, Li Mu and Xian Tian emerged from the shadows. The moon began its slow ascent, illuminating the vacant space. Chapter 71. Why must you force my hand? Lin Tian alighted from the vehicle, calmly observing the two approaching figures. Xian Tian scrutinized Lin Tian with a discerning gaze, finding nothing particularly special about him, before turning back to glance at Li Mu, saying, "Is this the one? The one who has brought you to this state?" "Indeed, it's him, old man. Master, you must help me exact my vengeance." Li Mu fervently nodded, his gaze filled with pride as he looked at Lin Tian, fully aware of Xian Tian's formidable nature. He had never bested Xian Tian in combat. Lin Tian turned his attention to Xian Tian. "Old man, have you come to assist him?" With a single glance, he discerned that Xian Tian had attained the 7th tier of the Yellow Realm, while he himself had ascended to the 2nd tier of the Profound Realm, equipped with martial techniques and agility that would allow him to prevail even with one hand tied behind his back. Xian Tian nodded. "He is, after all, one of my disciples. Could you grant me a favor and restore him?" "Not a chance." Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, "Your obedient disciple has repeatedly opposed me, even attempting to take my life. Allowing him to prance about until now has already been an act of immense leniency. Are you implying that you wish to stand against me?" Xian Tian's voice turned cold and cutting. "You are mistaken," Lin Tian retorted. "It is you who have chosen to be my adversaries. I am a person who cherishes peace and tranquility, never one to instigate conflict." At this moment, Li Mu could no longer contain himself. He shouted vehemently, "Master, Lin Tian has lost his confidence. His words are yielding. You should simply step forward, subdue him, and force him to kneel in supplication." Lin Tian remained silent. Xian Tian also sensed a lack of conviction in Lin Tian's tone. Given their intent, Lin Tian smiled faintly and addressed the two. "If that is the case, since you insist on confronting me, I shall be compelled to make the first move." With that, his figure abruptly vanished. Shadow step, Lin Tian materialized in midair before Xian Tian. The previously composed Xian Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling in astonishment as he instinctively attempted to retreat, yet, at that very moment, several silver needles pierced his body. His form became rigid. Boom! Lin Tian delivered a kick to Xian Tian's chest, akin to a thunderclap, causing Xian Tian to violently expel a mouthful of blood, his chest caving in, before he was hurled backward over 10 meters, landing in a disheveled heap several meters further. This kick was named Thunderous Kick, a martial technique of his own. Lin Tian stood there, gazing with a calm demeanor at the barely conscious Xian Tian, while Li Mu, already stricken with terror, rushed back to Xian Tian's side, pale as a ghost. Master, are you all right? Li Mu cried out. Xian Tian coughed up blood, trembling as he urged, run, quickly, never return. No, I will kill him. Li Mu sprang to his feet, his eyes now bloodshot with fury. He let out a roar and charged at Lin Tian, but as an ordinary person now, he was predictably sent flying by Lin Tian's kick. Li Mu careened through the air, crashing violently against a tree before losing consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Xian Tian's breathing grew increasingly labored. Do not kill him, I possess a spirit pearl that can exchange for his life. He cast a glance at Li Mu in the distance and whispered, from here on, your path is your own. With that, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Lin Tian retrieved the spirit pearl from Xian Tian's grasp, cast a final glance at them, and said nothing as he departed in his vehicle. He held a modicum of respect for the old man, who, even in death, cared for Li Mu. It remained uncertain whether Li Mu would heed his master's dying wish. Ultimately, he had no desire to take a life, yet they perceived him as weak. One could say that Li Mu's life was bartered by the old man. Chapter 72. A little lowly at home. It was not until dawn that Li Mu finally awoke. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Xian Tian lying in a pool of blood, and his mind was instantly engulfed in a deafening silence. He rushed over, only to discover that Xian Tian had already breathed his last, yet his face bore a serene smile. Lin Tian. I will surely kill you, he roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, but he still shouldered Xuantian's lifeless form and departed from that grim scene. In the morning, Lin Tian abruptly opened his eyes while seated cross-legged on his bed. A flicker of purple lightning flashed in his gaze, and before him lay a transparent orb. After a night of profound meditation, Lin Tian had completely absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the orb, elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of the Xian rank. Suddenly, he heard a voice drifting from the adjacent room. Lin Tian Gij, it was the soft, breathy voice of Li Mu Ling. Lin Tian felt a wave of curiosity wash over him, but out of caution, he approached carefully. Just as he was about to knock, he realized the door was ajar. Could it be that their home had been burglarized? Alarmed, Lin Tian swiftly pushed the door open. What he beheld nearly caused him to faint. He saw Li Mu Ling clad in her nightgown, seemingly still asleep, but appearing to be lost in a dream. Her long legs were tightly wrapped in the covers, adorned with playful panda print shorts. Most startling of all, she was murmuring, Lin Tian Gij. Lin Tian's face turned pale as he hurriedly retreated from the room, rushing downstairs to gulp down a large glass of water. She is still a child, in the throes of adolescence. It is not uncommon for her to have peculiar dreams. I was once in her shoes, he reassured himself, yet, the crux of the matter was that he was the protagonist of her dreams. Forget it, I shall pretend I never saw anything. Lin Tian swallowed hard before entering the kitchen. Just as he finished preparing breakfast, Li Mu Ling emerged from her room, her cheeks flushed. Good morning, Lin Tian Gij, she greeted, her face still aflame. Good morning, shall Ling go wash your face and then join me for breakfast, Lin Tian replied, though his gaze unwittingly wandered toward her lower half. Goodness, that nightgown was blinding. However, as he looked at Li Mu Ling, he couldn't help but find her utterly adorable. Adorable seemed an understatement, beautiful was more fitting. She was merely 15, yet her beauty was already apparent, and it was evident that she would rival Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi in the future. Li Mu Ling, her face still aglow, dashed into the bathroom. During breakfast, with a rosy hue still adorning her cheeks, Li Mu Ling spoke to Lin Tian Gij. There will be a parent-teacher meeting this Saturday. The teacher said my parents must come up to share their educational experiences. Could you assist me? Her face lowered in embarrassment. Lin Tian glanced at her and smiled. Of course, I would be delighted to help. You are the best, Lin Tian Gij. Li Mu Ling exclaimed, lifting her head to beam at him before jumping down from her stool. I'm full now, I'm heading back to school. Wait a moment. Lin Tian took a hearty sip of kanji and declared, I will accompany you. Today, Shanghai University was on holiday. Lin Yudi lay in bed, relishing the rare opportunity to sleep in, but Tang Xini, rather inconveniently, roused her from slumber, announcing, I heard today is Zhao Xiaolong's birthday, and Lu Hua intends to throw a party. Come with me. Tang Xini insisted. Absolutely not, Lin Yudi replied. Are you going or not? Tang Xini leaped onto the bed, playfully tussling with her until they both realized their disheveled state, at which point they ceased their antics. Lin Yudi chuckled, alright, I'll go, you've truly worn me down. Chapter 73 Zhao Xiaolong, the tenacious wallbreaker Lu Hua had garnered a modest reputation at school, stemming from his family's ownership of a small factory that had yielded considerable wealth, thus categorizing him as a second-generation rich kid. Today marked the birthday of the new student, Zhao Xiaolong, presenting Lu Hua with a splendid opportunity to flaunt his affluence, one he could hardly afford to miss. Thus, early in the morning, he orchestrated a gathering of classmates, inviting them to indulge in some revelry at the Royal KTV. Of course, his primary motivation was to showcase his prowess to Lin Yudi. While Zhao Xiaolong's affairs were of little consequence to him. As the appointed hour approached, more than 10 individuals had assembled at the school gate, with Zhao Xiaolong arriving early, brimming with excitement for this second venture into the city and eager to witness the fabled KTV. The last to arrive were Tang Xini and Lin Yudi. On this day, Lin Yudi donned a stunning outfit purchased by Lin Tian, captivating everyone present. The effect was particularly pronounced on Zhao Xiaolong, who nearly drooled at the sight. Noting his reaction, Lin Yudi felt a twinge of distaste. Undeterred, Zhao Xiaolong wiped his mouth and approached her, exclaiming, "You look absolutely enchanting today, my fairy sister. You are even more beautiful than a celestial being." "Thank you," Lin Yudi replied politely, while Lu Hua, observing from a distance, cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiaolong before swiftly moving closer to Lin Yudi, grinning as he said, "Yudi, why not ride in my car?" He produced his keys and pressed the horn, prompting an Audi S6L to respond with a couple of honks. Surrounding classmates regarded him with envious eyes as he flashed a nonchalant smile at Lin Yudi, saying, "Come on, let's go, ride in my car, and we'll set off." Just as Lin Yudi was about to speak, Zhao Xiaolong, feeling indignant, interjected with a scoff, "So what if it's just a car? What's so impressive about that?" He was determined not to let anyone undermine his fairy sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Hua's expression darkened as he glared at Zhao Xiaolong and retorted, "Do you even have a car? Bring one out, then." "Not at the moment, but that doesn't mean I won't have one in the future." Zhao Xiaolong shot Lu Hua a defiant look before turning to Lin Yudi, cheerfully declaring, "Fairy sister, when I do have a car, I shall gift you one." "Anyone can boast." Lu Hua scoffed in response. As tensions escalated between the two, Lin Yudi interjected, "Alright, let us not quarrel. Today is Zhao Xiaolong's birthday. We ought to celebrate joyously. Harmony is paramount. Let us hurry and leave, or we might miss our reservation." "I've already secured a spot," Lu Hua declared triumphantly. "Then let us be off." "I'll ride in Xini's car," Lin Yudi said, promptly climbing into Tang Xini's vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Lu Hua shot a resentful glare at Zhao Xiaolong, musing that if it weren't for this country bumpkin, Lin Yudi would have been in his car long ago. Lu Hua then entered his own vehicle, while the others hopped into the taxi Lu Hua had arranged earlier. Zhao Xiaolong, naturally disinclined to take a taxi, approached Lin Yudi's window, grinning as he asked, "Fairy sister, all the cars are full. Might I join you?" Initially inclined to refuse, Lin Yudi softened at the thought of Zhao Xiaolong's humble origins and relented. "Alright, you can sit in the back. You are the best, fairy sister." Zhao Xiaolong beamed as he climbed into the car, while Lin Yudi cast an apologetic glance at Tang Xini, saying, "I'm sorry for not consulting you first." Tang Xini rolled her eyes, "It's fine." Who could resist Yudi's kind heart? "But do remember, once we return to the dorm, interest will be due." "You dare!" Lin Yudi feigned anger. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaolong watched the two beauties bicker, nearly drooling at the delightful exchange. Chapter 74 of the intensification of conflict. As Zhao Xiaolong drove, he cast a cheerful glance at Tang Xini and said, "Sister Xini, you are truly beautiful. I wonder, do you have a boyfriend?" "Of course I have a boyfriend. Even if I didn't, someone like you could never be my partner," Tang Xini replied. "Oh, what a pity." Zhao Xiaolong's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly turned his attention to Lin Yudi, asking, "What about you, fairy sister? Do you have a boyfriend?" Lin Yudi answered candidly, "No." Zhao Xiaolong's eyes brightened. "Really, that's wonderful." Tang Xini shot him a glare through the rearview mirror, remarking, "Sister Yudi doesn't have a boyfriend because she doesn't wish to find one. If she desired a partner, suitors would encircle the globe, and any one of them would likely be of a better pedigree than you." Zhao Xiaolong remained unfazed, declaring, "Don't be deceived by my current appearance. I am quite formidable." He certainly wouldn't divulge his secrets. In truth, he had spent 18 years living with an old man in the mountains, acquiring exceptional medical skills, martial prowess, and a cultivation technique. After years of arduous training, he had now reached the 6th tier of the yellow rank. "Well, then, best of luck to you," Tang Xini replied. However, our Yudi already has someone she likes, so you ought not to entertain such thoughts. Really? Zhao Xiaolong chuckled suddenly. No matter, in the end, he cannot surpass me. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial KTV. As soon as they disembarked, Tang Xini exclaimed anxiously, Sister Yudi, I need to use the restroom, will you accompany me? With that, she grasped Lin Yudi's hand and hurried across the road to the restroom. Lu Hua glanced at their retreating figures and suggested, shall we head to the private room and wait for them? Subsequently, he ushered everyone inside. Lin Yudi stood waiting at the restroom entrance for Tang Xini, when a group of thugs happened to pass by and caught sight of her. Though she had not put much effort into her appearance that day, she still radiated an otherworldly beauty, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The thugs were immediately entranced, their eyes glazing over. What luck! To encounter such a stunning beauty at random. The leader licked his lips and grinned as he approached Lin Yudi. Noticing their advance, Lin Yudi's brows furrowed in concern as she instinctively guessed their intentions. She hurriedly attempted to retreat into the restroom, but they seized her before she could escape. What do you want? Let me go, she protested, struggling against their grip, but she was no match for their strength. In that moment, she spotted Lin Tian in the distance, and he noticed her too. Just as she was about to call out for Lin Tian to come to her rescue, she saw him turn and flee. Witnessing this, Lin Yudi froze in place. Lin Tian was running away, as if in a desperate bid for survival. He fled. At that moment, Lin Yudi felt the shattering of her heart. Let us have some fun in the restroom. The thugs dragged Lin Yudi into the men's restroom, and having witnessed Lin Tian's cowardice, she appeared vacant, as if devoid of life, offering no resistance as she was pulled inside. The thugs cackled with glee, preparing to tear Lin Yudi's clothing apart, when suddenly, the restroom wall exploded. A masked figure entered the scene. It was him. Lin Yudi's eyes lit up with hope. Lin Tian, upon seeing the thugs about to rip Lin Yudi's clothes, felt an eruption of fury. With a swift movement, he positioned himself before one of the thugs and kicked him away with a force that sent him crashing into the wall. Boom! The thug crashed through the wall, collapsing to the ground, bloodied and motionless, clearly in dire straits. The remaining thugs trembled in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Was this even human? Chapter 75. Infuriating. Who are you? Before the person could finish speaking, Lin Tian pressed his hand against the individual's head and, with a resounding bang, slammed it onto the ground, causing blood to gush from the person's mouth and nose, leaving their fate uncertain. The others, terrified, let out a scream and attempted to flee, yet, how could they possibly escape? With a flick of his silver needle, Lin Tian immobilized them in place, their terror growing as they heard his footsteps drawing ever closer. Ultimately, only two individuals remained standing in the restroom, Lin Yudi and Lin Tian. After glancing at Lin Yudi and confirming her safety, Lin Tian intended to leave immediately. Wait! Lin Yudi suddenly called out to him. At that moment, her heart raced, her cheeks flushed as the gruesome scene around her failed to frighten her. Instead, it provided a sense of vindication. Lin Tian paused, awaiting further words from Lin Yudi. At the Emperor KTV, Zhao Xiaolong noticed that Lin Yudi and Tang Xini had been absent for quite some time, which struck him as unusual. Thus, he dashed towards the restroom. The bustling traffic on the road heightened his unease, compelling him to hurry. After stepping over the hoods of several cars, he finally arrived at the restroom. A quick glance around revealed Lin Yudi was nowhere in sight, but he did spot a lifeless body lying not far away. Who on earth are you? Zhao Xiaolong suddenly heard Lin Yudi's anxious voice, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Inside the restroom, Lin Yudi gazed at Lin Tian's retreating figure, asking, You know me, don't you? Why did you come to rescue me without revealing your identity? Lin Tian turned back, and upon seeing her tear-filled eyes, a pang of pain struck his heart. Just as he was about to unveil his face, Zhao Xiaolong burst in upon seeing the masked Lin Tian and the tearful Lin Yudi. He shouted, Fairy sister, I'm here to protect you. He lunged at Lin Tian, but his punch met only air, for Lin Tian had already escaped. Fuming, Zhao Xiaolong glared at the vanishing Lin Tian and cursed, Damn it, he got away. He then turned back to Lin Yudi, concern etched on his face. Fairy sister, are you alright? Did that person bully you? Observing that Lin Tian was on the verge of lowering his mask, only to be frightened away by Zhao Xiaolong, Lin Yudi felt a surge of irritation. With a huff, she strode out, leaving Zhao Xiaolong bewildered. In the next moment, Zhao Xiaolong's gaze fell upon the bodies scattered across the floor. It was evident that the assailant was also a formidable opponent. Recalling the masked figure who had just fled, he felt a twinge of inadequacy, realizing he hadn't even dared to engage, opting instead to retreat. Trash, looking down on you, he scoffed before following suit. She peeked into the adjacent women's restroom but found no sign of Tang Xini, so she returned to the Emperor KTV, where she indeed spotted Tang Xini in the lobby. Upon seeing her, Tang Xini rushed over, asking, "Where have you been, Yudi sister?" Lin Yudi's spirits lifted at the sight of Tang Xini. She smiled and gently pushed her aside, saying, "I just encountered that masked hero again, and he almost revealed his face." "Did you see his face?" Tang Xini's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No," Lin Yudi sighed, continuing, "Zhao Xiaolong scared him off. That guy is truly more of a hindrance than a help." Tang Xini exclaimed, grabbing Lin Yudi's hand and leading her towards an inner private room. "We've been waiting for you." Just as they entered, a front desk attendant picked up the phone to call the manager, saying, "Manager, I think I may have spotted Miss Yudi." Chapter 76. The ones who are secretly protected. The Emperor KTV is also the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Keep a close watch on her, we absolutely cannot allow any issues to arise. Understood. As a result, the security personnel at this KTV doubled, with many stationed near Lin Yudi's private room. Even the surveillance cameras within her suite were activated, continuously tracking her movements. In the brightly lit room, Lin Yudi's mood suddenly turned somber as thoughts of Lin Tian crossed her mind. Lin Tian's second escape had truly left her disheartened. A sense of discomfort washed over her, and she began to drink alone, consuming half a bottle of beer, which left her feeling tipsy and her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue. In this state, she appeared even more enchanting. Zhao Xiaolong watched with such longing that he felt as though he might pluck his own eyes out to affix them upon Lin Yudi. Tang Xini noticed that Lin Yudi seemed troubled and approached her with concern, saying, "Sister Yudi, please don't drink so much, it's not good for you." "Mind your own business," Lin Yudi retorted, slightly intoxicated. Seeing her inebriated state, Lu Hua was more than pleased. Her drunkenness was precisely what he needed to carry out his schemes. With this thought in mind, he brought over a bottle of stronger beer. "Miss Lin's drinking capacity is impressive. Come, Lu Hua raises a toast to you." He poured her a glass. Tang Xini quickly intervened, grabbing Lin Yudi's arm in a desperate plea, "Sister Yudi, don't drink anymore, you're already drunk." Zhao Xiaolong, sensing Lu Hua's ulterior motives, attempted to intervene, but was pulled aside by others to drink and sing, given that it was his birthday and a celebration of his arrival at school. Lin Yudi, seizing the beer from Lu Hua's grasp, gulped it down eagerly, only to choke and begin coughing uncontrollably. "Yudi, let me fetch you some tissues," Lu Hua offered, wanting to be helpful, but upon discovering there were no tissues in the room, he cursed under his breath and hurried out to the lounge to get some. Upon his return, in his haste, he collided with a drunken man of considerable girth who appeared to hold a significant status. Lu Hua shot him a disdainful glance, intending to leave. "Wait a moment, kid. You knocked into someone and don't know how to apologize," the man called out to him. Having had a few drinks himself and feeling pressed for time, Lu Hua dismissed the man with a scoff, "You're just a pig. What is it to you if I bumped into you? I have money, and I can afford to insult you, don't waste my time." The portly man was incensed. He detested being called a pig, and in his anger, he prepared to retaliate. Seeing the man gearing up to strike, Lu Hua's temper flared. He delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground, continuing to curse as he stomped. "What's the matter? Do you still want to fight? I'll take you down." After a few kicks, Lu Hua grew weary of the rotund middle-aged man. Having regained his footing, pointed an accusatory finger at him, declaring, "Kid, you wait. If you have guts, report my name, let us see if I don't end you." "Ha!" Lu Hua scoffed, "Who is afraid of whom? I'm in the room up front, let us see if you, this pig, dare to come." With that, he returned with the tissues. The enraged man stormed back to his own private room, which was the Emperor Hall. Inside, Zhang Hao was seated, laughing and chatting with others, a steaming cup resting on the crystal table, emitting swirling tendrils of vapor. Bang! The man kicked the door open. Zhang Hao, spotting the man's disheveled state, immediately laughed. "What happened, fatty? Did you take a tumble? You look quite the sight, huh?" "Rubbish!" The man slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "I was knocked over by some kid. When I asked for an apology, he actually beat me up." Chapter 77. Trouble arises. Lu Hua's father is not the factory manager, but rather the head of the company. Please amend this. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and, with a resounding bang, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "How dare you strike someone in my territory? You certainly have some audacity." He glanced at several bodyguards and continued, "You all go with the chubby one and bring everyone back." Inside Lin Yudi's private room, Lu Hua returned in a huff. He intended to offer Lin Yudi a tissue, only to realize that Tang Xini had already brought some, and Lin Yudi had been thoroughly cleaned up. Unable to express his goodwill, Lu Hua shifted all the blame onto the chubby man from earlier, reasoning that had it not been for that individual delaying him, he would have been able to present the tissue to Lin Yudi and surely win her favor. What bad luck, he muttered as he moved aside, sulking while drinking. One person, noticing Lu Hua's discontented demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "Brother Hua, what is bothering you?" Lu Hua downed a glass of alcohol in one go, replying, "Nothing, I just kicked a chubby guy on the way here, which delayed me." But then a thought struck him. Don T girls prefer strong men who provide a sense of security. With this realization, he raised his voice, declaring, "You wouldn't believe it, that chubby guy must weigh at least 180 pounds, but what good is that? I knocked him over with a single kick, and when he tried to fight back, I merely had to say one word to make him obediently take the beating." He continued, "My idol is none other than Hao Gu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. I aspire to be like him one day, to reach for the heavens with a single hand. Brother Hua is formidable. Hao Gu, the big shot of Shanghai City, so Brother Hua will surely become a big shot in Shanghai City too." Those present gazed at him with admiration. Lu Hua was so pleased that his tail seemed ready to soar into the sky. However, at that moment, someone muttered, "It would be wise to tread carefully, after all, this is not our territory. If we provoke the wrong people, it could spell trouble." Lu Hua shot a cold glance at the speaker, scoffing, "Humph, my father is a factory owner, who should I fear? Let us keep drinking, keep drinking. If anyone dares to cause us trouble, I'll have them walk in and crawl out." Hearing this, no one dared to argue further, and they resumed singing and drinking. Tang Xini felt uneasy and wanted to take Lin Yudi home, but Lin Yudi clutched her beer bottle tightly, refusing to leave. Zhao Xiaolong's eyes sparkled as if he were deep in thought. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open with a loud bang, and 5 or 6 towering men rushed in, followed closely by the chubby man whom Lu Hua had just beaten. The sudden arrival startled everyone, who now watched the intruders with tension and vigilance. The chubby man scanned the room and, upon spotting Lu Hua drinking on the side, coldly snorted, "Take them all away." Lu Hua set his glass down, stood up, and glanced at them, then spotted the chubby man and broke into a grin. "Ah, it's you again, chubby one. What's the matter, didn't you get enough of a beating earlier?" The chubby man's face darkened instantly. "Take them away." Lu Hua banged the table with a loud thud and shouted, "I dare anyone to move. My father is the owner of the company. A mere company, and you're so arrogant." The chubby man's expression grew increasingly grim as 2 bodyguards swiftly understood the situation and advanced to seize Lu Hua. The chubby man then delivered a kick that sent Lu Hua flying. The impact jolted Lu Hua, partially sobering him. "Take them away," the chubby man huffed. "Even if your father came in person, he wouldn't dare act so recklessly." 2 bodyguards picked Lu Hua up and dragged him toward the exit, while Lu Hua screamed in terror, "You can't treat me like this. My dad is the president. If you continue this way, I will ensure you pay the price." Slap! The chubby man retaliated with a swift backhand, rendering Lu Hua speechless. "Enough of your nonsense." Chapter 78. The intoxicated goddess Lin. As they watched Lu Hua being taken away in such a manner, the individuals in the private room gradually succumbed to fear, realizing that Lu Hua had offended someone beyond their reckoning. The remaining bodyguards cast a glance at the others in the room, stating, "You all should follow along, those who dare to flee will not find us merciful." A group of quaking individuals was subsequently escorted away. Tang Xini's complexion turned ashen as she struggled to support Lin Yudi to keep pace, at which point Zhao Xiaolong, standing nearby, chuckled, "Sister Xini, let me assist the fairy sister. I possess great strength." Initially, Tang Xini had considered accepting his help, but recalling Zhao Xiaolong's previous gaze, she firmly declined. "No need, it isn't far, and Sister Yudi is not heavy." "Ah," Zhao Xiaolong replied, undeterred, adding earnestly, "You need not worry. I shall protect you all shortly." In no time, they were led into Zhang Hao's private room. Due to her trepidation, Tang Xini clung to Lin Yudi, positioning herself behind the towering figures of the others to shield both herself and Lin Yudi from view, unnoticed by the rest. Lu Hua stood at the forefront. "Brother, as the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. For the sake of my father's reputation, let this matter pass," he said with a smile as Zhang Hao glanced at him, slowly responding, "And who is your father?" "Lu Yifan." "Lu Yifan?" Zhang Hao let out a cold laugh. "Even if your father were here, he would have to respectfully address me as Brother Hao. Who do you think you are, demanding my leniency? Who are you?" Lu Hua seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. Zhang Hao toyed with a wineglass, speaking deliberately, "I am Zhang Hao. You have assaulted someone in my territory, and you are unaware of my identity? Brother Hao?" The faces of everyone present changed instantly, and Lu Hua felt a chill surge from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. They had just been discussing how formidable this Brother Hao was, never imagining they would provoke him. Lu Hua was now riddled with regret. Given 10 more lives, he would not dare offend someone like Zhang Hao. Fatty, the person is brought here. What do you propose we do? Brother Hao tilted his head towards a portly middle-aged man with a round face. The fat man immediately rushed forward, delivering a harsh kick to Lu Hua, who crumpled to the ground like a large shrimp, his face drained of color. Kid, weren't you quite impressive? Tonight, let me show you what I can do, he sneered. Please, brother, I was wrong. Truly, it was my mistake, spare me. Lu Hua, terrified, covered his head and pleaded for mercy. Spare you? That can be arranged, the fat man laughed heartily. Tonight, bring a few female classmates to entertain me, and I shall let you off. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyi's face turned even paler as she recoiled with Lin Yudi, her gaze fixed on Lu Hua, fearful he might betray her. Indeed, Lu Hua began scanning the crowd. Brother, I'll give you the class flower, spare me. He pointed directly at Lin Yudi. Upon spotting her, the fat man looked over, and upon seeing Lin Yudi, his eyes nearly popped out. She was now quite tipsy, her cheeks flushed, leaning unsteadily against Tang Xinyi, exuding an alluring charm that few men could resist. Bring her here. At his command, 2 bodyguards advanced to escort them. Tang Xinyi trembled as she glanced at Lu Hua, who turned his head away, feigning ignorance, while the other classmates did the same. Zhao Xiaolong let out a cold laugh. It seemed the time had come to reveal his prowess. Now at the 5th stage of the Transcendence realm, dealing with 4 or 5 bodyguards would be a trivial matter. The fat man leered at Lin Yudi, reaching out to caress her cheek, but to his surprise, Lin Yudi suddenly swatted his hand away and drunkenly exclaimed, I want a drink. Xinyi, bring me some alcohol. Quite the character. The fat man licked his lips. Chapter 79. A history repeats itself. At that moment, Zhang Hao stood at a short distance, gazing at Lin Yudi. One must admit, this girl was truly stunning, an absolute gem, rivaling even the women of Brother Tian. Wait a moment, Brother Tian, this girl appears strikingly familiar. It seems to be Lin Yudi. At this realization, Zhang Hao felt his legs nearly give way. Seeing the chubby fellow reach out again, he hastily shouted in alarm, Stop it, fatty. Startled, the chubby one shuddered and turned around, wearing a look of confusion. What is going on? His sudden exclamation caused 4 or 5 individuals to freeze in shock on the ground, and Lu Hua's face turned pale once more, while Tang Xinyi trembled in fright. At this juncture, Zhang Hao was too preoccupied to concern himself with the chubby one. After all, the person before him was Brother Tian's woman. A near disaster had just been averted. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhang Hao cautiously inquired, Miss Yudi? Tang Xinyi cast a terrified glance at Zhang Hao. Do you know Yudi? Indeed, it is her. Zhang Hao carefully called out again, Sister Yudi? Noticing Lin Yudi's lack of response, he felt no anger. Instead, he amiably urged Tang Xinyi to assist Lin Yudi to the sofa he had just vacated for her to rest. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Where had the previously imposing Zhang Hao gone? Now, he seemed disinterested in the group, instructing them to leave, which they did with elation, save for Tang Xinyi, who remained to care for Lin Yudi. Zhao Xiaolong had no intention of leaving either but was nevertheless escorted out by the bodyguards. Tang Xinyi stood beside the sofa, cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she nervously observed Zhang Hao making a phone call. He was contacting Lin Tian. Brother Tian, your sister-in-law is here with me, intoxicated, could you come and fetch her? Lin Tian, puzzled, responded, Mingning is with you? No, it's Sister Yudi. A jolt of alarm shot through Lin Tian, and he hastily replied, Where are you? I'll be there immediately. At the Emperor KTV, in the Royal Hall. After concluding the call, Zhang Hao turned to Lin Yudi and Tang Xinyi. Noticing the latter's anxious demeanor, he chuckled softly, You needn't be afraid, young lady. You are Yudi's classmate, correct? Why yes, Tang Xinyi stammered, instinctively nodding. However, after a moment, she regained her composure and, filled with curiosity and apprehension, hesitantly asked, You call Yudi sister-in-law, may I inquire who it is that holds affection for her? Ha, Zhang Hao laughed, you'll see shortly. Is he frightening? Is he fierce? Tang Xinyi whispered. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before replying, You'll find out soon enough. The chubby one, observing from the side, was utterly perplexed by the exchange and inquired, Brother Hao, who is this girl? Is she truly worth your caution? She is the wife of my life-saving elder brother, do you think I ought to show her respect? The chubby one grasped the significance of Brother Tian and chose to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 80. Lin Tian was slapped. After a span of 5 or 6 minutes, the door to the Imperial Hall was pushed open, and Lin Tian hurriedly rushed in. His eyes immediately fell upon Lin Yudi, who was lounging on the sofa, her intoxicated appearance tugging at his heartstrings. Brother Tian. Zhang Hao greeted respectfully. Meanwhile, Tang Xini scrutinized Lin Tian with a mix of caution and curiosity. Is this the brother Tian that Zhang Hao spoke of, the man who was Lin Yudi's partner? Could it be true? Yet, he undeniably exudes charm and elegance. Approaching Lin Yudi's side, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing that she appeared unharmed. What's the situation? He inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhang Hao. I had no idea Sister Yudi was here. Had I known, I would have ensured she was well looked after and would not have allowed her to consume so much alcohol, Zhang Hao replied, his head lowered in shame. Realizing that Zhang Hao was being truthful, Lin Tian's attention shifted to Tang Xini. His gaze softened considerably as he politely asked, "You must be Yudi's classmate. She typically avoids alcohol. Do you know what prompted her to drink to excess this time?" Tang Xini instinctively lowered her head, shaking it vigorously as she responded, "I'm not sure. She seemed to have something on her mind, but when I asked her, she refused to say anything." Lin Tian cast his eyes downward at Lin Yudi, only to suddenly notice that she had awakened, albeit still appearing somewhat inebriated. "Let us go home," he declared, extending his arms to lift her, but was met with a sharp slap, as Lin Yudi swatted his hands away. His heart raced, a pang of pain coursing through him. Zhang Hao was startled, while Tang Xini widened her eyes in disbelief. Lin Yudi wobbled to her feet, glancing at Lin Tian with an icy stare. "Lin Tian? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to take you home," Lin Tian replied, forcing a smile onto his lips. "Home?" Lin Yudi scoffed, suddenly swinging her arm with a resounding smack. Her palm landed firmly against Lin Tian's face, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Zhang Hao nearly gasped in disbelief. "I am deeply disappointed in you." Lin Yudi's voice was frigid as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Tian. Twice, each time I found myself in danger, you turned and fled. What is it about me that you find so detestable?" Slap. Lin Yudi struck him again, her finger jabbing toward the door. "Get out, I never want to see you again." In that moment, Lin Tian felt as though a knife had plunged mercilessly into his heart. A suffocating agony surged within him. "You're drunk," he managed to utter, his voice trembling. "Get out, I'm not drunk. I never want to see you again." Lin Tian's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as he beheld the trembling figure of Lin Yudi. Taking a deep breath, he appeared to arrive at a momentous decision. Turning to Tang Xini, he spoke slowly, "I entrust her to you. Please take good care of her, and ensure she remains unaware of my identity. She dislikes it." Tang Xini nodded instinctively. Lin Tian then turned to Zhang Hao. "Please take her back to school. I do not trust anyone else." With that, Lin Tian pivoted and departed. Tang Xini and Zhang Hao stood in a daze, struggling to comprehend the recent events. At that moment, Lin Yudi, for reasons unknown, felt 2 tears streaming down her cheeks. "Xini, let us go back." On the journey to return Lin Yudi and Tang Xini, Zhang Hao stole a glance in the rearview mirror at Lin Yudi, who had succumbed to sleep in Tang Xini's embrace. He sighed and remarked, "Xini, please make an effort to guide Sister Yudi in the future. If there are any misunderstandings, they must be resolved." Tang Xini nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will make sure to support Sister Yudi." She truly admired Lin Tian. Even after being struck twice, he refrained from retaliating, demonstrating the depth of his love for Lin Yudi. Consequently, her impression of Lin Tian remained exceedingly favorable. Chapter 81 of the Antique Exhibition. Lin Tian chose not to visit the bar, opting instead to return home directly. Although Lin Yudi's 2 slaps had stung him deeply, he was not so fragile as to be utterly disheartened. Once back in his room, Lin Tian commenced his training. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Just as he was contemplating a moment's respite, his phone suddenly chimed. Rising to his feet, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Who would be calling him at this hour? Nevertheless, he retrieved his phone, only to discover it was a call from Chen Mengning. Upon connecting, he inquired with genuine concern, "What's the matter?" On the other end of the line, Chen Mengning sat in her office, pouting in a mock display of anger. "Is it not permissible to call you if there is nothing wrong? Or have I interrupted something?" Lin Tian found himself both amused and exasperated, replying, "Indeed." "Oh, I shall hang up then. I wouldn't wish to disturb you further." "Shall we go to the movies?" Lin Tian suggested. "Not at all," Chen Mengning replied, though warmth spread through her heart. Internally chiding herself with a fool, she continued, "I heard there is an antique fair in Shanghai City, and someone invited me. Would you care to join?" "Absolutely," Lin Tian agreed, eager for a change of scenery. Chen Mingning stated, "I'll come pick you up now, please stay put." Before long, she arrived at the slums, where Lin Tian was already waiting. Upon seeing him, a radiant smile graced Chen Mingning's charming face, and Lin Tian felt his spirits lift significantly. Let us go, Lin Tian said as he got into the car. As Chen Mingning started the engine, she explained, this antique fair is taking place in the square, organized by Zhou Tianhao, the wealthiest man in Shanghai City, thus, many influential figures will be in attendance. Throughout the drive, she shared various insights, though Lin Tian had little interest in such matters, merely responding with the occasional nod. Soon, an expansive open square, spanning several hundred acres, came into view. We've arrived, Chen Mingning announced with a smile, leading Lin Tian to a suitable parking spot. As he stepped out of the vehicle, Lin Tian observed the throng of men clad in tailored suits and women adorned in flamboyant attire, and he couldn't help but marvel at their extravagant display. Casting a glance at his own casual attire, he then looked back at Chen Mingning, who, while not dressed like the ostentatious women around her, still outshone them effortlessly with her understated makeup. Noticing the gaudily adorned women in the square, Chen Mingning's brows knitted slightly. In the next moment, she approached Lin Tian, playfully pinching his waist and whispering, "You must not look at those women, understood?" Lin Tian inhaled sharply, hastily nodding, "Understood, understood." "Humph, that is more like it." Chen Mingning released him, her cheeks flushing as she walked ahead of Lin Tian. "Let us move. It seems quite entertaining." "Is this what they call a wife's authority?" Lin Tian chuckled softly to himself. His body was resilient enough to withstand bullets, let alone Chen Mingning's delicate grip. He had merely been feigning surprise. Feeling emboldened, he swiftly grasped her small hand, eliciting a startled cry from her, "Ah!" Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she made no attempt to resist. "Have you lost your mind?" "There are so many people here," she scolded, feigning ignorance. Lin Tian replied, "So many people? What of it?" With that, he pulled Chen Mingning along, and though her face was as red as if it might bleed, she followed obediently. The pair, both striking in appearance, attracted the attention of many as they entered the venue. Chapter 82 The Acquaintance of President Chen. Isn't that President Chen? President Chen has become even more stunning. Truly deserving of the title, Goddess of Shanghai. But who is the man holding President Chen's hand? I haven't seen him before. Could he be the heir of some wealthy family? A multitude of whispers began to circulate among the crowd, their gazes towards Chen Mingning filled with adoration, while their looks directed at Lin Tian were laden with envy. Some flamboyantly dressed women also noticed Lin Tian. His strikingly handsome features caused their cheeks to flush with warmth, stirring feelings of affection that they could hardly contain as they approached him. "Sir, do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you for a cup of tea," one woman said. Lin Tian regarded the woman before him, and once she finished speaking, he promptly wrapped his arms around Chen Mingning, who stood beside him, and replied, "I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend." The woman cast a glance at the blushing Chen Mingning, unable to suppress her astonishment at her beauty. She felt utterly inferior and, overwhelmed with embarrassment, retreated. In Lin Tian's embrace, Chen Mingning listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Feeling intoxicated, however, the realization that they were in a public square caused her to blush deeply, prompting her to wriggle free from his hold. She playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist and whispered, "There are so many people here, can't we wait until we get home? Then I shall seek out that woman from earlier tonight," Lin Tian teased. Chen Mingning's expression turned frosty. "You wouldn't dare." "Of course not," Lin Tian replied, stifling a laugh. The onlookers around them felt their hearts shatter as they witnessed the couple's playful banter. Chen Mingning was their goddess, pure and untouchable. Yet, to their dismay, she was being courted, leaving them with a profound sense of heartache. "All right, I shall cease my teasing," Chen Mingning said, casting a discreet glance around and noticing the despondent expressions on their faces. She then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Let us go inside and take a look." Indeed. Hand in hand, the two entered the venue. True to its name, the antique fair was replete with numerous tables displaying exquisite artifacts, many of which were stunning. Chen Mingning gazed at them with kind eyes, yet she was acutely aware that most were mere replicas, and thus she refrained from making any purchases. After the dream from last time, Lin Tian had gained considerable understanding. He could now discern the authenticity of antiques with just a glance. "Ah, Z1. While wandering, Chen Mingning suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she spotted someone in the distance. Lin Tian followed her gaze and saw a beautiful woman with purple hair standing among a pile of stones. "Lin Tian, let us go over there!" Chen Mingning exclaimed joyfully, pulling Lin Tian along. However, at that moment, Lin Tian sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby stall, causing him to halt abruptly. He said to her, "You go ahead, I'll join you shortly." "All right then, but do hurry." Chen Mingning replied, seemingly pleased, and without waiting for Lin Tian's intentions, she swiftly made her way towards the purple-haired woman. Once she had departed, Lin Tian turned his attention to the adjacent stall. It belonged to a young man who had an array of antiques displayed, including wine pots and vases. Curiously, Lin Tian picked up a wine pot to examine it. "How much for this?" he inquired. The young man's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, 100,000. "That's far too expensive." Lin Tian shook his head, placing the wine pot back down. "I merely wish to take back a memento. This is not worth the price." He then picked up a vase, asking, "What about this one?" 15,000, the young man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Tian. "What are you doing here if you can't afford anything?" Chapter 83. Supplies must precede the great battle. Lin Tian paid no heed to the scornful gaze of the young man before him. Instead, he picked up an ancient black ring and feigned interest, inquiring, "How much for this?" The young man cast a casual glance at Lin Tian and replied nonchalantly, 200. "Take it or leave it." 200, Lin Tian bit his lip, contemplating for a moment before ultimately producing the 200 yuan and handing it to the young man. "I'll take the ring." "Take it and go. Don't hinder my business." The young man inspected the bills under the sunlight to confirm their authenticity and then waved Lin Tian away with evident impatience. As Lin Tian slipped the ring onto his finger, he turned to leave but couldn't help but smile as he did so. The ring emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, and its antiquated design suggested that it was a relic from a bygone era. Although he couldn't ascertain its exact age, he was certain of one thing. The ring contained a spatial dimension of 27 cubic meters, essentially a cube measuring 3 meters in length, width, and height. Had the vendor been aware of this, he might have regretted his hasty sale. Upon channeling a stream of spiritual energy into the ring, Lin Tian found himself capable of utilizing this newfound space at will. To his astonishment, the ring began to fade slowly. Had it not been for the sensation on his finger, he might have believed it had vanished completely. Lin Tian soon discovered that the ring held contents: an ancient black longsword and a cerulean ceramic vial, which appeared to contain elixirs, though he was uncertain of their viability. In that moment, a profound realization struck him: supplies must precede the great battle. Casting this thought aside, Lin Tian made his way towards Chen Mengning. Chen Mengning joyfully approached the violet-haired woman, warmly exclaiming, "Zihan, what brings you here?" Startled by the sudden call, Zihan turned around and, upon seeing Chen Mengning's radiant smile, returned it with one equally bright. "Mengning, it's been a while." "Indeed, nearly a year, I believe," Chen Mengning remarked, her gaze appraising Zihan. With a smile, she added, "You've become even more beautiful." Zihan's long purple hair cascaded down to her waist, and her violet eyes mirrored those of Chen Mengning. Her exquisitely delicate features resembled those of a celestial being, rivaling Chen Mengning's beauty, and she exuded an air of royal grace, standing amidst the stones. "I'm here for a little fun. What about you?" Zihan asked with a gentle smile, linking her arm with Chen Mengning's. Chen Mengning returned the smile, "I'm here for the same." Both women were stunningly beautiful, captivating the attention of countless men as they stood before a pile of rocks. "Zihan, come look at this stone. There's definitely something inside." A man clad in a black outfit shouted as he approached, cradling a stone the size of a watermelon. Upon seeing him, Zihan turned her head away in embarrassment, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yang Hao approached with a cheerful demeanor but suddenly halted upon noticing the exceptionally beautiful woman beside Zihan. His eyes roamed over her, filled with a predatory gleam, particularly drawn to her long legs clad in black stockings and her ample bosom. Chen Mengning frowned slightly, turning to Zihan and inquiring, "Who is this person? Is he your friend?" "Hello, beautiful, I'm Yang Hao, Zihan's fiancé, let us get acquainted." Yang Hao stepped forward, extending his right hand towards Chen Mengning. "Oh, hello. I am Chen Mengning," she replied, offering a polite smile. Chapter 84. He dared not speak. Upon finishing her sentence, she gazed at Zihan with an expression of astonishment, questioning, "Your fiancé?" "I do not wish for this either," Zihan sighed, shaking her head. "He saved my father's life, and upon witnessing his skills, my father decided to take him on as my fiancé and bodyguard." At this juncture, Yang Hao interjected, "Zihan, lend me some money. This stone is quite remarkable. I have told you countless times, my name is Zihan, you cannot refer to me simply as Zihan." "One day, I will compel my father to rescind this arrangement," Zihan retorted angrily, turning her head away. "Moreover, I am out of money." Yang Hao forced an awkward smile and replied, "Very well, I shall pay for it myself and present you with a gift later." With that, he clutched the stone and ambled toward the nearby area where stones were being cut. Zihan had no inclination to engage with him. "Mengning, did you come here by yourself?" This inquiry caused Chen Mengning's cheeks to flush a delicate hue. After a moment of hesitation, she replied softly, "I came with my boyfriend. He is over there playing and will join us shortly." Zihan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Mengning, exclaiming, "You actually found yourself a boyfriend?" I am curious to see who could possibly win over the frosty goddess from back then, she teased. What frosty goddess? That was ages ago, why bring it up now? Chen Mengning remarked, though her gaze drifted to the approaching figure of Lin Tian. There he comes, that's him. She pointed to Lin Tian as he strolled over. Xia Zihan scrutinized him for a moment before nodding in approval. His looks certainly befit our goddess, but I wonder about his character and abilities. You're incorrigible. The two immediately began to bicker. Lin Tian observed the two women engaged in their playful squabble, his lips twitching in bemusement. Is this really appropriate in broad daylight? Nevertheless, he approached them. Upon Lin Tian's arrival, Chen Mengning ceased her teasing and introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. And this is my best friend, Xia Zihan. Xia Zihan narrowed her eyes with a smile and extended her right hand toward Lin Tian, saying, hello. Hello, Lin Tian replied, nodding as he lightly shook her hand. Xia Zihan then covered her mouth with a giggle. Oh dear, Mengning, your boyfriend is not only handsome but also polite, he seems quite gentle as well. I am nearly swooning. I wouldn't mind if he were to take on a harem, Chen Mengning said with nonchalance. Lin Tian's body jolted, staring at Chen Mengning in disbelief. He suspected he had misheard her, perhaps it was due to his late-night training sessions. How extraordinary, Xia Zihan laughed, covering her mouth. Isn't your boyfriend destined for sheer happiness? Chen Mengning replied with a hint of pride, if he were to have a harem, he wouldn't dare. Suddenly, a loud exclamation echoed from a distance. Someone struck green. The trio turned to see Yang Hao standing before the stone-cutting machine, his face alight with excitement, as a half-watermelon-sized stone revealed a palm-sized green core. That young fellow really did hit the jackpot. Chen Mengning exclaimed in surprise, while Xia Zihan remained composed, with only Lin Tian maintaining his calm demeanor. After all, it was merely a piece of jade. It was not as if it were emerald. With his current expertise, he could easily discern the valuable stones from the worthless ones without hesitation. Before long, Yang Hao returned, brandishing the palm-sized jade with a jubilant expression. However, upon noticing Lin Tian standing beside them, he momentarily froze, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes before he hastened away. Zihan, this jade is a gift for you. Do you like it? Chapter 85 of the Underworld King. Yang Hao. Xia Zihan cast a fleeting glance at the jade stone before looking up at the grinning Yang Hao without a moment's hesitation. She shook her head in refusal, stating, no, thank you. Yang Hao's expression darkened momentarily, yet he concealed his displeasure and shifted his gaze to Chen Mengning, handing over the stone with a flourish. Mengning, since Zihan has declined, I shall gift this stone to you. After all, I can acquire as many of these as I desire. As he uttered these words, he shot a triumphant glare at Lin Tian. Chen Mengning, more resolute than Xia Zihan, promptly replied, I do not want it. Yang Hao's hand visibly trembled, a flicker of anger crossing his face, but he forced a stiff smile as he extended the jade stone towards Lin Tian, saying, my friend, you must be acquainted with them. For their sake, I shall bestow this stone upon you. No need for thanks. His condescending tone irked both Xia Zihan and Chen Mengning. However, before Chen Mengning could respond, Lin Tian accepted the jade stone with a polite thank you and promptly sold it for a mere 1,000, an undeniable bargain. Put. Observing Lin Tian pocketing the money, both Xia Zihan and Chen Mengning couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Hao's expression darkened, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lin Tian. My friend, are you in dire need of funds? Allow me to select a few superior stones for you. No gratitude necessary. With that, he patted Lin Tian's shoulder as if they were old acquaintances. This is my man. If anyone is to choose, it shall be me, Chen Mengning interjected, unable to tolerate Yang Hao's incessant provocations towards Lin Tian. Her declaration of my man effectively silenced Yang Hao. Her man, Yang Hao's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing through Lin Tian as if attempting to unravel his very essence. From the moment he laid eyes on Chen Mengning, she had been a prize target in his sights. Now, with another claiming her first, his ire was unmistakable. That he was known as Yang Hao, yet he bore the moniker Underworld King. A true survivor forged in the crucible of death and destruction. While Li Mu was a latecomer to this perilous world, Yang Hao had been immersed in a life of killing and survival since birth. Countless women abroad dreamed of sharing his bed, yet he paid them no heed. Yet here, the young women before him consistently met him with disdain, fueling his frustration. After all, he was the Underworld King, capable of staining the earth with blood at a mere stomp of his foot. He had never been subjected to such indignities. Were it not for the unparalleled beauty and unique grace of Xia Zihan and Chen Mengning, he would have undoubtedly acted. Lin Tian regarded Yang Hao, recognizing the palpable aura of menace that emanated from him, a formidable presence indeed, yet still not worthy of his full attention. Mengning, allow me to offer you a gift. With that, Lin Tian ventured into the pile of stones, sifting through them until he emerged with two stones slightly larger than his fist. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's selections, Yang Hao couldn't suppress a derisive chuckle. What could a mere mortal hope to achieve with such trivialities? Yet, his amusement quickly turned to dismay when he observed Lin Tian using the money earned from selling the jade stone to make his purchase. Fuming, he clenched his teeth but refrained from acting upon his ire. Instead, he coldly remarked, "These 2 stones, hardly remarkable, are what you deem a gift. Allow me to reciprocate, not to bully you, but to present you with stones twice the size of those in your hands." "Ha!" Lin Tian shot him a glance of indifference. "Feel free." He then handed the smaller of the 2 stones to Chen Mingning, stating earnestly, "Take care of this, do not lose it." Chapter 86, Do Not Gamble Thoughtlessly. "It is quite childish." Chen Mingning obediently placed the stone in her palm, refraining from asking any questions, her gaze fixed on the stone as if she were attempting to see through it. Lin Tian offered a polite smile to Xiaozihan before approaching the stone extracting machine. "Boss, I would like to extract the stone." The stone extractor paused momentarily, then took the stone, slightly larger than a fist, with an astonished expression directed at Lin Tian. "Just this small stone?" "Yes, please," Lin Tian replied with a smile. "This is my first time engaging in such an activity." "Well, there is no extra charge if there is no yield. However, if there is, an additional 100 will be charged. That's the rule. Do you accept?" the boss inquired. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Chen Mingning and Xiaozihan stood beside Lin Tian, their curiosity piqued as they observed the stone, while Yang Hao scoffed derisively and joined them. "Extraction time," the boss suddenly shouted, startling Chen Mingning and Xiaozihan. At that moment, a crowd gathered, intrigued by the stone and Lin Tian, pointing and whispering among themselves. "This stone is truly tiny, it could not possibly contain anything. This fellow clearly appears to be a novice, merely playing around. Yet, the 2 women beside him are quite beautiful. Oh, that one seems like a goddess." Yang Hao approached Lin Tian, casting a glance at the stone, unimpressed. "This stone is utterly ordinary," he remarked with a smirk. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. "Ordinary, yet you still desire it? Surely you are not so desperate as to seek a miraculous windfall and overnight riches," he mocked. "Shut up, Yang something, if you're not going to look, then leave," Chen Mingning snapped, her temper flaring at the sight of Lin Tian being belittled, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Disregarding Chen Mingning, Yang Hao turned his attention back to Lin Tian, taunting, "Shall we make a wager?" "You are quite juvenile," Lin Tian replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Hao before focusing on the stone, drawing several lines upon its surface, then addressing the boss, "Cut along these lines, but do so with caution." Yang Hao's face flushed with anger. How could he, the esteemed king of the underworld, be deemed juvenile by another? He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but not those aimed at his beloved. Consequently, he had placed Lin Tian on his list of targets for retribution, considering life itself rather inconsequential after years of bloodshed, akin to squashing an ant. "Let the extraction commence," a voice proclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the stone. As the first cut was made, a thin layer was sliced away, revealing nothing. "Indeed, there is nothing," murmured the crowd in disappointment. Even Chen Mingning felt a twinge of regret, yet Lin Tian maintained a tranquil expression, as this was all part of his deliberate strategy. Revealing a yield on the first cut would only arouse suspicion. Upon witnessing the lack of yield, Yang Hao's smirk widened. However, when the second cut was made, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Green! Green has emerged," someone exclaimed. "Ice-type Imperial Green." The scene erupted into excitement. Imperial Green was a coveted treasure. "Young man, I offer 100,000, let me have that stone." "You must be joking, I'll bid 150,000, let it be mine." "Please, do not cut any further. If it drops, it will be a tremendous loss. I offer 200,000, that stone is mine." Chen Mingning and Xiaozihan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as they beheld the stone on the extraction machine, filled with wonder at the allure of Imperial Green. The boss glanced at Lin Tian, silently inquiring if he wished to continue. "Proceed," Lin Tian nodded. The boss inhaled deeply, his hands trembling with excitement as he prepared to extract the Imperial Green. Ultimately, he skillfully unveiled a fist-sized piece of ice-type Imperial Green to the astonishment of the onlookers. 1 million, someone shouted. "I bid 150,000. The crowd was electrified. Imperial Green was exceedingly rare, each piece worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Yang Hao's expression darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing. Chapter 87. Now the underworld monarch underestimates Lin Tian's power. After Lin Tian handed the money to the proprietor, he picked up the jade and, declining the offers of others, presented it to Xiaozihan. "This is my gift to you upon our first meeting, and I also wish to express my gratitude for your past care towards her." Xiaozihan delicately covered her mouth, gazing at Lin Tian in astonishment. "Are you truly giving this to me?" This is imperial green, after all. She was well aware of the jade's rarity. It's merely a stone, in my eyes, it pales in comparison to a hearty meal, Lin Tian replied with a nonchalant smile. Just a stone, Xiaozihan was taken aback by his words. Despite her family's considerable wealth, she would never dare to speak of imperial green in such a manner. She scrutinized Lin Tian's eyes for a while, finding no trace of deceit, which indicated that he was indeed speaking the truth. Who exactly is Lin Tian? She no longer regarded him as an ordinary individual. It's just a rock, what's the big deal? Yang Hao interjected with a hint of jealousy. Xiaozihan shot him a glare. If you possess such skill, why not procure one for yourself? Yang Hao fell silent, for he truly lacked that capability. After spending some time at the antique exhibition, Chen Mingning expressed her desire to return home. Zihan, come stay at my house for a few days, it's been ages since we shared a bed. Sure, Xiaozihan replied with a gentle smile. But will your boyfriend approve? Does he dare to disapprove? Chen Mingning shot a glare at Lin Tian, who promptly scurried off to fetch the car. The two women then erupted into laughter, their joy illuminating the surroundings like a blossoming garden, rendering the world around them devoid of color. Before long, Lin Tian arrived at Chen Mingning's villa with the ladies. After stepping out of the car, Xiaozihan cast a disdainful glance back at Yang Hao. Please don't follow me, grant me some freedom, why don't you go find your sister at the bar? Yang Hao chuckled, am I wrong to follow my fiancée? That was my father's decision. If you wish to discuss marriage, address it with him, not me. Infuriated, Xiaozihan turned on her heel and walked away, while Chen Mingning glared frostily at Yang Hao. You are not welcome here. Kindly leave. I am her fiancé, if you wish for me to depart, she must leave as well, Yang Hao asserted, pointing at Xiaozihan. Chen Mingning was rendered speechless with anger and hurried towards Xiaozihan. Observing the graceful figures of the two women, Yang Hao smirked, and yet you wish to compete with me. When I mastered the art of wooing, you were still in diapers. With that, he strode towards the villa, but in the next moment, Lin Tian's figure obstructed his path. Be on your way. She has made it clear that you are not welcome here. Lin Tian's voice was calm, yet it carried an icy detachment, devoid of any warmth. Yang Hao's expression darkened once more, a forced smile plastered on his lips. Do you intend to stop me? Not to stop you, but to kindly ask you to leave. Do you even know who I am? Are you aware of the consequences of obstructing me? Yang Hao suddenly decided to toy with Lin Tian. Sometimes, toying with a mere mortal could be a delightful experience. That he possessed immense power. In that moment, he felt Lin Tian's life was firmly in his grasp, especially as Lin Tian was the target of his wrath. The thrill of toying with an adversary was exhilarating. Who you are is of no consequence to me, Lin Tian seemed to smirk, though Yang Hao failed to notice it, yet an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. If you believe that having slain thousands and wielding a title makes you invincible, you might not even realize how you could meet your demise. Lin Tian, with an air of calm, uttered these words. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao's expression shifted abruptly. The sense of control he once felt vanished in an instant, and a chilling sensation enveloped him. He now felt more like a mere puppet, subjected to the whims of another. Chapter 88, Your infidelity will lead to your downfall. Who are you? He scrutinized Lin Tian with caution. I am Lin Tian. What do you intend to do? Yang Hao gazed at Lin Tian, his eyes deep as if attempting to pierce through him. My girlfriend does not wish for you to enter, thus I cannot allow you inside, Lin Tian replied calmly. Furthermore, during the exhibition earlier, I detected a murderous intent in your gaze towards me, and when you looked at my girlfriend, it was as if you were eyeing prey. I intend to teach you what it means to be human. Yang Hao's expression shifted, but years of ruthlessness compelled him to bark out, arrogant. He swung a fist towards Lin Tian's head, the air whistling as his punch descended. Yet, before it could make contact, Lin Tian delivered a swift kick, sending him flying through the air, blood mist erupting from his mouth as he landed in a crumpled heap. Do you believe that being at the 8th stage of the Transcendence realm renders you invincible? Lin Tian approached with a smile, landing a punch squarely on Yang Hao's chest as he struggled to rise. The sound of cracking ribs echoed, and Yang Hao curled up on the ground like a shrimp, blood frothing from his lips. If he were an ordinary person, he would have perished by now. But Yang Hao was not ordinary. His consciousness remained clear despite the pain. He wiped the blood from his mouth and glared fiercely at Lin Tian, yet he could not muster the strength to stand. You have forgotten that you are but a mere mortal, Lin Tian stated, standing beside him with a calm demeanor. You treat life as a plaything, indiscriminately taking lives regardless of gender, age, or right and wrong. Why don't you just kill me? Yang Hao roared in defiance. Lin Tian shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I will not take your life, I yearn for peace. Instead, I have decided to present you with a gift. With that, he produced a silver needle and plunged it into Yang Hao's body. In a matter of moments, he dragged the unconscious Yang Hao outside and disposed of him unceremoniously, even calling an ambulance for good measure. Lin Tian had rendered him devoid of his cultivation and tarnished his worth as a man, ensuring that any ill thoughts towards himself or Meng Ning would feel like 1,000 ants gnawing at his flesh. Was this cruelty? He considered it an act of mercy. After cleansing the bloodstains, Lin Tian entered the villa, only to find Xia Zihan weeping on the sofa, while Chen Meng Ning comforted her, gently wiping away her tears. What transpired? Lin Tian inquired. Upon seeing him, Xia Zihan quickly stifled her sobs and sat up straight, while Chen Meng Ning let out a heavy sigh. She spoke of her father and that young fellow from earlier. Her father is often busy with work and hardly pays her any heed. She has been alone throughout her life. However, a month ago, he whimsically arranged for her to have a rather obnoxious fiancé. Chen Meng Ning expressed her indignation. That young person, not only is he full of flowery words, but he is also lecherous, devising schemes to spy on Zihan while she bathes and sneaking into her room to engage in unspeakable acts. And that's not all. He is notorious for his infidelity, frequently visiting bars to flirt with beautiful women, often returning home at dawn. Chen Meng Ning's anger escalated as she spoke, wishing she could tear Yang Hao apart. Lin Tian felt speechless. He had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg regarding Yang Hao's character. Hey, Lin Tian, you better not be unfaithful, or I shall cut you down. Chen Meng Ning's sudden remark nearly choked Lin Tian, and upon glancing at her, he found her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. A chill ran down Lin Tian's spine. That Yang Hao has been driven away by me, and I doubt he will dare to approach Xia Zihan again. Really? Xia Zihan and Chen Meng Ning exclaimed in unison, their exquisite faces illuminated with surprise and excitement. Chapter 89 of The Girl Is Grown Up. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you may go and take a look at the entrance, Lin Tian said. Stepping aside, Chen Meng Ning immediately dashed to the door, and after a brief moment of observation, she returned, elated, having confirmed that Yang Hao was indeed absent. Zihuan, that guy has vanished. Summer Zihuan gazed at Lin Tian with gratitude. Thank you. It was nothing, just a trivial act, he replied nonchalantly. A trivial act. Summer Zihuan hesitated, acutely aware of Yang Hao's formidable prowess. Previously, when she had been cornered by a group of individuals at a bar for flirting with someone else's girlfriend, he had dispatched them all with remarkable ferocity. Who exactly is Lin Tian? Her eyes flickered with uncertainty as she felt uneasy about entrusting Chen Mengning to a man whose background was unknown to her. Grumble. Chen Mengning's stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Lin Tian chuckled softly and turned to enter the kitchen, and soon, enticing aromas wafted in from within. Before long, Summer Zihuan's stomach echoed a similar complaint. How fragrant, she exclaimed, swallowing hard, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. Chen Mengning nodded. I'm not exaggerating, Lin Tian's cooking is absolutely delectable. In no time, steaming dishes filled with mouth-watering aromas were presented on the dining table, the food seemingly glowing, causing both women to salivate profusely, yet they radiated an entirely different kind of captivating charm. After dinner, Lin Tian took Chen Mengning's stone and headed home. What, your boyfriend doesn't even live with you? I'm so disappointed, Summer Zihuan teased, her spirits high in Yang Hao's absence, playfully bantering with Chen Mengning. Chen Mengning's face flushed crimson. Stop talking nonsense, we haven't completed the final step? Summer Zihuan chuckled. So when do you plan to do that? Shall I just step out for a bit? You're impossible. After a year apart, you still haven't changed. Lin Tian picked up Li Muling, who had just finished school, and upon entering their home, he immediately noticed her sullen demeanor. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if burdened by some hidden concern. Thus, he chose not to rush into cooking but instead sat across from Li Muling. Xiaoling, has something happened at school? You seem rather downcast. Ah. Li Muling startled, burying her head in her hands. I'm fine, really. Her voice was barely audible. Lin Tian moved closer, gently ruffling her hair, speaking softly. Tell your brother Lin Tian, who dares to bully my little Xiaoling. My little Xiaoling. Li Muling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she smiled dreamily. Lin Tian sensed something peculiar about her and was about to inquire further when the memory of seeing her dreamily slumbering earlier made him feel somewhat awkward. Today, someone confessed their feelings for me at school, Li Muling suddenly whispered. Lin Tian's brows furrowed in concern. Did you accept? No, I rejected him, Li Muling replied, shaking her head, her expression darkening. Then he threatened me, claiming if I didn't become his girlfriend, he would beat up my friends. You need not worry. I will accompany you to school tomorrow, Lin Tian assured, again affectionately patting Li Muling's head. Suddenly, she trembled, her gaze becoming distant, her breath quickening, her face turning as red as a ripe cherry. I need to go to the restroom. Her cheeks aflame, she hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. Lin Tian chuckled softly and proceeded to the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Li Muling sat on the toilet, staring at her dampened underwear, her hands tightly covering her face, which was as red as a sunset. What have I done? Star C University. Chapter 90 of The Regret of the School Bell. Lin Yudi awoke, feeling disoriented as she sat up, a sharp pain throbbing in her head, leaving her mind blanked out. A glance around confirmed she was in her dormitory, nestled in her own bed. She rapped her knuckles against her forehead, recalling that she had consumed copious amounts of alcohol in a private room before being taken away by someone, but the subsequent events eluded her memory entirely. How did I get back? At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and Tang Xinyi entered, carrying a bag of takeout. Ah, Yudi Jia, you're finally awake. Upon seeing Lin Yudi seated on the bed, Tang Xinyi exclaimed, hastily placing the food down before rushing to her side, inquiring with concern about her well-being. Xinyi, how did I return? I carried you back, Tang Xinyi replied. Yudi Jia, you haven't eaten in a day. Are you hungry? Just as Lin Yudi was about to articulate another thought, her stomach grumbled audibly. I brought you some food, Tang Xinyi said, offering the takeout. I just bought it, and it's still warm. Hurry and eat, don't let yourself go hungry. Lin Yudi glanced at the meal and then at Tang Xinyi, ultimately deciding to eat first before inquiring about the events that transpired after her intoxication. Her hunger was undeniable. She finished the meal in no time at all. Tang Xinyi, still concerned, asked, Yudi Jie, do you want to go out for more food? No, that one tea be necessary. Lin Yudi wiped her mouth and, sitting on the bed, turned to Tang Xinyi. What happened after I got drunk? Were we not taken away? Tang Xinyi hesitated, unprepared for such questions. Lin Tian had instructed her to keep it secret. Oh, it was nothing significant, huh? Tang Xinyi laughed nervously, her gaze darting around. Later, the police arrived and rescued us, that's all. Xinyi. Lin Yudi fixed her gaze intently upon her. Tang Xinyi, feeling flustered, stammered, what's wrong? Lin Yudi's expression turned serious, her tone laden with gravity. Speak the truth to me, the moment you lie, your eyes betray you, I must know the reality. With a sigh, Tang Xinyi silently apologized to Lin Tian in her heart. Yudi Jia, you know someone named Lin Tian, don't you? Tang Xinyi asked earnestly, and Lin Yudi trembled at the mention of his name. Yes, what of it? Lin Yudi's face flushed slightly. You slapped him twice. What? Lin Yudi exclaimed, gripping Tang Xinyi's arm, her face a canvas of shock. She had struck Lin Tian, how could this be? He came to take you home, but you slapped him twice and said, Lin Tian, I am so disappointed in you. Tang Xinyi said seriously. I saw tears welling in his eyes. How could this be? Lin Yudi released her grip, lying back on the bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, silence enveloping her for an extended moment. I actually hit him, tears suddenly cascaded down her cheeks. Tang Xinyi gasped, Yudi Jia, why are you crying? What did he say in the end? Lin Yudi inquired. He said to take good care of you and prepare some food, lest you wake up hungry, Tang Xinyi replied. Is he your boyfriend? Lin Yudi curled up in the corner, suddenly bursting into tears. I hit him. He must hate me now, Tang Xinyi, taken aback, rushed to comfort her. Yudi Jia, don't overthink it, he was very concerned about you before he left, which means he doesn't hate you. If you don't believe me, just call him and ask. Yes, I should call him. She took out her phone but abruptly halted, ultimately placing it aside, her expression dim. What's wrong, Yudi Jie? I feel like sleeping, Lin Yudi murmured, pulling the covers over herself and drifting off to sleep. Chapter 91 The pitch-black longsword. It is clear who the true fool is, seeking an apology when they are the one in the wrong, such a thing will not be entertained. Not unless that imbecile Lin Tian can recognize his own faults. Her affection for Lin Tian has not been a fleeting sentiment, it has endured since childhood, a deep-rooted love. Tang Xinyi observed Lin Yudi hiding under the covers, seemingly unwilling to hear a word. At a loss for what to do, she could only sigh and silently pray for Lin Tian. As night deepened, after Li Muling had fallen asleep, Lin Tian turned on the room's light and retrieved the stone he intended to gift to Chen Mengning. He examined it closely for a moment before setting it aside and pulling out an ancient long sword from his ring. The sword was entirely black, even darker than ink, exuding an aura that seemed to be from a distant era. clearly indicating its considerable age. Swish, swish, swish. The sword sliced through the air, producing a remarkable sound of rushing wind. Lin Tian then procured a piece of wood, as thick as an arm, and with a mere stroke of the sword, the wood effortlessly split into 2 pieces, the cut smooth and even, as if it had been crafted by divine hands, not at all resembling the work of a sword. This was a remarkable weapon. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. A sword capable of such feats had been gifted for a mere 200 yuan. Who would believe it? If that young man were to learn the truth, he might very well faint in disbelief. If the sword was so extraordinary, one could only wonder what treasures lay within that jade bottle. With that thought, Lin Tian set aside the sword and retrieved the jade vial. This vial was not fashioned from ordinary ceramic, rather, it was crafted from exquisite jade. As its name suggests. Upon holding it, it felt cool to the touch, smooth and gentle as water. This vessel alone was undeniably invaluable, a treasure worth over 100 million. Thud, thud. Lin Tian shook the vial, hearing the reassuring sound within, confirming the presence of 5 pills. Should he investigate the nature of the pills? Absolutely, for what if they were poison? In an instant, Lin Tian made up his mind. With a swift motion, he uncorked the vial and inhaled the fragrant aroma before promptly sealing it again. His medical expertise led him to conclude that these pills were intended for healing and of superior quality. Should one still draw breath, consuming 2 or 3 could potentially restore life. Truly a miraculous treasure. The previous owner of this ring must have been an unparalleled master. Lin Tian tossed the jade vial back into the ring and then grasped the long sword and the stone. Indeed, his original intention was to utilize this sword to break the stone. Had he done so on sight, he would have been met with 2 large, high-grade emeralds the size of fists, which would have raised suspicion. Thus, he resolved to handle the matter himself. Swish, swish, with his left hand, Lin Tian tossed the stone into the air while his right hand wielded the long sword. The sound of the wind crescendoed as the stone shattered into fragments akin to cabbage leaves, and when it fell, it had transformed into a fist-sized, deep green emerald. Dragonstone variety. Lin Tian exclaimed, cradling the emerald in his hands. This type of emerald was exceedingly rare and highly prized, hence its name Dragonstone, symbolizing its elusive nature akin to that of a divine dragon, with each piece commanding a sky-high price. However, to Lin Tian, it was merely an aesthetically pleasing stone, far less valuable than a chicken leg from the street. After tidying up the room, Lin Tian immersed himself in cultivation, only halting when dawn began to break. He descended to prepare breakfast, having now reached a state where he could forego sleep at night and still awaken refreshed the next day. This morning, no strange sounds emanated from Li Muling's room, prompting Lin Tian to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 92. You are her brother. After breakfast was prepared, Li Muling also got up to wash up. Following their meal together, Lin Tian accompanied her back to school, as they had agreed the previous night to check on that ungrateful young man. Longting High School, Lin Tian parked the car on the street and got out with Li Muling. However, before she could reach the school gate, a boy, barely reaching Lin Tian's neck, obstructed their path. This boy was somewhat handsome, though he paled in comparison to Lin Tian. Still, his white shirt and slicked back hair added to his appeal. Muling, be my girlfriend. I could fetch you the moon from the sky, and I can bring you happiness, the boy declared, blocking Li Muling's way. Startled, Li Muling hid behind Lin Tian, her small hands clutching his clothing tightly, peering out with a frightened expression at the boy. At that moment, the boy finally cast a glance at Lin Tian. Who are you? He arrogantly spat out. Linger is mine. If you don't want to die, get lost. Are you the one who threatened me? Lin Tian inquired, his face adorned with a chilling smile, his eyes flashing with ruthless intent. As their gazes locked, the boy let out a startled scream, stumbling and falling to the ground, his complexion turning ashen. In that instant, it was as if he had encountered a sharp sword aimed at his throat. Coming out to chase girls before you've even grown up, chasing girls is one thing, but targeting me is another, Lin Tian remarked, a smile that was not a smile gracing his lips, his tone laced with coldness. His impression of this boy was exceedingly poor. Not only had he threatened Li Muling, but he had also brazenly uttered such words about life and death, claiming he could pluck the moon for her, though he himself was clearly incapable of such feats. This boy was far too arrogant, full of empty boasts, and utterly unacceptable. Who are you? The boy stammered, swallowing hard. Lin Tian calmly regarded him. Muling, why don't you tell him who I am? Li Muling cautiously stepped forward, her melodious voice ringing out, Lin Tian Gidge. Do you understand now? Lin Tian asked, fixing his gaze upon the boy. You are her brother, the boy exclaimed in sudden realization. Lin Tian shot him a disdainful glance, uttering a single word, a fool. In the next moment, at the school gate, before the eyes of countless onlookers, he lifted Li Muling into his arms and planted a kiss on her small face, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. When he set her down, her legs felt weak, and she had no choice but to lean against Lin Tian for support. The sight left the spectators in a state of shock, their mouths agape as if one could drop an egg into them without issue. This is my girl, understood? Lin Tian intended to resolve this matter thoroughly. He knew that sending one away would only invite another, so he decided to make a statement about this girl's boyfriend, thereby extinguishing any lingering thoughts. Noticing the boy nodding instinctively, Lin Tian turned back to pat Li Muling gently on the head, smiling tenderly. Now, go back to class. If you need anything, just call me. And tonight we'll go out for a feast. Mm. Li Muling nodded, her face still flushed as she dashed into the school. Watching her silhouette disappear, Lin Tian's smile gradually faded. He turned his attention to the boy, saying, I know you are unwilling to accept this. With that, Lin Tian stomped his foot on the concrete ground. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a small crater, causing the onlookers to change their expressions. If you think your body is tougher than this concrete, feel free to challenge me for her, Lin Tian proclaimed loudly, as his voice was meant for everyone present. Young people of this age are often impulsive, without a show of strength. One could not guarantee their restraint. With that, Lin Tian turned on his heel and departed. He called Chen Mingning to inform her of his absence that day, then dialed Zhang Hao's number. Chapter 93. My name is Lin Tian. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Hao's anxious voice surged through. Brother Tian, I'm with those scoundrels from the Green Serpent Gang in the southern suburbs. Their experts have arrived and have already defeated several of our men. If you don't come soon, we will surely lose. Alright, I'll be there immediately. Lin Tian hung up the phone and hurriedly drove towards the southern suburbs. Unbeknownst to him, Li Muling rushed into the school, not heading to the classroom but rather into the restroom, where she locked herself in, glancing down at her dampened panties, feeling flustered and blushing deeply. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Tian finally arrived at the southern suburbs. In a vast clearing surrounded by woods, over 100 individuals gathered, comprising members of the Green Serpent Gang and the Black Tiger Gang. A makeshift arena of dirt served to separate them, creating a scene that was not entirely awe-inspiring, yet should not be underestimated. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in black on the arena. His interest piqued as he briskly made his way towards Zhang Hao. Brother Tian, you finally arrived. Zhang Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable, almost leaping forward to embrace him. What's the situation? Lin Tian inquired, casting a sidelong glance at several large young men sprawled on the ground beside him, unconscious and pallid, their lips tinged with purple, evidently suffering from severe injuries that could prove fatal without timely medical attention. The fellow up there is called Lu Zhongtian, a formidable expert. The individuals you're treating were all taken down by him in just 5 or 6 strikes. He has already agreed to let me save 9 of our men. If he wins just 1 more, we're finished. As Zhang Hao spoke, Lin Tian set to work with silver needles, administering treatment. By the time Zhang Hao finished speaking, Lin Tian had also completed his task. The pallor on the faces of those he treated gradually faded, returning to a healthy hue, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. I want half of the territory we reclaim, Lin Tian stated, fixing his gaze on Zhang Hao, for he would not exert himself without due compensation. Zhang Hao was taken aback for a moment but quickly nodded vigorously, thumping his chest. Brother Tian, I would give you everything, even my life, whatever you desire, it's yours. Just manage the gang, Lin Tian replied with a tranquil smile, then his expression shifted as he directed his attention towards the middle-aged man on the arena. Lu Zhongtian regarded Lin Tian's approach with a smirk of derision. Is there no one left in the Black Tiger Gang? You send such a young and frail individual to face me? Just concede already, shouted the members of the Green Serpent Gang from below. Get down! Get down! The members of the Black Tiger Gang retaliated with shouts, but Lin Tian silenced them with a mere glance. Calmly, he surveyed the Green Serpent Gang members below and remarked, this is a contest of skill, not a playground for idle chatter. How childish to behave like children throwing a tantrum. It's utterly embarrassing. Curse it, Master Lu, just leave him with a breath to spare. Naturally, the members of the Green Serpent Gang could not contain their agitation, and several impulsively attempted to rush up and assault Lin Tian. Lu Zhongtian scrutinized Lin Tian, sensing something peculiar about him. He exuded an eerie calmness, as serene as a gentle breeze or a tranquil lake. Each challenger prior had been filled with righteous indignation, bursting forth with fierce threats and malevolence. Having cultivated himself to the 4th stage of the Transcendence realm, he was no stranger to the ways of the world. A person who could remain so composed amidst chaos either lacked understanding or was simply indifferent, perhaps because they deemed him unworthy of concern. Young man, what is your name? He asked cautiously. Lin Tian. Lu Zhongtian's reaction left the Green Serpent Gang members puzzled. The challengers before had wasted no time with pleasantries, launching directly into combat. Why did this one seek to inquire about a name? Did he fear he might inadvertently cause a fatality? Chapter 94. A kick indeed. One must recognize the stature of Master Lu. They had witnessed his prowess before. He had effortlessly severed a tree as wide as a bull with a single punch. Master Lu is nothing short of extraordinary. Master Lu, strike him, he has been prancing about for far too long. The members of the Green Snake Gang clamored, their fervor ignited by Lin Tian's earlier taunt, which had left them feeling humiliated. Were it not for the rules, they would not hesitate to take the stage themselves. Lin Tian, with his slender limbs, appeared feeble and fragile, as if he had never engaged in a fight before. Lin Tian, Lu Zhongtian muttered, unfamiliar with the name, leading him to conclude that Lin Tian was an ordinary individual, one blissfully unaware of the world around him. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips as he recalled how he had been momentarily intimidated. How ironic. With a derisive gaze fixed upon Lin Tian, he thought to himself that he would reclaim the dignity he had just lost by humiliating Lin Tian, as long as he could manage to keep his pride intact. Boy, kneel before me, he charged at Lin Tian, moving with a speed far surpassing that of an average person, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, prompting gasps of astonishment from the Green Snake Gang. Master Lu was formidable. This was the collective sentiment among the onlookers. Master Lu was akin to a deity descended from the heavens. To eye in the audience, Zhang Hao's expression darkened. If Lin Tian were to falter, their Black Tiger Gang would surely face dire consequences, as the members of the Green Snake Gang would undoubtedly seek to create trouble for them repeatedly. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Zhongtian closed in on Lin Tian, delivering a straightforward punch aimed at his abdomen. The punch whistled through the air, and if it landed solidly, any ordinary person would be left reeling in pain. Crack, a sound echoed, accompanied by the astonished expressions of the onlookers. Lin Tian had seized Lu Zhongtian's fist. How could this be possible? The members of the Green Snake Gang stared in disbelief, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. Lu Zhongtian looked on in terror, realizing only through personal experience the magnitude of Lin Tian's strength. It felt as though his entire fist might be crushed. Bang! With a twist of his hand, Lin Tian sent Lu Zhongtian spinning through the air, landing unceremoniously on the ground. After hauling the pained Lu Zhongtian back to his feet, Lin Tian executed a somersault, delivering a kick that sent Lu Zhongtian flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed down to the audience, leaving a trail of crimson foam. This display was pure theatrics, intended to assert dominance over the Green Snake Gang. The members gazed at the unmoving figure of Lin Tian on the stage, swallowing hard. Their once mighty Lu Zhongtian had been felled in a single move. He had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. How ruthless! Those who had just derided Lin Tian now cowered behind others, fearful of being noticed by him. Zhang Hao stared blankly at Lin Tian on the stage, momentarily unable to process the shock. It was all too sudden. One kick had obliterated the previously invincible Lu Zhongtian. Witnessing Lu Zhongtian's current state, unconscious and humbled, filled Zhang Hao with a sense of satisfaction. It was utterly gratifying. He could no longer contain his excitement and shouted to Lin Tian, "Wow, Brother Tian is magnificent, Brother Tian is magnificent." The others from the Black Tiger Gang echoed, their admiration growing after witnessing Lin Tian's impressive medical skills, now further amplified by his martial prowess. Possessing both medical expertise and martial arts skills, and being tall and handsome, some members of the Black Tiger Gang lamented that they were not women. Such a fine man must be a rare gem. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the gazes of the Black Tiger Gang, Lin Tian shifted his focus to the Green Snake Gang and inquired, "Who among you wishes to step forward?" Chapter 95. He is a doctor, who dares to approach. In their eyes, Lu Zhongtian, who appeared as a divine being, had been swiftly defeated. Why would they venture forward only to become cannon fodder? After waiting for several minutes without sight of anyone from the Qingxi Gang, Lin Tian decided to leave the stage. It was evident that they had conceded defeat, leaving the remaining matters to Zhang Hao and his companions. He observed with keen interest from the sidelines, ensuring that the Qingxi Gang would not go back on their word. In Chen Mingning's villa. "Rise and shine, my little sloth, who just called you?" On the grand bed, Xia Zihan playfully grasped a certain part of Chen Mingning's body, grinning as she said, "It must be your little boyfriend, right?" Chen Mingning struggled briefly, tossing her phone aside. "Oh, come on. Let go of me. I guessed correctly, didn't I?" Xia Zihan continued to hold on, a mischievous smile on her face. "Getting up early to flaunt your romance, are you trying to eliminate all single dogs like me? Stop talking nonsense." Chen Mingning blushed, managing to break free from Xia Zihan's grasp, only to turn around and pounce on her. The room was soon filled with delightful laughter and playful scuffles. After a while, both Chen Mingning and Xia Zihan lay breathless on the bed, disheveled and flushed. "Mingning," Xia Zihan suddenly called out. How did you meet him?" Chen Mingning understood she was referring to Lin Tian. Recalling the day they first encountered one another made her cheeks warm, yet she replied, "That morning, a vice president I was negotiating with attempted to molest me, and just then, Lin Tian walked in and saved me. That was our first meeting. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Xia Zihan exclaimed, her purple eyes sparkling with intrigue, lost in her thoughts. So, how did you come to love him? Chen Mingning felt her face heat up, her words stumbling. I really don't know. I just suddenly realized I couldn't bear to be without him. Whenever I don't know his whereabouts, I feel quite uneasy. Is this what it feels like to fall in love with someone? Xia Zihan gazed at the ceiling, suddenly asking, what skills does your boyfriend possess? I can't believe you would fall for a man devoid of any talents. Remember, your reasons for rejecting those wealthy suitors back in school were based on this very notion. Ha! The question caught Chen Mengning off guard, but after a moment of contemplation, she answered earnestly, he claims to be a doctor, but I feel like he can do just about anything. He is a doctor? Xia Zihan sprang up with unexpected enthusiasm. Yes, Chen Mingning replied, puzzled by Xia Zihan's excitement. She seemed quite healthy, why the sudden fervor? Are you feeling unwell? Oh, I'm fine. Xia Zihan lay back down, chuckling lightly. How skilled is he as a physician? Upon hearing this question, stars sparkled in Chen Mengning's eyes as she excitedly exclaimed, he is incredibly talented, the most skilled doctor I have ever encountered. Not only did he save the life of the gang leader here, but he also saved me. I was poisoned by a scoundrel, and according to an elderly gentleman, I was on the brink of death, but Lin Tian managed to bring me back to life. Xia Zihan was momentarily taken aback. She knew Chen Mengning well, she would never lie. This indicated that Lin Tian's medical prowess was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps Lin Tian could truly cure her grandfather's illness. With this thought, her eyes brightened. She turned over, embracing Chen Mengning tightly, her gaze sparkling as she inquired, is your boyfriend a rather aloof person, and is he busy most of the time? Chapter 96, The Killing Intent of Li Mu. Cold and aloof? She reminisced about Lin Tian from the past, unable to suppress a chuckle, perhaps a little, but if he doesn't harbor any dislike, I could just charm him a bit. He should not be too busy, he often plays games in the office. By the way, why do you ask? Chen Mingning inquired. Xia Zihan did not conceal her intentions, saying, I would like to borrow him for a few days. My grandfather is gravely ill, and the hospital cannot cure him, so I wish for Lin Tian to take a look. Her voice trailed off towards the end. This is a serious matter. Chen Mingning grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, I'll call in right away. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Tian's number. Xia Zihan barely had time to intervene. Lin Tian had just stepped into a shaded area, observing Zhang Hao fighting for territory, and chuckled, What's up, Lin Tian, your medical skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Chen Mingning asked earnestly. Upon hearing her serious tone, Lin Tian felt a twinge of curiosity but answered honestly, they're decent enough, as long as there is breath, I can give it a try. That's wonderful. Zihan's grandfather is unwell, and the hospital has no solution, so I'd like to ask for your assistance. Fearing Lin Tian might decline, Chen Mingning softened her voice, would you please help? Such a sweet and gentle tone. Upon hearing it, Xia Zihan widened her eyes in astonishment, and Lin Tian did the same. Not receiving an immediate response from Lin Tian, Chen Mingning pouted, adopting a slightly assertive tone, Hey, Lin Tian, I'm being charming here. Will you or one you help? After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian replied, Tell her I'll visit her home tomorrow, she can speak to me directly. You rest assured, if I can help, I will. After hanging up, Xia Zihan anxiously looked at Chen Mingning. What did he say? Chen Mingning beamed. He agreed. I'll come by tomorrow to inquire about the situation. Really, that's splendid. Thank you so much, Mingning. Xia Zihan expressed her gratitude. To repay me, how about offering some meat? With that, Chen Mingning leaped at Xia Zihan, and the room was soon filled with delightful peals of laughter. Lin Tian tucked his phone away. The recent call made him find Chen Mingning increasingly endearing, resembling a girl who, when her charm failed, resorted to a more domineering approach. In the dismal streets of the ugly nation, Li Mu walked like a soulless being, his eyes vacant, surrounded by an unsettling breeze, with no one daring to approach him. Xian Tian was dead, crushed by a single kick from Lin Tian, his chest caved in, and his organs shattered. Beyond the point of revival. Originally, Xian Tian could have lived a quiet life in the mountains, yet his enmity with Lin Tian had led to his untimely demise. It was all Lin Tian's fault. His fists were clenched so tightly that blood began to seep out. Torn between hatred and regret, Li Mu realized that half of Xian Tian's death was attributable to him. In truth, Xian Tian's death had nothing to do with Lin Tian. If not for Li Mu's madness, driven by some absurd notion of the dignity of a hellish reaper, would this day have come to pass? Would Xian Tian have died? He would never admit such a thing. It was indeed Lin Tian who had slain Xian Tian. In the pitch-black streets, a strange red glimmer flickered in his eyes as he retrieved his phone, dialing the organization's number. Prepare everything for me, equip the finest gear and devise the best plan. I intend to kill, which Lin Tian, his his remains shall not exist, understood, my king. Before long, Li Mu entered a grand and opulent villa. Your Majesty, we welcome you. In the villa's living room, more than 10 men stood up in unison, their gazes toward Li Mu filled with reverence. Let us not speak of anything else, Li Mu said, turning to an elderly man clad in white, his voice grave. Transform me as you did your experimental subjects. I desire the most formidable power. Chapter 97 of The Sister-in-Law of Wang, You Have Lost Your Mind. The crowd was taken aback, urging him to reconsider, yet Li Mu remained resolute, granting them no opportunity for persuasion. After making his decision, he turned to Yu Fei and instructed, thoroughly investigate the weaknesses of Lin Tian in Star Sea City. Understood, my lord. A brief moment later, Yu Fei returned with a dossier in hand. The documents detailed numerous aspects of Lin Tian's life, including his birthdate, parents, and a plethora of other information. As Li Mu perused the pages swiftly, he suddenly stumbled upon a striking revelation. Lin Tian had a childhood sweetheart. Lin Yudi. This was an opening. Given that Lin Tian was responsible for his family's ruin, he would not let Lin Tian escape unscathed. He would stake his very life to ensure Lin Tian's suffering. Gather information on this Lin Yudi. Before long, Li Mu found himself grinning as he examined the materials in his hands. His smile was chilling, akin to a gust of wind that swept in from the depths of hell, causing the dozen or so men in the villa to shudder involuntarily. Take me to the transformation, Li Mu proclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood beneath the shade of a tree, glancing nonchalantly in the direction of the ugly nation, offering a faint smile. In recent days, Mo Xiaoyang had been diligently honing his skills. The deeper he delved into his training, the more he recognized Lin Tian's formidable prowess. The Crimson Lotus technique bestowed upon him was indeed a more advanced method than that of the Mo family. In merely a few days, his cultivation had ascended to the 4th stage of the Transcendence realm. By the time of the decisive battle, he was confident he would triumph over Li Yang. At noon, unable to resist Han Wenwen's insistence, Mo Xiaoyang found himself dragged to the school's dining hall for a meal. He was unaccustomed to the cafeteria's fare, which was devoid of oil and rather unpalatable, yet Han Wenwen, hailing from a less affluent background, held no such grievances. However, while queuing for food, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Even Lin Goddess is here. What luck, to see Lin Goddess today. I suddenly find the school meals much more delectable, and the dining hall so charming. Lin Yudi. Mo Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. She was indeed a sister-in-law, and no wonder she was the partner of the eldest brother, exquisite beauty. Yet, he dared not entertain any other thoughts, as his foremost concern remained Han Wenwen by his side. Lin Yudi, accompanied by Tang Xini, entered the dining hall, provoking a chorus of admiration. What are you staring at? Han Wenwen noticed Mo Xiaoyang's gaze fixated on Lin Yudi, a tinge of jealousy flaring within her. She pinched the soft flesh at his waist and huffed, I no longer wish to eat, let us return. No, you misunderstand. Mo Xiaoyang winced from the pinch, struggling to explain to Han Wenwen, do you remember the person who helped me that day? Lin Yudi is his woman, which makes her our sister-in-law. Ah! Han Wenwen gasped, immediately turning her attention to Lin Yudi. She truly was stunning. Perhaps only someone of her caliber could deserve someone like Lin Tian. In a sudden fit of envy, she pinched Mo Xiaoyang again. Why are you pinching me? Mo Xiaoyang grimaced in pain. Han Wenwen, with an indignant huff, retorted, are you not going to greet your sister-in-law? That's a valid point. Mo Xiaoyang realized, yet in the next moment, he observed an ordinary-looking boy approaching Lin Yudi. Yudi, fancy meeting you here for lunch. What a coincidence, Lu Hua said warmly as he stepped in front of Lin Yudi, smiling, this must be what they call fate, allow me to treat you to a meal. No need, I have my own means, Lin Yudi replied with a casual smile. Though her response was dismissive, it left Lu Hua utterly captivated. This enchanting temptress would surely be a delight to manage, Lu Hua mused. Chapter 98, An Apology to the Sister-in-Law. Upon contemplating this, Lu Hua's smile grew even broader. Goddess, please don't be so formal with me. I may be lacking in many aspects, but I am certainly not short on wealth. Your demeanor suggests you look down upon me. His words incensed the group around them. Lin Yudi maintained a pleasant smile, appearing carefree, yet her tone betrayed a hint of displeasure. I apologize, but I do not wish to dine with you at this moment. Perhaps another day. Her message was crystal clear. Those who had previously found Lu Hua insufferable were now stifling their laughter, relishing his comeuppance. The goddess, Lin Yudi, was not so easily swayed by mere money. Faced with such a blatant rejection, and surrounded by mocking gazes, Lu Hua's expression darkened, turning fierce. Lin Yudi, my invitation to dinner is a courtesy, do not pretend to be aloof. He scrutinized her from head to toe, scoffing, who knows how many beds you've graced? The crowd fell silent, taken aback, while Lin Yudi's face flushed crimson with rage. You, she exclaimed, her temper flaring. With a swift motion, she slapped Lu Hua, the sound echoing as he staggered back 2 steps, a fiery handprint emblazoned on his face, stinging painfully. Having never endured such humiliation, Lu Hua's eyes reddened with fury. You filthy woman, you seek death, he spat, lunging forward like a predatory beast. Bang! Lu Hua was suddenly hurled backward, crashing into a table before coming to a halt. At that moment, the onlookers noticed a young man standing protectively before Lin Yudi, possessing a somewhat handsome visage, yet his eyes burned with indignation. Lin Yudi, too, was taken aback by his presence. Who was this person? Dare to insult my sister-in-law? Have you lost your mind? Mo Xiaoyang roared, striding over to Lu Hua, bending down to seize him like a shrimp curled on the ground. Lu Hua, regaining his composure, seethed with rage upon realizing he had been captured. You'd best let me go, or else slap. Mo Xiaoyang delivered a fierce blow to Lu Hua's face, sending 2 teeth flying and forcing the remainder of his threats back down his throat. Bang! Lu Hua was dragged away like a lifeless dog, tossed at Lin Yudi's feet, his anger still palpable as he commanded, "Apologize to my sister-in-law." A sudden, eerie silence enveloped the scene. Apologize to the sister-in-law? Not only the bystanders, but even Lin Yudi herself was bewildered. What was happening? Could this be a misunderstanding? She regarded Mo Xiaoyang with confusion, cautiously inquiring, "Classmate, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" "Absolutely not," Mo Xiaoyang replied without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, he delivered a sharp kick to the prostrate Lu Hua, shouting, "Stop feigning death. If you do not apologize within 10 seconds, you will regret it." Upon hearing this, Lu Hua sprang to his feet, hastily wiping the blood from his mouth as he whimpered with a voice full of desperation, "Goddess, please show mercy. I acknowledge my mistakes, truly I do." His cries were pitiful, as if he might cling to Lin Yudi's legs for forgiveness. Lin Yudi took a couple of steps back, glancing at the wretched figure of Lu Hua, her delicate brows furrowing. "You may leave now. I forgive you." Lu Hua, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, sprang up and dashed out of the cafeteria, blissfully unaware of how ludicrous he appeared, covered in blood and splattered with food. Chapter 99. To hell with your fairy sister. Once they had walked far enough away, he turned around and shot a fierce glare at the cafeteria, gritting his teeth and muttering, "You'd better prepare for death. If I don't take you down, I won't share your surname. Ouch, my tooth." Inside the cafeteria, countless gazes fell upon Lin Yudi and Mo Xiaoyang. Lin Yudi looked at him and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" Mo Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly, "I am Mo Xiaoyang. It is a pleasure to meet you, sister-in-law. I apologize for not bringing a gift. I promise to make it up to you next time." Han Wenwen gracefully approached, flashing a radiant smile at Lin Yudi. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Mo Xiaoyang can be rather reckless. His earlier approach was rather crude. "I hope you won't hold it against him, sister-in-law." The crowd was left utterly bewildered. Lin Yudi felt dizzy, her tone tinged with urgency. "But I don't know any of you. Who is your elder brother? Please refrain from calling me sister-in-law." "Do not be afraid, sister-in-law. Our leader is with me here. You shall not lay a finger on my fairy sister." A sudden shout interrupted Mo Xiaoyang, and as the crowd turned to look, they saw Zhao Xiaolong rushing towards Lin Yudi, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed fury. "I will protect my fairy sister," Zhao Xiaolong shouted, launching himself to kick Mo Xiaoyang. "Wenwen, take sister-in-law away. This person is not to be trifled with," Mo Xiaoyang warned, pushing Han Wenwen behind him, then charging at Zhao Xiaolong. With a resounding crash, Zhao Xiaolong was sent crashing through a table by Mo Xiaoyang's grasp. "Sister-in-law, let us move to the side. This place is unsafe," Han Wenwen urged, guiding Mo Xiaoyang away. Tang Xini followed suit, her gaze darting between Mo Xiaoyang and Han Wenwen, piecing together the unfolding situation. "You have some skill. I underestimated you, but as long as I am here, you shall not harm my fairy sister," Zhao Xiaolong yelled, springing back to his feet and hurling a table at Mo Xiaoyang. Bang! Mo Xiaoyang kicked the wooden table apart and charged toward Zhao Xiaolong. "To hell with your fairy sister. She is my sister-in-law. Beware of the consequences of your prying." The two clashed violently, their battle spilling out of the cafeteria, leaving a crowd of onlookers in awe. "Wow, it's a celestial brawl. The war of the gods." The display of power from both fighters utterly shattered the spectators' worldview. Every punch resounded with a terrifying thud, as if they were not of this earth. Lin Yudi watched the fight unfold, her face turning pale. "Could someone please explain what is happening? Am I entangled in something truly formidable?" She recalled the figure in black that had haunted her thoughts. Han Wenwen, perceptive and quick-witted, glanced at the frenzied Zhao Xiaolong and remarked, it seems that individual has taken a fancy to sister-in-law's beauty, prompting this confrontation when Mo Xiaoyang intervened. Please stop calling me sister-in-law. I don't even know who your elder brother is. Lin Yudi exclaimed, exasperated, stamping her foot. Elder brother's name is Han Wenwen began, but suddenly noticed Tang Xinyi behind Lin Yudi, giving her urgent signals to remain silent, shaking her head insistently. Noticing Han Wenwen's peculiar expression, Lin Yudi followed her gaze and spotted Tang Xinyi's strange behavior. Xinyi, what is the matter? Tang Xinyi flinched, quickly redirecting her gaze. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. She swore this was the best lie she had ever told, delivered without a hint of hesitation. Let us eat outside later. We have other matters to attend to now, Lin Yudi reassured, then turned her piercing gaze toward Han Wenwen. Chapter 100, who is the elder brother, I have forgotten. Han Wenwen finally grasped Tang Xinyi's intentions and vaguely sensed a connection between Tang Xinyi and Lin Tian. She offered an awkward smile and said, I forgot. Lin Yudi was momentarily taken aback. You, she exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Apologies, sister-in-law, but my elder brother has instructed us not to disclose that information, Han Wenwen replied, sticking out her tongue playfully while gazing at Lin Yudi with a cheerful expression, attempting to charm her way out of the situation. Mountain-crushing strike. Suddenly, the commanding voice of Mo Xiaoyang echoed through the air, capturing everyone's attention. They immediately witnessed Zhao Xiaolong being sent flying, landing clumsily on the ground, rolling a considerable distance away, his face marred with bruises and swelling. My heavens, is he even human? Divine beings in combat, we cannot afford to provoke them, the crowd gasped in astonishment as Zhao Xiaolong, executing a swift maneuver, cast a deep glance at Mo Xiaoyang before turning to flee. From now on, keep your eyes sharp. If my boss makes a move, you won't even have a moment to react. Mo Xiaoyang shouted at Zhao Xiaolong's retreating figure, causing Zhao Xiaolong to stagger momentarily before he turned to look back at Mo Xiaoyang. He too bore the marks of battle, his attire torn, yet he stood tall, brimming with vitality. Xiaoyang, are you all right? Han Wenwen exclaimed, rushing over with concern. After a brief moment, Han Wenwen supported Mo Xiaoyang as they approached, and with a hint of embarrassment, she smiled at Lin Yudi, saying, I apologize for the disturbance, sister-in-law. I had initially intended to invite you to dinner, but it seems that we'll have to wait. I need to make a trip to the hospital, so I can no longer accompany you. You go ahead, Lin Yudi replied, somewhat speechless. She had just asked them not to call her sister-in-law, yet they continued to do so incessantly. The mystery of who the elder brother was remained unspoken, leaving her exasperated. Once the two departed, Lin Yudi took Tang Xinyi to another dining hall. Tang Xinyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her mind swirling with questions. What was Lin Tian's true identity, the genuine leader of the Black Tiger Gang? A martial arts master, those two individuals must have been summoned by Lin Tian. Why had he chosen to keep his true identity from Yudi? The events that transpired quickly spread throughout the school. It was revealed that the reason Lin Tian was so elusive in accepting confessions was due to the fact that she was already taken by a mysterious and formidable figure. Even someone of Mo Xiaoyang's stature had to respectfully address him as brother-in-law, underscoring the daunting presence of Lin Tian's partner. Mo Xiaoyang, being the heir of the Mo family, represented the pinnacle of the transportation industry, particularly in export trade. As hearts shattered across the school, curiosity surged, whispers abounded regarding the identity of Lin Yudi's partner. That evening, Lin Tian awaited at the school gates, specifically at the entrance designated for Li Muling. After most of the students had departed, he spotted Li Muling rushing out in a flurry, her large eyes sparkling as they locked onto him. How was your day? Did anyone disturb you? Lin Tian asked, taking her backpack and opening the car door for her, his concern evident. No, Li Muling replied with a nod, her smile radiant. Was her smile more beautiful than a flower? No, it surpassed even that. Lin Tian found himself momentarily entranced, his thoughts drifting back to that morning. Suddenly feeling awkward, he recalled kissing the girl earlier. Surely she wouldn't misconstrue his intentions, would she? Brother Lin Tian, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring? Li Muling's head dipped, a blush coloring her cheeks. Oh, it's nothing, just get in the car. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, inwardly chiding himself for his lack of composure. Even a child was not exempt from his fluster. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Tian gradually started the engine and inquired, Little Ling, where would you like to dine? Anywhere is fine, she replied, her face still flushed like the dawn, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Chapter 101 of the Tragedy of Li Mu and Zhao Xiaolong. Then allow me to take you to the hotel for a meal, Lin Tian suggested as he escorted Li Muling to the Starry Sky Hotel. Had it not been for the intention to treat Xiaoling to dinner, he might have entirely forgotten that he owned a hotel. This establishment is the finest and largest hotel in Qinghai City, renowned even within Henghai Province. It is worth noting that Hanghai ranks among the top provinces, and the fact that the Mo family bestowed such a valuable hotel upon Lin Tian speaks volumes about its significance. Nonetheless, Lin Tian remained indifferent to such matters, entirely oblivious to their implications. In contrast, Li Muling, the young girl, found herself in awe of this opulent setting for the first time. Nervously, she buried her little head, yet curiously stole glances at her surroundings. Upon noticing others, she instinctively clutched Lin Tian's clothing tightly, her body tense with apprehension. "Fear not, simply treat it as if you were at home," Lin Tian reassured her, gently taking her small hand, which caused her face to flush a deep crimson. In the hospital, Yang Hao awakened from his slumber, his gaze falling upon the bandages wrapped around his chest and the relentless pain coursing through him, nearly causing him to grind his teeth to dust. "Lin Tian," he rasped, uttering the name with a hoarse voice. Yet, in that very moment, a chilling realization struck him. He felt utterly devoid of any spiritual energy, his complexion paled in terror as a foreboding dread gnawed at him. Upon attempting to circulate his cultivation techniques yet again, he was met with the same disheartening revelation. His fears materialized. He had lost all his cultivation, returning to the status of an ordinary person, rendering over a decade of arduous effort worthless. Once a formidable figure, known as the king of the underworld, who could instill fear in countless hearts with a mere stomp, he found himself utterly crippled. How could he possibly endure such a fate? Ah! His face flushed with rage, he erupted in a piercing scream, then leapt from his hospital bed, frantically tearing out his 4 lines, causing blood to spatter in all directions. Had he retained his former prowess, he might have withstood such minor injuries. Alas, he had reverted to a mere mortal, and the sudden movement caused his wounds to rupture. Pooh! A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he crumpled limply to the floor. Yet, before losing consciousness, a fierce determination ignited within him, a resolute vow to ensure that Lin Tian, this audacious individual, would pay dearly, even if it meant his own obliteration. "Doctor! Doctor!" A nearby woman shrieked upon discovering Yang Hao sprawled on the floor. Meanwhile, in the adjacent hospital room, a young man, clad in tattered clothing and bearing bruises of various hues, muttered in discontent, "Is there a difficult delivery next door, or has the wife run off with another?" The wailing is louder than the cries of a village woman in labor. This young man was none other than Zhao Xiaolong. Having engaged in a fierce battle with Mo Xiaoyang, he had sustained significant injuries. The final blow, Mo Xiaoyang's mountain crumbling strike, had nearly fractured a rib, leaving him in excruciating agony. This was not his first encounter in battle, yet it marked his first taste of defeat. Since childhood, Zhao Xiaolong had lived in a mountain village under the guidance of an elderly mentor who had recognized his latent talent and trained him diligently. After nearly a decade of rigorous training, he had finally attained the 5th stage of the Transcendence realm and reached the age of 20. He possessed the strength to fell a tiger with a few punches and could snap a tree trunk with ease. Thus, his mentor encouraged him to venture into the city. The old man had warned him that city dwellers were indulgent and weak, yet filled with beautiful women, urging him to seize the opportunity. But now, Zhao Xiaolong gazed at the bandages enveloping him and stared up at the pristine ceiling, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Wasn't he had said that city dwellers were feeble? Recalling today's battle ignited a fury within him. His opponent possessed an overwhelming array of techniques and an unyielding physique. Had it not been for that, he firmly believed he could have triumphed. "Sister Fairy, I promise I will rescue you." Chapter 102. The god of cars in full throttle. He suspected that Lin Yudi had been coerced by Mo Xiaoyang, for he was unaware of the conversation among them at that moment. "I will certainly uncover the one who threatens my fairy sister and give them a thorough beating in front of her. Perhaps you will fall in love with me for it." Haha. His laughter was boisterous, but he inadvertently tugged at the wound on his face, causing tears to spring forth from the pain. In the dead of night, a breathtaking chase unfolded on the highways of Shanghai City. A fiery red supercar transformed into a streak of crimson lightning beneath the pristine moonlight, racing ahead with astonishing speed, while another sleek black supercar pursued closely behind. The two vehicles, akin to two bolts of lightning, darted along the road, with one chasing the other. "This is untenable, the speed is too great, and the wind is too fierce. I cannot shoot." A middle-aged man intoned gravely. His name was unknown, but he was codenamed Falcon, bearing the marks of experience upon his weathered face, his chin adorned with stubble. Most striking was the black eye patch he wore over his left eye, exuding a blend of composure and absurdity. "Are you afraid of death?" the captain driving suddenly inquired. Falcon smiled wryly, cradling the Barrett M82A1 in his arms. "What is there to fear? We are well prepared for this line of work." "Haha, splendid." Li Jinghua laughed heartily 3 times before pressing the accelerator. The car roared, belching a flame as it collided violently with the red supercar ahead. With a resounding bang, both vehicles spun and skidded across the ground, their occupants feeling as though the world was turning upside down, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Rumbling. Ultimately, both cars toppled onto the roadside. Damn it! A bald man with scars crawled from the red supercar, bloodied and bruised. He spat towards the overturned black vehicle in the distance and, with great effort, dragged his injured body across to the ordinary lane on the opposite side of the road. After a moment, two figures emerged from the black supercar, none other than Falcon and Li Jinghua, both with blood streaming from their heads and trembling bodies. It was evident that they had sustained considerable injuries. Li Jinghua spotted the overturned red supercar in the distance and glanced back at Falcon. "Let's go take a look." Approaching the vehicle, they were met with an empty interior, and beside it lay a trail of blood that extended far down the highway before vanishing. "Curse it, he got away." Li Jinghua cursed, retrieving a mobile phone to dial a number. "Captain, we have failed. The fugitive has escaped." "Not to worry, it is an A-level wanted criminal, sending you out was a tall order," a deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Return immediately, I will dispatch others to assist." "No need." Li Jinghua caught Falcon's approving nod and gritted his teeth, stating solemnly, "We let him escape, so it is our responsibility to apprehend him." A long silence ensued on the phone. "Very well, exercise caution. However, I will still send others. For now, your task is to locate him." "Rest assured." Li Jinghua and Falcon exchanged a determined glance before ending the call, dragging their injured forms toward the distant highway. Not far away, the lights of Shanghai City sparkled brightly, as countless souls remained oblivious in the realm of dreams, entirely unaware of the impending danger. Li Muling slept soundly in her room, perhaps exhausted from her outing with Lin Tian earlier that day, her delicate face graced with a captivating smile. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was engrossed in his cultivation in his own room, and in the blink of an eye, dawn began to break. Chapter 103. Such beautiful stones. After escorting Li Muling back to school, Lin Tian made his way to Chen Mengning's villa, clutching the jade he had procured. Presenting the jade to Chen Mengning was one reason for his visit, while his rendezvous with Xia Zihan constituted another. Upon Lin Tian's arrival, he found Chen Mengning and Xia Zihan still languishing in bed. Ding dong! Lin Tian pressed the doorbell, but after a considerable wait, no one emerged to answer. With no other option, he decided to call Chen Mengning. When the call connected, the girl sounded groggy, her words barely coherent. "Who is it?" Chen Mengning mumbled, her sweet dreams interrupted, irritation seeping into her tone as the morning grumpiness took hold. Imagining her current state, Lin Tian stifled a laugh and remarked, "My dear President, how long do you intend to sleep? If you don't get up soon, the sun will be warming your behind. I'm waiting for you downstairs." "Ah, Lin Tian!" Chen Mengning exclaimed, instantly jolted awake. "Just a moment, I'll be right down to let you in." After hanging up, she threw off the covers and jumped out of bed, casting a sharp glare at the disheveled Xia Zihan before hastily dressing. "Stop sleeping, my lady Xia, Lin Tian has arrived." "What does it matter that your man is here?" "I am going to sleep a little longer," Xia Zihan retorted, turning over and pulling the blanket over her head, clearly displeased with Chen Mengning's ruckus. Once dressed, Chen Mengning tossed her hair back and yanked the blanket from Xia Zihan, declaring, "Lin Tian is here to inquire about something with you." "Have you forgotten what he said yesterday?" "Right." Xia Zihan suddenly became alert, hastily leaping out of bed to get dressed, muttering, "Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Am I to blame?" Chen Mengning dashed down the stairs and opened the door for Lin Tian, who was waiting at the entrance. "Come in and sit for a moment. I need to wash my face." Feeling her cheeks flush with warmth, she dared not meet Lin Tian's gaze and hurried into the bathroom. Before long, Xia Zihan, looking equally disheveled, rushed out of her room. She cast an awkward glance at Lin Tian before swiftly entering the bathroom. "Ah, Zihan, you nearly gave me a heart attack," Chen Mengning exclaimed. "I thought it was." Listening to the playful scuffle emanating from the bathroom, Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. He placed the jade on the table in the living room and then turned to head into the kitchen to prepare a nutritious breakfast for them. In no time, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, drawing the two girls out of the bathroom. "It smells amazing, I'm starving," Xia Zihan remarked, rubbing her stomach. Chen Mengning, towel-drying her freshly washed hair, added, "I'm hungry too." "Ah, what is that?" With keen eyes, Xia Zihan spotted the fist-sized jade on the table, its deep green hue capturing her attention, and she gasped in delight. She dashed forward to examine it closely. "Mengning, come over and take a look at this." "What is this?" Chen Mengning approached, equally puzzled by the jade. "It resembles jade, but the color is extraordinary, even more stunning than imperial green. What could it be?" "This is indeed jade, the king of jades, a dragonstone variety," Lin Tian announced as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying a small pot of steaming meat porridge. Noticing the girl's curious expressions directed at the jade, he felt compelled to explain. This type of jade is exceedingly rare, as elusive as a mythical dragon, hence its name, Dragonstone. Setting the porridge on the dining table, he continued, it is the stone from yesterday, a gift for Mingning. Ah! Both girls gazed in astonishment at the jade before them. Chapter 104 of the extraordinary stone more precious than imperial jade, just imagine how valuable this must be, Xiaozihan said, carefully placing the jade down and wiping the sweat from her brow. If I were to damage it, I couldn't possibly afford the loss, and Mingning would surely strangle me. It's best to be cautious. Lin Tian, is this not too extravagant? Chen Mengning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she examined the stone. This was a gift from Lin Tian, a rare jade of immeasurable worth, signifying her esteemed position in his heart, leaving her feeling as though she had tasted honey. Lin Tian could easily discern the happiness reflected in her gaze, and he responded with a warm smile, as long as you cherish it, I will give you anything, no matter the cost. Wait. Xiaozihan, witnessing the tenderness exchanged between the two, felt a shiver run down her spine and exclaimed, this dog food is for me alone. Ahem, Lin Tian awkwardly diverted his gaze and served them each a bowl of meat congee, saying, I've prepared some meat congee. It's nutritious and warming, come and enjoy breakfast. Xiaozihan, utterly enticed by the aroma of the congee, rushed over to take her seat, relishing each spoonful. This is the most delicious meat congee I have ever tasted, she declared, disregarding the heat as she finished one bowl and quickly ladled another. Zihan, leave some for me. Chen Mengning, noticing Xiaozihan's rapid consumption, grew anxious and exclaimed before retreating to her room with the stone. She soon hurried back down, intent on claiming her share of the congee. Ah, you've eaten half the pot. Chen Mengning exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Just last night, you were lamenting about dieting. Did I ever say such a thing? Xiaozihan replied, patting her flat stomach contentedly after several bowls. Besides, this is your man. If you wish to eat, just have him make more. I will be leaving soon and won't have the luxury of enjoying it again. Is it too much to ask for a little indulgence? Not at all, Chen Mengning retorted, finishing the remaining congee and shooting Xiaozihan a glare. Suddenly, she remembered that Lin Tian had yet to eat. Ah! She looked at Lin Tian with a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening. I accidentally ate yours too, what should I do? After saying this, she shot another accusing glance at Xiaozihan. It's all your fault for eating so quickly. It's quite all right, Lin Tian replied as he tidied the table. I've already had my fill. Now, tell me about your grandfather's illness, Lin Tian said, pulling out a chair and settling down. What triggered it? What were the symptoms, and how long has he been suffering? Chen Mengning and Xiaozihan ceased their banter, adopting serious expressions as they listened intently. Xiaozihan's eyes dimmed momentarily before she spoke slowly. The first episode occurred about a year ago. The episodes are irregular, and during an attack, he trembles all over, his complexion turns pale, and his body feels icy cold. I see, Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. This seems manageable, a few needles and some medication should suffice. I believe I can treat this condition. Really? Xiaozihan exclaimed, rising with excitement, while Chen Mengning gazed at Lin Tian with astonishment. What is your level of confidence? I can only provide a definitive answer upon examining him in person, Lin Tian responded. If my assumptions are correct, I should be able to cure him. What exactly is afflicting my grandfather? We have visited numerous hospitals, yet none have provided answers, Chen Mengning inquired. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Hospitals would naturally struggle to diagnose this, for your grandfather is not suffering from an illness but rather from a curse, likely inflicted by your enemies. A curse? Xiaozihan gasped, panic spreading across her face. You must save my grandfather. Chapter 105. The Tale of the Highway. Chen Mengning anxiously gazed at Lin Tian, imploring, indeed, you must assist Zihan, her grandfather once lent us his aid. Lin Tian replied with a smile, did I ever say I wouldn't help? The two paused momentarily, while Xiaozihan awkwardly interjected, I was too hasty. I apologize. So when will you accompany me to visit my grandfather? There's no need for such formality, you have taken good care of Mengning in the past, for that reason alone, I am obliged to assist you. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for her to take a seat. You've just arrived. Why not spend a few days enjoying time with Mengning? Once I attend to some matters, I shall accompany you back. Xiaozihan hesitated, and Chen Mengning rose to grasp her slightly chilly hand, reassuringly saying, have faith in Lin Tian. He can resolve any issue. You certainly overestimate me. Lin Tian chuckled in disbelief. I am neither Doraemon nor Transformers. I don't care, you must cure Xiaozihan's grandfather, or else Chen Mingning paused momentarily, contemplating seriously, and then made a mock menacing face at Lin Tian, or else you shall face dire consequences, and I shall make you kneel on durians. The corners of Lin Tian's eyes twitched. I was just teasing you. Look at how scared you are, truly amusing. Chen Mingning laughed at Lin Tian's earlier expression, then playfully shook Xiaozihan's hand, saying, let us three go out for some fun. Her jest lightened Xiaozihan's spirits considerably, and since it had been a while since she and Chen Mingning had strolled together, she mustered a smile and nodded in agreement. Chen Mingning tossed the car keys to Lin Tian, grinning, today, the boss grants you a day off, go drive. Yes, boss. Lin Tian bantered back, then stepped out to drive and never underestimate the power women possess while shopping, a realization Lin Tian had just come to comprehend. As the morning passed, the two women laughed and chatted, showing no signs of fatigue, while Lin Tian trailed behind, his hands laden with shopping bags. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he was spared the exhaustion that would have overwhelmed an ordinary person. Lin Tian, we're tired. Could you fetch us 2 cups of milk tea from that shop over there, pretty please? Chen Mingning cheerfully pointed to a nearby milk tea shop, her large eyes sparkling with charm. Just don't wander off, Lin Tian conceded, knowing he could not resist her persistence, and walked over with an armful of bags. Boss, 2 cups of blueberry milk tea, please. Certainly, handsome. Please wait a moment. Lin Tian settled onto a nearby stool, but at that moment, 2 men approached, ordering their drinks and engaging in idle conversation. Did you hear, there was an accident on the highway last night? 2 supercars flipped over, and, astonishingly, there were no survivors, said the red-haired man. Really? Oh, that's rather eerie, replied the green-haired one, astonished. That's not all, the most shocking part is, someone died last night, apparently a driver, who was gruesomely decapitated, the red-haired man continued. Is that true? Don T frightened me. The red-haired man whispered, why would I deceive you, they say a super murderer has escaped. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, this was not good news. If true, would Starsea City descend into chaos? Where did you hear such news? The green-haired man articulated the question Lin Tian was contemplating. I have a brother in the police force. He witnessed the body himself. The deceased's eyes were as white as saucers, filled with sheer terror. Many officers were left shaken. Chapter 106, this dog food is truly delicious. It appears to be genuine. Lin Tian thought to himself, I must remember to share this with them. Sir, your milk tea is ready, interrupted the voice of the milk tea shop owner. That will be 20 yuan in total. Ah, all right, Lin Tian replied, paying the sum before departing. You were gone for quite a while, Chen Mingning grumbled, yet her face radiated joy as she accepted the chilled milk tea, savoring a blissful sip. It's absolutely delightful. Xiaozihan chimed in, indulging in her drink as well. After taking a couple of sips, Chen Mingning suddenly noticed Lin Tian was without milk tea and curiously inquired, why didn't you buy any? Lin Tian jested, I spent all my money on you too, so I have none left. Ah! Chen Mingning exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? Here, have a sip, she said hesitantly, then surprisingly brought the milk tea to Lin Tian's lips. Glancing at Chen Mingning, he observed her cheeks flushed like the evening sky, her eyes shimmering with a playful glint. Drink quickly, or I might change my mind, she whispered. At that moment, she appeared utterly adorable, reminiscent of a little girl. Lin Tian nearly laughed at her demeanor, yet he took a hearty sip, causing the milk tea level to plummet, which alarmed Chen Mingning. That's enough, I have none left to drink, she quickly reclaimed the cup, shooting Lin Tian an indignant glare before turning away, her face flushed as she fixated on the straw. After a brief hesitation, she gently placed the straw back in her mouth and began to sip, her cheeks growing increasingly rosy. Could it be that this milk tea tasted sweeter than before? Was it because Chen Mingning's face was practically radiating warmth? This dog food is truly delectable, Xiaozihan murmured as she walked ahead. The two continued to sip their milk tea while strolling forward, their captivating beauty drawing the gaze of countless passers-by, some even accidentally colliding with lampposts. At that moment, 2 men brushed past Lin Tian. One of them was exceptionally distinctive, wearing a black eye patch over his left eye, while carrying an unusually large case on his back, presumably for a cello. These 2 were no ordinary individuals. Lin Tian turned to observe their retreating figures. The man in front exuded the aura of a peak transcendent realm practitioner at the 10th stage, while the one carrying the case was a formidable presence at the 7th stage. Lin Tian, what are you staring at? Let us go. Chen Mingning's sudden voice pulled Lin Tian's attention back. After muttering nothing, he hurried to catch up with the 2 men. Are there beautiful women? Chen Mengning glanced in the direction Lin Tian had just been observing. Are you not beautiful yourselves? Lin Tian replied with a smile. Chen Mengning's face turned crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, huffing, "You're such a charmer, always joking around." "Let us head home," Lin Tian said. Li Jinghua felt eyes upon him and abruptly turned around, only to see a man and two women departing in the distance. Could it have been a mere illusion? He scratched his head in confusion. "Captain, did you discover something?" Falcon inquired. Li Jinghua chuckled. "It's nothing, just an illusion." With that, he turned back and continued on his path, determined to reach the police station and review all the surveillance footage. By the time Lin Tian and the others returned home, it was already afternoon. Chen Mengning collapsed onto the sofa the moment she entered, her disheveled attire neglected as she sighed, "I'm so hungry." "Lin Tian, hurry and make dinner, I feel like I'm starving." "Mengning, you certainly know how to utilize your man," Xia Zihan giggled, covering her mouth. "Just wait until I spoil you," Lin Tian sighed, placing his belongings on the sofa before heading into the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengning's face flushed once more. Chapter 107 of the school dance. Why hasn't he called me? Lin Yudi murmured on her bed in the dormitory. Several days had passed, yet Lin Tian had not reached out to explain, or even to converse. A twinge of melancholy stirred within her. Had she truly been forgotten? Why not just call him? Tang Xini, who was chatting with her boyfriend online not far away, suggested. "That's out of the question," Lin Yudi replied without a moment's hesitation. "Ah!" At that moment, Tang Xini suddenly exclaimed, her small mouth covering in surprise. "This weekend, the school is hosting a dance. Yudi, let us go." A dance, a shadow flickered across Lin Yudi's azure eyes as she pulled a nearby teddy bear closer, murmuring softly, "You go ahead, I don't wish to attend." "Why not?" Tang Xini pouted. "Last year you also said you wouldn't go, and now you're saying the same again." "Yudi, your voice is the most anticipated, everyone hopes you will join." Not going means not going. Did she really need to admit she lacked an appealing outfit? Though Lin Yudi was not one to covet wealth, as evidenced by her rejection of numerous affluent suitors, she was still a girl who cared about her dignity. Attending a dance in plain attire would only invite ridicule. She was aware that Tang Xini owned a beautiful evening gown, while she herself did not. Having lost her parents at a young age and being adopted by Lin Tian's family, Lin Yudi had worked diligently to support herself since she began school. However, much of her financial support still came from Lin Tian. After their recent fallout, she certainly lacked the face to ask him for money, and even if they had not quarreled, she would not have sought financial assistance. "Please, just go," Tang Xini pleaded, lying beside her and playfully tugging at her hand. Lin Yudi remained unmoved. "Not going means not going. I'm not fond of crowds. I recall you bringing back many outfits last time. If you don't attend the dance, no one will see you in those new clothes." Tang Xini's eyes sparkled mischievously. "They're merely ordinary garments." "Nothing remarkable," Lin Yudi replied calmly, yet a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Tang Xini pulled out a snow-white shirt, the tag still attached, clearly a modestly priced item. Creak! At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a woman adorned in heavy makeup strode in, a cloying fragrance instantly enveloping the room. She resembled a specter. "Yang Ting." Tang Xini frowned at the newcomer. "What are you doing here?" Yang Ting tossed her wine-red hair back and flashed a bright smile, though her foundation began to flake. "I came to see the esteemed Miss Lin. You didn't attend last year's dance. I was curious whether you would grace us with your presence this time." "Not interested," Lin Yudi replied coolly. "Is it truly a lack of interest?" Yang Ting's enchanting eyes sparkled as she teased, "Or perhaps a shortage of funds?" The phrase enchanting smile is often a compliment for a woman's beauty, yet when applied to Yang Ting, it took on a disconcerting aura, reminiscent of a ghostly figure. Lin Yudi turned her head away, her face pale from the unsettling encounter. "My reasons are none of your concern." "Ah, so it is a matter of finances," Yang Ting chuckled mockingly. "If that's the case, just say so. I can lend you $100, just call me sister and it's yours." Chapter 108:880,000 inch. Are you looking for a fight? Tang Xini was not one to be easily bullied. Upon hearing those words, she immediately sprang to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at Yang Ting and exclaimed, "You're ugly beyond belief and can't even keep your man in check. Not only do you spread rumors about Sister Yudi stealing him, but now you come here to mock us. If you want a brawl, I'll gladly oblige." "You!" Yang Ting's complexion turned even paler. "How dare you call me ugly?" "Enough, Xini." Don't waste your breath arguing with her, Lin Yudi interjected, rising to grasp Tang Xinyi's arm while casting a frosty glare at young Ting. Tang Xinyi's fury subsided considerably. She shot one last glare at young Ting, stating, out of respect for Sister Yudi, I won't stoop to your level. I can't be bothered to argue with you poor folks. It is simply embarrassing, young Ting retorted with a disdainful snort. And the next moment, her gaze fell upon the packaging on the bed, as well as a white shirt. She broke into a grin, picking up the shirt and remarking, this piece is rather nice, isn't it? Quite expensive, I presume. After glancing at the tag, her laughter grew even more pronounced. Oh my, $69, truly exorbitant, I could never afford such clothing. Has your mother not taught you not to meddle in others' affairs? Tang Xinyi snatched the shirt back, glaring at young Ting, who was met with equal disdain from Lin Yudi. What's the fuss? I am merely helping you inspect the garments. I've never encountered such high-end clothing before. It's a good opportunity for me to broaden my horizons, young Ting replied cheerfully, opening another bag to reveal a dress. Upon inspecting the tag, she found it also priced at $69. Goodness, another premium item, Miss Lin, you truly are a woman of hidden wealth, aren't you? No wonder you always wore that faded school uniform. Such modesty. Young Ting laughed unabashedly, her gaze toward Lin Yudi filled with mockery and scorn. What I wear is none of your concern. Lin Yudi felt a warmth welling in her eyes. You've gone too far, you old hag. Tang Xinyi snatched the dress away, her restraint only holding because Lin Yudi was still gripping her arm. Otherwise, she would have lunged at young Ting to tear her vile face apart. I'm poor, so I'm an old hag, is that it? Young Ting paid no mind, reveling in the joy of ridiculing Lin Yudi, as she carelessly picked up yet another bag. Young Ting was not particularly attractive, and thus harbored jealousy towards the ethereal beauty of Lin Yudi from the beginning of the school year. She had felt a visceral disdain for this girl. Was being pretty a remarkable feat? What a hypocritical campus goddess she was, and now, being able to humiliate Lin Yudi brought her immense satisfaction. Let me see this high-end piece. Young Ting laughed, extracting a box from the packaging, her amusement palpable. Oh, how sophisticated. It even comes in a box, how refined. Before Tang Xinyi could interject, she opened the box and pulled out a formal gown. Let us see how much this one costs, haha. Instinctively, young Ting picked up the tag but suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. The price was clearly marked 880,000. Young Ting's mind went blank. How could this be possible? This pauper could never afford such an extravagant dress. Lin Yudi, too, stared in astonishment at the evening gown in young Ting's hands. Wasn't this the very dress she had been captivated by the other day? How could it be here? Hadn't it been purchased by someone else? Wait, she suddenly recalled something. Lin Tian, in an instant, her heart swelled with exhilarating joy, but then, as memories of earlier events rushed back, that joy was tainted with bitter sweetness. Chapter 109: The Tyrannical Temperament That Ruins a Lifetime. 88,000. How could this be possible? Lin Yudi, have you stolen clothes from the boutique, you wretched pauper? How could you possibly afford such garments? Young Ting bellowed. Not only Lin Yudi, but even she herself could not afford such luxury. Lin Yudi swiftly retrieved the clothing, folded it neatly, and placed it back into the box. By chance, she spotted the receipt and pulled it out, tossing it towards young Ting. Take a good look. Young Ting snatched the receipt, her face draining of color in sheer terror. How could you possibly have this much money? She staggered back a few steps, gazing at Lin Yudi in disbelief, as the receipt fluttered to the ground like a delicate butterfly, only to be picked up by the ever-curious Tang Xinyi. Ah! Tang Xinyi exclaimed suddenly, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the figures on the receipt, suspecting her vision had betrayed her. Rubbing her eyes and looking again, the numbers remained unchanged, leaving her equally astounded. Sister Yudi, it turns out you are the true affluent one, she declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, with a triumphant glance at young Ting, she waved the receipt playfully, taunting, Go on, be fierce, we are indeed poor, relegated to wearing such clothes. You both. Young Ting's face darkened with fury. Mark my words. With a slam of the door, she hurriedly fled, as if pursued by a ghost. Humph, who is afraid of whom? Tang Xinyi huffed triumphantly, then turned her gleaming eyes towards Lin Yudi. Sister Yudi, I had no idea you were so wealthy. You truly are too modest. This clothing isn't mine. Lin Yudi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Thoughts of Lin Tian flooded her mind. He must have purchased the clothing, knowing her fondness for it. Had she been too harsh with him earlier? Should she call him? Tang Xinyi suddenly understood. Oh, so it was Lin Tian who bought it for you. To gift you such an expensive outfit, he must have feelings for you. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding before, you should call him and clarify. Let him call me. Lin Yudi retorted, her pride preventing her from conceding. To reach out to him would be to show weakness, and it was he who had erred initially. Besides, when had he become so affluent? Surely, he was hiding many secrets from her. If he chose not to reveal them, then she would not pry. After all, it was entirely Lin Tian's fault. Despite her inner turmoil, she cheerfully organized all the clothing and returned them to her wardrobe. Meanwhile, Tang Xini observed Lin Yudi's actions, letting out a soft sigh and murmuring, the tyrannical temperament that ruins a lifetime. What did you say? Lin Yudi inquired. I said, Tang Xini inhaled deeply, speaking slowly, Lin Tian is so exceptional, and it just so happens you have wounded him. If another woman were to seize the opportunity during this moment, you might find yourself regretting it. He wouldn't dare. Lin Yudi huffed defiantly. Alas, Tang Xini sighed. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, the weekend had arrived. On that morning, Li Muling awoke early, rising before dawn and awkwardly watching television in the living room. Lin Tian prepared breakfast and called her over. Are you feeling anxious? Lin Tian served her a bowl of meat porridge, placing it in front of her. A little Li Muling took small bites of the porridge, her delicate cheeks flushed crimson, though it was uncertain if it was from the rising steam of the bowl or some other reason. After finishing breakfast, with plenty of time still to spare before the parent-teacher meeting at 10 o'clock, Lin Tian decided to take her back to school for a brief tour, noting her restless demeanor. Chapter 110 Li Muling is in danger. Shaoling, would you be so kind as to show me your school? Li Muling responded softly, her eyes shimmering like clear, bright water, her petite face aflame with warmth. Upon hearing her consent, Lin Tian smiled, then took out his phone, preparing to call Chen Mengning. All right, let me just call my boss to take a day off to spend with you. Lin Tian, let me sleep a bit longer. Chen Mengning's gentle voice drifted through the line. Mengning, I'm taking a leave today to attend a parent-teacher meeting, Lin Tian replied candidly, not wishing to conceal such matters from Chen Mengning. A parent-teacher meeting. Chen Mengning suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming, you have a child. Just a neighbor's. I'll explain more when we meet later, we need to head out now. Oh, be careful on the way. Chen Mengning's tone carried a hint of melancholy. After hanging up, Lin Tian escorted Li Muling back to school. Along the way, he discovered that Li Muling was not only the top student in her grade but also a campus beauty. Goodness, his household boasted 2 campus beauties. Lin Tian felt an immense sense of pride. Wait a moment. Hadn't Xia Zihan mentioned that Chen Mengning was also a campus beauty in her youth? That meant his household had 3 campus beauties. Lin Tian felt himself becoming a bit giddy with delight. As the car sped along, they soon arrived at the school gate. Given that a parent-teacher meeting was underway, the campus was bustling with people and vehicles. Lin Tian thought he had arrived quite early, but upon seeing the scene, he realized he was mistaken. Take me for a stroll, Lin Tian said gently, ruffling Li Muling's little head. Li Muling trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, her long, delicate legs tightly pressed together. Inside the police station, Li Xinghua and the Falcon were monitoring the surveillance cameras. We've located him. Falcon exclaimed, pointing at a screen displaying a tall, burly man walking toward a middle school. Damn it, that school is hosting a parent-teacher meeting. They are in grave danger. Li Xinghua slammed his fist down on the table in frustration and rushed out. Falcon glanced at the screen before following closely behind, both of them speeding toward the school in a police car. That deranged killer, the consequences of him unleashing havoc there would be unimaginable. Where are the reinforcements from headquarters? Leopard sauntered toward the school gates, observing the throngs of people with a sinister smile gracing his lips. This place is truly a paradise. With no one to hinder him, he strode confidently inside. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had entered the classroom. Li Muling hesitated at the sight of numerous adults within, opting instead to wait for Lin Tian beneath a large tree on the playground. Concerned for her safety, Lin Tian insisted she stay within his line of sight to avoid any unforeseen incidents. So many lives, truly, I can hardly bear to crush them one by one, Leopard chuckled as he strolled across the playground, casting his gaze over the crowd. At that moment, a police car came barreling in. Li Xinghua leaped from the vehicle, drawing his firearm and aiming it at Leopard, his gaze sharp, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. Yet, he hesitated, aware of the multitude surrounding them. Oh my, you are quite swift, Leopard said cheerfully, reaching out to seize a startled girl standing nearby, who was none other than Li Muling, on her way to the restroom. Leopard's hand tightened around Li Muling's throat as he grinned at Li Xinghua and Falcon, saying, you'd best vacate this place, otherwise, I cannot predict what might transpire. Glancing down at Li Muling, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty before continuing, such a lovely girl. I trust you wouldn't want anything to befall her, would you? Chapter 111. Do not fear, I have arrived, damn it, let her go. Li Xingguo gritted his teeth, his unwavering gaze fixed on the leopard, with no intention of lowering his gun. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily paralyzed by the scene before them. Once they regained their senses, chaos erupted as they scattered in all directions, fortunate that none crossed the path of Li Xingguo's firearm. Li Muling was equally stunned. As realization dawned upon her that she had been captured by a nefarious individual, her eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Lin Tian, she cried out in panic, startling both the leopard and Li Xingguo. Shut up, or I'll kill you, the leopard growled menacingly, tightening his grip on Li Muling's arm. Fear rendered her body rigid, her lovely face pale as a sheet. This child is too unfortunate, it seems she cannot be saved, murmured those hiding at a distance, shaking their heads in despair. Li Xingguo clenched his jaw tightly, glaring at the leopard as he bellowed, "Release her, we can offer you a chance at redemption." A chance? The leopard let out a derisive laugh before his expression twisted into a sinister grimace. I have killed hundreds. Do you truly believe I would still have a chance? Do you think I can be deceived like a child? With that, he glanced at Li Muling, noting her beauty. She was more enchanting than any girl he had ever encountered. If not for the gun aimed at him, he would have entertained the thought of taking her right then and there. Bring me that police car, the leopard commanded, eyeing the vehicle behind Li Xingguo. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, none were aware of the unfolding drama outside. The Mediterranean-haired male teacher animatedly lectured at the podium, his excitement palpable. Now, let us invite Li Muling's parents to share their educational insights. Amidst a round of applause, Lin Tian stood up. Muling was indeed quite remarkable. A proud smile graced his lips, and he instinctively glanced outside, only to behold Li Muling being gripped by a menacing figure, her face devoid of color. Lin Tian's smile abruptly froze, gradually fading into a chilling void. Boom! In an instant, the spectators witnessed a fleeting shadow, followed by an explosion as the wall shattered, while Lin Tian had already vanished from sight. Impossible! This time, you shall not escape! Li Xingguo shouted fiercely. The leopard had taken countless lives, and if he allowed him to flee once more, who could predict how many more would perish? Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air. This particular bullet was specially designed, capable of effortlessly penetrating 3 centimeters of steel, thus, piercing through Li Muling, who stood in the way of the leopard, was a mere trifle. This adorable girl, perhaps a compensation should be given to her parents later. At that moment, however, a figure darted in front of the leopard, extending a hand to catch the bullet. Indeed, he caught the bullet, the formidable armor-piercing round. Li Xingguo, realizing the impossibility of the situation, wore an expression of sheer terror, his mouth agape as if a duck egg could fit inside. Who on earth was this? He turned to look, only to see a massive hole in the wall of a second-floor classroom in the distant teaching building, where a number of people gazed in horror at the opening. Lin Tian tossed the bullet aside, casting a gentle glance at Li Muling. Do not fear, I have arrived. Brother Lin Tian. Li Muling cried out, bursting into tears. Lin Tian's gaze hardened as he turned to the leopard, their eyes locking in a moment that felt like an eternity. The leopard seemed to plunge into an icy abyss, as if a ferocious primordial beast had set its sights upon him. Let her go, Lin Tian commanded with chilling authority. Ah, all right. The leopard instinctively released his grip on Li Muling, stumbling back in terror as he stared at Lin Tian. Currently, he was merely at the first level of the extraordinary realm, while Lin Tian had ascended to the 8th level of the profound realm. Just the pressure alone was enough to make him break into a sweat and struggle to stand. Chapter 112. Lin Tian's fury. Alright, return to the car for now, I will join you shortly, dear. Lin Tian embraced Li Muling, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately tousled her hair. Brother, hurry up. Her anxiety palpable, she hurriedly dashed towards the vehicle. Once Li Muling had distanced herself, Lin Tian's gaze settled upon the leopard. Who are you? The leopard trembled, acutely aware of the chilling aura radiating from Lin Tian, colder than the depths of winter, as if a gust from the netherworld had swept through. Choose your method of demise. I'll fight you. The leopard, his courage nearly shattered, realized the futility of his defiance. Death was inevitable, so he might as well resist. Perhaps this man was merely a paper tiger, yet in the next instant, he comprehended that Lin Tian was indeed a true predator. With his left hand, Lin Tian seized the leopard's incoming fist, twisting it forward, while his right hand swiftly descended upon the leopard's head simultaneously, his right foot hooked, slamming the leopard's head into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled beneath the impact. The state of the leopard's head was uncertain, as a crater had formed, obscured from their distance, yet the multitude of fissures radiating from it was unmistakable, akin to shattered glass struck by a bullet. Lin Tian rose, blood trickling down his hand, dripping onto the floor. He furrowed his brow, wiping the blood onto the deceased leopard's clothing. "Who are you?" Li Zhenghua and Eagle, having emerged from their stupor, were taken aback by the rapidity of events. The murderous fiend they had pursued for so long had been vanquished in an instant, the cause of death linked to the abduction of a girl. Lin Tian regarded the two. Indeed, they were not ordinary individuals, having brushed past each other on the street not long ago. "I am Lin Tian, a physician," he stated calmly. "You may lower your firearm. You are aware that it holds no power over me." After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhenghua silently holstered his weapon. Lin Tian approached them slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. "I offer you a chance to explain. Should your reasoning be unsatisfactory, I shall take your lives." "What?" Li Zhenghua exclaimed in astonishment. "Why did you fire at my associate?" As realization dawned on Li Zhenghua, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. If only the man had arrived sooner, he would not have resorted to gunfire. Yet, despite his thoughts, he dared not voice them, fearing Lin Tian's wrath might lead to their demise. After all, he had just witnessed Lin Tian's prowess. Catching bullets seemed trivial compared to extinguishing their lives. That individual was known as the Leopard. He has claimed the lives of hundreds. We are tasked with apprehending him. In the urgency of the moment, we had no choice but to fire. We could not allow him to escape. Li Zhenghua's desperation was evident as sweat beaded on his brow. "Are you officers of the law?" Lin Tian inquired suddenly. Li Zhenghua glanced around before opening the police vehicle, stating, "Let us discuss this inside." Lin Tian entered the patrol car, while Eagle remained to oversee the scene and summon assistance for cleanup. Within the vehicle, Li Zhenghua regarded Lin Tian with a serious demeanor. "You deserve to know, we are members of the Dragon Unit, dedicated to safeguarding our nation and combating malevolent forces." "Oh, quite impressive," Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "I hope you will consider joining us. We require individuals of your caliber." Li Zhenghua spoke earnestly, his sincerity evident. "Such faith in me?" "Indeed, based on your swift action in saving the girl, it is clear you are not our adversary." Lin Tian replied, "I do not possess much time. Join us, and those dear to you, as well as your enterprises, will receive unparalleled protection, all without infringing on your freedom. You will also become one of the nation's strongest assets, wielding significant authority." Li Zhenghua continued, "Moreover, our missions are infrequent. With your abilities, you would seldom be called upon." Chapter 113 An unconventional CEO. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian acquiesced. In matters such as these, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. With the nation on his side, many obstacles become surmountable. "Why not agree?" Li Zhenghua chuckled. "Let us schedule a time next week to finalize the paperwork for you." This endeavor required formal application and awaited the superior's approval. He possessed some influence, yet his word alone did not suffice. Once the agreement was reached, Lin Tian exited the vehicle. Just as the police arrived to secure the scene upon witnessing the gruesome sight in the pit, both the officers and Li Zhenghua, along with the falcon, were left in shock. The head of the leopard resembled a smashed watermelon, splattered in shades of white and red, provoking a sense of nausea. Some of the younger officers even regurgitated their previous meals. Li Zhenghua's complexion also appeared grim, likely having lost his appetite for several days. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already returned to the car. "Brother Lin Tian, woo-woo." As soon as he entered, Li Muling clung to him, weeping inconsolably, tears streaming down her face. Only she knew the depth of her grievances and the turmoil within her heart. "Enough, enough, do not cry. I gave him a thorough beating, and he has already been taken away by the police," Lin Tian gently reassured her, patting her back. After all, she was merely a fragile 15-year-old girl. It was only natural for her to feel fear in such circumstances. "Let us return home, and I shall prepare something delicious for you." Li Muling's sobs gradually subsided, though she still choked on her tears. Lin Tian could only manage a wry smile. After all, having been single for over 20 years, he was ill-equipped to handle such emotional turmoil. Upon returning home, Lin Tian prepared a dessert for Li Muling. Upon seeing the sweet treat, her earlier distress dissipated, and she cautiously began to savor it, taking small bites. To comfort the girl, Lin Tian spent considerable time with her, only allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief once she grew tired and retreated to her room for sleep. Now, he needed to visit Chen Mengning's residence. Not only did he wish to discuss the company's future plans with her, but he also needed to explain the situation regarding Li Muling. By the time he arrived at Chen Mengning's home, twilight was descending. He was not concerned about Li Muling waking up, as he had administered 2 doses of sedatives prior to leaving, ensuring she would sleep soundly until his return. After ringing the doorbell, it was Xia Zihan who answered the door. "Brother-in-law, you're here again, so diligent." "Brother-in-law, since when did Chen Mingning become your sister?" Noticing Lin Tian's silence, Xia Zihan grasped his arm and pulled him inside. "Don't just stand outside, come in. Mingning was just about to cook, and your arrival is quite timely." After securing the door, Xia Zihan dashed away. Mingning, your man has arrived, you should stop cooking, your meals are dreadful," she called out loudly. Chen Mingning, brandishing a spatula and emerging from the kitchen in a huff, retorted, "Oh, so you dare to say my cooking is terrible, then you shall never eat it again." In an instant, both Lin Tian and Xia Zihan were struck dumb. Chen Mingning was utterly adorable. She wore an apron adorned with SpongeBob, a headscarf, and thick gloves, wielding a spatula while exuding an irate demeanor that rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. "Ah!" Upon spotting Lin Tian, her face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "What brings you here so suddenly?" "I missed you, so I came," Lin Tian replied with a smile, causing Chen Mingning's heart to flutter, though she was startled enough to retreat back into the kitchen. "Wait a moment. I'll prepare dinner for you both." "I fear I am already full," Xia Zihan muttered from the side, "all this is just a feast of dog food." Before long, Chen Mingning had finished preparing the meal. Chapter 114 Xia Zihan enlightens President Chen. "What are these dark, unappetizing dishes?" Xia Zihan lamented as she gazed at the unappealing food, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Lin Tian. With heartfelt sincerity, she implored, "Brother-in-law, Mingning's cooking is not merely a meal. It is poison. She intends to poison me. Would you be so kind as to prepare the meal instead?" "Indeed, I aim to poison you." Chen Mingning's cheeks flushed at Xia Zihan's words. "I don't often cook. I've always eaten at the company. How was I to know that cooking was such a daunting task?" She cast a furtive glance at Lin Tian, her voice dwindling to a whisper until it was barely audible. Lin Tian chuckled softly and stood up, addressing the bashful Chen Mingning, who was averting her gaze. "It's perfectly all right if you cannot cook. I will teach you. Come along." "Ah. All right," Chen Mingning nodded eagerly, her face growing even redder. With a gentle smile, Lin Tian took her hand and led her into the kitchen, leaving Xia Zihan to exclaim with a playful pout, "The frigid dog food has been unceremoniously slapped across my face. I utterly refuse this dog food." Before long, Lin Tian and Chen Mingning emerged from the kitchen, the dishes they carried emanating an enticing aroma. Having just satisfied her appetite for metaphorical dog food, Xia Zihan suddenly found herself hungry again, her violet eyes sparkling as she fixated on the food laid out on the table. After dinner, Lin Tian discussed the company's development with Chen Mingning, as his ambition was for her firm to ascend to the pinnacle of the global beauty industry. Xia Zihan, listening from the side, felt her eyelids growing heavy, and the two finally concluded their conversation. Chen Mingning brewed coffee for them both, then sat upright across from Lin Tian, her delicate face adorned with a frosty smile. "We must address the matter of attending someone else's parent-teacher meeting." As she spoke, Lin Tian sensed an icy demeanor emanating from her. Xia Zihan shivered slightly, for this was a matter concerning a child. Though Chen Mingning exhibited generosity in many respects, she was notably possessive when it came to men. Lin Tian, being so exceptional, must not be snatched away by any alluring women along the way. She had never entertained the thought of sharing him with anyone else. Lin Tian offered a wry smile and recounted the situation regarding Li Muling, revealing everything without reservation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingning instantly felt sympathy for the little girl, who had endured so much. "She truly has suffered," she murmured softly. Lin Tian responded with a chuckle, "Just moments ago, someone was feeling jealous." Chen Mingning's face turned crimson, and with a huff, she feigned indifference to Lin Tian, who lingered for a while before departing. They were not yet familiar enough to share a room, although he knew that if he wished to sleep there, Chen Mingning would undoubtedly oblige that night. As they prepared for bed, Xia Zihan lay beside Chen Mingning and gently took her hand, saying, "Mingning, your possessiveness is quite overwhelming." "What do you mean?" Chen Mingning asked, somewhat perplexed. "You impose too many restrictions on Lin Tian. He will not find happiness that way." Xia Zihan spoke with deliberation. "You are aware that he is an outstanding man. Such men are destined to soar to great heights and cannot be confined. Your limitations are excessive, and if he is unhappy, he may eventually grow weary of you. This behavior renders you no different from those discontented wives. Is this the outcome you desire?" Xia Zihan spoke earnestly. As Chen Mingning listened, her eyes widened gradually. Xia Zihan's words resonated with profound truth. "What should I do?" she asked urgently. Xia Zihan smiled softly. "Understand him, and strive to be the most empathetic person in his life. Empathize with him. Chen Mengning fell into silence, yet in the darkness, her eyes gleamed with a bright light. Chapter 115 Lin Yudi shocks the entire venue. The following day, Shanghai University buzzed with excitement, for an evening gala was set to commence. Initially, Lin Yudi had no intention of attending, yet she was ultimately persuaded by Tang Xini, who insisted on her participation. As night fell, the campus truly came alive. It was as if the entire institution had been invigorated, illuminated by bright lights, and the joyful sounds of students echoed throughout the vicinity. When Lin Yudi made her entrance in a stunning evening gown, the crowd was left in awe. Undoubtedly the campus's foremost goddess, her exquisite gown complemented her beauty perfectly, captivating the attention of many young men, who found themselves unable to tear their gazes away, wishing they could somehow affix their eyes upon her. "Fairy sister, you look even more beautiful." Zhao Xiaolong, clad in a suit that he had procured from somewhere, smiled earnestly. However, his gaze upon Lin Yudi was filled with longing, saliva almost pooling at his feet, rendering the suit utterly inconsequential. Lin Yudi cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Xiaolong, offering a composed smile in acknowledgement of his compliment. Yet, this simple expression left countless young men spellbound. A celestial being had descended. Click, click, some individuals discreetly captured the moment. Zhao Xiaolong, like a persistent gum, clung to her side, cheerfully exclaiming, "Fairy sister, teach me how to dance, for I am utterly inept at it." "Apologies, but I too lack the skill," Lin Yudi naturally declined. Tang Xini, who had initially accompanied her, had fortuitously encountered her boyfriend along the way and had unhesitatingly abandoned Lin Yudi for a more intimate rendezvous. Mo Xiaoyan was also absent, having called Lin Tian earlier that morning. He had expressed, "Sister-in-law is stunning, you must attend the gala, for many are captivated by her beauty, and I cannot always be by her side, hence your presence is imperative." Lin Tian arrived, dressed in a shirt, quietly sipping on a nutritional drink in an inconspicuous corner while observing Lin Yudi from afar. He could not deny her beauty. She was as striking as Chen Mengning, the only distinction lying in their respective auras. Chen Mengning exuded warmth, while Lin Yudi's allure was more frigid. He found her demeanor intolerably chilly, as if standing beside a block of ice. "Who is that fellow?" Lin Tian inquired, eyeing Zhao Xiaolong, who trailed closely behind Lin Yudi, an adept of the 5th level of cultivation. It was evident he was not her boyfriend but rather an infatuated admirer. Lin Tian noted that since he began his own cultivation journey, practitioners had become ubiquitous, as if they were free for the taking. "What do you want from me?" Lin Yudi asked, her tone tinged with impatience as she regarded Zhao Xiaolong, who persistently regarded her with an unsettling gaze, making her long for the comfort of her dormitory. "To protect Fairy Sister," Zhao Xiaolong replied, swallowing hard while grinning. "I adore Fairy Sister, so I must protect her." Lin Yudi was rendered speechless. "Lin Goddess." At that moment, a voice broke through the din. Lin Yudi turned to see Lu Hua approaching, 2 glasses of red wine in hand, a congenial smile adorning his face. Lu Hua had previously been bested by Mo Xiaoyang, leaving him infuriated. Initially seeking revenge, he soon learned of Mo Xiaoyang's formidable family background, which deterred him from pursuing any form of retribution. Instead, he directed his attention towards Lin Yudi, recognizing the gala as his opportunity. Consequently, Lu Hua had laced the wine with a substance, intending to bewitch Lin Yudi and lure her into his vehicle for his own nefarious desires. Chapter 116 The dogfight. Lin Yudi harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Lu Hua, tinged with a deep-seated aversion. However, Lin Tian's parents had once advised her, a girl must always exhibit politeness, otherwise, boys may take a disliking to her. Indeed, even your brother Lin Tian does not favor impolite girls. The first part of this admonition was of little use to Chen Mengning, but the latter part proved to be quite impactful. Thus, Lin Yudi graciously declined, saying, "I'm afraid I cannot drink." "This is red wine, it won't intoxicate you," Lu Hua replied with a smile. Zhao Xiaolong had sensed from the outset that there was something amiss with the wine. It was likely laced with some sort of drug or aphrodisiac. He was well aware, yet he chose not to intervene. He had long coveted Lin Yudi, and now that someone was willing to assist him in subduing her, he saw it as a divine opportunity. Who would be foolish enough to let such a chance slip away? Lu Hua was merely an ordinary individual, easily toppled by a single blow from Zhao Xiaolong. How dare this scoundrel vie for the attention of a celestial being? Zhao Xiaolong sneered inwardly. "Celestial sister, do indulge in this red wine, it is nourishing, and refusing would be rather ungracious," Zhao Xiaolong remarked. Observing Lin Yudi's momentary hesitation, Lu Hua cast an appreciative glance at Zhao Xiaolong, then raised his glass towards her, draining it in one go. "Goddess Lin, I shall drink to your honor. You may proceed as you wish." Upon finishing, Lu Hua gazed intently at Lin Yudi. After a moment of contemplation, she accepted the red wine and took a delicate sip. "Thank you, that will be all," she said, returning the glass and turning to leave. She wished to escape the raucous atmosphere that unsettled her, a wave of drowsiness washing over her as she longed to retreat to her dormitory for rest. Lu Hua, sensing the effects of the drug taking hold, felt elated as he noticed Lin Yudi heading outside. Wasn't this an opportunity he had been waiting for? Without hesitation, he followed her. "Goddess, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you," he said, trailing behind her. As Lin Yudi wandered into a secluded path, her thoughts became increasingly unstable. "No need, I can manage on my own," she replied. Lu Hua continued to shadow her, sensing her growing unease. "It is my honor to escort the goddess back," he said with a grin. He quickened his pace to catch up with Lin Yudi, stealthily extending a hand in an attempt to embrace her slender waist. Just as he was about to seize his opportunity, a sudden voice startled him, causing him to retract his hand hastily. "Celestial sister, allow me to escort you back," Zhao Xiaolong exclaimed as he rushed over. Lin Yudi, now in a daze, found her eyelids heavy, her vision blurring. "Who are you? Please leave, I will go back with him," Lu Hua grumbled, irritation evident as he glared at Zhao Xiaolong. Just when he was on the verge of success, this Zhao Xiaolong had appeared out of nowhere. "Who wouldn't be vexed?" Zhao Xiaolong shot Lu Hua a cold smile. "Step aside, I will take the celestial sister home." "Do not force my hand." Lu Hua's temper flared instantly. "Is this how you speak to me? Are you seeking a death wish?" He swung his hand in an attempt to strike Zhao Xiaolong, underestimating him gravely. While it was true that Zhao Xiaolong could not contend with Mo Xiaoyang, he was no ordinary person. He was a genuine cultivator, and it was no simple feat for an ordinary individual to land a hit on him. Smack! Lu Hua was sent sprawling by Zhao Xiaolong's strike. "You think my celestial sister is someone you can toy with?" Lu Hua, now missing 2 teeth and bleeding profusely, bore a dismal appearance with half of his face swollen. Rising to his feet, he spat venomous words through his injured mouth. "You're finished, country bumpkin. I will make sure you pay dearly for this." Chapter 117. Zhao Xiaolong, on the verge of tears, was let go of whom remains uncertain. Zhao Xiaolong contemptuously kicked Lu Hua away, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Damn it!" Lu Hua, now acutely aware of his inferiority to Zhao Xiaolong, wiped the blood from his face and turned to flee, though not without hurling a few parting insults over his shoulder. "With your capabilities, you dare to covet my fairy sister? You must be dreaming." With a cold snort, he pivoted, a grin spreading across his face as he looked towards Lin Yudi, only to be taken aback. A figure had already enveloped Lin Yudi in an embrace. At that moment, Lin Yudi felt utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy and unyielding. As she stumbled, bracing for the anticipated cold, unyielding ground, she was instead met with a warm, familiar chest that offered an overwhelming sense of safety. The scent emanating from him was all too familiar, and surrounded by this comforting presence, she succumbed to slumber. "Do not be afraid, I shall take you back to your dormitory." Lin Tian gently caressed Lin Yudi's head, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled how long it had been since he had held her like this. The fragrance was intoxicating, and in his eyes, there was no trace of desire, only tenderness. "Who are you?" Zhao Xiaolong glared at Lin Tian, hastening towards him while speaking in an icy tone. "Release my fairy sister, or do not blame me for being ruthless." Pathetic. Lin Tian disregarded him entirely, effortlessly scooping Lin Yudi into a princess carry and striding towards the dormitory. "Release her!" Zhao Xiaolong bellowed in fury, launching a punch at Lin Tian. However, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. To his astonishment, the full force of his strike met only air, as Lin Tian had suddenly vanished just as his fist approached, leaving Zhao Xiaolong to flail helplessly in the void. How is this possible? Turning around, Zhao Xiaolong's hair stood on end as he spotted Lin Tian leisurely making his way towards the dormitory. "I am currently preoccupied." "Consider yourself fortunate," Lin Tian's calm voice reached him, devoid of warmth or malice, yet it sent rivulets of cold sweat streaming down Zhao Xiaolong's face. In that moment, he felt an oppressive force. An absolute pressure, just a single utterance ignited within him an instinctive urge to kneel and beg for mercy. As Zhao Xiaolong's heart raced, his back soaked with cold sweat, and it was only when Lin Tian's figure faded into the darkness that he exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground as if returning from the brink of death. What Zhao Xiaolong yearned for most at that moment was to deliver a sound thrashing to the old man in the mountains. How could this be? Wasn't the urban life one of indulgence and excess? Hadn't he been led to believe that city dwellers were weak? What was this situation? Within less than a month, he had been beaten and had narrowly escaped death. The city was terrifying beyond measure. Zhao Xiaolong felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building, confronted by an unprecedented and exceedingly vexing dilemma. Where was Lin Yudi's dormitory? He awkwardly scanned his surroundings, but found no one in sight except for the brightly lit room of the dormitory matron. "Excuse me, ma'am, Where is Lin Yudi's, the dormitory of the goddess Lin? Lin Tian inquired, mustering courage to address a woman whose face was marred by resentment. The matron glanced at Lin Yudi cradled in Lin Tian's arms and opened her mouth to reprimand him, but, with a swift movement, Lin Tian deftly tossed Lin Yudi lightly and produced $200 bills with lightning speed, prompting the matron to close her mouth. Consider yourself fortunate. It's in room 302. She scrutinized Lin Tian's physique before adding, "You had best return within half an hour, or I shall come up to fetch you myself." "Oh, thank you," Lin Tian replied, carrying Lin Yudi and making his way upstairs. Chapter 118. He is the most handsome young man I have ever seen. Is anyone there? He gently pushed open the door to the dormitory, which was thankfully unlocked, otherwise, he would have had to pick the lock himself. Although he possessed the remarkable skill of using his hair to unlock doors, he felt a twinge of reluctance to do so, considering this was a school. With a touch of ingenuity, opening a door was a trivial task. As the door swung open, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him. Indeed, it was a girlless room. Lin Tian immediately spotted Lin Yudi's bed, recognizing it by the belongings scattered atop it. After carefully placing Lin Yudi on the bed, he turned and shut the door behind him. Given that she had been drugged, and the substance posed a certain risk to her health, he felt uneasy leaving it unlocked. Lin Tian contemplated administering a needle, but Lin Yudi's evening gown obstructed his access. While he could technically proceed, it would not yield optimal results. Thus, he resolved to remove Lin Yudi's gown. Amitba, chanting a calming mantra, he set about unfastening her attire. "I have always regarded her as a sister." Lin Tian repeated this phrase incessantly, yet it provided no solace. Lin Yudi was no longer the little girl who had once trailed after him. She had matured, her figure gracefully developed, and her slender waist was now exquisitely defined. In such circumstances, even a biological sister might elicit a reaction, let alone his childhood companion standing before him. After administering a needle to himself to maintain clarity, Lin Tian finally proceeded to inject Lin Yudi. He also infused her body with a touch of spiritual energy. Once he confirmed her condition was stable, he carefully withdrew the silver needle, covered her with a quilt, and surveyed the surroundings before quietly exiting the room. This girl likely did not wish to see him. Descending the stairs, Lin Tian exchanged a brief greeting with the dormitory manager before leaving without a backward glance. The manager watched his retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Today's youth certainly moves swiftly. He was gone in less than 10 minutes, perhaps he should take a moment to recover. Had Lin Tian heard those words, he would have surely choked on his own incredulity. In the dead of night, as the schoolless evening event neared its conclusion, Lin Yudi gradually regained consciousness, feeling remarkably refreshed, as if her body had become weightless. Upon rising, she realized she was in the dormitory, yet she vividly recalled the events leading up to this moment. Lu Hua and Zhao Xiaolong had harbored ill intentions towards her, culminating in a scuffle, after which Lu Hua had fled. What transpired next eluded her memory, save for a familiar and comforting embrace. Could it be? A sudden jolt of realization surged through Lin Yudi, prompting her to hastily throw off the quilt and leap out of bed. She detected no abnormalities and exhaled in relief, grateful that nothing untoward had occurred. "Cindy, are you there?" she called out, but was met with silence, igniting her curiosity. Who had escorted her back? Zhao Xiaolong? Absolutely not. It had to be the owner of that warm embrace. How did he manage to bring me up here? Lin Yudi pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling with realization. Just as she was about to dash out, she suddenly noticed her attire had been removed, leaving her clad only in undergarments. "Ah!" she exclaimed, immediately recalling that the individual had seen her in such a vulnerable state. What should she do? She felt a pang of guilt towards Lin Tian. I must find that person. Clenching her teeth, she hastily donned her clothes and rushed downstairs, seeking out the dormitory manager. Upon seeing her, the manager's expression was peculiarly inquisitive. "What's the matter, little one?" she inquired. Lin Yudi anxiously asked. "Auntie, do you know who brought me back?" "A very handsome young man," the manager replied. "Do you recall what he looked like?" Lin Yudi blurted out, his height, attire, and distinguishing features. The manager pondered for a moment before responding, He was taller than you by a head, dressed quite ordinarily. I had never seen him before, but he was undoubtedly the most handsome young man I have ever encountered." Chapter 119. The frustrated goddess Lin. He was exceptionally handsome, yet Auntie had never encountered him before. Lin Yudi racked her brain, unable to fathom who in the school could possess such striking features. After all, the campus heartthrob had previously pursued her right outside the dormitory, and Auntie had seen him too. Yet now, Auntie proclaimed that this man was even more handsome than the heartthrob. Aside from Lin Tian, she couldn't think of anyone else. "Auntie, is there any footage?" Lin Yudi inquired, clinging to a sliver of hope. Oh, there is, let me show you, Auntie hurriedly responded, rushing to display the footage captured by the camera moments ago. She beheld herself being embraced by a man as she entered the dormitory. The camera had not captured his face, but the silhouette grew increasingly familiar. She felt as though she had seen him somewhere before. After a brief moment, the figure descended the stairs. Strangely, the camera failed to reveal his face, as though shrouded in mist, which was utterly bizarre. Who was this person? Lin Yudi silently committed the figure to memory, vowing to uncover his identity. Hey, Yudi, what are you doing here? Tang Xinyi happened to pass by the doorway and, noticing Lin Yudi, curiously greeted her. Xinyi, you've arrived just in time, help me figure out who this man is. Lin Yudi exclaimed, nearly in tears, as she pulled Tang Xinyi to the screen to show her the footage. Upon viewing the scene, Tang Xinyi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Yudi, you were actually carried back to the dormitory by a man. Find out who he is, Lin Yudi urged anxiously. Oh, Tang Xinyi realized the gravity of the situation and scrutinized the man on screen, her expression growing increasingly perplexed as she turned to Lin Yudi with a look of bewilderment. Is there something on my face? Lin Yudi asked. No, Tang Xinyi replied, having recognized the silhouette. It was none other than Lin Tian. She had caught a glimpse of him at the KTV, and the attire he wore in the video was identical to what he had donned that evening. Thus, her expression reflected her confusion regarding Lin Yudi's inability to recognize him. Xinyi, do you know who this person is? Lin Yudi pressed. He looks very familiar. I feel as though I've seen him somewhere. Tang Xinyi resorted to a white lie, suspecting that Lin Tian did not wish for Lin Yudi to uncover the truth. Yudi, don't fret, you haven't suffered any loss. We can take our time to investigate, Tang Xinyi reassured Lin Yudi, who was too anxious to grasp her words and nodded instinctively. Alright, let us head back to rest for now. Tang Xinyi took Lin Yudi by the hand as they departed. Left with no other choice, Lin Yudi followed Tang Xinyi upstairs. Yet, that night, she found herself unable to sleep. It was only with the dawn that she finally succumbed to slumber, whereupon she dreamed of Lin Tian forcefully pushing her away, exclaiming, "Don't come near me." She awoke with a start, realizing it was already afternoon. Tang Xinyi, watching her with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Yudi, you're awake, you certainly can sleep. Why didn't you wake me? There were no classes this morning, and I figured you hadn't rested well last night, so I didn't disturb you." Tang Xinyi chuckled as she opened a bag and retrieved some takeout. "Wash your face, and come eat. I'm sure you're famished." Lin Yudi responded obediently, retreating to the bathroom. However, her thoughts remained entangled in the dream she had just experienced. Lin Tian, why did he push her away? His harsh words urged her to keep her distance, igniting an impulse to weep within her. If he doesn't want me near, then so be it. I am quite content to keep my distance, she huffed, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 120 of The True Power in the Blink of an Eye. Several days had elapsed. On this particular noon, Lin Tian was diligently engaged in his work when his phone unexpectedly rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he decided to answer it. Lin Tian, came the voice of Li Jinghua. The people above have arrived. Do you have a moment to meet at the leisure CAF? Sure. After requesting a leave of absence for Chen Mengning, Lin Tian made his way to the CAF. Before long, he spotted Li Jinghua, along with Eagle Hunter and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. This individual possessed sharp, astute eyes and an imposing demeanor, his neatly cropped hair lending him an air of resolute integrity. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Lin Tian said with an awkward smile as he took a seat across from them and ordered a few cups of coffee. Are you Lin Tian? The stranger inquired. Yes, may I ask who you are? Lu Jiannan, the captain of the Dragon Claw and the Dragon Group. Lu Jiannan wasted no time, stating, Lin Tian, 23 years old, your girlfriend is Chen Mengning, the president of the Mengning Beauty Company. You have Li Muling at home and childhood friend Lin Yudi. Currently, you are employed at Mengning Beauty Company, correct? That's about right, Lin Tian nodded, recognizing that this was not particularly confidential information. Given the assurances from Jinghua and Eagle Hunter regarding your capabilities, I shall refrain from further testing. I simply wish to inquire if you are interested in joining the Dragon Group, Lu Jiannan stated. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Not particularly. Not particularly? Lu Jiannan and the others were taken aback, gazing at Lin Tian in disbelief. Many aspired to join the Dragon Group but found it unattainable, yet here he was, outright refusing. Lu Jiannan was about to explode, but at that moment, a charming waitress approached with their coffee. Excuse me, gentlemen, here is the coffee you ordered. Oh, thank you. Lin Tian accepted the coffee with a smile, causing the young lady's cheeks to flush as she stammered and retreated. After taking a sip of coffee, Lin Tian returned his gaze to Lu Jiannan and said slowly, What were you about to say? Please, continue. His words provoked Lu Jiannan's ire, nearly prompting him to slam his fist on the table. Meanwhile, Li Jinghua, with a glint of cunning in his eye, seized the opportunity. Lin Tian, you possess formidable strength, our country needs you, would you consider joining the dragon group? This statement caught Lu Jiannan off guard. He turned to Li Jingguo with grave seriousness, saying, have you forgotten your own status? A mere ordinary person lacks even the right to shine your shoes. Too arrogant, Lin Tian sighed, the fleeting fondness he had just held for Lu Jiannan evaporating in an instant. Lu Jiannan's temper flared at Lin Tian's remark. Setting down his cup of coffee, he glared at Lin Tian. The nation requires individuals like you, who are oblivious to their own limitations. You have lofty ambitions but lack the skills, yet you dare to dream that I would invite you to join the dragon group. Dream on. Lin Tian remained unfazed, his expression devoid of emotion. After listening to Lu Jiannan's tirade, he slowly placed his coffee down and remarked with a smile, your arrogance renders you unfit to be a captain. An overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the CAF. Lin Tian's demeanor was calm, yet the others within the establishment felt as though they were in the presence of a primordial beast, their bodies drenched in sweat as if they had just traversed the precipice of death. The coffee, once warm, had turned cold, yet they were not the most disheveled. The most distressed was Lu Jiannan, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, pallid and soaked through, gazing at Lin Tian in sheer terror. Li Jingguo and Eagle Hunter fared little better. The three men resembled beggars shivering in the depths of winter, gripped by fear. This was terrifying. In that moment, Lu Jiannan and his companions felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. Lu Jiannan finally realized that Li Jingguo and Eagle Hunter had not exaggerated Lin Tian's strength. Although he had not dismissed their words, he had ultimately underestimated Lin Tian. In that instant, he comprehended that Lin Tian could eliminate them without lifting a finger. He was unworthy even to be Lin Tian's shoeshiners. Chapter 121. There is something I must tell you, it's terrifying. In this moment, Lu Jiannan and his companions felt an overwhelming impulse to kneel and revere. Lu Jiannan finally realized that Li Jingguo and Eagle had not once but multiple times spoken highly of Lin Tian. Although he had not underestimated him, he had ultimately misjudged him. At this moment, he comprehended that his previous arrogance and self-importance were misplaced. Lin Tian could eliminate them without even lifting a finger. The one unworthy of even polishing shoes was himself. Consider the coffee on me. Farewell, Lin Tian declared as he finished his drink and rose to leave, indifferent to the tumultuous emotions swirling within Lu Jiannan and the others. He had a date with Chen Mingning that evening. As Lin Tian prepared to depart, Lu Jiannan trembled, as if his soul had returned to him, and urgently called out, don't go. Swish, the gaze of everyone present turned towards him. A girl whispered to her boyfriend, age is not a barrier, nor is gender. This must be what they refer to as true love. The waitress who had just delivered the coffee cast a disappointed glance at Lu Jiannan. What a splendid gentleman, how could he suddenly prefer to be with an older man in his 40s or 50s instead of someone as dashing as Lin Tian? Upon overhearing the murmurs around him, Lin Tian could not help but tremble. Lu Jiannan, disregarding the stares of those around him, stood up and earnestly addressed Lin Tian, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I should not have looked down upon you. I was blind to your worth, please forgive me. Lastly, I implore you to join us, we truly need your strength. Ah, at least he knows how to apologize. Perhaps he is not beyond redemption. His intentions are noble, aimed at serving the country, and Lin Tian is not a petty person. The disdain Lu Jiannan expressed did not incite his anger. To be irked by a cold remark from someone who was neither kin nor acquaintance would reflect poorly on his upbringing. You must learn to be courteous, Lin Tian replied as he sat back down, adopting the demeanor of a teacher. Surprisingly, Lu Jiannan remained silent, merely nodding humbly, which left Li Jingguo and Eagle astonished. Goodness, has the commander changed his ways? They exchanged glances, contemplating Lu Jiannan's earlier enthusiasm when he stood up to call out to Lin Tian, and they suddenly understood. The power of love is indeed formidable. From that point on, Lu Jiannan became notably more polite, and Lin Tian did not impose any difficulties. He agreed to join the so-called dragon team, but with stipulations. One of which was that he retained the right to choose whether to accept any missions, as the dragon team operated nationwide and he had no desire to travel extensively. That's a minor issue. I have no objections, Lu Jiannan cheerfully consented, promptly handing Lin Tian a small booklet, stating, this is your identification as a member of the dragon team. Should you encounter any troublesome situations, present this booklet, and the nation will support you. Quite impressive. Lin Tian accepted the booklet and prepared to leave, but at that moment, Lu Jiannan called him back, as if recalling something serious, his expression turning grave. Lin Tian, please sit down. Now that you are a member of the dragon team, there is a matter of great importance that I must disclose to you. Lu Jiannan spoke with an unprecedented seriousness, leaving both Li Jingguo and Eagle astonished. Such a demeanor from Lu Jiannan was rare, and each occurrence signified that significant events were afoot. Chapter 122. President Chen has come to terms. What is the matter? Lin Tian, sensing something amiss, sat back down. During our investigation into your background, we discovered that your information has also been scrutinized by foreign entities. Upon conducting a counter-surveillance operation, we ultimately identified that a notorious assassin organization known as Hell is investigating you. Hell, Lin Tian chuckled softly, recalling Li Mu. He never expected that sparing his life would lead to his relentless pursuit. However, your information does not appear to be their primary focus. Rather, they are chiefly investigating Lin Yudi, your childhood sweetheart. Lu Jiannan stated gravely, they likely intend to confront you, but deem you as insufficiently formidable, thus opting for intimidation tactics instead. Lin Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lu Jiannan's assessment. This predicament posed a dilemma for Lin Tian. While he felt capable of handling Li Mu and his associates, the potential threat to Lin Yudi complicated matters. Although he possessed the strength to defeat them, it was impractical to remain by Lin Yudi's side at all times, especially considering how much she despised him. Furthermore, if he were to protect Lin Yudi, Li Mu would certainly refrain from confronting him directly. Is there a solution in sight? Do you require our assistance? Lu Jiannan inquired. Lin Tian smiled calmly and replied, please keep a discreet watch on the situation for me and inform me immediately of any developments. This is something I must resolve personally. Also, if I happen to eliminate someone, I trust you will refrain from causing me any trouble. Rest assured, as long as there is no indiscriminate killing, there shall be no issue. Lin Tian nodded, and shortly thereafter, he departed, calling Mo Xiaoyang on his way home. Upon seeing Lin Tian's call, Mo Xiaoyang excitedly exclaimed, Boss, the duel is in a couple of days, will you be able to come? I should be able to. Lin Tian inhaled deeply and said, in the meantime, keep an eye on Lin Yudi, you know, the goddess Lin. Someone has set their sights on her. Inform me immediately should anything arise. I will be lurking around the school in the coming days. On the day of your duel, I will be watching from the shadows, so do not worry about Li Yang resorting to tricks, understood? Understood. With a sense of purpose, Mo Xiaoyang felt a surge of excitement. That evening, Lin Tian went on a date with Chen Mingnang. In the cinema, her delicate hand was clasped in his, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Amid the soft ambience of the cinema, she would occasionally glance at Lin Tian, then back at the screen, and sometimes break into a silly grin, exuding an irresistible charm. In Lin Tian's presence, she could not maintain her usual aloof demeanor as a president. While strolling through the snack street, she yearned to sample everything, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she gazed at Lin Tian, resembling a little girl in her innocence. Look, it's Super Big Sister. A group of ruffians, intent on causing trouble at the snack street, caught sight of Chen Mingning and promptly fled in panic. On their way back, Chen Mingning sat in the passenger seat, her watery eyes fixed upon Lin Tian, as if she could never gaze enough. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly, Lin Tian, pursue whatever it is you desired. I know you are no ordinary person, so I shall not constrain you any further, as long as you hold me in your heart. Lin Tian halted the car, astonished by Chen Mingning's words. Chen Mingning, feeling the intensity of his gaze, blushed and lowered her head, playfully retorting, do I have flowers on my face? Her exquisitely flushed cheeks captivated Lin Tian, momentarily rendering him mesmerized. Instinctively, he cupped her delicate face and gently pressed his lips against hers. Chen Mingning closed her eyes tightly, offering no resistance. Chapter 123. Endure a little longer. After a considerable time, Chen Mingning found herself struggling to breathe, gently pounding Lin Tian's chest with her delicate fists. You're incorrigible, she exclaimed, lying in Lin Tian's embrace, gasping for air. Her charming face was flushed, as if it could yield droplets of water, her eyes sparkling with evident emotion, yet she still exhibited a hint of resistance. Thus, Lin Tian refrained from taking that final step. It was clear from her gaze that the moment was not yet ripe. He desired a natural progression, allowing things to unfold in due course. Upon returning her to the villa, they found Xia Zihan perched on the sofa, nibbling on cookies while watching television. Upon witnessing the two entangled in their affection, a sense of fullness washed over her, as if the icy dog food of their display had slapped her coldly across the face. Ahem, she coughed, startling Chen Mingning into a sudden leap from Lin Tian's arms. Zihan, aren't you going to sleep? She inquired softly. Xia Zihan replied with a knowing smile, I shall retire for the night now, so as not to intrude upon your little tte. With a playful wink, she dashed upstairs, entering Mingning's room. I'm off to bed, Chen Mingning said, a touch of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. There's no rush, Lin Tian replied, producing a slip of paper and handing it to Chen Mingning. This contains a prescription for skincare products. I believe they will prove more effective than the golden skin cream and beauty water. Ah. Chen Mengning gasped, her small hand covering her mouth in astonishment. The beauty water and golden skin cream Lin Tian had previously provided had brought substantial profits and clientele to her company, not to mention fruitful collaborations, with the two products soaring in popularity both domestically and internationally. Now, her beauty enterprise had entered the ranks of the world's top 1,000, highlighting the immense profits these products had yielded her. The fact that Lin Tian now presented her with yet another prescription, claiming it to be even more beneficial, deeply touched her. Establishing a renowned beauty company had always been Chen Mengning's dream. Lin Tian was aiding her in realizing that aspiration, and naturally, she would not forget the promise he had made her. "Thank you, Lin Tian," she said, her voice thick with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. "Foolish girl, it is only natural for me to help you," Lin Tian replied, pulling her closer and cradling her small face before kissing her once more. After a little over 10 minutes, Lin Tian departed from the villa. Though he did not hurry home, he had troubles to address, particularly concerning the Yin Ruyu Beauty Company. Upon Wang Tao's return, Louis, the president of the Yin Ruyu Beauty Company, had concluded that the threatening phone call from before had been a deliberate ploy to mock him. When Wang Tao revealed the truth, he was nearly overcome with rage, realizing that he had been living in fear for so long, only to be toyed with by others. Louis could no longer endure it. He sought revenge against the Ningming Beauty Company. At this moment, he lounged in the villa's hall, his legs propped on the table, reclining against the sofa while comfortably conversing on the phone. He intended to negotiate with individuals from the Shanghai City Pharmacy, aiming to collaborate with them to sever the roots of the Ningming Beauty Company's success. After concluding the call, he picked up an apple, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Dad!" A voice echoed from outside the villa, followed by the entrance of Lu Hua into the hall. Lu Hua wore a disgruntled expression, having taken a punch a few days prior. Although his teeth had been repaired, his face remained slightly swollen, causing him pain even while eating. "Son, what happened to your face?" Louis exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of Lu Hua's bandaged visage, leaping from the sofa in concern. Lu Hua plopped down onto the sofa, disgruntled. "I got beaten up. Who dared to do such a thing?" Louis's anger flared. What calamity had befallen his family? Just as he resolved one issue, his son found himself in trouble. Did they think he was merely a sick cat, not to be trifled with? Louis simmered with resentment. Chapter 124. What were you just discussing that was so intriguing? Lu Hua rubbed his face and coldly replied, "It's about Zhao Xiaolong from our school." A flicker of boundless hatred seemed to glimmer in his eyes, for on that fateful night, Lin Yudi had been within his grasp, only to be snatched away by the unexpected arrival of Zhao Xiaolong. He could hardly believe that Zhao Xiaolong, being the gentleman he purported to be, had not laid a hand on Lin Yudi. Zhao Xiaolong's gaze upon Lin Yudi was one of insatiable desire. At that moment, Lu Hua yearned to dismember Zhao Xiaolong. "Zhao Xiaolong," Louis repeated the name, then snorted coldly, saying to Lu Hua, "I'll give you 2 million, you can kill him, and I'll take the blame." He too was incensed. The two of them were being bullied. How could they not be laughed at if this got out? Upon hearing this, Lu Hua's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, a cold smirk forming in his heart. "So, Zhao Xiaolong is quite skilled, is he? Regardless of his prowess, he is still merely a single man. I could gather dozens to see if he survives." Then, Lin Yudi came to mind. Although she had been sullied, her beauty was undeniable, and since Zhao Xiaolong had already had his way with her, after taking my revenge, I could flaunt Lin Yudi right in front of him. The thought alone made Lu Hua chuckle with glee. "Lin Yudi, let's see where you can run this time." He laughed heartily, while Louis curiously inquired, "Who is Lin Yudi?" "The campus belle, the most beautiful girl at Shanghai University, the one every man desires." Louis's eyes momentarily gleamed with interest. He was well aware of his own proclivities. In the past, he had even gotten a rather ordinary-looking secretary pregnant and had subsequently paid her off to leave. Now, upon hearing of a beauty, his desires were instantly rekindled. He chuckled and said to Lu Hua, "Make sure to bring her back for your father to see." "That's no problem at all." Just as Lu Hua finished speaking, the lights in the hall flickered ominously. Both men jumped in surprise, and just as Lu Hua was about to curse, he was confronted with a sight that truly terrified him. A man had appeared on the sofa, seemingly out of nowhere. "Ah!" Lu Hua was startled into jumping up. Louis, perplexed, turned to see Lin Tian sitting there, gazing at them with evident interest, and he too was taken aback. When had this person entered? Was he even human or a specter? Silently and without warning, how could he possibly appear so suddenly? Both Lu Hua and Louis felt a chill run down their spines, as if the temperature in the hall had dropped several degrees, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "Who are you?" Louis, being the adult, managed to muster some courage. "My name is Lin Tian." Lin Tian smiled faintly at the two. "The topic of your discussion seems quite fascinating." Lu Hua and Louis swore that Lin Tian's smile, although warm, somehow made the temperature in the hall plummet even further. We don't know you. Lu Hua was on the verge of tears. His body felt icy, as though a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest. It felt as if he might perish at any moment. That's all right, I'll clarify, and then you'll know me. Lin Tian's smile remained, though it bore an unsettling chill. Chen Mingning is my girlfriend. He turned to Louis. Do you understand now? At this revelation, Louis's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled the phone call from earlier. The game had begun. Louis wanted to cry, but now, he could barely muster any tears. Instead, he felt a painful pressure in his bladder, nearly on the verge of wetting himself from fright. Chapter 125. Lin Yudi, my person, what are you going to do? Louis's voice quivered, the sense of control he previously wielded shattering in an instant. At that moment, his life lay no longer in his hands but in the grasp of the dashing man before him, who also happened to be Chen Mingning's boyfriend. I'm not going to do anything, Lin Tian replied with an air of nonchalance, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have come here to convey a single message. He fixed his gaze upon Louis. We shall play this game by the rules. I will not interfere with you, however. Should you choose to cheat, do not blame me for the consequences. You are well aware that your life is no longer in your own hands. Louis's face drained of color as he recalled the phone call he had just made, wherein he had aimed to sever the supply of medicinal materials to Ningming Beauty Company. Was this not the very definition of cheating? In his eyes, Lin Tian was a devil, an entity capable of taking a life with the mere flick of a wrist. To impose rules upon him while he himself sought to cheat was utterly absurd. Lin Tian, with a dispassionate demeanor, spoke of fairness while Louis found himself on the brink of collapse, an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, akin to a colossal boulder rendering him unable to stand upright. Lin Tian extended a hand, patting Louis on the shoulder. You have 1 month. If you do not comprehend what needs to be done, I shall be powerless to assist you. That pat felt like the final straw breaking the camel's back. Louis collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, cold sweat streaming down his face, his eyes vacant. I understand. Louis realized that Yen Ruyu Beauty Company was doomed. Dad! Lu Hua exclaimed in alarm, rushing to help Louis to his feet. Yet, at that moment, Lin Tian's gaze fell upon him, an icy chill enveloping him, rendering Lu Hua paralyzed with fear. It was not that he had been physically restrained, but rather that he was gripped by terror. Now it is your turn. You still do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself, Lin Tian said with a smile directed at Lu Hua. I am Lin Tian, of the Lin Yudi lineage. Lu Hua's complexion paled, a shiver coursing through him as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Tian patted his shoulder reassuringly, stating, No need to be anxious, I am not here to devour you. Not here to devour him. Lu Hua felt the urge to weep. Lin Tian was more frightening than any beast, nearly causing him to lose control of his senses. Lin Yudi is under my protection, do you understand? Yes. Lu Hua nodded fervently, as if his very life depended on his understanding. Good. I shall leave the matter of Zhao Xiaolong to you. I can hardly be bothered with him any longer, Lin Tian remarked casually. Lu Hua's expression shifted, a desire to refuse bubbling within him, yet fear kept him from uttering a word, lest Lin Tian's wrath befall him. Just moments ago, he had wished for Zhao Xiaolong's demise. You are quite astute, Lin Tian chuckled, flicking a silver needle that landed precisely upon several individuals. What is this? Lu Hua and his father turned ashen, terror gripping their hearts. Lin Tian shrugged, maintaining a calm demeanor as he explained, I neglected to mention that I am, in fact, a doctor. Your cleverness is concerning. I fear you might operate on 2 fronts, thus I found it necessary to introduce something into your systems. What is it? Their voices trembled with trepidation. Nothing particularly potent, merely a little something to ensure that should you harbor thoughts of vengeance or seek to harm me, you will find yourselves in a state worse than death. Lin Tian smiled, yet to Lu Hua and his father, this smile appeared devilish, grotesque in its malevolence. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test it, Lin Tian continued. However, if you require my assistance for treatment, it will cost you 5 million. That is my fee for intervention. The expressions of the two darkened, but Lin Tian paid them no mind. With a flicker of light, he departed, leaving Lu Hua and Louis, upon confirming his absence, unable to contain their emotions any longer. Crash! Louis shattered a vase in his fury, cursing Lin Tian vehemently. Though powerless to defeat him, could he not at least voice his disdain? The reality, however, proved otherwise. Chapter 126. The father and son aware of their mistakes. Louis was suddenly engulfed by excruciating pain, as if a myriad of venomous insects were burrowing beneath his skin, rendering him nearly unable to endure the torment. Before long, his body was drenched in his own blood. Ah! He rolled on the ground incessantly, his form becoming a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, which horrified Lu Hua, who stood nearby. At that moment, Lu Hua recalled Lin Tian's earlier words that he had initially thought Lin Tian was merely attempting to frighten them, not realizing the grim reality. Indeed, the suffering was so profound that it surpassed death itself, devoid of any exaggeration. Lin Tian thought, was he truly a man or a devil? Cold sweat poured down Lu Hua's brow. Do you require my assistance? 5 million, you know. Lin Tian's voice suddenly resonated behind Lu Hua, startling him. Yet, as he processed the words, they sounded like a celestial melody. Please, save me. Louis, enduring the agony that enveloped him, crawled to Lin Tian's feet, grasping them desperately and pleading with all his heart. His blood-soaked hand stained Lin Tian's trousers, but Lin Tian seemed indifferent to such trivialities. He crouched down and smiled, inquiring, have you made up your mind? 5 million, remember. Save me. Louis responded without a moment's hesitation. A wise choice, Lin Tian declared, extending his hand to swiftly tap a few points on Louis, who then experienced an unprecedented sense of relief, akin to returning from the brink of death. I'm healed. Louis exclaimed, springing to his feet. Although pain still lingered in his body, it was a mirage compared to the agonizing torment that had plagued him before. Not quite, Lin Tian countered without hesitation, I merely suppressed it for now. If your mindset remains unchanged, that suffering will return now, pay up 5 million. Lin Tian provided Louis with his bank card number. Fear gripped Louis, and as he transferred the funds to Lin Tian, he did so without a moment's hesitation, without any trace of reluctance. Farewell, Lin Tian said with a smile, waving his hand as he strode out of the villa, his figure gradually vanishing into the shadows. Only after Lin Tian was out of sight did Louis collapse to the ground, panting heavily as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Dad? Lu Hua, equally shaken, felt his mind finally begin to function again. Take me to the hospital. Oh. Upon returning home, it was already the late hours of the night. Hearing the steady breathing from Li Muling's room, Lin Tian finally felt at ease. Smiling to himself, he entered the bathroom, removing his trousers, which were stained with Louis's blood, and proceeded to wash them away. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Lin Tian provided Xia Zihan with a prescription, instructing her to send it home. This medicine could temporarily suppress the poison within her grandfather's body, so there was no immediate rush for Lin Tian to accompany Xia Zihan. Chen Mingning also informed Lin Tian that Yen Ruyu's company wished to collaborate with her. After reviewing the contract, she found it hard to believe that Louis was serious, yet the contract was unmistakably authentic, especially since Louis had already signed it. The contract clearly stated that all shares of Yen Ruyu's company were to be transferred to Chen Mingning, signifying that the company now belonged to her. Chen Mingning was utterly perplexed by this turn of events. How could it be that they had been adversaries only moments ago, and now he was relinquishing the company to her? It was a gift, not a sale, and it came without any financial exchange. Concerned, she sought Lin Tian's counsel. Lin Tian gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, if he gives it to you, then accept it. You will be the owner of the finest beauty company in Shanghai City. Well, it was always meant to be, Chen Mingning murmured, yet her face radiated with a blissful smile as she playfully punched Lin Tian's chest, exclaiming, you are so annoying. Chapter 127. The clever Lin Tian effortlessly pulled her into his embrace, chuckling, that is the largest beauty company in Shanghai City. She gazed at Lin Tian with deep affection. Lin Tian met her gaze, gradually lowering his head to capture her alluring red lips in a kiss. Today marked the day of the duel between Mo Xiaoyang and Li Yang. Upon sneaking into the school, Lin Tian spotted the two standing on the playground under the blazing sun. Unbeknownst to others, who merely passed by with bemused expressions, the two were unfazed. Their physiques had long transcended that of ordinary individuals. The sun posed no threat to them. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyang, being a pure yang holy body, would only thrive under such exposure. Han Wenwen stood a short distance away in the shade of a tree, clutching a bottle of ice water, her worried gaze fixed on Mo Xiaoyang in the arena. She hesitated multiple times to rush over but ultimately restrained herself, clearly aware that Mo Xiaoyang had instructed her to wait. Ah, Yudi! Lin Tian suddenly noticed Lin Yudi and Tang Xinyi approaching Han Wenwen. Although they were at a distance, he could still overhear their conversation. Having finished their lunch, Lin Yudi and Tang Xinyi were strolling along a forest path when they spotted the anxious Han Wenwen. Curiosity piqued, they approached her and inquired with concern, what's the matter? Ah, big sister-in-law. Han Wenwen exclaimed. Lin Yudi's brow furrowed momentarily, her lips twitching as she contemplated turning away, yet upon seeing Han Wenwen's worried expression, she feigned ignorance. What are you looking at? Following Han Wenwen's gaze, she observed Mo Xiaoyan facing off against Li Yang. Lin Yudi had encountered Mo Xiaoyang a few times. He was the one who had called her big sister-in-law right from the start, which had irked her, but who was the person opposite him? The atmosphere between them seemed rather tense. "What is your boyfriend up to?" she inquired. Without a second thought, Han Wenwen replied, "He said it's a duel to uphold a man's honor." Both Lin Yudi and Tang Xinyi slapped their foreheads in exasperation. Lin Tian nearly burst into laughter. "That individual is named Li Yang, hailing from the Li family in Qinghai City," Han Wenwen elaborated. "He has always been at odds with Xiaoyang and even attempts to." At this point, a flicker of hatred sparked in her eyes as she continued, "Under my brother's mediation, they are set to duel today." "That Li Yang is not a good person," Lin Yudi remarked, her gaze filled with disdain as she scrutinized Li Yang in the arena. "Your boyfriend ought to give him a thorough beating." Having been targeted by thugs on 2 occasions, she harbored a profound aversion to such individuals, wishing for their demise. Xiaoyang will definitely win," Han Wenwen nodded, though her concern remained unabated. Observing her distracted demeanor, Lin Yudi couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her eyes darting mischievously before she blurted out, "By the way, who is your elder brother?" "My brother is, They've started fighting." Tang Xinyi suddenly shrieked, startling both Han Wenwen and Lin Yudi. Yet, the two in the arena were still engaged in conversation, not yet exchanging blows. At that moment, Han Wenwen realized she had almost revealed her brother's identity. How perilous! Lin Yudi shot an annoyed glance at Tang Xinyi, lamenting the lost opportunity. "You silly girl, why are you shouting so recklessly?" Tang Xinyi awkwardly laughed, "I was just too nervous." I misinterpreted the situation. However, inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for her quick reflexes. Just as Lin Yudi was about to say something, on the playground, Mo Xiaoyang and Li Yang finally exchanged blows, unleashing the martial arts of their respective families. The arena was instantly filled with swirling dust and debris. Chapter 128, The Clash of Titans. Boom. A fierce gale erupted between the two combatants, whipping their garments and disheveling their hair, while the only constant was the murderous intent gleaming in their eyes. Bang! Bang! In an instant, they exchanged over a dozen strikes. "I never expected your progress to be so rapid, but what does it matter? An ant is still an ant, easily crushed with a mere flick of the wrist." Li Yang bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a fierce kick that sliced through the air. Mo Xiaoyang's killing intent flickered. "Today, let us see who the true ant is." Boom! Li Yang's leg swept against Mo Xiaoyang's waist, causing the latter's complexion to pale as he coughed up blood and was sent sprawling. In retaliation, Mo Xiaoyang landed a punch squarely on Li Yang's chest, who too spat blood, staggering backward, devoid of color in his face. "Is that all you've got?" Li Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze seething with malice as he rose. "If this is your limit, then concede. TCH, the one who shall lose is you." From a distance, Han Wenwen watched anxiously, her silver teeth biting down on her crimson lips until blood trickled down, evoking sympathy. "Are they still human?" Lin Yudi and Tang Xinyi observed the duel with awe, each impact generating gusts of wind and shattering the ground, as if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation. "Is this what a battle between equals looks like?" Lin Tian mused from afar, intrigued. "Are they even human? They must be superhuman." Students passing by halted in their tracks, captivated by the spectacle before them, their previous mockery of the two fighters entirely forgotten. Bang! With their strengths nearly equal, neither could gain the upper hand, both suffering from bloodied noses and mouths. "You worthless fool, how could you become so powerful?" Li Yang, bloodied and seething with twisted rage, recalled how Mo Xiaoyang once seemed like mere refuse, easily crushed beneath his heel. Yet now, in just 2 weeks, he had reached a level of prowess comparable to his own. Li Yang had prided himself as a genius, but now, in 18 years, he had cultivated his strength, while Mo Xiaoyang achieved the same in a mere fortnight. He could not accept it. Li Yang was invincible, a prodigy. His mind began to twist under the weight of his emotions. "Is it not better to play dead? Why must you provoke me?" he roared, his eyes bloodshot and ferocious, striking fear into the onlookers, who paled and trembled. "It is you who provoked me. All I wish to do is protect Wenwen." Bang! Their fists collided, a tempest erupting, as they were both sent reeling backwards, collapsing to the ground, motionless. A stalemate. "Xiaoyang!" Han Wenwen could no longer restrain herself. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she rushed forward, embracing Mo Xiaoyang as tears streamed down her face. "Why must you be so foolish?" Mo Xiaoyang's final words filled her heart with sweetness and pain. Lin Yudi approached, witnessing the bruised and battered Mo Xiaoyang, feeling an inexplicable pang within her heart, for she understood that Mo Xiaoyang fought for Han Wenwen's sake, rendering her fortunate. And what of her? Lin Tian had never made such sacrifices for her, even fleeing at the first sign of danger. The recollection of those past moments pierced her heart, an agonizing suffocation. Why? Had he truly forgotten her? Hey, at Shanghai University, hurry, please. Han Wenwen sobbed as she dialed for emergency assistance. Meanwhile, Li Yang's plight was less fortunate. No one showed him concern, though many bystanders gawked at his misfortune. Chapter 129 Lin Tian descends from the heavens. Look, his blood is red. He must be a human from Earth, but are Earthlings truly this formidable? They murmured among themselves, causing Li Yang to feel an overwhelming urge to spit blood. If you refuse to save him, must you also mock him? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his bloodied face twisted into a menacing grin, instilling fear in those around him, who recoiled in terror, fearing he might mutate. He produced a pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his complexion shifted, his eyes bulging as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat, yet it was not so, for his physique expanded significantly. Veins bulged on his arms and thighs, resembling serpents, a truly terrifying sight. What is this? The onlookers fled in panic. At that moment, Ling Yudi and Han Wenwen also beheld Li Yang's transformation, their faces turning ashen. Li Yang stood, his visage grotesque, his eyes crimson as he gazed at Lin Yudi and the others with a predatory intensity. The secret potion had stripped him of reason, yet his power surged to the 8th stage of the transcendence realm. This level was more than sufficient to overpower Mo Xiayang. Witnessing this scene, Mo Xiayang's expression darkened. He hastily urged, Wenwen, elder sister, you must flee, I will hold him back. With that, he struggled to rise. No. I want to stay with you, even in death, we shall be together. Han Wenwen clung tightly to Mo Xiaoyang. What a touching sentiment, then let us perish together. Li Yang uttered incomprehensible words, bending his legs before launching toward Mo Xiaoyang and Han Wenwen. The pair braced themselves, slowly closing their eyes. Be careful. Lin Yudi suddenly stepped in front of them. Elder sister. Mo Xiaoyang and Han Wenwen cried out in alarm, but at that moment, do not think you can harm my fairy sister. Zhao Xiaolong charged in, fists clenched, launching a punch at Li Yang. I shall protect my fairy sister. Bang! Li Yang retaliated, sending Zhao Xiaolong hurtling back, and his words had barely escaped his lips when the onlookers exchanged awkward glances. No one can save you. Li Yang cackled, extending his hand toward Lin Yudi, yet at that instant, Lin Yudi, eyes tightly shut, sensed impending danger and instinctively cried out, Lin Tian. I told you, no one can save you. Boom. A figure descended from the heavens, delivering a kick that sent Li Yang crashing backward, soaring over 10 meters before rolling on the ground. Bloodied and battered, Lin Tian, clad in civilian attire and donning a hat, had torn a piece of his shirt to cover his face. He glanced back at the four, nodding in acknowledgement. Big brother. Mo Xiaoyang and Han Wenwen exclaimed with fervor. Meanwhile, Lin Yudi's earlier joy evaporated, replaced by disdain. He was the elder brother of Mo Xiaoyang and Han Wenwen. She did not know him. How dare he claim her as his woman? It was utterly absurd. And nearby, Tang Xinyi stared at Lin Tian in a daze. Although she did not recognize him, she pieced together from Mo Xiaoyang's earlier comments that this enigmatic figure was indeed Lin Tian, the hero from Shanghai City. It dawned on her that Lin Tian had been safeguarding Lin Yudi all along, and she was profoundly moved. The onlookers now widened their eyes in astonishment. Who was the goddess of Lin? At the critical moment, a divine being had descended from the sky, delivering a kick that sent the monstrous Li Yang flying. How magnificent! Some girls were starry-eyed with admiration. Ah! Li Yang rose, his eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. Though Lin Tian's kick had wounded him, it had also fully unleashed the ferocity of the secret potion. He had truly become devoid of humanity, resembling a wild beast. Chapter 130. His name is Lin Tian, and you are no match for him. Lin Tian felt an overwhelming surge of wildness as his gaze fell upon Li Yang. Roar! Li Yang bellowed, his predatory eyes instinctively fixed on Lin Tian, for here, Lin Tian was the strongest and posed the greatest threat. With an instinct driven by primal ferocity, he could not allow any existence that could endanger him. He launched himself at Lin Tian with a powerful thrust of his legs, moving with such speed that it left onlookers breathless. In that moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes riveted to the playground. Could this enigmatic figure, Lin Tian, truly confront this beast? If he faltered, a massacre would be inevitable. Unconsciously, all eyes turned to Lin Tian, that tall yet not overly muscular figure, bearing the hopes of all present. Go, big brother! Mo Xiaoyang shouted, coughing up a mouthful of blood. At last, the 30-meter distance was closed in an instant, Li Yang's massive fist hovering just 10 centimeters from Lin Tian. Everyone's heart seemed to stop in that moment. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled. Lin Tian seized Li Yang's head with one hand, pressing it into the earth, sending debris flying. Li Yang resembled a toppled onion, standing there with his head buried in the soil. Roar! Roar! Echoes of howls emanated from the ground. Li Yang struggled, yet he could not escape. Lin Tian refrained from killing him. After all, he was from the Li family, and such an act would surely invite considerable trouble. Though unafraid, he opted to spare Li Yang, allowing his family to deal with him. He produced a few silver needles, piercing them into Li Yang's body. Instantly, Li Yang became as still as a statue, immobile, as Lin Tian extracted him from the earth and tossed him aside before approaching Mo Xiaoyang. "You did well," Lin Tian said in a gravelly voice, simultaneously treating Mo Xiaoyang's wounds. However, lacking herbal remedies, he still advised Mo Xiaoyang to seek hospital care. Mo Xiaoyang felt the pain subside, a sense of wonder washing over him. The image of Lin Tian's decisive victory lingered in his mind, and at that moment, he perceived Lin Tian as radiating a divine glow, as if a celestial being had descended. "By the way, where is the Li family?" Lin Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoyang, puzzled, was unsure of Lin Tian's intentions but planned to inform him nonetheless. However, Han Wenwen interjected, revealing the address, recalling how Li Yang had once brought her home without incident. "All right, I shall take my leave. You all should head to the hospital," Lin Tian declared as he prepared to depart with Li Yang and TOW. That moment, Lin Yudi suddenly called out, "Wait!" Lin Tian paused, turning to face Lin Yudi. "What is it?" In truth, a glimmer of triumph flickered within Lin Tian. During a perilous moment, Lin Yudi had instinctively called out his name. This indicated that she still held him in regard. Lin Yudi furrowed her brows, gazing at Lin Tian. "I do not know who you are, but let me make this clear. I am not your woman. Control your subordinates and instruct them not to shout recklessly," she directed at Mo Xiaoyang and Han Wenwen. "Yudi Jie." Tang Xinyi pulled at Lin Yudi's arm, signaling her to cease. "No, I must speak," Lin Yudi insisted, glaring at Lin Tian. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "I have someone I care for now. Please do not pursue me any further. I do not wish to owe you anything, and I fear that person might misunderstand." Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, a pang of sorrow striking him. "Who is it?" he asked. "His name is..." A vision of Lin Tian's smile flashed through Lin Yudi's mind, causing her cheeks to flush as she whispered, "His name is Lin Tian. Let me tell you, although he may be somewhat unreliable, he is far superior to you. You cannot compare to him." Chapter 131. The frenzied Li Yang. "Therefore, you must cease your incessant pursuit of me," Lin Yudi stated with utmost seriousness. The three individuals nearby wore expressions of utter bewilderment. One moment, she claimed to be unfamiliar with Lin Tian, and the next, she professed her affection for him. "You very well, you are indeed impressive and have your reasons. After all, you are the elder sister-in-law." The playground resonated with the sound of shattered hearts. Is there anything more despairing than hearing the goddess declare her fondness for another? Moreover, Lin Tian is that scoundrel. They were itching to drag Lin Tian out and exact vengeance upon him. Though they were oblivious to Lin Tian's identity and whereabouts, they were united in their desire to punish the one who dared to steal the affections of their goddess, an unforgivable crime. However, even if the entire school banded together, they would stand no chance against Lin Tian. Unlike them, Lin Tian was reveling in delight. Hearing Lin Yudi express such sentiments caused his heart to soar. He was nearly compelled to remove his mask, yet he restrained himself, for questions lingered. When had she begun to harbor feelings for him, and if she liked him, why had she been so cold towards him? Most pressingly, he was now involved with Chen Mingning. Setting that aside for the moment, Lin Tian resolved to tease Lin Yudi as a means of settling old scores. With a disdainful huff, he declared, "Do you not fear for his life if you divulge his name? You must be aware that I possess the capability to carry out such a deed, no matter where he may be hiding." Lin Yudi's complexion paled. "You dare? What is there that I would not dare?" Lin Tian scoffed repeatedly before turning on his heel, dragging Li Yang away, leaving Lin Yudi behind, her face drained of color. She suddenly realized that this enigmatic individual might genuinely carry out his threat against Lin Tian. "It's all my fault for revealing his name." Lin Yudi lamented inwardly. "Right, I must call him and urge him to flee." A plan hatched in her mind, yet when she reached for her phone, she was met with a busy signal. "Lin Tian, what are you doing?" Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes from desperation. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was leaping across the rooftops with Li Yang in tow. He had now ascended to the ninth stage of the Xian realm, not far from the Earth realm, and upon reaching that level, he would be capable of defying gravity and soaring through the skies. Thus, leaping across rooftops was hardly a challenge for him. His current strength could obliterate a skyscraper with a mere punch. Following the address provided by Han Wenwen, Lin Tian soon discovered a secluded estate, heavily guarded, indicating its significance. This was undoubtedly the Li family residence. "Allow me to present you with a few gifts." Lin Tian leaped from the rooftop, simultaneously flicking his wrist, rendering the guards motionless with silver needles. He strode into the Li residence with ease, casually removing the needles from Li Yang's body and discarding them. Seizing the moment before Li Yang could comprehend the situation, he swiftly retreated, departing the Li residence with a swiftness akin to flight, not forgetting to reclaim the needles. Barely had he departed when Li Yang succumbed to madness. The brutal suppression of his ferocity by Lin Tian moments earlier resulted in an explosive outburst of rage. He roared, sending shockwaves through the estate as the inhabitants' faces turned pale in fear. "We are under attack." The guards rushed out, only to be left aghast upon recognizing the figure approaching. This was no enemy, but their young master. Yet, in the next instant, confusion reigned. Li Yang seized an individual and, without hesitation, tore them apart. Blood splattered across the faces of those present, rendering them paralyzed with terror, yet none possessed the courage to retaliate. They were armed, yet the thought of firing a weapon at their young master was tantamount to courting death. Consequently, chaos erupted within the Li residence. The frenzied Li Yang pursued those attempting to flee. Each capture resulted in death, and the effects of the secret elixir were potent, lasting a full 3 hours, yet barely half an hour had elapsed. Chapter 132 Li Mu's revenge. After Li Yang had slaughtered several individuals, he finally attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Li family. They were furious, but upon realizing that the perpetrator was Li Yang, their expressions soured, as if they had stepped in something unpleasant. They were acutely aware of Li Yang's current state, for the secret potion had been administered to him only after their decision had been made. Originally intended to be used as a weapon in critical moments, it had unexpectedly turned against them. This potion was incurable. Moreover, once its effects waned, his natural talent would be severely diminished, and it would take at least a decade or more for any semblance of recovery. It could be said that Li Yang was essentially rendered useless. While the Li family grappled with their predicament, Lin Tian had already returned home. Hardly had he settled in when his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback to see it was Lin Yudi calling. What could she possibly want? "Lin Tian, where are you? You must run." As soon as the call connected, Lin Yudi's anxious voice came through, sounding as though she had just been crying, her tone still choked with emotion. "Ah." Lin Tian recalled that before his departure, he had issued a slight threat to Lin Yudi. It seemed this girl truly harbored feelings for him. "Lin Tian, please flee, someone is out to kill you." Lin Yudi urgently explained, recounting the entire sequence of events. Lin Tian sighed in resignation, preparing to clarify the misunderstanding when he was abruptly startled by a loud explosion and the cacophony of terrified screams on the line. Lin Tian froze, immediately recalling certain implications. Li Mu had arrived. Lin Tian, hello, are you there?" The line suddenly fell silent, sending Lin Yudi into a panic as she called out several times, but received no response. At that moment, Tang Xini rushed in from outside, breathless with urgency. "Sister Yudi, this is bad, there are intruders outside." "What?" Lin Yudi, her mind preoccupied with Lin Tian, was momentarily disoriented, unable to comprehend Tang Xini's words. "There are intruders outside," Tang Xini reiterated, this time prompting Lin Yudi to snap back to reality. Her complexion changed instantly as she dashed outside and spotted over 10 individuals, each bearing menacing expressions, scanning the area as if searching for something. 2 days prior, Li Mu's transformation had finally concluded. As he emerged from the cultivation chamber, he could no longer be considered human, for his body was infused with countless mechanical enhancements. However, due to the modification, his power had ascended to the 3rd stage of the yellow rank. Exuding an aura of lethal intent, none dared approach him. Even those within the organization refrained from drawing near, regarding him with a mix of fear and reverence, while some harbored disdain, feeling that the current Li Mu was a far cry from the one they once knew. Upon his emergence, Li Mu reveled in the boundless, surging power within him, erupting into maniacal laughter. "Lin Tian, this time, I shall ensure you meet your demise." That very day, he led the entirety of his organization to Shanghai City, intent on capturing Lin Yudi and subsequently employing her as leverage against Lin Tian. Alas, at the airport, they crossed paths with Yang Hao. Yang Hao, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Tian, felt an immediate kinship with Li Mu, recognizing their mutual thirst for vengeance. Knowing Li Mu sought retribution, he resolved to join forces, eager to relish the thrill of exacting revenge upon Lin Tian himself. His hatred for Lin Tian ran deep, to the very core of his being. Lin Tian had not only crippled his abilities but had also stolen his beloved, Xiaozihan, as the formidable king of the underworld. How could he possibly tolerate such affront? It was an indignity he could not bear. Thus, the chaos that ensued at the school unfolded. Chapter 133 The mad Li Mu. More than a dozen individuals leaped from a helicopter, each brandishing an array of weaponry, including pistols, inciting a cacophony of panic-stricken cries. "Sister, you die, we must hide." Tang Xini urgently tugged at Lin Yudi, guiding her back to their dormitory. As the gunfire reverberated outside, their delicate forms trembled uncontrollably. Outside, the campus guards rushed forth, wielding their batons high, eyeing the intruders with utmost vigilance as they cautiously advanced step by step. You would do well not to resist. Upon hearing the guard's warning, Li Mu turned, regarding the approaching figures with a chilling smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand towards them and chuckled softly, "Ants, do not hinder my endeavors." A sphere of light coalesced in Li Mu's palm. "Run," one of the guards bellowed, prompting several to dive for cover. Boom! A burst of light surged forth from Li Mu's hand, vanishing in an instant, yet the spot where the guard had stood erupted in an explosion, sending dirt flying and leaving a crater several meters wide in place of the former cobbled ground. Several guards were left dazed, their vision clouded with stars. As they regained their senses, the sight before them sent a chill coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gaped at Li Mu and his companions. "Are you human or demon?" Ha ha ha! Li Mu's laughter was grotesque. "I am a god. Ants, come worship me." "Worship me, ha 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 ha!" His comrades averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight, their hearts heavy with turmoil, for they had come to realize that the Li Mu of now was no longer the Li Mu they once knew. He had transformed into a psychologically twisted aberration, willing to sacrifice his very flesh for power. "Wang, have we gone too far?" A bald man hesitated, acknowledging that their actions had strayed from their principles. They could not harm innocent lives yet. Li Mu continued to laugh maniacally, his countenance contorted as he unleashed energy blasts, obliterating the nearby buildings, classrooms, and dormitories, where countless screams erupted from within. Li Mu now resembled a demon incarnate. Others concurred with the bald man's sentiments, but Li Mu's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving a horrific grimace frozen upon his face, resembling a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell. "What did you just say?" Li Mu's gaze turned frigid, his voice chilling to the bone. A tremor coursed through those present, their very souls quaking with fear. The bald man faltered momentarily, but upon witnessing the thickening smoke around them, he steeled himself and declared, "Your actions have gone too far. You are unworthy to be our king." Bang! A dull sound resonated as the bald man's eyes widened in shock as he fell backward. A bloodied hole, the width of a finger, appeared on his forehead, and in an instant, he was oblivious to his demise, his consciousness fading away, the last image in his mind being the grotesque grin still plastered on Li Mu's face. This demon! Who else dares to voice dissent? Li Mu cast a frigid glance at the lifeless body of the bald man, his gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals with a menacing air. "I offer you a chance. Speak your grievances, lest others label me as cruel and merciless. Are you even human? Do you still deserve to be one?" The members of the underworld organization roared within, yet none dared to speak. The recent death of their comrade had instilled fear, but it also extinguished their spirit, making them acutely aware that the Li Mu they once knew had irrevocably changed. Chapter 134. The frenzied Li Mu. No one voiced an objection. The smile on Li Mu's face twisted further, a sinister grin spreading across his features. He turned his head, his electronic eyes flickering as they scanned each room. "Little mouse, you truly are swift." He had spotted Lin Yudi. "Capture her," Li Mu commanded, pointing at the room where Lin Yudi was hiding. A burst of blue light erupted, blasting the door open and revealing two pale-faced girls within. The individuals beside Li Mu remained silent, leaping forward to stand before the already petrified Lin Yudi, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they regarded the two girls. At that moment, Li Mu was no longer the man they once knew. They felt no obligation to serve him any longer. He had become a devil, consumed by hatred and addicted to killing, and they refused to be mere pawns in a monster's game. "Sister Yudi, are we going to die?" Tang Xini asked, her voice dazed. Perhaps. Lin Yudi's thoughts were nearly frozen, her face etched with terror as she stared at the figures before her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Quickly, flee! We will hold him off," the leader among them uttered suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet both Lin Yudi and Tang Xini heard him. Lin Yudi gasped, and upon seeing their determined gazes, she understood immediately, urgently pulling Tang Xini toward the balcony. Another person approached, intent on escorting Lin Yudi and the others to safety. "Let that demon go to hell," someone muttered under their breath. Boom! At that moment, the room erupted in an explosion, and the individual who had intended to lead Lin Yudi and the others to safety vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a pool of blood and scattered remnants. Ugh! Lin Yudi retched uncontrollably. Tang Xini was not faring much better, her face devoid of color, nearly collapsing in fright. Li Mu had inexplicably appeared at the dormitory entrance, his face contorted in a grotesque smile, shrouded in darkness. His eyes were wide, glinting with a sickly murderous intent, glowing red as if he had descended from the depths of hell itself. At his feet lay several corpses, those who had just moments ago been standing at the door. "Li Mu, have you lost your mind?" "They were our brothers," one man howled as he charged forward, fists clenched, intent on smashing Li Mu's skull. "Brothers, what are they worth?" Li Mu scoffed, his hand moving with lightning speed, faster than anyone could react. With a swift motion, he pierced the man's chest, grasping a heart the size of a fist in his hand, feeling it pulse between his fingers. Bang! Without a shred of mercy, he crushed it. Ah! Lin Yudi and the others had never witnessed such a scene, their faces draining of color as they screamed in terror. The remaining individuals looked equally pale. They had no desire to meet their demise, thus, they abandoned any thought of Lin Yudi's fate, turning to flee with the speed of the wind, but it was futile. Li Mu raised his hand, the blue light flaring once more, and they plummeted from the sky like birds struck mid-flight. "You shall all perish, haha." Li Mu lowered his hand and strolled towards Lin Yudi with a cheerful demeanor. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, "Let go of the fairy sister." And a figure came hurtling towards them. Lin Yudi gasped, recognizing Zhao Xiaolong rushing forward. "Danger, don't come over," she screamed in terror. Zhao Xiaolong, however, was oblivious to her warning. Even if he had heard, he would not have heeded it. His sole desire was to showcase his abilities before Lin Yudi, having failed to impress her in previous encounters. Chapter 135 of the appearance of Lin Tian. Having faced defeat in 2 altercations, Lin Tian's spirit lay shattered while in the mountains. He had triumphed over tigers, convinced that with an elderly mentor and a formidable, otherworldly technique, his entry into the city would surely attract a multitude of admirers, elevating him to the status of a world conqueror. However, another loss would undoubtedly drive him to the brink of despair. To him, Li Mu was merely a villain armed with a firearm. Defeating him seemed an effortless task. Overcoming the antagonist, embracing the enchanting sister, and ascending to the pinnacle of life was his envisioned destiny. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Li Mu struck him with a fierce blow. Zhao Xiaolong spat a mist of blood, his body hurtling through the air, crashing through 2 walls before landing in a female dormitory. Zhao Xiaolong, summoning every ounce of strength, managed to rise, his gaze fixed in horror upon Li Mu. The impact of that strike reverberated through him. He felt as if he were confronting a being of steel, devoid of humanity and augmented entity. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow, extinguishing any lingering desire to fight. An ant remains an ant, forever incapable of overturning the heavens, Li Mu scoffed, his gaze fixating once more on Lin Yudi as he advanced, his smile growing increasingly menacing. "Yudi Jia, it seems we shall perish together today," Tang Xini lamented, her body trembling with fear, yet no tears graced her cheeks. "It is all over," Li Mu declared, extending his hand towards Lin Yudi. Startled, Lin Yudi took several steps back, cowering in the corner, her eyes tightly shut, trembling uncontrollably, yet instinctively she cried out, "Lin Tian!" Her voice resonated, shaking the very foundations of the room. Upon hearing that name, Li Mu paused momentarily before succumbing to a frenzied rage, his visage contorted like that of a malevolent spirit as he lunged for Lin Yudi. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, executing a sweeping kick that sent Li Mu hurtling away. With a resounding crash, he collided with the dormitory, careening back to land in a heap upon the grass outside. Lin Tian rose, casting a glance back at Lin Yudi, who was curled up in the corner, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. "It is all right now," he reassured her. Lin Yudi's eyes flew open. She recognized Lin Tian's voice, yet the figure before her was obscured by a mask. "Big brother." Tang Xini gazed at Lin Tian, a wave of emotion washing over her, not from sentimentality, but from the exhilaration of having returned from the brink of death. Lin Tian nodded at Tang Xini before striding towards Lin Yudi, helping her to her feet. However, in the next moment, she wrenched her hand away. "I am grateful to you, yet I must ask you to respect my feelings. I have someone I cherish." Lin Tian managed a wry smile, poised to explain when an instinctive shiver ran down his spine. Frowning, he turned, summoning his energy to envelop his hand, intercepting the incoming energy projectile. The blue light collided with Lin Tian's palm, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this spectacle left everyone in stunned silence. Lin Yudi, Tang Xini, even Li Mu and Zhao Xiaolong. "Damn it, who are you?" Li Mu's electronic cigarette flickered ominously, yet he could not penetrate the obscured visage of Lin Tian. An unprecedented sense of unease washed over him. The situation was spiraling out of control. "Me," Lin Tian chuckled, his form suddenly vanishing, reappearing behind Li Mu, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! Li Mu was sent hurtling through the air, his body splitting open, blood gushing from the wound, staining him crimson, a sight of utter devastation. Lin Tian refrained from delivering a fatal blow. If Li Mu sought to ensnare him, he would instead turn the tables, ensnaring him in his own trap. This time, he would show no mercy. Both Li Mu and Yang Hao would meet their demise. The image of Lin Yudi, curled and trembling, remained etched in Lin Tian's mind, an indelible memory he could not shake off. Chapter 136. If I were called Lin Tian. Li Mu, coughing blood, rose from the ground, his face smeared with dirt, and gazed at Lin Tian with eyes ablaze with boundless murderous intent, as if he yearned to devour him whole. Yet, he was gripped by a sense of panic. Lin Tian was overwhelmingly powerful, stronger than he had ever anticipated. With such a formidable adversary present, capturing Lin Yudi was utterly impossible unless he eliminated Lin Tian first. This thought ignited a resolve within him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed a switch on his body, and instantly, his aura surged, exuding a palpable killing intent that seemed almost tangible, causing the countless onlookers, including Lin Yudi, to be engulfed in anxiety, their hearts racing as if crushed by a colossal stone. Particularly, Zhao Xiaolong, a fellow cultivator, felt the intensity of Li Mu's rising power acutely. Such a presence he had never sensed even in his master. He was utterly astonished, his mouth agape, as if a duck egg could fit inside. This Li Mu was stronger than his master. Countless spectators instinctively swallowed hard. Darkness descended, and a torrential rain was imminent. Looking at Li Mu, Lin Tian smiled. Despite the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Li Mu, he remained merely at the 6th tier of the yellow rank, easily suppressible with a mere flick of his hand. Thus, he felt no fear, as that murderous aura was akin to a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek. Die! Li Mu roared, his feet pounding the ground, which erupted beneath him as he shot forth like a cannonball towards Lin Tian. Boom! The two figures collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The ground shattered, the site charred black, and a massive crater formed, slowly exhaling wisps of dark smoke. Who on earth are you? Li Mu questioned, his heart heavy as he faced Lin Tian once more, realizing that in this encounter, he was again at a disadvantage. His wounds reopened, blood droplets rolling down. Lin Tian remained silent, charging forward. His fist glowed like a miniature sun, and with a resounding boom, the earth trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Li Mu narrowly evaded Lin Tian's punch, turning back, his pupils constricted in horror. Lin Tian emerged from the smoke-filled crater, his eyes alight with murderous intent. This aura was as frigid as the ice of the 9th heaven, chilling Li Mu to the bone. Instinctively, he took several steps back, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. My heavens, a divine being! The spectators were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, jaws nearly unhinged. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. One man, with a single punch, could shatter the earth, akin to a meteor colliding with the planet. Charge! Defeat that monstrous devil! Kill! They harbored an intense disdain for Li Mu. Since his arrival, he had wreaked havoc upon the academy, even taking lives, leaving many injured. Some young men clenched their fists, wishing they could transform into superheroes to vanquish Li Mu. Gulp! Zhao Xiaolong swallowed hard. This strength surpassed even that of his master. Who was this mysterious figure? Could he be one of those reclusive ancient beings? Li Mu warily regarded the approaching Lin Tian. The grotesque and twisted smile that once adorned his face now vanished. He could no longer muster a smile, nor did he have tears to shed. He spoke, Senior, I merely wish to resolve some personal matters, please do not interfere. Lin Tian chuckled softly, what if I were to say I am Lin Tian? Li Mu shuddered. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to his head. He had not anticipated Lin Tian's overwhelming strength, but soon, this chill transformed into a fervent desire for vengeance. Lin Tian had slain his master, and this vendetta must be avenged. You will die! Li Mu screamed, charging at Lin Tian in a frenzy, consumed by immense hatred that obliterated all else from his mind, leaving only the singular thought of killing Lin Tian. In an instant, his fists rained down upon Lin Tian. Chapter 137 Lin Yudi discovers the truth. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Tian deftly parried the blows, refraining from pushing Li Mu away, and even willingly absorbed several punches, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he feigned injury, staggering backward. Die! Li Mu, believing Lin Tian to have succumbed, advanced with ferocious intent, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Lin Tian was sent hurtling through the air, landing awkwardly on the ground, evoking a collective gasp of concern from the onlookers. Get up, great God! Hang in there! Lin Yudi clenched her fists tightly. Though she harbored no particular fondness for this enigmatic figure, she could not bring herself to despise him either. After all, he had rescued her on several occasions. You have your day now. Li Mu sneered ominously, a sinister grin returning to his visage as he approached Lin Tian, raising his hand to reveal a flickering blue light. Bang! Thud! In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The world lost its vibrancy, and the spectators held their breath, disbelief etched across their faces as they beheld the unfolding scene. Lin Tian's chest was pierced by the blue light, while Li Mu's torso was impaled by a black longsword. Crimson flowed from both their bodies, dripping rhythmically. Die! Li Mu felt the murderous intent surge from the sword, a malevolence coursing through him, wreaking havoc within. Gritting his teeth, he let out a fierce roar, activating the self-detonation system. Boomable flames engulfed Lin Tian. Subsequently, Lin Tian's figure was propelled backward, rolling several meters across the ground, his clothing tattered, and the cloth that once concealed his visage had vanished. "I've capsized in the gutter," Lin Tian mused inwardly, astonished that Li Mu possessed such a self-destruct mechanism. Fortunately, his injuries were not grave. He flipped his hand and caught a medicinal pill, swallowing it without hesitation. The pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into a soothing elixir that revitalized Lin Tian's internal organs, the gaping wound in his chest visibly mending at an astonishing pace. This remarkable remedy had been discovered alongside the longsword within the ring. To his surprise, the effects were extraordinary. Though he had healed, Lin Tian needed to continue feigning unconsciousness. However, he had forgotten that the cloth had disappeared. Upon witnessing his face, Lin Yudi's mind went blank. Was this not the very person she had yearned for? Tears immediately streamed down her cheeks. "Lin Tian," she cried out, panic-stricken as she rushed downstairs, kneeling beside him, shaking him incessantly, her tears falling onto his body. "Lin Tian, please be all right." Her cries were heart-wrenching. In that moment, Lin Yudi comprehended countless truths. When she found herself in peril, Lin Tian had not fled but had bravely stepped forward, defeating those who sought to harm her. He had been silently protecting her all along, yet, what had she done? What had she done? She had offered him cold stares, harsh words, and had even slapped him twice. At this moment, those slaps felt as though they had struck her own heart, the pain rendering her nearly breathless. Lin Tian had sacrificed so much for her, yet she had never reciprocated. Why? "Why are you so foolish? Why am I so foolish?" Lin Yudi sobbed against Lin Tian's chest, while Tang Xinyi observed, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. "If you die, I shall not wish to live either." Lin Yudi spoke with resolute conviction. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyi was taken aback, hastily pulling Lin Yudi up in distress. "Sister Yudi, call for an ambulance, Lin Tian will be fine." "Yes, the ambulance." Lin Yudi frantically fumbled for her phone, dialing the hospital. On the ground, Lin Tian felt a pang of sorrow. He yearned to embrace Lin Yudi, but he was aware that unseen eyes were watching, and with Chen Mengning already in his life, Lin Yudi had ultimately arrived too late. Chapter 138. The day that must ultimately arrive soon. Lin Tian was ushered into the hospital ward. Lin Yudi anxiously paced at the door, her heart racing with the urge to burst in several times, yet she restrained herself. Deep down, she resolved that should anything happen to Lin Tian, she would not wish to live either. At that moment, Lin Tian's phone began to ring. The phone had been given to her by the doctor, who instructed her to safeguard these vital financial matters. As Lin Yudi glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowed slightly. The name displayed was Meng Ning. A sense of foreboding washed over her, yet she answered the call. "Hello," she greeted, her voice trembling. Silence echoed from the other end, but Lin Yudi was certain there was someone present, as she could hear the faint sound of breathing. "Who are you? Where is Lin Tian?" Chen Mengning finally spoke, and upon hearing the female voice, Lin Yudi's mind raced with countless thoughts, her grip on the phone tightening with anxiety. "And who might you be?" Lin Yudi retorted, her tone laced with hostility, sensing the adversarial undertones in Chen Mengning's voice. "I am Lin Tian's girlfriend." Chen Mengning's face flushed momentarily, yet she exhaled deeply as the words tumbled out. Lin Yudi felt as though she had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Lin Tian's girlfriend. Bang! She sank helplessly into a nearby chair, her gaze vacant. After a long pause, she picked up the phone and muttered, "He is at the city hospital." After relaying the address, Lin Yudi unhesitatingly ended the call and powered off her phone, curling up in the chair as silent tears began to fall. "He already has a girlfriend, but why am I so inadequate? I have stood by him for so many years. Can I truly be eclipsed by a stranger?" Chen Mengning, upon hearing that Lin Tian was in trouble, felt her phone slip from her grasp, crashing to the floor and shattering the screen. The sound startled Xia Zihan, who rushed over, inquiring, "Meng Ning, what happened?" "Lin Tian." Chen Mengning regained her composure, hurriedly donning her coat and moving toward the door. "Lin Tian is in trouble. I must go to the hospital." At her words, Xia Zihan's heart skipped a beat, not out of affection for Lin Tian, but because he had promised to help her grandfather with his ailment. If something were to happen to Lin Tian now, what would she do? "Hurry, let us go to the hospital." Xia Zihan quickly followed Chen Mengning. Before long, the two arrived at Lin Tian's hospital room, where they spotted a stunning girl sobbing on the sofa. Without a second thought, Chen Mengning rushed over to Lin Yudi and asked, "Where is Lin Tian? Is he still inside?" Lin Yudi looked up and was taken aback by the breathtaking beauty of the woman before her. She had always considered herself attractive, yet upon seeing Chen Mengning, she couldn't help but feel awestruck. Chen Mengning was extraordinarily beautiful, a beauty that could topple nations, and it was no wonder Lin Tian was drawn to her. "He is inside," Lin Yudi whispered. Feeling guilty, she recognized that Lin Tian's injury was due to her, and while they had grown up together, Chen Mengning was his girlfriend, destined to share a life with him. If something were to happen to Lin Tian, it would be her fault for letting Chen Mengning down. "How is he? Did the doctor say anything?" Chen Mengning asked anxiously. I don't know. Lin Yudi clutched her head, breaking down once more in tears. The fear of losing Lin Tian overwhelmed her. Without him, what meaning would her life hold? Seeing Lin Yudi's intense reaction, Chen Mengning realized her own emotions had gotten the better of her. She quickly apologized and sought to comfort Lin Yudi. Chapter 139:3 Women, one stage die. In any case, Lin Tian was inside, and fretting was of no avail. Thus, she cast a discerning glance at Lin Yudi, realizing that this girl was quite beautiful, not inferior to herself, and indeed worthy of Lin Tian. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. If Lin Tian were to pursue someone ordinary, she would find it unbearable. After all, Lin Tian was exceptional, not someone who could easily be attained by just anyone. "Sister, how did you come to know Lin Tian?" Chen Mengning inquired. Lin Yudi stiffened, lifting her gaze to meet Chen Mengning's, and then responded, "Clearly, I was the one who arrived first. Whether it was through acquaintance, games, or making him laugh, I was the one to initiate it all." "So why did you become his girlfriend instead of me?" Chen Mengning detected the underlying hostility in her words. "What do you mean?" she asked, perplexed. However, Xiaozihan understood immediately and hurriedly interjected, "What you mean is that you knew Lin Tian before Mengning, right? I am his childhood friend. We lived together since we were 8, Lin Yudi mumbled, lowering her head. "Childhood friend?" Chen Mengning looked at Lin Yudi in confusion, then questioned, "But why have I never seen you at Lin Tian's house despite visiting several times?" Lin Yudi froze. I was at school. But I haven't seen you during weekends either." Lin Yudi finally comprehended, and tears began to flow unbidden. It turned out that it was not Lin Tian who had abandoned her, but rather she who had forsaken him, always treating him with cold words and never offering a warm smile. So it was. To hell with the notion that, to keep a man's heart, one must make him unattainable. Lin Yudi felt an overwhelming urge to drag the author out and put an end to them. She curled up on the sofa, burying her head, and spoke not another word. Chen Mengning and Xiaozihan exchanged glances, feeling helpless. Nonetheless, since she was Lin Tian's acquaintance, Chen Mengning dared not neglect her and thus addressed her, "I am Chen Mengning." "Little sister, what is your name?" "Lin Yudi," she uttered softly. "Yudi, a lovely name. You must be the belle of Shanghai University, am I right?" Chen Mengning remarked, as Lin Yudi's reputation was quite notable, nearly rivaling her own. Lin Yudi raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Mengning. "You know me?" "Put." Xiaozihan chuckled and then said, "Before you stands the goddess from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Mengning was also the belle of Shanghai University." Upon hearing this reminiscence, Chen Mengning's face flushed, and she shot Xiaozihan a glare, saying, "You weren't even the belle back then, yet you dare to say that about me?" "Well then, here we have it, the 3 belles gathered together," Xiaozihan teased with a laugh, "and all for the same man. TSK, Lin Tian is truly fortunate." Lin Yudi was taken aback, scrutinizing Xiaozihan. Her purple hair, enchanting violet eyes, and exquisite features were indeed striking, equally matched with her own beauty. "So you are a senior, coming from the same institution and both being belles." Lin Yudi and Chen Mengning felt a newfound sense of closeness, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chen Mengning regarded Lin Yudi. This girl was undeniably beautiful, and her current demeanor of distress was heart-wrenching, evoking a desire to offer her sympathy. It was evident that she held feelings for Lin Tian, being his childhood companion. If anyone were to speak of it, it would be her who had taken Lin Tian away. Thus, Chen Mengning found it impossible to harbor any resentment towards Lin Yudi. Moreover, not long ago, Xiaozihan had also provided her with counsel, and she had conveyed to Lin Tian that he was exceptionally outstanding. Attracting equally remarkable girls was quite natural. The presence of other admirers only affirmed her discerning taste. Chapter 140. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Tian must die. The bond between the two soon deepened, filled with laughter and chatter, as they affectionately referred to each other as sisters, one as Rain Butterfly and the other as Dreaming Condensation, so amiable as if they had not seen each other for many years. "Sister Zihuan, are you also Lin Tian's girlfriend?" Rain Butterfly suddenly directed her gaze towards Xiaozihuan, inquiring candidly. Cough, cough. Xiaozihuan was caught off guard, hastily waving her hands and chuckling, "No, we are merely friends." "Oh," Rain Butterfly nodded, a flicker of silver light dancing in her eyes, lost in her thoughts. "Little Tian is in trouble." 2 elderly figures hurriedly approached from a distance, their faces flushed as they gasped for breath before the hospital room. Upon seeing them, Chen Mengning was somewhat taken aback. It was Xiao Fan and Xiao Hua. However, she did not recall their names, only remembering her fleeting encounter with Xiao Hua. Upon catching sight of the three stunningly beautiful girls, Xiao Hua's eyes momentarily brightened, internally marveling at Lin Tian's prowess while not forgetting to inquire, "How is little Tian?" They had just received word that a patient named Lin Tian had been rushed into the emergency room. Lin Tian was a treasure in the medical field. Should anything happen to him, it would be a significant loss to the world, and they fervently hoped for his safety. "The doctors haven't come out." "We have no idea," Rain Butterfly said, a hint of despondency in her tone. "Let us hope this lad emerges unscathed," Xiao Fan sighed. Chen Mingning clenched her fists, resolutely stating, "He will certainly be fine." Inside the hospital room, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the door. "We cannot afford to lose Lin Tian," Xiao Fan said through gritted teeth, feeling an unsettling heaviness in his chest. "Save him?" A voice unexpectedly echoed from nearby, laced with venomous hatred. "Today, even the King of Heaven cannot save him. Lin Tian is destined to perish." Yang Hao had suppressed Lin Tian's pain with a secret drug, allowing him to curse Lin Tian without succumbing to agony. This secret drug had fully unleashed his potential, elevating his strength to the 9th tier of the yellow stage. However, the cost was terrifying. After an hour, he would become a paralyzed shell of a man. Yet, if it meant killing Lin Tian, what did that matter? With a malevolent glint in his eyes, Yang Hao advanced step by step, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Xia Ziawan's heart raced as she looked at the approaching Yang Hao in terror, sharply commanding, "What nonsense are you spouting? Leave, you are not welcome here." "You successfully crossed my line, woman," Yang Hao replied with a stiff smile. "Soon, I shall make you understand what a true man is." "Bastard!" Both Xia Zihuan and Chen Mengning exclaimed in unison. "Ha, I will make you my women in front of Lin Tian." "I wish to witness the despair etched upon his face, for that is the source of my strength." Yang Hao leered unabashedly at the three women, his eyes brimming with greed. The three women felt a chill run down their spines under his gaze. Instinctively taking a step back, Xiao Hua stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the women, raising his voice, "Who are you? Leave this place, or we shall call the police." "I have already stated," Yang Hao glared at Xiao Hua, his murderous intent palpable. "No matter who comes, Lin Tian is destined to die." With that, he circumnavigated Xiao Hua. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hao vanished from in front of Xiao Hua, appearing behind him in an eerily uncanny manner. With a smile, he extended his hand towards Rain Butterfly. Chapter 141. You still do not comprehend Lin Tian's might. A sudden cough resonated from the hospital room. Yang Hao felt as though struck by lightning, his legs turned to jelly, and his complexion shifted dramatically. In a rush of panic, he swiftly retreated, his speed astonishing. Just as the onlookers were filled with curiosity, the door to the hospital room creaked open, and Lin Tian emerged slowly. Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi gazed at him, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lin Tian," Chen Mengning choked on her words, "It is so good that you're alright, truly wonderful." Oh, Lin Tian intended to speak, to comfort the two women, but before he could, a fragrant breeze enveloped him as Lin Yudi threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, her cries heart-wrenching. Chen Mingning had also intended to rush forward, but casting a complex glance at Lin Yudi, she managed a bittersweet smile and gradually stepped aside, tightly clutching Lin Tian's hand. She too wept, holding on with desperation, fearful that a mere loosening of her grip might result in loss. Observing the reactions of the two women, Lin Tian felt both helpless and deeply moved. "Are you alright, kid?" Xiao Hua and Xiao Fan gazed at Lin Tian with astonished joy. His well-being was the best outcome. Lin Tian nodded. "You're uninjured." Yet, the most astonished of all was Yang Hao, who had planned to take advantage of Lin Tian as supposed severe injuries. Now, witnessing Lin Tian unscathed, he found it difficult to accept this reality. The two women reluctantly released Lin Tian, their eyes filled with lingering sorrow and reluctance, yet they refrained from causing further commotion. Lin Tian turned to Yang Hao, flashing a radiant smile. "I hope I haven't disappointed you." "Not at all." Yang Hao gritted his teeth, hatred surging within him. "I told you, you will die today. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you." He was now at the 9th tier of the yellow rank, brimming with an unprecedented strength that made him feel invincible, capable of shattering mountains with a punch and cleaving rivers with a kick, obliterating worlds with a mere snap of his fingers. Lin Tian, he could extinguish hundreds with a single breath. Of course, this was merely an illusion. "Fear not, I shan't kill you so swiftly, for I intend to make the girls behind you into women right before your eyes." His smile twisted grotesquely. "Is that so? With your 9th tier yellow rank power?" Lin Tian's demeanor remained remarkably calm. Yang Hao trembled, unease gnawing at him. Lin Tian had once again revealed his secrets, just as he had before at the villa, maintaining an unsettling calm as though everything was under his control. He detested this feeling, for until now, he had been the one in command. The sensation of being manipulated by another was profoundly unsettling, causing him to forget the times he had toyed with others. Silence, die. His inner turmoil rendered him restless, and with a fierce shout, he lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Lin Tian's head, accompanied by a whoosh of wind. Bang, the two fists collided. Lin Tian remained unharmed, while Yang Hao was sent staggering back over 10 paces, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be possible? He screeched. Die. In that moment, his spirit shattered. He had believed he could annihilate Lin Tian, yet with just one move, the disparity was painfully clear. He was far from being Lin Tian's match, light years away. Struggling to suppress his shock, Yang Hao demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Lin Tian could not help but chuckle. "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to seek trouble with me. What are you thinking?" Yang Hao's expression darkened, hatred surging once more, banishing his fear. Die, he charged again, but Lin Tian's expression remained serene, merely executing a simple punch. To the untrained eye, it appeared slow, but Yang Hao's hair stood on end, cold sweat streaming down his brow. This punch was deceptively ordinary, yet Yang Hao was horrified to realize he could not evade it. No matter how far he fled, this punch would inevitably strike him down. Chapter 142. The remarkable Lin Tian bang. Pooh. Yang Hao was struck squarely in the chest, spewing forth a cloud of blood mist, and was sent flying, landing in a disheveled heap far from his original position. With a loud clap, just as Yang Hao's body was on the verge of crashing to the ground, he gritted his teeth fiercely, slamming both palms against the unforgiving earth. In an instant, the ground fissured beneath him, and propelled by the rebound force of that strike, Yang Hao sprang back up. Yet, despite this, the crimson blood staining his lips and the searing pain coursing through his body caused him to furrow his brow in discomfort. That his countenance bore an unprecedented weight of gravity and seriousness. What seemed like a mere casual punch, yet, the force behind it was immensely powerful, astonishing, truly astonishing. If Lin Tian's prowess were to be placed within the dark realms, he would undoubtedly reign as the mightiest of kings. Chen Mingning and the other women gazed at Lin Tian in a daze. The figure before them exuded an air of mystery, particularly for Chen Mingning, whose heart brimmed with shock. Although she had long suspected he was no ordinary individual, the reality was still overwhelming. He appeared capable of anything, always conjuring miracles. They beheld the tall and imposing silhouette of Lin Tian, akin to a towering peak. That figure could undoubtedly provide them with boundless security, a steadfast reliance that would never crumble throughout their lives. Yang Hao glared at Lin Tian, filled with resentment and rage. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He regretted coming here, yearning to escape, yet it was too late. Having consumed a secret elixir, he had unleashed his potential, and in mere minutes, he would become a mere shell of himself. There was no turning back. Today, he must eliminate Lin Tian, employing every ounce of his strength to ensure that Lin Tian meets an untimely end. A bloodthirsty glimmer flickered in his eyes. Lin Tian regarded Yang Hao with an air of tranquility, saying nothing. Come again. Though it was merely a brief exchange, the calm composure and undeniable strength displayed by Lin Tian stirred an innate sense of helplessness and boundless envy and murderous intent within Yang Hao. Before him stood Lin Tian, an indomitable force. As those words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Yang Hao, accompanied by a surge of battle intent that erupted like a volcanic eruption, pouring forth like a tide of 1,000 troops. This time, I am serious. As the words left his lips, Yang Hao's gaze sharpened, and his figure seemed to vanish into thin air. When he reappeared, it was directly in front of Lin Tian. A fearsome hand strike sliced through the air, carrying an aura of unspeakable terror, as if it could cleave an iron wall in two. Before the hand strike reached its target, a fierce gale swept in. Boom, a muffled sound reverberated as a shockwave erupted around Lin Tian, akin to the fall of celestial stones, surging outward in all directions. Bang! Under the overwhelming impact of the shockwave, Yang Hao felt as though he had been struck head-on by a massive truck, his breath catching in his chest, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. With a heavy thud, Yang Hao was sent sprawling over 20 meters away, crashing to the ground, blood pooling around him and staining the earth red. Lin Tian's figure appeared before Yang Hao like a specter, hands clasped behind his back, his voice icy as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. Knowing it to be impossible, why persist? Gasping for breath, Yang Hao stared at Lin Tian. When did such a prodigy emerge in Huaxia, below the realm of the Xin level? All are but ants. To have cultivated to the 6th stage of the transcendence realm at the tender age of 23, he was indeed an extraordinary being. Chapter 143. The underworld king. Stricken with existential doubt, he had always believed that few could rival his innate talent, yet today, he encountered a man of equal age whose gifts utterly eclipsed his own. Despite his cultivation level, he couldn't even brush against the hem of Lin Tian's garment before he was sent reeling, spitting blood twice, a devastating blow to his previously inflated sense of superiority. Now, how do you wish to die? Poof! The cold, unadorned voice resonated with an earth-shattering intensity. Yang Hao felt a tumultuous surge within, his heart racing, his head spinning, as if the entire world were in upheaval. Already injured and unable to harness his energy, Yang Hao, upon hearing that final word, could not suppress a mouthful of fresh blood, his face paling to a ghostly white. Such overwhelming strength, what realm does this individual inhabit to possess such power? Yang Hao's eyes fixated gravely on Lin Tian, his heart a tempest of unarticulated turmoil, filled with inexpressible shock and trepidation. Had he perhaps ascended to the legendary Earth stage? The profound stage is not easily attained. Some may toil their entire lives, perhaps only reaching the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm, or even lower. The profound stage shines with a brilliance akin to the sun, but to penetrate the barriers of the sky-breaking realm, one requires fortuitous opportunities and endeavor as arduous as scaling the heavens. Let alone the Earth stage, a realm spoken of only in myth. The onlookers stood in astonished silence. Did he truly expel blood without even being touched? And upon speaking, he spat forth yet another mouthful of blood. This Lin Tian was indeed shrouded in mystery. Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi gazed at him with eyes filled with tenderness and astonishment. Who would not desire a powerful partner? Meanwhile, Xiao Fan and Xiao Hua were profoundly shocked, their expressions paling as the notion of legendary cultivators crossed their minds, each possessing extraordinary powers beyond comprehension. Xia Zihan had little inclination to concern herself with Yang Hao's fate. After 3 months with him, their interactions had been marked by trivial banter and childish antics. For instance, at the antique fair, Lin Tian also dabbled in stone gambling, seemingly possessing far superior skills. Yet what had Yang Hao done in the gambling arena? What feats had Lin Tian accomplished? Yang Hao had boasted and wagered, as Lin Tian aptly remarked, akin to children playing house, an endeavor so immature it was laughable. Though Lin Tian was skilled in stone gambling, when Yang Hao challenged him to a bet, he declined, instead assisting Chen Mengning in selecting raw stones. At this moment, all of Xia Zihan's focus was on Lin Tian. How fortunate it would be if he were my fiancé, far surpassing that Yang Hao in every regard. She herself could not fathom why this thought lingered in her mind, nor could she dismiss it. When she finally came to her senses, she was startled by her own musings and glanced nervously at Chen Mengning, relieved to find she had not noticed her distraction. Zihan, how could you entertain such thoughts? He is Mengning's man, and as her sister, you must not encroach. As she turned her gaze back to Lin Tian, her expression was a tapestry of complexity. Yang Hao, clutching his chest, struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes fixed on Lin Tian. The Underworld King, a name that instills fear in the hearts of many, he was lauded as the harvester of souls from the depths of hell, a figure drenched in blood, a perilous entity. Since his emergence, he had never tasted defeat, yet today, he had fallen, without even grazing the edge of his opponent's garment, his defeat utterly inevitable. To lose before so many was a humiliation, a seething anger, an overwhelming hatred. Having navigated the shadows for over a decade, he valued his reputation above all, for in the realm of darkness, he was a king, one who would not suffer the scorn of others, a sovereign who towered above the masses. Lin Tian must die. Chapter 144. Lin Tian's surrender. As Lin Tian stood before him, Yang Hao suddenly erupted, expending the last vestiges of his strength as he lunged towards Lin Tian, aiming a strike at his throat. You shall perish, he cried. Lin Tian, however, merely scoffed, raising his right foot and in an instant transforming into a blur, executing a spinning kick with a swiftness that left no room for reaction. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Yang Hao's head snapped to the side, a sickening crack resonating as his neck broke. His body was propelled backward, crashing into the ground, motionless thereafter. Thus, Yang Hao met his demise, a once feared king of the underworld, brought to an end in such a manner. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the act of murder committed by Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Yudi recalled that Lin Tian had also taken a life back in school. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, prompting her to rush towards him, pleading for him to leave. You must go. Flee from Shanghai City. The death was an accident on my part. Just leave, take Mengning with you, and promise you one forget me. Chen Mengning, taken aback, comprehended the gravity of Lin Yudi's intentions. Lin Yudi was willing to shoulder all the blame. Yudi, perhaps you should accompany Lin Tian, Chen Mengning suggested, her gaze flickering between the two. I am already content to have him as my boyfriend. These burdens were yours to bear, and now I return them to you. Absolutely not. Lin Yudi exclaimed, observing the two girls. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, his heart swelling with warmth. Rest assured, I am unharmed, he reassured them. Moreover, your efforts are futile. There are cameras here, and many witnessed the event at the school. Most importantly, Lin Tian gazed tenderly at them, stating, I am not at a point where I would allow my women to bear the brunt of my transgressions. Such a scenario would never come to pass. Having lived alongside Lin Yudi for many years, to claim he held no feelings for her would be a blatant falsehood. He had finally come to understand Lin Yudi's feelings, their hearts were intertwined, thus deeming her as his own was not an exaggeration. Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi's faces flushed a deep crimson, rendering them momentarily speechless. Nearby, Xiao Fan and Xiao Hua regarded Lin Tian with a mixture of complexity. He had taken a life, and in a hospital no less, an act they had witnessed firsthand. Logically, they should report it, yet, Lin Tian was an invaluable talent, and Yang Hao was hardly a virtuous individual. They found themselves in a moral quandary. At that moment, Lin Tian dialed the police station, announcing his intent to report the incident. The crowd gasped in shock. Why would you surrender? Have you lost your mind? Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi exclaimed, gripping Lin Tian tightly, their eyes one violet, the other azure, brimming with tears of anguish. Am I to live in fear of prosecution? Lin Tian replied, bemused. Do you wish for me to be a fugitive? The two girls fell silent, believing he had succeeded in persuading them, but the next moment, they nearly broke down. If it were you, would you not flee? What would be the harm? Do not worry, everything will be fine, Lin Tian consoled them. Xiao Fan and Xiao Hua, observing the unfolding drama, decided to feign ignorance and approached Lin Tian, asking, Little Tian, are you alright? I heard you sustained serious injuries upon your arrival. I am fine, Lin Tian smiled at them, easily discerning their inner turmoil. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's words, Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi recalled Lin Tian's serious injuries, their hearts tightening with concern as they began to inspect him. Lin Tian, are you truly unscathed? I assure you, I am quite well, Lin Tian chuckled. Tonight's festivities will proceed without a hitch. The faces of the two girls suddenly flushed a deep shade of red, their beauty undeniably enchanting. Chapter 145. He will certainly come out. Who called the police? The officers arrived, led by a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, clad in a police uniform. Her hair was neatly pinned beneath her cap, and her bright eyes radiated an aura of unwavering righteousness. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the ground, she frowned slightly. The personnel from the hospital had already removed Yang Hao's body to the morgue. It was I. Lin Tian stepped forward, with Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi tightly clutching his sleeves, their faces etched with worry. You are the one who committed murder. Chen Xiaowen approached, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Tian before waving her hand. Cuff him and take him away. One of the officers approached and placed handcuffs on Lin Tian. He made no attempt to resist. After all, these restraints posed no threat to him, and he intended to go to the police station regardless. Lin Tian nodded, turning back to the two women, who wore expressions of deep concern. He offered a gentle smile and said, You both should head back. I'll be fine and will be out shortly. Chen Xiaowen furrowed her brow. Did this individual truly disregard the law? If he was indeed the murderer, even with a confession, he would be incarcerated for at least 10 years. How could he possibly expect to be released so soon? Another privileged scion, no doubt. Otherwise, two girls wouldn't be enamored with him. With this thought, Chen Xiaowen's gaze towards Lin Tian transformed, tinged with disdain and loathing. She had an aversion to such individuals who, emboldened by wealth and power, acted with impunity. He will receive a lesson soon enough. She silently resolved. Seeing Lin Tian still conversing with the two women, she felt her temper flare. Striding forward, she demanded, Aren't you leaving? Whatever you have to say can wait until later. Lin Tian glanced at Chen Xiaowen and then smiled warmly at the two women, stating, You should return, I will be on my way. After Lin Tian was taken away by the police, Chen Xiaowen remained, casting a scornful glance at Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi. In her eyes, these two were nothing more than materialistic women, and her contempt was genuine. Officer, what will become of him? Lin Yudi inquired cautiously, sensing the malice and dissatisfaction in Chen Xiaowen's gaze. If he truly committed murder, while he won't face the death penalty, he will certainly be imprisoned for over a decade. Chen Xiaowen chuckled derisively, regarding the two with a dismissive air. It's not too late to leave him now. Over 10 years, Lin Yudi's face paled, and she nearly faltered, almost collapsing. That can't be. How could he? Her voice trembled with the threat of tears. Chen Mengning, however, remained composed. She steadied Lin Yudi and reassured her, Don't be anxious, Yudi. Remember his words, he will be fine. We have faith in him. But he always manages to create miracles, doesn't he? The remark struck a chord. Lin Yudi recalled past instances, gradually regaining her composure. Chen Xiaowen scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. I wonder what he has done to make you both so infatuated. It's truly embarrassing for us women. With that, she turned her back on the two and departed. What does she mean by that? Lin Yudi glared at her retreating figure, anger evident in her eyes. Forget her, we're going to the police station. I want to see him walk out of there with my own eyes, Chen Mengning asserted, her face set with determination. In Lin Tian's absence, she was the CEO of a company, a formidable woman. Lin Yudi wrapped her arms around Chen Mengning. I'm going too. All right, Chen Mengning replied with a gentle smile. Summer Zihan, observing from behind, sighed softly before stepping forward. I'll go as well. If he doesn't come out, I will intervene. No need. The two women looked at her and spoke softly. He will undoubtedly come out. Chapter 146. The hero Xia Zihan's body trembled. An indescribable sensation surged within her heart, peculiar and stifling. Get in, don't try anything foolish, it would be akin to courting death. Lin Tian was pushed into the police car, flanked by two officers whose unsavory expressions suggested they expected him to flee at any moment. Rest assured, I have no intention of running, Lin Tian declared. The scrutiny of two men felt bizarre. As a man who preferred the company of women, he found it unbearable to endure such gazes. Return to the station, I intend to interrogate you, Chen Xiaowen announced as she entered the vehicle, casting a glance at Lin Tian. She resolved to thoroughly question him. A person like him certainly needed to be taught a lesson, otherwise, what would become of the future? He would undoubtedly disregard the law and commit further misdeeds. Throughout the journey, Lin Tian remained composed. However, Chen Xiaowen grew increasingly restless. She had initially hoped to create a quiet, oppressive atmosphere to pressure Lin Tian into submission, but to her surprise, he remained calm and unperturbed, as if he had no desire to converse at all. Why was this man not adhering to the expected script? In her experience, wealthy young masters were typically highly agitated, unable to remain still for even a minute. Speak, why did you kill him? She broke the silence first, acknowledging her defeat in this psychological game. She silently vowed to make him pay upon their return, ensuring he would face consequences. Because he sought to kill me, Lin Tian's response left Chen Xiaowen speechless. Why did he wish to kill you? What grievances do you share? She inquired through clenched teeth. Lin Tian glanced at her before shifting his gaze to the window. He was too arrogant. Chen Xiaowen was perplexed. What do you mean? Some individuals cannot tolerate even a speck of sand in their eyes, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, much like that man outside. Just as Chen Xiaowen found herself curious about the latter part of his statement, Lin Tian's hand darted out, tearing a piece of fabric from his seat to cover his face. Bang! To their astonishment, Lin Tian kicked open the car door. The door spun through the air, tracing a straight line before colliding with an approaching object, resulting in an immediate explosion. Boom! A tremendous blast erupted above the street. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed by the explosion, but soon chaos ensued. Screams filled the air as people fled in all directions amidst the cacophony. Chen Xiaowen regained her senses, her gaze fixed in terror upon Lin Tian. Had he truly just kicked open the car door? Was he even human? Moreover, she had just looked down upon him. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding with dread. If she was terrified, the other officers, especially the two beside Lin Tian, were left trembling, filled with a sense of foreboding. Thankfully, they had not acted, or they would surely have met their demise. In truth, Lin Tian was also a police officer, part of the Dragon Team, the nation's most formidable force, quietly safeguarding the homeland. Under Chen Xiaowen's astonished gaze, Lin Tian stepped out of the police car, casting a glance at the rooftop of a nearby building before surveying the panicked crowd. Stop, he uttered, his voice calm yet resonating like thunder, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone froze, as if struck by lightning, turning to face Lin Tian. Stay calm, nothing has happened here, Lin Tian spoke with serene authority, his words audible to all. It's him! The hero who swept away all the thugs in one night. The crowd recognized Lin Tian, erupting in exclamations. At that moment, Chen Xiaowen and her colleagues exited the vehicle, gazing at Lin Tian in astonishment. It was he, the hero. A tumult of emotions surged within her. Chapter 147. Is he a god or a man? If it is indeed him, how could he commit murder? There must be some hidden circumstances. Perhaps, as Lin Tian suggested, it was that individual who sought to eliminate Lin Tian, resulting in Lin Tian's excessive defense leading to a counterattack. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Tian, sparkling with curiosity, as if attempting to penetrate the veil of fabric shrouding his face. What is he planning? Chen Xiaowen observed Lin Tian with intrigue, as his gaze was not directed at the crowd but rather at the rooftop of a nearby building. How long do you intend to hide? Lin Tian's voice reverberated through the street, echoing like a thunderclap, causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, a missile was launched from the rooftop. It soared with incredible speed, accompanied by a deafening roar, trailing a long tail of flame, akin to a meteor crashing towards Earth. Lin Tian raised his hand, watching the approaching missile, and slowly brought his hand down. The motion was excruciatingly slow, so leisurely that a child could easily evade it, yet, this seemingly simple act, akin to a casual gesture, bore the weight of a colossal stone upon the hearts of all who witnessed it. In an instant, a beam of golden light erupted from Lin Tian's hand, extending 10 zhang. The golden radiance cleaved through the missile as effortlessly as a knife slicing through tofu, a sword gliding through water. There were no ripples, no sound. The golden light severed the missile. Boom! The missile detonated. Amidst the deafening explosion, everyone regained their senses, quickly turning their astonished gazes towards Lin Tian. Moments ago, he had bisected the missile. A deity descended from the heavens, their eyes shimmered with awe, as if Lin Tian himself radiated light, standing among the crowd, invincible and unrivaled. That feat could not possibly have been executed by a mere human. With a resounding boom, Lin Tian propelled himself upward, soaring like a rocket to the rooftop 15 stories high, vanishing from sight. The next moment, a deafening crash echoed from above. Boom, 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 a figure plummeted downwards, crashing from the 15th floor to the ground level, shattering countless ceilings, landing with a thunderous impact amidst a cloud of dust, cracks spreading outward like fissures in the earth. What transpired? Initially, the crowd was filled with terror. Yet, reassured by Lin Tian's presence, they soon became curious about the unfolding situation. Who had fallen? As the smoke dissipated, a circular pit with a radius of 5 meters was revealed, within which lay a figure in utter disarray. Clad in steel armor resembling Iron Man, his face obscured, the only visible detail was a footprint deeply embedded in his chest plate, the armor deformed. Were it not for the special material of the armor, it would have surely been shattered by that single kick. I will kill you. The armored figure rose, gazing up at the rooftop, red lights flickering within the electronic eyes of his helmet. He was a product of hell, a super butcher. 90% of his body was composed of special steel, capable of withstanding artillery fire. Having claimed countless lives, hell had dispatched him to eliminate Lin Tian, and he was determined to fulfill that mission. However, his seemingly impervious body had been dented by Lin Tian's single kick. Boom, he raised his hand, a blue light bursting forth, soaring towards the heavens. Yet, Lin Tian appeared behind the armored figure, whispering, "You are too slow." With a swift motion, he severed the figure's arm with his black sword. With a crackling sound, a mechanical arm flew away. Fully mechanical, Lin Tian remarked with growing interest, he was indeed a robot. Wow, a robot! The crowd began to murmur, pulling out their phones to capture the moment, sharing it on social media. Humanity battles robots, who will emerge victorious? Live coverage of a celestial clash. Chapter 148. He resembled a deity descending from the heavens. Kill! The armored figure bellowed furiously, pivoting to launch a frenzied assault on Lin Tian. His strength was immense, a single punch could easily fell an elephant, and his speed was astonishing, unleashing a barrage of strikes in the blink of an eye, with fists raining down and the air reverberating with explosive sounds. Li Mu had once tested this. The force of the armored figure's punch could pierce through 10 centimeters of steel, yet, such a terrifying blow could not even graze the hem of Lin Tian's garment. Lin Tian's speed surpassed that of the armored giant. He effortlessly evaded the oncoming fists, his demeanor serene and untroubled. With each swing of his arms, shadows danced and a tempest swirled, the wind ferocious enough to blind those standing nearby, transforming the scene into what appeared to be the apocalypse. Die! The armored figure roared, his fist clenched tightly. He launched a punch that seemed to harness all his might, its velocity astounding, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, causing the very space to tremble. No one doubted the power behind this strike. It could undoubtedly obliterate a tank with a single blow. At that moment, every heart raced, teetering on the edge of fear. Countless eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Lin Tian. How would he respond to such a formidable punch? Fleeing? Impossible. The speed of the blow was blinding, akin to a flash of light, offering no chance for escape. Withstanding it, also out of the question. The punch held an overwhelming force, embodying the might of thunder. It was a god-slaying attack, a force that could not be resisted. Then, Lin Tian moved suddenly amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. He threw a punch, an incredibly simple punch, reminiscent of a child's playful swing. Its speed appeared almost laughable, a stark contrast to the armored figure's assault, akin to the swift flight of a mythical bird compared to the sluggishness of a sparrow. It bore an absurd resemblance to striking a rock with an egg, yet, it was precisely this punch, delivered from the most improbable angle. It met the armored figure's fist head-on. All eyes were drawn to Lin Tian's seemingly sluggish punch, yet an overwhelming pressure enveloped the spectators, as if a colossal stone were bearing down on their chests, stifling their breath. Boom! The two fists collided. Instead of the anticipated shattering of Lin Tian's fist, an astonishing scene unfolded before them, leaving everyone dumbfounded as if they had witnessed a ghost. Lin Tian's fist shattered the armored figure's arm as though it were made of brittle tofu, fragments flying like confetti, the arm exploding into pieces like a firecracker. Boom! The armored figure was sent hurtling backward. Lin Tian smiled faintly, propelling himself off the ground with a resounding crack, the cement beneath him erupting, and his figure shot forth like a piercing arrow. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the flying armored figure. Ah! The armored figure roared in midair, attempting to retaliate, yet its fists were broken, and its eyes glowed with a predatory crimson light. Lin Tian disregarded its gaze, tightening his fist, and aimed for the armored figure's chest, delivering a devastating blow. His fist shimmered with circulating energy, radiating like a miniature sun, emitting waves of scorching heat, its golden brilliance blinding. In that moment, he resembled a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Boom! The material, designed to withstand artillery fire, disintegrated under Lin Tian's punch. The armored figure's chest was pierced through. The light in its eyes extinguished, and as it fell to the ground with a resounding crash, it collapsed into a heap of disassembled metal. Lin Tian stood beside it, picking up a shard of a chip. At that moment, Chen Xiaowen finally regained her senses and hurried to Lin Tian's side. You all handle these matters, he said, tossing the chip into her hands before turning to enter the police vehicle. Take these away. Then, secure the scene. Chen Xiaowen regarded Lin Tian's retreating silhouette with a complex expression, before issuing orders to the approaching officers. Chapter 149, the stern policewoman. After managing the scene, she finally brought Lin Tian back to the police station. After all, Lin Tian was now a murder suspect and could not be released casually. A thorough investigation was necessary to uncover the reasons behind his actions. Lin Tian, please wait here for a moment while I report to the captain, Chen Xiaowen said as she led Lin Tian into the interrogation room, her tone laced with a hint of inquiry. Do what needs to be done, Lin Tian remarked, surveying the interrogation room with mild curiosity. Chen Xiaowen exited the room and sought out Captain Shen Hong. Shen Hong was an enchanting figure, with her neatly cropped hair and piercing gaze, exuding an air of confidence in her police uniform. At that moment, she was seated in her office, engrossed in a book on criminal activities. Having been raised by two esteemed officers, she was inspired from a young age to become a commendable officer herself, devoted to serving the people, the dream she had indeed realized. Having become an officer at 18, she was now an exceptional captain at 28, admired by countless individuals. Due to her unique position, she had access to a wealth of information, including the covert operations of the Dragon Group, the guardians of the nation. Her aspiration was to one day meet a member of this revered group. Knock, knock. A knock resonated at the door. Come in, she called out. Chen Xiaowen hurriedly entered, addressing Shen Hong. Captain, we have brought back the individual who turned himself in. His name is Lin Tian. Very well, Shen Hong replied. Setting her book aside, she lifted her head, her clear and sharp gaze meeting Chen Xiaowen's, causing the latter to instinctively take a step back in surprise. Take me to see him. Ah, yes. Chen Xiaowen regained her composure, reflecting that the intensity of that gaze felt as if a sword had pierced her heart. Truly, the captain was formidable. You are Lin Tian? Under Chen Xiaowen's guidance, Shen Hong swiftly arrived at the interrogation room. Upon opening the door, she found Lin Tian seated calmly, devoid of any distress or agitation, even sporting a subtle smile on his handsome face, as if he had anticipated their arrival. Yes, that is me, Lin Tian acknowledged with a nod. You killed someone? Shen Hong took a seat opposite him, her gaze sharp as a blade locking onto Lin Tian's. Yes, Lin Tian confirmed. Why did you kill him? Shen Hong inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Though she remained silent, a flicker of displeasure stirred within her. Lin Tian's demeanor was far too composed, unlike previous interrogations where individuals, be they ordinary citizens or affluent heirs, would tremble under her scrutiny. Confessing their wrongdoings, Lin Tian remained unperturbed. Because he wanted to kill me. Lin Tian replied, his tone still calm. So, you admit that you committed murder? Shen Hong gritted her teeth. Yes, Lin Tian nodded, his expression unfazed as he added, I have never tried to deny it. There are surveillance cameras in the hospital, and I did not kill just one person, there were several at Shanghai University. He recounted the individuals he had killed that day. Shen Hong's brow deepened into a frown. The sight of Lin Tian's indifferent expression ignited her anger. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, appalled by his blatant disregard for human life, yet she restrained herself, adhering to protocol. She opened a notebook and inquired, Name? Lin Tian. Gender? Male. Once she completed the records, she handed the notebook to Chen Xiaowen and instructed, investigate thoroughly both the information and his statements. Chen Xiaowen was about to speak, eager to share her observations from earlier, but was abruptly cut off by Shen Hong's sharp reprimand. Why are you still standing there? Go! Chapter 150 of this illness must be cured. Oh, Chen Xiaowen was taken aback, the words poised on her lips swallowed back down as she dared not speak further. She hastily exited the room, fully aware that Shen Hong was incensed. Lin Tian's unervingly calm demeanor only served to exacerbate her fury. It was clear that she could not linger any longer. Chen Xiaowen departed in haste. Shen Hong glared at Lin Tian, her irritation mounting at his unnaturally serene composure, which provoked her to clench her teeth in frustration. At that moment, a tempest was brewing online. A video of Lin Tian engaged in combat had been uploaded, leaving many viewers utterly astounded. A battle between man and machine, it was akin to celestial beings clashing. While the majority were skeptical, the sheer spectacle of the fight compelled them to share the video, leading to an exponential increase in its viewership. Public opinion soon divided into two factions. Some staunchly believed in Lin Tian, swayed by the authenticity of the footage, which bore no signs of fabrication despite the most advanced technology. Conversely, others dismissed it as a publicity stunt, suspecting it to be a mere digital manipulation. After all, how could a human possess such formidable strength? Ultimately, the video garnered the attention of high-ranking officials within the Dragon Group. A vigilant oversight of the nation's cyberspace was maintained, and the video was promptly recognized as genuine. The figure depicted, resembling a divine entity, was indeed a practitioner of the mystical arts, a remarkably powerful one at that. This video must be suppressed, the affairs of practitioners must not be disclosed, and we must locate this individual, the higher-ups commanded. Who among the common populace could shatter boulders with their bare fists? They feared that such revelations could incite nationwide panic, thereby jeopardizing the organization's operations. Swift actions were initiated, the network management personnel were mobilized, and numerous reports concerning the incident swiftly vanished from the internet, obliterated without a trace. The footage of that epic battle was expunged from all platforms. Even those who had downloaded it found their computers compromised by virulent attacks, rendering them inoperable. The measures were ruthless. Online discourse regarding the matter dissipated entirely, as though it had never occurred. Even chat histories were erased. It was as if the incident had never transpired. Curiosity brewed among the public. What had happened? Yet, the video ultimately failed to incite widespread chaos. It had begun to circulate only to be swiftly silenced. Time was of the essence. Nevertheless, the repercussions of the video lingered. The Dragon Group dispatched numerous operatives in search of Lin Tian, and even some reclusive families were on the hunt for him. Such skills were invaluable, and should they acquire his martial prowess, it would undoubtedly enhance their own strength exponentially. Within the police station, Shen Hong glared at Lin Tian, her frustration palpable. She was genuinely exasperated with him. No matter her inquiries, Lin Tian responded with an unsettling calm, as if they were merely exchanging pleasantries, entirely unfazed. Do you realize that you have taken a life? She demanded, her voice raised. Indeed, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, nodding his head. Shen Hong's chest heaved with indignation. Gritting her teeth, she pressed, if you continue down this path, you will end up in prison. No one will be able to rescue you. Aren't you afraid? Lin Tian chuckled softly, offering no reply. He discerned that this woman was accustomed to an elevated status, possessing a mentality that everything must cater to her whims, akin to a princess in need of remedy. At that juncture, Chen Xiaowen returned. Captain, he speaks the truth. He is indeed the one who killed, and not just one person, she remarked, her expression a curious blend of emotions. Chapter 151. The Fierce Policewoman. The video clearly reveals that the initial aggressor was not him, but rather the victim, and each of the deceased was far from ordinary. Each possessed formidable power. Especially the individual within the school, who descended like a demon, exuding an indomitable courage, yet ultimately fell to Lin Tian's blade. Rather than labeling this act as murder, it could be more aptly described as a form of salvation. She was profoundly curious about Lin Tian's true identity, one who possessed such remarkable skills and audacity. However, Shen Hong did not allow Chen Xiaowen the opportunity to explain, slamming her hand upon the table and rising in fury to glare at Lin Tian, declaring, having committed murder and openly confessed, you might as well sit here for a decade. Lin Tian regarded her calmly. That is not acceptable. Who are you to dictate terms? Shen Hong retorted with a vindictive smile, this is the police station. Having taken a life, it would be wise for you to comply, or else face heavier penalties. Where is your chief? I demand to see him, Lin Tian asserted. Do you think you can simply see him? Shen Hong scoffed, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, he could not save you. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaowen found herself hesitating multiple times, her heart racing as she witnessed Shen Hong berating Lin Tian. She realized that he was not someone to be trifled with. Should he become enraged, even 100 of them would stand no chance. Shen Hong was utterly unaware of Lin Tian's immense strength. Upon hearing Lin Tian's request to see the chief, she immediately stepped forward. It was impossible for her to take him to the chief in person, but she did possess his phone number. I have the chief's phone number, Chen Xiaowen whispered. You! Shen Hong turned, her furious eyes fixating on Chen Xiaowen. Lin Tian took the phone, casting a calm smile at Shen Hong before dialing the chief's number, simply stating, this is Lin Tian at the station, Shen Hong refuses to release me. After saying this, he ended the call. Shen Hong glared at Lin Tian. I told you, do not assume that calling the chief will secure your release. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, you would not escape my grasp. Before long, the chief's call reached Shen Hong. Release him? Absolutely not. I will never let this murderer go. She angrily scolded the chief before hanging up, her beautiful face twisted in a cold smirk as she regarded Lin Tian. It was evident that she was infuriated. I am quite curious. Who exactly are you that the chief would speak on your behalf? I am a doctor. Shen Hong. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from outside, and the chief stormed in, brimming with wrath. What time do you think it is, and you still choose to act out? Is this a time for tantrums? He berated Shen Hong as he entered. Shen Hong's expression darkened, filled with indignation. Upon spotting Lin Tian, the chief immediately approached him. Lin Tian, are you alright? This young man was Lin Tian, a member of the Dragon Team, the very hero safeguarding the nation. Lin Tian smiled, refraining from answering the question, instead stating, she is not mistaken, her actions, while perhaps misguided by youthful impetuosity, were justified. Shen Hong was taken aback, not expecting Lin Tian to defend her. Am I free to leave now? Lin Tian inquired of Shen Hong. Absolutely not. Without a moment's thought, Shen Hong flatly refused, positioning herself defiantly at the door, prepared for a confrontation. I have already stated, no one can save you today. Lin Tian clenched his fists but, upon realizing that he was facing someone akin to a child, he relaxed his grip. Step aside. His voice turned frigid. The chief and Shen Xiaowen exchanged glances, both sensing impending doom. It seemed Lin Tian was on the verge of fury. In an instant, they were drenched in cold sweat, fearing that he might bring this place down around them. Chapter 152. The mightiest warrior. At this moment, a male voice resonated from outside. Hong Hong, where are you? I'm right here. Upon hearing this voice, Shen Hong suddenly felt a surge of joy. After calling out, she cast a teasing glance at Lin Tian. Beside them, the director and Shen Xiaowen appeared troubled, particularly the director, who was acutely aware that the one seeking Shen Hong was her boyfriend, Qin Bing, a legendary warrior seasoned in countless battlefields, far from an ordinary individual, and a formidable expert within the Dragon Group. It was said that he was the Dragon Claw, a weapon of the Dragon Group. This, however, was unbeknownst to both Shen Hong and Shen Xiaowen. I've missed you so much. Qin Bing pushed the door open, not immediately discerning the occupants of the room, and greeted her affectionately, causing Shen Hong's cheeks to flush crimson. Hoof. Shen Hong chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's lips twitched in exasperation, forced affection. Could you possibly continue your conversation after I leave? Lin Tian interjected, interrupting their exchange. It was only then that Qin Bing noticed the presence of 3 other individuals in the room. Qin Bing scratched his head, chuckling, apologies, I didn't realize it had been so long since I last saw my Shen Hong. No problem, I'll take my leave now, you two carry on. Lin Tian stated, preparing to exit. However, at that moment, Shen Hong once again positioned herself directly in front of Lin Tian, her eyes darted towards Qin Bing, her expression filled with grievance. What's wrong? Qin Bing's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently inquired. He is bullying me. Shen Hong pointed at Lin Tian, her voice laced with indignation. He threatened me, insisting that I become his girlfriend, and if I refuse, he'll have someone kill both me and you. What? Qin Bing's anger flared instantly, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The director and Shen Xiaowen quickly interjected. If a confrontation were to erupt here, it would be no less destructive than the use of firearms. This station could certainly not withstand their turmoil. Bing, would I deceive you? Shen Hong blinked innocently. Qin Bing, resolutely believing her, turned his cold gaze towards the director and Shen Xiaowen, stating, stay out of this, I will handle it. If you insist on intervening, do not blame me. This, the director hesitated, struggling to find words. Beat him up. Make him unable to take care of himself. Shen Hong exclaimed. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Qin Bing's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he looked at Lin Tian. Dare to come with me, he declared, throwing down the challenge before striding out of the room and into the open courtyard. Humph, I've said it before, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Shen Hong looked at Lin Tian with a smug expression. Lin Tian cast her a sidelong glance and stepped outside. He had no intention of engaging with Qin Bing, thus he walked directly towards the exit. Stop! Qin Bing shouted angrily. Lin Tian halted, turning to face Qin Bing. You believe her words without question? Rest assured, someone like her, I have no interest in. Those words darkened the expressions of both Shen Hong and Qin Bing, effectively insulting them both. Crack, Qin Bing's fists clenched, the sound echoing ominously. Come, let us fight. This is pointless. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Today, I have resolved to teach you how to speak. Qin Bing sneered, launching himself at Lin Tian with explosive speed. His right foot slammed against the smooth concrete ground, propelling him forward as his right fist surged with formidable force, creating a gust of wind. Lin Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the approaching fist of Qin Bing, his expression devoid of surprise or concern, though a flicker of anger flashed in his indifferent gaze. Qin Bing moved with astonishing speed, reaching Lin Tian within mere moments. Just as his powerful punch was about to strike Lin Tian, nearly a centimeter away, Lin Tian calmly shifted his body to the side, allowing the punch to graze past him effortlessly, evading the devastating blow with ease. Chapter 153. A resounding slap sent the War King flying. In the next moment, Lin Tian moved. Slap! A crisp and resounding sound echoed as his palm landed precisely on Qin Bing's face. Put! Blood erupted forth, accompanied by one or two dislodged teeth. The force of the slap left Qin Bing disoriented, his mind momentarily blank, teetering on the brink of collapse. The onlookers were instantly stunned, particularly Shen Hong. She was acutely aware of Qin Bing's formidable strength. 100 ordinary men could not hope to contend with him. She had intended for Qin Bing to teach Lin Tian a lesson, yet to her astonishment, it was Lin Tian who sent his teeth flying with a single blow. Was it mere coincidence, or was Lin Tian truly this powerful? Shen Hong's heart raced with unease. For the first time, the director's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he knew Lin Tian was affiliated with the Dragon Group, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Qin Bing, also a member of the Dragon Group, had been struck so hard that his teeth were knocked out from the very beginning. Qin Bing was a king on the battlefield, one of the mightiest overlords, bestowed with the formidable title of Shadow Azura. When the Azura was enraged, he could kill a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. Yet now, Lin Tian's slap had rendered Qin Bing dazed and bewildered, questioning his own identity and strength. In the entire battlefield, aside from those of equal standing, none dared to challenge him directly. The stark contrast before him left him at a loss for thought. Cease this futile endeavor, Lin Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing's face turned ashen. Hitting someone is one thing, but striking their face is another. Even a defenseless coward would readily if faced with such humiliation, let alone a figure of terror on the battlefield. He glared at Lin Tian, his body coiling like a spring before launching forward. His fist came crashing down, a tempest of fury. However, Lin Tian regarded him with tranquility, letting out a soft sigh. Suddenly, he raised his right foot. Qin Bing's hair stood on end. This kick exuded a terrifying power, death itself. In a panic, Qin Bing instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. Bang! The two collided with a dull thud. His blocking arms trembled in agony, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. The impact left him breathless, a sensation akin to something churning in his throat, tainted with a metallic taste. It was evident that his defense had been utterly futile. In that instant, Lin Tian swiftly lowered his right foot, executing a complete 360-degree spin, lifting his left leg high and sweeping it outward, striking precisely at the right side of Qin Bing's head. Bang! Phew! Qin Bing's body was sent flying, and in that moment, he felt an insurmountable force. Bang! He crashed heavily against a smooth, yet somewhat cold wall, bouncing off before crashing to the ground. Lin Tian's series of movements had taken less than 2 seconds. Shen Hong stood in shock, her mouth agape, profoundly shaken. She understood the extent of Qin Bing's prowess, yet even someone as powerful as him was no match for Lin Tian, not even close, having failed to lay a finger on him before being utterly defeated. Who on earth was Lin Tian? Shen Hong momentarily lost her focus. Cough, cough. Qin Bing rose, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who are you? He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with boundless astonishment and trepidation. He was the War King, a 26-year-old prodigy of the second tier of the extraordinary realm, yet he had been so effortlessly vanquished by Lin Tian. This filled him with an overwhelming sense of defeat. The strength he took pride in was, in the eyes of others, utterly insignificant. Chapter 154 of The Astonishing Policewoman. I am a doctor, Lin Tian stated with an unwavering tone, as if recounting an utterly mundane fact. Impossible. A doctor cannot possibly possess such strength. Qin Bing was the first to voice his disbelief, his anger boiling over. Who are you, truly, to wield such power? You cannot be an insignificant nobody. I am the king of soldiers. Moreover, I am a member of the Dragon Claw. Yet, I still cannot match your prowess. Who on earth are you? Qin Bing bellowed. Shen Hong's eyes widened in shock. Qin Bing was, astonishingly, a member of the legendary Dragon Group, the very organization that silently safeguards the nation, willing to sacrifice everything for its sake. And to top it off, he belonged to Dragon Claw, the most formidable division within the Dragon Group. A tempest of emotions surged within Shen Hong. The person she had longed to meet was, in fact, right beside her. Furthermore, he was her boyfriend. A sense of pride swelled within her as she cast a glance at Lin Tian. What did strength matter when Qin Bing was a member of the Dragon Group, a true hero? Lin Tian regarded Qin Bing with a look of surprise. You are a member of the Dragon Group? Indeed, Qin Bing replied, a note of arrogance in his voice. This was, after all, a matter worthy of pride. Out of over 1 billion citizens, only a few hundred made it into the Dragon Group, this underscored just how stringent and powerful the organization was. I too am a member of the Dragon Group, Lin Tian stated calmly, as though discussing an issue entirely unrelated to himself. In that instant, the pride on Qin Bing's face abruptly froze, and Shen Hong's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief. You are also a member of the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group comprised only a few hundred individuals. If he was one, and Qin Bing was another, did they truly consider Dragon Group members to be as common as cabbages? Shen Hong was the first to reject this notion. How could you possibly be a member of the Dragon Group? Qin Bing, too, struggled to accept this staggering reality. His journey to join the Dragon Group had been fraught with hardship. How could he reconcile that with someone suddenly claiming membership? Lin Tian remained silent, merely observing them. Do you comprehend what you are insinuating? Qin Bing gazed intently at Lin Tian, hoping to uncover a flicker of trepidation in his eyes, but alas, there was nothing. His gaze was like an abyss. I understand, Lin Tian replied with a cold smirk. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Jiannan. Lin Tian? Yes, it is I. Lin Tian spoke nonchalantly. I have killed someone and am currently being detained by your people. Our people? Qin Bing. Lin Tian uttered the name, and Lu Jiannan immediately grasped the situation. Now he understood which king of soldiers was involved. Hand the phone to him, I wish to speak with him. Proceed. Lin Tian tossed the phone to Qin Bing, who hesitated momentarily before placing it to his ear, his expression shifting to one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Moments later, he let his hands fall limply to his sides. You truly are a member of the Dragon Group, he exclaimed in horror. Meanwhile, Shen Hong stood as if struck by lightning, her mind reeling. She could not fathom that Lin Tian was also a member of the Dragon Group. The very person she had always dreamed of meeting was before her today, and she had encountered not one, but two. One was her beloved, while the other had become her adversary, an adversary of immense strength. Cold sweat trickled down Shen Hong's back as she gazed at Lin Tian in terror. The chief and Chen Xiaowen mirrored her shock, their eyes wide as they stared at Lin Tian, utterly astounded that he was indeed a member of the most powerful organization. Gulp, they instinctively swallowed hard, then pinched themselves fiercely. The pain confirmed it. This was no dream, but a stark reality. I have a request, Lin Tian said as he reclaimed his phone and spoke once more. Chapter 155 Zhao Xiaolong's fury speak, replied Lu Jiannan. I have engaged in altercations at school, the hospital, and on the streets. Surely, many have recorded the events. Can you resolve this? Lin Tian was keen to conceal his confrontations from public view, as exposure would invite unwarranted troubles. No problem, Lu Jiannan assured him, providing a sense of reassurance. Impossible, Qin Bing murmured under his breath, and Lin Tian cast him a sidelong glance before turning to leave. This time, no one dared to impede his departure. However, as Lin Tian reached the threshold, he paused, glancing back at Shen Hong, and spoke slowly. With your demeanor, you are far beneath my regard. With that, Lin Tian truly departed. Shen Hong trembled, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground, her face burned crimson, as if she had been struck. Not long ago, she had declared that Lin Tian wanted her to be his girlfriend. Yet now, Lin Tian showed no mercy, declaring her unworthy. A bitter smile escaped Shen Hong's lips. She indeed felt unworthy, yet, fueled by a woman's competitive spirit, she felt a tinge of grievance and reluctance. How could someone so exceptional as herself possibly be deemed unworthy? One day, I shall defeat you. Qin Bing snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented determination. As a warrior, his blood was imbued with competitiveness and tenacity. Surrender was not in his nature. Defeated today, he would retaliate tomorrow. It has been long since I felt this way. I hope you can maintain this objective identity for a while longer. He laughed. Lin Tian remained oblivious to their thoughts. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a familiar vehicle. It was unmistakably Chen Mengning's. Lin Tian. As he stepped outside, Chen Mengning and Lin Yudi flung open the car doors and rushed toward him, akin to fledglings returning to their nest, leaping into his embrace. You're safe. That's wonderful, truly wonderful, Lin Yudi exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, while Chen Mengning fared slightly better. Though tears still welled in her eyes, they had been consumed by worry during this period. It's all right now, it's all right, Lin Tian soothed them, gently patting their backs. At Qinghai University, Zhao Xiaolong was grappling with existential doubts. Known as Zhao Xiaolong, an orphan raised by his mentor, he had been told he possessed a divine vein and that he would undoubtedly rise to prominence, conquering the city and becoming the most formidable ruler in the world. Yet now, it seemed otherwise. During this time, he had faced numerous defeats. Dai and the mountains, he had been invincible, even receiving praise from his mentor for his rapid and unparalleled progress. But now, he found himself questioning everything. If his mentor's words held truth, why was he so often vanquished? The fairy-like sister had been taken from him, leaving him with nothing. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolong was consumed by resentment, a fiery rage igniting within him, compelling him to seek out and obliterate the one who had seized Lin Yuti's heart. "Kid, what is your name?" A voice, brimming with arrogance, suddenly broke through his reverie, yanking his consciousness back to reality. Zhao Xiaolong regained his focus and looked up to find himself surrounded by 5 imposing men. Their faces were adorned with expressions of arrogance, disdain, and mockery, regarding Zhao Xiaolong as one might regard an insignificant ant, provoking him to clench his fists in anger. "Who are you?" Zhao Xiaolong demanded, standing tall. "Are you Zhao Xiaolong?" The leader of the group chuckled before posing the question, his tone laced with amusement and his gaze steeped in derision. This contemptuous look ignited Zhao Xiaolong's fury, recalling all that had transpired in recent days, particularly the image of Lin Yuti weeping in that man's embrace. The anger within him erupted. Chapter 156, Lu Hua's shock. "So what?" Zhao Xiaolong rose to his feet, flames of indignation igniting in his eyes. "That is exactly right," chuckled the leader of the group, seizing Zhao Xiaolong's hand and dragging him towards the restroom. Zhao Xiaolong furrowed his brow. How could an ordinary person pull a cultivator, unless the cultivator consented? It was utterly impossible. As it stood, the leader strained to pull Zhao Xiaolong, yet he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. "Speak your mind here," Zhao Xiaolong asserted, brushing aside the man's grip with impatience. "I didn't realize you had a bit of strength." The man sneered ominously, reaching behind him to retrieve a steel pipe. "Someone else about to teach you a lesson." He raised the pipe, poised to strike, disregarding the location entirely, his earlier humiliation weighing heavily upon him. Here he was, a man over 6 feet tall, utterly unable to move a student who stood at 5'7". The onlookers, wide-eyed and astonished, bore witness to this spectacle. The past few days had been tumultuous for the school. Barely had the police departed when a brawl erupted. The steel pipe the man held suddenly froze in mid-air. It wasn't that he hesitated to swing it. Rather, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xiaolong had moved with remarkable swiftness, his hand clamped around the man's throat, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere sack of refuse, his gaze icy. The man trembled uncontrollably. "Let me go," he gasped, struggling for breath. "Trash!" With a forceful throw, Zhao Xiaolong sent the man flying, who landed with a resounding thud into a nearby dumpster. "Monster!" The expressions of the 4 men nearby shifted dramatically. They had underestimated Zhao Xiaolong, mistaking his unassuming stature for weakness, only to discover that within his slight frame lurked a formidable beast. They attempted to flee, but in an instant, Zhao Xiaolong dispatched them all, leaving them unconscious. Zhao Xiaolong exhaled deeply. Defeating these men alleviated a portion of his pent-up rage, lifting his spirits significantly and restoring a measure of his confidence. He was far from worthless. The spectators now stood agape, incredulously observing the scene. The school is indeed a hidden reservoir of talent, they marveled. Following the incident with Li Mu, their resilience to shocks had markedly increased, and they were far less astonished than before. Before long, the crowd dispersed, and Zhao Xiaolong departed as well. In a corner, Lu Hua watched this unfold, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Those men had been sent by him, tasked with creating trouble for Zhao Xiaolong at Lin Tian's behest, to teach him the lesson of knowing whom to challenge and whom to avoid. Though he had anticipated this, Lu Hua could not suppress his astonishment. Zhao Xiaolong was astonishingly powerful. Lu Hua felt as though he had been swept into a whirlpool, powerless to extricate himself. Just then, Zhao Xiaolong's phone rang. "Brother!" His eyes lit up as he promptly answered the call. "Xiaolong, are you enjoying life in the city? How many girls have you charmed?" A languid male voice flowed through the phone. "Brother, why are you calling?" Zhao Xiaolong preferred not to discuss this. His master's words were all deceit. The city was teeming with experts, far from the lack of skilled individuals he had been led to believe. He had finally set his sights on a girl, only to have her snatched away by someone else. Chapter 157 The God of Death in the Dark World. "I have descended from the mountain. My master instructed me to come and see you," Lin Tian remarked. "What's the matter, have you been bullied here?" he chuckled. Zhao Xiaolong fell silent for a moment before finally stating, "I came to find you. There are certain matters I wish to discuss face to face." The smile on Lin Tian's handsome visage froze. Sensing the somber tone in Zhao Xiaolong's voice, an unsettling intuition coursed through him. Zhao had undoubtedly encountered misfortune. "Have you finally remembered the merits of your elder brother?" he jested, providing Zhao Xiaolong with an address. Not long after, the two met in a quaint CAF. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, Zhao Xiaolong gradually recounted the tribulations he had faced in recent days. "What? A woman has been taken from you?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Tian's striking features. You have been defeated multiple times. That is inconceivable. It defies reason. He bowed his head, murmuring, given the current circumstances, the spiritual energy in the city is scant, it is illogical for there to be such formidable individuals here. Zhao Xiaolong, however, did not dwell upon such thoughts. His mind was consumed by the vision of Lin Yudi weeping uncontrollably in the arms of that man. Anger surged within him, fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, cracking ominously. "Senior brother, help me take revenge," he implored. Lin Tian lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Zhao Xiaolong for an extended period before slowly inquiring, "What level of strength does that individual possess? He appears to be of extraordinary third or fourth tier." Zhao Xiaolong asserted with certainty. The force with which Li Mu had sent him flying indicated a power at least of extraordinary fourth tier. He had observed the clash between Lin Tian and Li Mu, and they were evenly matched. Thus, he was convinced that Lin Tian also possessed strength at the extraordinary fourth tier. Regrettably, he was gravely mistaken, utterly erroneous. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he chuckled. "How amusing. I am eager to see who dares to provoke my junior brother." Zhao Xiaolong instinctively dismissed the thought of Lin Tian's earth-shattering punch, convinced that it could only be the result of drug use. Lin Tian, being of similar age to himself, could not possibly wield such terrifying power unless under the influence of substances at a critical moment. "Rest assured, your senior brother shall avenge you," Lin Tian declared with a smile. He was no ordinary individual, although he appeared to be in his 20s, exceedingly graceful and charming. In truth, he had surpassed 40 years of age, possessing a remarkably unique cultivation technique that granted him the appearance of youth. A god of death, he was a legendary sovereign of the dark world, wielding extraordinary seventh-tier prowess, revered as a divine being within that realm, undefeated throughout the ages. In the dark world, those who attained the title of legendary sovereign were all formidable, having survived countless life-or-death encounters. Among the 10 great sovereigns, he was not the youngest, yet his strength was unparalleled. Yang Hao was also one of the legendary sovereigns. It had been many years since Lin Tian had almost forgotten. He was once a fearsome god of death, now, an adversary had finally emerged, one he yearned for, a foe worthy of battle. He felt his long-dormant blood surging with renewed vigor. "I hope you can endure a little longer, allowing me to relish this. Do not succumb too easily." He contemplated how to eliminate Lin Tian. To respect an enemy is to eliminate them. This was Lin Tian's principle. "Then I shall express my gratitude to you, senior brother." Zhao Xiaolong grinned, oblivious to Lin Tian's true identity, knowing only that he was immensely powerful, capable of defeating him with a single strike. He felt a surge of elation within, as if envisioning Lin Yudi nestled within his embrace. Subsequently, he divulged the details regarding Lin Tian. Chapter 158. The Li family seeks trouble. The Li family, now steeped in profound sorrow, is grappling with the tragic demise of Li Yang. The perpetrator of this heinous act is none other than his own father. Li Yang, having ingested forbidden substances, experienced a meteoric rise in power, yet at the cost of his sanity, transforming into a beastly demon. After wreaking havoc within the Li household and injuring numerous kin, his father could no longer bear the torment. With tears streaming down his face, he took the irrevocable step of ending his son's life. Li Wen sat in the main hall, utterly devastated. The deceased was not just any child, he was his beloved son, his sole heir. With his passing, it felt as if a vital part of him had been severed. Who, pray tell, was the scoundrel that urged Li Yang to consume the drug and then returned him to the Li family? Li Wen's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously, while those present dared not utter a word, their bodies tense with fear. To speak now would be akin to courting death. "In 3 days' time, I demand the identity of that bastard. I shall use his head to pay homage to my son." With a thunderous bang, he smashed his palm onto the table, sending tremors through the assembly. The onlookers trembled in silence, only Li Wen's furious roars echoing through the hall. "Bring that person forth, I wish to turn his bones to dust." His wrathful cries reverberated beyond the confines of the Li residence, echoing down the streets, causing passers-by to cover their ears in terror and huddle to the ground. Clues pointed to Imo Xiaoyang as the source of the trouble. Imo Xiaoyang. Li Wen's fists were clenched so tightly that they cracked audibly, veins bulging on his rugged face, betraying the internal struggle against the inferno of rage threatening to erupt. He had comprehended the entirety of the unfolding saga. "I demand an explanation from the Imo family." Li Wen rose, sweeping out with the grace of a tempest, yet his visage betrayed an unshakable malevolence. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was preparing to accompany Xiaozihan home. He had promised her that after resolving matters here, he would follow her to treat her grandfather. However, that morning, as he practiced on the balcony, sunlight enveloped him like a gilded armor, the shimmering rays dancing upon him, evoking the image of a celestial being. Truly, he resembled a divine entity. He had reached the pinnacle of the Xian stage, mere steps away from the Earth stage. Such progress was unprecedented, unmatched by any other, leaving even the ancient powerhouses of esteemed families lamenting the sheer speed of his advancement, which offered no respite for other talents. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. "Boss, I've run into trouble." The moment he answered, Mo Xiaoyang's panicked voice filled the air. "What has happened?" Lin Tian ceased his training on the balcony and inquired. "Li Yang's father has come knocking, convinced that my involvement led to Li Yang's death. He demands an explanation from us." Lin Tian pondered for a moment, acknowledging the truth in Mo Xiaoyang's words. Indeed, the death of Li Yang could not be divorced from him. "What does he want?" Lin Tian asked. "He demands you and me." Mo Xiaoyang's voice dropped, tinged with indignation. "My father refused, and we just had a fierce argument. The situation is escalating." Lin Tian smiled calmly and replied, "Where are you now? I shall come immediately." "All right." Mo Xiaoyang exclaimed with relief, as he had intended to call upon Lin Tian for assistance, knowing full well his formidable strength. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed overpower Li Wan. Mo Xiaoyang provided him with an address. He and Mo Badian were currently in Shanghai City. At that moment, Mo Badian stood confrontationally before Li Wan. "Mo Badian, do not push me. If you simply bring forth your son and that individual, we can discuss matters amicably." Li Wan spoke ominously, his fists clenched tightly. His strength surpassed that of Mo Badian by a considerable margin. Should a confrontation arise, there was no doubt that Mo Badian would emerge as the weaker party. Chapter 159. A roar that shakes the heavens. Your son lacks discernment, provoking those he ought not to. What business is it of the Mo family? Mo Badian was no pushover either. When Li Wan stormed in with fury, he had no intention of offering a warm reception, especially since this Li Wan demanded the surrender of Mo Xiaoyang. Mo Xiaoyang was the treasure of the Mo family, possessing the rare and exceptional pure Yang sacred body, a phenomenon that appeared once in a millennium, destined to soar to great heights. The Mo family's hopes for resurgence rested squarely upon Mo Xiaoyang. To summon him forth would be tantamount to betraying the Mo family. Mo Badian was acutely aware that the masked individual from that day was Lin Tian. He would never betray Lin Tian, who had become a benefactor to the Mo family. It was Lin Tian who had uncovered Mo Xiaoyang's extraordinary constitution, bestowing hope upon the Mo family. Furthermore, it was Lin Tian who had cured him of a long-standing ailment. No matter the circumstances, he could never betray Lin Tian. "Are you intent on opposing my Li family?" Li Wen's countenance darkened further, his fists clenched, ready for combat. "Have we exchanged any pleasantries?" Mo Badian scoffed coldly, having long since discarded any semblance of civility. "Very well." Li Wan laughed heartily. "If that is the case, should you refuse to hand him over, I shall enter myself and drag your precious son out." With a thunderous stomp, the ground trembled beneath him. This was the might of an 8th-tier Huang rank. Once unleashed, it could bring calamity. Mo Badian's expression grew grave. His own strength was merely that of a 2nd-tier Huang rank, far from a match for Li Wan. "I shall see what emboldens you to defy my words." Li Wan bellowed, launching himself forward with the speed of lightning. Boom! The two figures collided, unleashing a deafening explosion. Within the courtyard, smoke billowed, and the earth cracked as though facing the end of days. "You are woefully weak," Li Wan howled, channeling his true fire, his fists glowing ominously as he unleashed a barrage of devastating blows, each strike more powerful than the last, utterly unstoppable. "My son perished because of you, and I demand a reckoning." The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Mo Badian could only defend passively, yet each of Li Wen's punches reverberated through his body, leaving him battered and bloodied. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. He could not allow Li Wan to breach his defenses. Should he succeed, Mo Xiaoyang would be doomed. This was not a foreign province. The Mo family's roots lay deeper here. Otherwise, Li Wan would not dare act so brazenly, as the ancestral guardians would have long since emerged to obliterate him. As for Li Wan, his situation was similarly precarious. In recent times, much of his family's strength had been diverted elsewhere, leaving him with few allies at his disposal. Otherwise, he would have already arrived with a formidable entourage. Poof! A punch struck Mo Badian squarely in the chest, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward. His chest was cracked from the force of the blow, blood gushing forth. Li Wan, driven by rage, showed no mercy. "I shall claim your head as an offering to my son's spirit," he roared, leaping forth once more, growing ever more ferocious, his eyes turning crimson as if possessed by a primordial beast, driven solely by the urge to kill, unrelenting in his pursuit. A dim aura enveloped him as if he were clad in impenetrable armor. Debris flew in all directions, yet anything that came into contact with his aura was deflected. It seemed even bullets could not harm him. "Die!" Li Wen bellowed, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, a cruel smile etched upon his face as he regarded Emmobadian as though he were merely a corpse. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Chapter 160. What martial art is so powerful? As Li Wen's fist drew perilously close to Emmobadian's head, a mere meter away, Emmo Xiaoyang stood in the corner, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to that of a tiger reverberated through the air, shaking the heavens. As the skies darkened and the world seemed to lose its colors, only a magnificent golden tiger descended from above, as if it were a divine being. Li Wen was rendered speechless by this sight, his hair standing on end, overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of danger. He could not afford to linger. He swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Emmobadian and taking a defensive stance, his entire being tense and alert as he regarded the oncoming golden tiger. Roar! The golden tiger let out a fearsome roar before vanishing abruptly. "Are you all right?" Lin Tian appeared beside Emmobadian, helping him to his feet. "Was that you?" Emmobadian stammered, his astonishment leaving him nearly speechless. Could it be that Lin Tian was the embodiment of a divine tiger? Lin Tian, seemingly privy to his thoughts, offered a calm smile and shook his head. "It is not me. Merely a set of martial arts." Martial arts? Emmobadian was taken aback. What kind of martial arts could be so formidable? The tiger just moments ago had been as large as a water buffalo, vividly lifelike, radiating golden brilliance, truly a celestial tiger descending from the heavens. Yet, it was conjured by just one punch. Emmobadian swallowed hard, staring in awe at Lin Tian. This individual was shrouded in mystery. It seemed as though nothing in this world could impede him. Lin Tian spoke the truth. That tiger had indeed been conjured by a single punch, from a martial art known as Dragon and Tiger Fist. When mastered to perfection, a single strike could alter the winds and clouds, unleashing both dragon and tiger, collapsing the heavens, slaying gods, and vanquishing Buddhas in unmatched force. "You should step aside and rest," Lin Tian said, his hand moving with lightning speed to stabilize Emmobadian's injuries. As a skilled physician, it would be no challenge for him to heal Emmobadian, provided he had the necessary medicine. Emmobadian dared not disobey Lin Tian's words. To him, Lin Tian appeared as a celestial being, exuding an aura of golden light, every movement radiating a commanding presence that inspired submission. He moved to a distance, observing the unfolding scene. At last, Emmo Xiaoyang found the courage to step forward. He had been watching from the shadows, deeply concerned for Emmobadian, yet hesitant to reveal himself, knowing that Li Wen's target was him. His appearance would only serve to burden Emmobadian further. However, now that Lin Tian had arrived, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Despite his previous doubts regarding Lin Tian's prowess, the resplendent golden tiger had utterly convinced him. He now held unwavering faith in Lin Tian's abilities. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon Li Wen. "Who are you?" Li Wen eyed Lin Tian warily, the recent manifestation of the tiger having evoked a sense of impending doom, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. The individual before him was no ordinary master. It would be prudent to avoid provoking him. "I am Lin Tian, a physician," Lin Tian replied calmly. "Lin Tian, a physician?" Li Wen was unfamiliar with the name. Not identifying himself as part of the Emmo family, he exhaled, then continued, "I am Li Wen, the head of the Li family. I am here to avenge my son. I hope you will not interfere. In the path of cultivation, the capable take precedence." "I have not heard of you," Lin Tian chuckled lightly before continuing. "Your son, Li Yang, is it?" "I was the one who cast him back." Li Wen was taken aback, suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Lin Tian was the mysterious figure who had hurled Li Yang back to the estate that day. It was this person who had led to the demise of his son. Li Wen's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. The Li family, rulers of Shanghai City, were akin to kings in their domain, with no one daring to defy them. Yet now, they had been thwarted by an unknown individual who had slain the heir to the Li family legacy. Chapter 161. Li Wen has gone mad. How can they possibly swallow this indignation? "King, do not suffer humiliation." The determination in Li Wen's eyes was gradually supplanted by an overwhelming hatred. They had dominated for far too long without encountering anyone who dared to oppose them. "Today, I shall use your head as a sacrifice for my son, to warn the world that the Li family must not be insulted." Li Wen gritted his teeth and, in the next moment, swallowed a pill, a secret potion, the very same that Li Yang had consumed that day. "Ah!" Li Wen bellowed, his visage contorting into a grotesque mask, his body expanding until his garments burst apart, revealing bulging muscles, his skin turning a deep crimson and glistening, veins pulsating with fury. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering giant, 3 meters high, his eyes blood-red and brimming with primal ferocity. His power surged dramatically, bang, bang. As his body ceased its transformation, his strength skyrocketed from the 8th stage of the yellow rank to the 3rd stage of the Xian rank. The malevolent aura surrounding him coalesced into a palpable presence, dark clouds swirling ominously, resembling a demon emerging from a map. causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet several degrees, instilling a shiver in all who beheld him. Lin Tian regarded him with an expression as tranquil as a still lake. However, Mo Batian and Mo Xiaoyang were not so composed. The absolute disparity in power enveloped them in a sense of suffocating pressure, akin to a monarch standing beside them, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, as if compelled to kneel. Li Wen's blood-red gaze fixated on Lin Tian as he lunged forward. With a powerful push from his legs, a dark aura illuminated the heavens, akin to a colossal black rock soaring through the cosmos. In that moment, he pushed his speed to the utmost limit, darting in every direction, leaving behind a series of afterimages that stirred up violent winds and echoed with thunderous roars. Li Wen had but one intention: to close the distance to Lin Tian and deliver a fatal blow. He was confident, believing himself invincible in close combat, unstoppable. Kill! A thunderous shout reverberated through the skies. Mo Batian gasped in shock. He could only perceive a trail of black light, unable to catch sight of Li Wen himself, like a flash of lightning tearing through the mountains, obliterating all flora in its wake. Even the very rocks shattered, nothing remained unscathed. Mo Xiaoyang felt as if a massive boulder pressed down upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Such power, if unleashed upon a human form, who could possibly endure it? It was utterly terrifying. This force was akin to that of a demon god, unrivaled in the world. Li Wen let out a long howl, his right hand clenched into a fist, black aura swirling around it as though encircled by flames of darkness. Anyone would be utterly crushed beneath the might of Li Wen's punch. It was an unstoppable force, unmatched by any opponent. In that moment, Mo Batian and Mo Xiaoyang felt their hearts leap into their throats. What would Lin Tian do? The power of that punch was evident to all. It was simply insurmountable, too powerful, causing the very space to tremble as though it would shatter at any moment. Lin Tian watched as the punch hurtled toward him, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. He did not retreat. Instead, he slowly threw a punch of his own, just an ordinary punch. Its speed was excruciatingly slow, as if time had been decelerated 1,000-fold. Even a 3-year-old child could evade it. If Li Wen's punch was a tsunami, then Lin Tian's was merely a solitary canoe before the impending wave. Yet it was this very punch that instilled an unprecedented calm in Mo Xiaoyang and Mo Batian. It felt as though they were gazing upon a tranquil sea. This seemingly mundane punch exuded an indescribable aura, one that could withstand the collapse of the heavens. Roar! Golden light swirled around Lin Tian's fist. A 3-meter-long golden dragon coalesced in an instant, vibrant and lifelike, roaring as its eyes blazed with brilliance. Charging toward Li Wen, the golden light dispelled the malevolent aura, akin to a raging wildfire. Chapter 162. Whoever comes, I shall slay. With a resounding clash, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize as two fists collided. Instead, Li Wen's fists, shrouded in dark energy, disintegrated inch by inch under the force of the golden dragon, until his entire arm was obliterated, vanishing entirely. Ah! Li Wen let out a harrowing scream, blood erupting from his mouth and nose, as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him. With a single punch, nearly one punch, Mo Xiaoyang and Mo Batian stood in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape. Just moments ago, Li Wen had exuded an overwhelming aura that rendered them motionless, yet now, the figure that had instilled such terror in them was utterly annihilated by Lin Tian's singular blow. They swallowed hard, grappling with the implications. What realm did Lin Tian inhabit? A chilling thought crossed Mo Batian's mind, draining the color from his face. Could it be the legendary Earth stage, the terrestrial immortal, capable of soaring through the clouds and manipulating objects from afar, the Earth stage? Yet, that was a realm spoken of only in myth. Ah! I vow to kill you! Li Wen roared, rising to his feet, his voice echoing through the heavens. His eyes blazed with a crimson light. The secret potion had augmented his strength but stripped him of reason and sensation. Even with his arms severed, he felt no pain, driven solely by one purpose: to eliminate Lin Tian. He charged forward, raising his left hand to strike Lin Tian's head. Boom! A thunderous crack resonated as Lin Tian delivered a kick infused with lightning, impacting Li Wen's chest with such force that it caved in, blood splattering as he was sent flying. Poof! Li Wen expelled a mouthful of blood, helplessly collapsing onto the ground. The crimson light in his eyes gradually faded, losing focus, clearly on the brink of death. Farewell. Lin Tian approached him, exhaling a sigh, his eyes filled with resignation. From the moment Li Wen ingested the potion, this outcome was all but inevitable. Though healing was possible, it was evident that he and Li Wen were not on such familiar terms. In a nearby chamber, several candle lamps were arranged, and suddenly, the central lamp extinguished, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. In another room, a pair of eyes snapped open, reflecting the weight of ages. Who dares to insult the Li family? Mo Batian and Mo Xiaoyang approached, their expressions a mix of shock as they beheld Li Wen's lifeless body on the ground, then turning their astonished gazes towards Lin Tian, as if encountering him for the first time, scrutinizing him repeatedly, hesitating to speak. I am still the same, merely less known to you than before, Lin Tian remarked, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Mo Badian and Mo Xiaoyang exhaled in relief. Lin Tian remained unchanged, just as they remembered. You have slain him, the Li family will undoubtedly seek retribution, Mo Badian warned, furrowing his brow. The Li family has an ancient ancestor still alive, rumored to have lived for centuries, a formidable being with unparalleled power. You should consider fleeing to another province. Mo Badian suggested. Why should I? Lin Tian replied with a calm smile, determination evident in his demeanor. Why should I run? If he comes, I shall face him in battle. This Mo Badian was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Tian's strength was undeniable, something he had witnessed firsthand, yet he remained unaware of the full extent of Lin Tian's capabilities. Perhaps he truly was that legendary being. It was said that the ancestor of the Li family was indeed of that legendary realm. In the face of such power, escape was futile. The entire world lay within their grasp, and who could evade their watchful eyes? Sigh. Mo Badian sighed heavily. You may choose to stay, but we shall be leaving for a time. Having killed Li Wan, their ancestor will not spare us. We have no choice but to return and seek the protection of our own ancestor. Will you come with us? Chapter 163. When will you return with me? Our ancestors can also provide you with protection. After dealing with Li Wan, Lin Tian did not linger. Upon receiving some advice from Mo Badian, he departed. This desolate location was seldom frequented by anyone, thus, even if the heavens were to turn upside down, no one would be the wiser. On his way back, his phone began to ring. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Lu Jiannan, and Lin Tian suddenly realized it must pertain to the issue concerning the video. Once he answered, his assumption was confirmed. Lin Tian, the matter has been resolved. Lu Jiannan remarked, fortunately, your swift reaction allowed us to erase the traces online, otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused significant chaos. Many witnessed the incident, but fortunately, they did not believe it. It was imperative to maintain confidentiality regarding cultivators, as any leaks could provoke widespread turmoil. As for those who had seen Li Mu at school, there were naturally individuals assigned to erase their memories. This matter, regardless of circumstances, must not be disclosed. The situation had been satisfactorily resolved. Upon returning home, Lin Tian found Lin Yudi and Li Muling in the living room. The television was turned off, and they appeared anxious. What had transpired? What troubles you? Lin Tian inquired as he entered. Brother Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Both women rose simultaneously, their faces alight with surprise, their previous worries vanishing in an instant. Where have you been? It's early morning. Why weren't you in your room? Were you out chasing after women? Once their concern faded, Lin Yudi unleashed a barrage of questions. Not at all, I had some matters to attend to. Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yudi had finally reverted to her former self, the one who clung to him, yet it felt slightly unsettling. After preparing breakfast for the two women and sending them back to school, Lin Tian made his way to Chen Mengning's villa. Lin Tian, have you had breakfast yet? Upon seeing him, Chen Mengning's expression softened, radiating warmth. I have, Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, Xia Zihan rose, gazing at Lin Tian with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Lin Tian, when will you return with me? Well, Lin Tian hesitated. Originally, he could have set off in a few days, but now, due to the matters involving the Li family, he felt compelled to remain here for a while longer, to prevent the Li family's ancestor from targeting him and endangering Chen Mengning and the others. I suppose it will be some time yet. Xia Zihan bit her red lip and replied, I want to go back. Lin Tian pondered, then said, I will provide you with a potion. Take it with you. It should suppress your grandfather's poison for a time. Once I resolve matters here, I will rush over immediately. Really? Xia Zihan had thought Lin Tian was reluctant to leave her. Lin Tian seemed to sense her thoughts. With a light chuckle, he reassured her, rest assured, I will come. I promise I will fulfill my word, especially since you are Mengning's close friend. If I don't help you, she would undoubtedly be furious. How rude, I'm not that fierce. Chen Mengning's face flushed a deep crimson as she playfully punched Lin Tian, though it lacked any real force. Observing the two, Xia Zihan felt a pang of discomfort, an indescribable sensation beginning to spread within her. That evening, Lin Tian brought Lin Yudi and Li Muling to Chen Mengning's villa for dinner, which also served as a farewell gathering for Xia Zihan. This separation would last for quite some time. At the airport, Chen Mengning felt a deep sense of reluctance as she embraced Xia Zihan, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. Chapter 164 of the extraordinary thought process of Chen Mengning beside her, Lin Tian could no longer bear to watch. All right, It's not as if it's a matter of life and death. I can take you to see her again in the future. As he watched Xia Zihan's silhouette vanish into the crowd, Lin Tian attempted to console Chen Mengning. The two had lived together for several years, their bond as deep as that of sisters. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Mengning finally settled down, her violet eyes blinked thoughtfully, a hint of mischief dancing across her delicate visage. If you were to take her in, we would never have to part. This statement caused Lin Tian, who was sipping water, to choke, spitting it out in a near miss of hitting someone else. Put. Amused by his embarrassment, Chen Mengning couldn't help but burst into laughter. Keep laughing. Lin Tian wiped his mouth clean, shooting a fierce glare at Chen Mengning, feigning severity. When we return, there will be consequences. Chen Mengning immediately covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, though her body shook with mirth, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. Zhao Xiaolong had returned to school with his senior backing him. He now walked with an upright posture, feeling as though he was floating on air. Mo Xiaoyang is transferring schools. Upon hearing this news, he was nearly propelled into a leap of joy, for he could never forget the day he was sent to the hospital by Mo Xiaoyang's fists. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered, for he could no longer seek vengeance. With his senior's assistance, he had hoped for a rematch with Mo Xiaoyang to reclaim his lost dignity. He chuckled disdainfully, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate. Should we meet again, I shall have you searching for your teeth. Time to find my fairy sister." The thought of Lin Yudi brought a look of infatuation to his face. Her stunning figure and snow-like complexion were dreams he longed to touch. Fairy sister. In class, he spotted Lin Yudi. He boldly took a seat beside her, undeterred by the murderous glares of others, and expressed a hint of concern. "I hope you weren't hurt by what happened before." I'm fine." Lin Yudi nodded. Her tone had lost its previous gentleness, now icy and distant. Confronted with her true feelings, she no longer neglected Lin Tian, her true nature surging forth from the depths of her soul. Zhao Xiaolong discerned the change in Lin Yudi's tone, anger boiling within him. That person must be made to suffer, he thought darkly, his fury somewhat abated. The sports meet is approaching, fairy sister. What events do you plan to participate in? Zhao Xiaolong, ever persistent, refused to back down due to a few cold remarks, swiftly shifting the conversation. I intend to participate in every event. Zhao Xiaolong declared proudly. He was aware that most girls favored boys who shone during the sports meet. With his abilities, if he focused even a little, claiming the top prize would be a breeze. This sports meet was tailor-made for him to showcase his talents. Zhao Xiaolong's heart was filled with exuberance as he envisioned the day he would stand on the podium, trophy in hand, surrounded by admiration, with countless beautiful girls gazing at him with sparkling eyes. He was lost in reverie, unaware of the drool trickling down his chin. Lin Yudi cast a disdainful glance at him, distancing herself in disgust. Wipe your drool. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Xiaolong wiped his mouth and leaned in once more, inquiring, Fairy sister, what do you plan to participate in? Cheerleading. Lin Yudi truly wished to ignore Zhao Xiaolong. He was an incessant nuisance, sticking to her like a piece of stubborn gum that simply wouldn't come off. Chapter 165 was Zhao Xiaolong's intrusion. This Zhao Xiaolong is truly infuriating, Lin Yudi lamented in her dormitory as she spoke on the phone with Lin Tian Tong, recounting the events of the day, particularly her vexation with Zhao Xiaolong, which left her gritting her teeth in frustration. On the other end of the line, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. What can we do? Our Yudi is simply too beautiful, he remarked, though a flicker of veiled anger glimmered in his eyes. Zhao Xiaolong's intentions were as clear as day, even to a fool. His audacity to encroach upon what was his was intolerable to any man. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yudi felt a rush of sweetness, her cheeks flushed with color. Sister Mingning is the truly beautiful one. Even through the phone, Lin Tian could sense a hint of jealousy in her tone. With a slight smile, he replied, You are also very beautiful, I noticed that long ago. Ah, he had her floating on cloud 9. Why didn't I realize before that your words could be so sweet? Lin Yudi's cheeks turned crimson, clearly unable to withstand Lin Tian's charming advances. In a fluster, she abruptly ended the call and sat on her bed, the room echoing with the sound of her racing heart. This girl, Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head as he dialed another number. Lin Tian. It's me. You all should back off, Zhao Xiaolong is my responsibility. After saying this, he hung up the phone. The call had been directed to Louis. Lin Tian could no longer tolerate Zhao Xiaolong's blatant encroachment. Any man in his position would feel the same, and he was determined to take matters into his own hands to find relief. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the school sports meet commenced as scheduled. The entire campus was enveloped in laughter and joy, each face reflecting a carefree disposition, free from the pressures of academic life, the atmosphere vibrant with vitality. Today, Lin Yudi donned the schoolish attire, her figure perfectly accentuated, exuding an alluring charm. She was the goddess of the day. Passers-by found themselves momentarily halted in their tracks. In a secluded corner, Lin Tian observed the scene, having honed his perception to extend 100 meters, vigilantly safeguarding Lin Yudi. Witnessing the reactions of the boys stirred both pride and anger within him. How dare they ogle my woman so openly? Ah! A somewhat handsome, tall boy attempted to approach Lin Yudi to greet her but suddenly tripped, losing 2 teeth in his fall. Bloodied and covering his mouth, he hurriedly fled the scene. Humph, serves you right, Lin Tian scoffed from his shadowy perch. Fairy sister, you look stunning today. Zhao Xiaolong unexpectedly leapt into view, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Lin Yudi, his desire palpable. Without a hint of restraint, he scrutinized her from head to toe, causing Lin Yudi to feel a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she took a step back, crossing her arms defensively against Zhao Xiaolong's unwelcome gaze. Fairy sister. Zhao Xiaolong's words abruptly lodged in his throat. At that moment, he sensed a murderous intent directed towards him, a chilling aura that penetrated to the very core of his being. Even as a practitioner, he felt his body stiffen, his complexion turning ashen. He had no doubt, had he completed his sentence, he would have met his demise right there. You've got guts. Zhao Xiaolong cursed inwardly, turning to leave as he discreetly scanned his surroundings but found no suspicious figures. Not even a hint of spiritual energy was detectable. He retreated to the restroom. Senior brother, I'd been targeted at school, it must be a formidable opponent. I'll be there immediately. After ending the call, Zhao Xiaolong wore a mocking smile. No matter who it was, they would all be reduced to ashes before Lin Iran. Chapter 166. The 50-meter dash. You are merely 39 meters behind, yet Lin Iran exudes unparalleled strength. He has long been aware from his master that this senior brother of his is exceedingly formidable, even rivaling that old man in prowess. The outcome of a full-force contest remains uncertain. Zhao Xiaolong is brimming with confidence. Once my senior brother steps onto the field, who can contend with him? Goddess wrath shall be met with divine retribution, and the Buddhist will face annihilation. Seeking one's own demise. Had you granted me Lin Yudi, today's outcome would have been averted. I yearn for peace, yet it is you who compel me otherwise. Zhao Xiaolong chuckles ominously within the confines of the restroom. Why must it come to this? Why force my hand to commit murder? Lin Iran has imparted a martial technique to him, and now, armed with a new skill, he is filled with self-assurance, convinced that should he confront him Xiaoyang now, he would undoubtedly prevail. Senior brother? Lin Tian chuckles from a corner. Bring it on, I'm ready for more. He has purchased a cap, which he adjusts low upon his brow, obscuring his features from the gaze of others. Bang, at the restroom entrance, Lin Tian collides with Zhao Xiaolong. Are you incapable of watching where you're going? Zhao Xiaolong turns, glaring at Lin Tian, and exclaims, if I weren't preparing for my turn, I would surely leave you battered here. My apologies, Lin Tian replies, nodding repeatedly while adjusting his cap. TCH, I shan't stoop to quarreling with a mere mortal, Zhao Xiaolong retorts, straightening his attire before hastily departing. To argue with you would be beneath me. May you secure first place. Lin Tian straightens his posture, removing his cap, and slowly raises his left hand, a silver needle glinting with a luminous sheen. The first event is the 50-meter dash. Zhao Xiaolong is in the first heat, standing on the track, basking in the multitude of gazes directed at him, his face radiating delight. Soon, you shall understand what true speed is, you will learn what it means to be superhuman. Woo, goddess, goddess. The atmosphere erupts, and Zhao Xiaolong glances sideways to see Lin Yudi, accompanied by a cheerleading squad. She has arrived nearby. Reluctantly, Lin Yudi manages to utter, go for it. A chorus of howls erupts. The red and white attire she dons is simply exquisite, revealing Lin Yudi's abdomen, showcasing her defined abs and flawless, snow-like skin, utterly enticing. Cloudless eyes are transfixed upon her. Tick-tock. Zhao Xiaolong's eyes nearly pop out, drool pooling on the ground in a most unsightly manner. He gazes at Lin Yudi, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Sister Fairy, I shall secure first place for you. Zhao Xiaolong shouts. He casts a glance around at the onlookers, his gaze filled with scorn and disdain, a group of ordinary folk who, with but 50% of his strength, he could easily defeat. They are pathetically weak, outpacing them would be child's play. His face is alight with arrogance, as if he can already envisage the outcome. The conclusion is splendid. Zhao Xiaolong stands atop the podium for first place, trophy in hand, Lin Yudi in his embrace, surrounded by countless beautiful maidens at his feet. Bang! The sound of a gunshot pierces the air as four figures dart forth like arrows released from a bow. Swiftly, they surge ahead, while Zhao Xiaolong remains composed, casually observing the fierce competition for first place ahead of him. Seeing their flushed faces, Zhao Xiaolong cannot help but chuckle. What a bunch of fools! Even if I grant you 5 seconds, you still wouldn't be able to best me. At that moment, the audience gazes at Zhao Xiaolong with bewilderment. Why isn't he running? Who knows? Perhaps he realizes he cannot outrun them. After all, those competitors are quite formidable, especially the current front-runner, who has claimed first place multiple times. True, that fellow looks so scrawny, he surely cannot win against them. Zhao Xiaolong takes in all their words. He says nothing, merely displaying a mocking smile. Chapter 167 was merely an accident. I hope you will remember these words later. A sardonic smile graced Zhao Xiaolong's face as he bent his body, preparing to dash forward. However, in that fleeting moment, his left foot stumbled over his right, and he fell to the ground. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd witnessing Zhao Xiaolong's comical predicament. Many were doubled over in laughter, while Lin Yudi couldn't help but smile. How is this possible? Zhao Xiaolong scrambled to his feet, ready to run once more, but in the next instant, he tumbled again. Ha ha! Is this fellow a clown sent by a monkey? One individual laughed so hard he bent forward, tears streaming down his face. I can't take it anymore. My abs are about to burst from laughter. Ha ha! At that moment, a whistle blew. First place, Chen Yu. On the ground, Zhao Xiaolong lay there, his expression one of disbelief upon hearing the announcement. He had actually lost. Zhao Xiaolong stood up, glancing at the distance to the starting point, and found it to be less than 2 meters. This cannot be real. He was unable to accept this reality. As a gifted practitioner, he had lost to a group of mere mortals. This must be a lie, he shouted, his demeanor bordering on madness. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves from him, gazing upon him as if he were a madman or a fool. Even Lin Yudi stepped away, her eyes filled with disdain. To lose one's composure like this, truly, he cannot handle even the slightest setback. People lamented, their gazes rife with contempt. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xiaolong's heart quivered. Regaining his senses, he turned to see Lin Yudi's scornful gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. Fairy sister, please let me explain, he began, but Lin Yudi, disinterested in lingering any longer, turned and walked away. Zhao Xiaolong clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, standing there as he watched Lin Yudi's figure fade from view. Very well, you may hold yourself in high regard, but one day, I shall have you clinging to my thigh, begging for my favor. His eyes gradually turned red. You haughty wench, I shall see just how long you can maintain this facade. Allow me to demonstrate a modicum of my prowess, and you shall all bow before me. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Xiaolong departed from the track. Lin Yudi arrived at the long jump pit, and naturally, he followed. After all, he had registered for all the events, and it was now time for the long jump competition. With anger boiling within him, he eyed Lin Yudi, whose expression was as cold as ice, and sneered internally, let me tear away this mask of yours, revealing your true nature. Wow! A gasp drew everyone's attention. Heavens, 2 meters 70. Senior Chen Yu has once again shattered the record. Senior is the most handsome. An ordinarily looking girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, whether from excitement or something else was unclear. Alas, I performed slightly below my usual standard, Chen Yu remarked, scratching his head. He was tall and handsome, a versatile athlete, greatly admired by the girls. Hoof! Zhao Xiaolong scoffed, his brow furrowed in disdain. Was such a feat truly worthy of such astonishment? Just wait, I shall leap 5 meters and leave you all in shock. Senior must be the top long jumper in the school, unmatched by anyone. By the way, he also secured first place in the sprint earlier. He is truly remarkable. Senior is incredible. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaolong looked at Chen Yu with disdain, chuckling as he said, is that enough? I still have my jump. If you have no business here, kindly leave. This remark caused many present to change their expressions. After all, that was the versatile senior, and someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. The girl could no longer contain herself, jumping in front of Zhao Xiaolong and shouting, who are you telling to leave? This is Senior Chen Yu. Chapter 168, Speak Out Loud, How far am I? The only polymath on campus. He just narrowly secured first place in the sprint, and now, he has leapt an impressive 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Can you surpass that? I'll give you 5 chances, yet you still won't be able to outdo your senior. What's the point of your jump? A mocking smile spread across Zhao Xiaolong's face. You say I can't beat him? Indeed, you're so scrawny that a gust of wind could knock you over. How could you possibly win against your senior? the girl exclaimed, hands on her hips. Ha, what if I actually win? Zhao Xiaolong's derisive smile became increasingly pronounced. Dare to wager on it? Whoever loses must call the other father. The girl paused momentarily before retorting, a bet it is, who is afraid? All right. Zhao Xiaolong replied with a grin, making his way to the sandpit. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. I don't know, but can he really defeat Chenyu? That is a distance of 2 meters and 70 centimeters. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet with each passing moment, Zhao Xiaolong's delight grew. Mere mortals, bear witness to a miracle. Zhao Xiaolong crouched down, exerted strength through his legs, and launched himself into the air. Bang! The previously lively scene abruptly fell into a hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, eerily surreal. Every face in the crowd displayed shock, as if they had encountered a ghost, particularly the girl from before, her mouth agape in astonishment, wide enough to fit an egg. Zhao Xiaolong surveyed the expressions around him, reveling in their incredulity, his derision and pride swelling. Ahem, the referee's cough shattered the silence. Would you like to jump again? The referee asked, his voice trembling. No need, just announce the results, and louder please. Zhao Xiaolong was immensely satisfied with their reactions, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. In that moment, he felt like a deity descended from the heavens. The referee hesitated. You really don't want to jump again? Just report the results as I asked, no need for unnecessary chatter. Zhao Xiaolong snapped. The referee, now incensed, set aside his measuring stick and picked up the microphone, proclaiming loudly, Zhao Xiaolong, standing long jump, 10 centimeters. Zhao Xiaolong waved his hand with pride. I am Zhao Xiaolong. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from everyone, clutching their bellies, tears of mirth streaming down their faces. You've made me die of laughter. The girl gasped, rolling on the ground. Lin Yudi gazed at Zhao Xiaolong with a look of complexity. Is this person not quite right in the head? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaolong initially felt perplexed, but as he reflected, he recalled the referee had just announced he jumped 10 centimeters. How could that be possible? He looked down and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His vigorous leap had barely cleared the edge of the sandpit. He had only just taken off from the board, and to say 10 centimeters was merely a pity added by the referee. This is impossible. Zhao Xiaolong was utterly bewildered. As a cultivator, his abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. How could he have jumped less than 10 centimeters? This is inconceivable. Zhao Xiaolong fell into despair, unable to accept this reality. In a corner, Lin Tian observed Zhao Xiaolong, who was pulling at his hair, and a radiant smile broke across his face. If Lu Yi or Lu Hua were present, they would undoubtedly be startled by this smile, not because it was frightening, but due to its warmth, akin to the sun, radiantly comforting. However, they understood that this smile was not one of goodwill, rather, it marked the beginning of a nightmare. After a while, the girl finally rose from the ground, dusting herself off, and with a triumphant look at Zhao Xiaolong, she declared, You lost. Now, quickly, call me father. Chapter 169. Does Zhao Xiaolong intend to amuse us to death? She broke into laughter, her face brimming with derision. Who do you think you are, Senior Chenyu, invincible in sports, unmatched by anyone? I truly cannot fathom the audacity you possess, challenging a senior with a mere 10-centimeter long jump. Are you here to entertain us, Zhao Xiaolong? The girl's laughter grew louder. Those gathered around were laughing heartily, while some struggled to contain their amusement, their faces flushed with mirth. I thought he was formidable, so self-righteous, yet 10 centimeters, ha ha ha. One individual doubled over with laughter, while Zhao Xiaolong stood there, his expression growing increasingly grim, turning an ashen shade. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale. A glance towards Lin Yudi revealed her eyes filled with a complex mixture of sympathy and pity, a gaze reminiscent of one observing a small creature by the roadside. Zhao Xiaolong felt as though he had been struck across the face, his cheeks burning with an intense heat, a stinging pain coursing through him. Ah, he shouted, bolting out of the scene. Hey, don't run away. You haven't even called me father yet, the girl chuckled, suppressing her laughter. Only after Zhao Xiaolong's figure vanished did she mutter, Forget it, I certainly do not have such a spineless son. Zhao Xiaolong dashed into the restroom, splashing water on his face. This could not be reality, yet he was a prodigy. He was Zhao Xiaolong, the genius spoken of by his master, a dragon among men, destined to soar to greatness. Your heart is in turmoil. A voice emerged from behind him. Upon turning, he found Lin Iran. Seeing his senior, Zhao Xiaolong rushed forward, exclaiming, Senior, avenge me. It must be that individual who plotted against me in the shadows. Help me capture him. I shall extract his tendons and consume his flesh. His eyes sparkled with murderous intent, his visage slightly contorted under the light. Rest assured, Lin Tian replied, gently pushing Zhao Xiaolong aside with a smile. Leave this matter to me. This individual is no ordinary foe, perfect for honing my skills. I wish to gauge how much I have progressed these years. I can only hope he does not disappoint me. If he can withstand even half of my strength, that would be ideal. For my blood, which has grown cold over the years, to once again warm, I do not wish for it to chill within a day. Such a scenario would sadden me greatly. Lin Tian's face was adorned with scorn. Throughout, he regarded Lin Tian as prey, a creature toyed with at his whim. When the hunter loses interest, the prey is swiftly dispatched without hesitation. Let us proceed, I shall shatter his limbs and lay him at your feet. Lin Tian spoke with a grin, leading Zhao Xiaolong out of the restroom and back to the arena, where the 10,000-meter race was about to commence. This event drew the utmost attention, captivating the entire school. It was also one of the most grueling competitions, featuring hurdles, long jumps, pole vaulting, and frog jumps, each element presenting a formidable challenge, testing the participants rigorously. Typically, few could reach the finish line. Whoever survived to the end would claim the championship. This year, Senior Chen Yu is highly likely to reach the finish. I concur, Senior Chen Yu is incredibly strong, unparalleled in athleticism. This competition seems tailor-made for him. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly. Senior, I am experiencing physical issues that hinder my performance. Could you assist me? Consider it a trivial matter. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, grasping Zhao Xiaolong's hand and channeling a surge of vital energy, breaking the seal upon Lin Tian. Chapter 170. Of this time, the serious Zhao Xiaolong alright. He withdrew his hand, speaking with an air of indifference. With a series of cracks and pops, Zhao Xiaolong moved his body, reminiscent of one who had not exercised in years. I truly feel rejuvenated. Sensing an unending surge of power within him, Zhao Xiaolong smiled. Chen Yu, soon you shall know what true strength feels like. You will experience the depths of despair. Thank you so much, senior brother, Zhao Xiaolong expressed gratefully. Ah, it's nothing of great consequence. This seal was far too weak, unable to withstand a single blow. It appears I have overestimated the one who set this seal. Like the seal itself, they are simply too feeble, Lin Tian sighed, as if lamenting a lost opportunity. Am I destined to never encounter a worthy opponent? Alas, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. He shook his head in resignation, though a hint of scorn lingered at the corners of his mouth. The competition is about to commence. I must take my leave. Zhao Xiaolong bid farewell and swiftly made his way to the track, where a multitude had already gathered, their attention primarily focused on Chen Yu. Wow, it's the goddess, she has arrived. A voice erupted from the crowd. People turned their gaze, and indeed, Lin Yudi was there, clad in ordinary attire, standing on the podium, calmly observing the athletes on the track. She was breathtakingly beautiful, just her presence seemed to usher in a refreshing breeze, dispelling the stifling heat of the competition. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Whoever wins, the goddess shall bestow a kiss." This declaration rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a lake, creating waves of excitement. A second voice followed suit, and soon the entire arena was chanting, "The goddess will descend for a champion's kiss." Lin Yudi's complexion paled as she attempted to quell the fervor, but her voice was drowned out, akin to a small boat lost amidst tempestuous waves. On the track, all eyes were fervently trained on Lin Yudi on the podium, especially those of Zhao Xiaolong and Chen Yu, their gazes tinged with avarice. The first place must be claimed. Yield now. You are no match for me, opposing me will lead you to experience despair, Zhao Xiaolong declared with a smile directed at Chen Yu. Chen Yu retorted with a cold laugh, "Ha, who was it that suffered 2 consecutive defeats and nearly lost their sanity?" At this, Zhao Xiaolong's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. This humiliation would be repaid 1,000-fold. A born king cannot be belittled. I shall ensure your defeat is absolute, leaving you to question your very existence. Lin Yudi, I shall claim you. Meanwhile, in a corner, Lin Tian furrowed his brow. To attain first place and receive Lin Yudi's kiss, she is my woman, how could she kiss another? If he were to find the instigator of that outcry, he would not hesitate to exact retribution. Yet, given the circumstances, Lin Tian could only let out a resigned sigh, his gaze now fixed eagerly upon the track. If the kiss was the prize for first place, then securing that victory would be the solution. Prepare, bang. The referee pulled the trigger, and in an instant, figures surged forth, with Chen Yu leading the pack. Wow, Senior Chen Yu is amazing, he must secure first place. Why is there still someone standing there? Perhaps they have withdrawn. Wait, that face looks familiar, isn't that my son? A girl exclaimed as Zhao Xiaolong stood at the starting point, a sly smile gracing his features as he watched the throng of competitors. How foolish. Mere mortals, ultimately, are but mortals. How can they contend with us? I shall grant you a minute's head start, and then, I will lead you into despair. A cold smile adorned his face. Chapter 171 Despair. If Chen Yu Sr. is in the lead, it's a sure win, my friend. Everyone placed their bets on Chen Yu. No one paid any attention to Zhao Xiaolong, for he was exceedingly unremarkable, thin as a reed. He seemed as though a gust of wind could topple him. Moreover, he remained at the starting point, clearly having conceded defeat after a full minute. Time's up. With a chuckle, Zhao Xiaolong bent his body, launching forth like a sharp arrow. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning. A gust of wind swept through the arena, a testament to Zhao Xiaolong's incredible velocity, leaving the audience's eyes struggling to keep pace. What on earth is happening? Is he using a cheat? The crowd gasped in astonishment, mouths agape in disbelief. They regarded Zhao Xiaolong as if he were a creature from another realm who could rival such speed. In less than 30 seconds, he had completed the first lap, swiftly closing the gap to the leading Chen Yu. He has caught up. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Xiaolong drew level with Chen Yu, their shoulders nearly brushing. You are utterly weak, Zhao Xiaolong remarked, gazing at the flushed and panting Chen Yu with a sneer. With such prowess, how can you possibly be my rival? How do you expect to compete for women against me? Just because I allowed you to lead twice, you think yourself invincible? I simply disdain to contend with you, for in my eyes, you are insignificant. You are not worthy of my attention. With a derisive laugh, Zhao Xiaolong accelerated once more, his speed intensifying, capturing the gaze of all spectators. Chen Yu, incensed, felt his composure falter, his rhythm disturbed, almost gasping for breath. Too powerful. Who is this person? His speed is akin to that of a cheetah. With such velocity, who could possibly contend? He must be the champion of this event. The crowd looked upon Zhao Xiaolong with reverence, as if beholding a deity. On the track, Zhao Xiaolong reveled in the admiration, basking in the sense of accomplishment it brought him. I am a dragon among men, deserving of universal adoration. Yet at that moment, Lin Tian sprang into action. A gentle breeze swept past, dislodging a yellow leaf that danced like a butterfly before settling on the ground. A shadow darted onto the track. Everyone witnessed this figure, moving with such swiftness that the human eye could scarcely comprehend its form, the only discernible feature being the black attire. A fierce wind surged through the arena, reminiscent of a tornado, causing some athletes to sway precariously. The gale was so fierce that those nearby struggled to keep their eyes open. The air trembled with the sheer speed, producing a deafening roar. The crowd stood slack-jawed, forgetting to swallow their saliva, transfixed by the figure racing along the track, lap after lap. This speed, how is it possible? This is no human. It's a god. The onlookers gasped, barely able to fathom the spectacle before them. Such velocity was unfathomable, faster than a cheetah. In comparison, the cheetah seemed like a tractor trailing behind a Lamborghini. Was Chen Yu fast? In the blink of an eye, he was left far behind. Even the gale generated by Lin Tian's sprint nearly toppled Chen Yu. Was Zhao Xiaolong fast? Within mere breaths, he had already been overtaken. Who are you? Zhao Xiaolong exclaimed in terror, watching the fleeting shadow with rising despair. How could one measure up to such speed? Damn it! He fumed, gritting his teeth and unleashing his potential, chasing after Lin Tian with all his might, yet the gap between them only continued to widen. Chapter 172 The astonished god of death. He simply could not keep pace. This velocity surpassed his own capabilities. How is this possible? His heart raced wildly. Although this speed did not match that of his senior brother, it was still formidable, beyond his reach. Why had this individual emerged to thwart his quest for the top position? Who was this person? The answer loomed ominously as Zhao Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly. Senior brother. He halted, bellowing with a voice that reverberated through the ground. It is he. Boom. The track before Lin Tian suddenly erupted, prompting him to come to a standstill, revealing his true form from the swirling smoke. Lin Tian emerged slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, his gaze never once lingering seriously on Lin Tian. With a swift motion, Lin Tian remained silent, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he dashed towards an empty expanse. Planning to flee? How na-ve? Lin Tian chuckled, pursuing him. Boom, like a bolt of divine thunder, the moment he launched himself sent forth a tremendous sound, shaking the very earth, while his figure had long since vanished from sight. Since you wish to play, I shall not mind indulging you. I am curious to see what tricks you, my prey, possess. Lin Tian led the way, deliberately slowing his pace, wary of Lin Tian losing track of him. For if he unleashed his full speed, breaking the sound barrier would pose no challenge. In the blink of an eye, he could leave Lin Tian in his dust. He departed from the school, arriving in an uninhabited suburb. "Run, little mouse, why have you stopped?" Lin Tian observed Lin Tian standing in an open space and halted as well, yet his expression remained one of playful amusement. Lin Tian regarded him and spoke slowly, "We bear no enmity, why pursue me? You have stolen the woman of my junior brother, do you not deserve death?" Lin Tian scrutinized Lin Tian and remarked, "My junior brother has mentioned your skills. Today, I shall witness them firsthand and ascertain your worth. Though, judging by the recent events, you have already disappointed me. Nevertheless, you are still a toy, do showcase some capability, lest you further disappoint me. Otherwise, it will be fatal." Lin Tian's smile turned sinister. "It has been a long time since I last fought. My blood has grown cold, I hope you can withstand 3 of my strikes. Now, the first strike." He let out a booming laugh, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, akin to a cannonball, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Boom, he raised his fist, which shimmered with ethereal light, a faint rumble of thunder accompanying it. Bang, he unleashed his punch, resembling countless bolts of lightning exploding simultaneously, as if heralding the apocalypse, an astonishing force that seemed capable of shattering mountains and stones, impenetrable by anyone. This punch was aimed directly at Lin Tian's head. Confronting this formidable blow, Lin Tian gradually lifted his arm, opening his palm. Upon witnessing this scene, a cruel smile crept across Lin Tian's face. He was acutely aware of the punch's potency, powerful enough to pulverize a boulder weighing over 20 tons. For Lin Tian to catch this punch with his palm, he was courting death, and Lin Tian resolved that this strike would incapacitate Lin Tian's arm. He relished the thought of blood and flesh erupting. He could almost envision that moment. A bloodthirsty grin spread across Lin Tian's face, yet, in the next instant, his smile froze, contorted in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. His invincible punch was caught effortlessly by Lin Tian with a single hand. Lin Tian's palm resembled a black hole. Lin Tian's seemingly invincible strike dissipated without a ripple, akin to the feeble punch of a 3-year-old, utterly devoid of power. How can this be? His first instinct was disbelief. This was impossible. He was the god of death, the mightiest ruler of the shadows, the god of death. How could such an unbeatable punch be caught? Chapter 173. The collapse of the god of killing. Lin Tian, the sovereign of the dark realm, the king among kings, the most formidable overlord, was bestowed with a resounding title by his peers, the god of slaughter. When the god of slaughter unleashed his wrath, 100,000 lay dead, and rivers ran red with blood. Yet now, Lin Tian found himself in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss, for he was acutely aware of his own identity as the Invincible One, a figure no one dared to confront directly. Yet, here he was, having been met with a single blow from a mere youth. The stark contrast before him left him utterly confounded. "Just 2 more moves," Lin Tian declared, releasing Lin Tian from his grip. The latter, momentarily disoriented, cast a frantic glance at Lin Tian before gritting his teeth, vanishing from sight once more. In an instant, he reappeared behind Lin Tian, his hand morphing into a blade, aimed directly at his neck. However, his assault was abruptly halted, as if he had been petrified, his entire form frozen in place, resembling a statue. Lin Tian's hand, now claw-like, rested ominously upon his throat. Such astonishing speed! In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian perceived nothing, only sensing Lin Tian's body blur, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping him entirely. Tick-tick. Cold sweat dripped from Lin Tian's forehead, his heart raced uncontrollably. This was impossible, such speed could not exist. It surpassed him, and not by a mere margin, but to the extent that he could not even react, his shadow eluding his sight. Lin Tian swallowed hard, terror etched across his face as he regarded Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, Zhao Xiaolong's senior brother," Lin Tian remarked coolly. A shiver coursed through Lin Tian's body, an unprecedented fear surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. "You are still the strongest among the dark sovereigns," Lin Tian continued, letting go of him and slowly advancing forward. "Though you appear to be in your 20s, in reality, you are over 40. This youthful visage is a result of the peculiarities of your cultivation technique." Lin Tian turned back, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lin Tian. "Am I not correct? That gaze." Lin Tian stumbled back a few steps, feeling as if, under Lin Tian's penetrating stare, his deepest secrets were laid bare, with nowhere to hide. "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, genuine fear gripped him, and regret washed over him. He had once perceived Lin Tian as prey, a mere toy, but now, the true plaything, the real quarry, was he comprehended nothing, while Lin Tian appeared to know him inside out. The one ensnared within the web of manipulation was not Lin Tian, but himself. Drenched in sweat, Lin Tian was overwhelmed by an instinctive urge to flee. This individual was far too terrifying, wholly beyond his capacity to confront. Even if that old man were to arrive, he would find no fortune. Such a being was akin to those reclusive ancient monsters. Yet, how young was he? Just in his early 20s, and already possessing such formidable prowess. Who could possibly rival him? The so-called prodigies and dragons outside were mere refuse, utterly incomparable. A flee. Now, the only thought resonating in Lin Tian's mind was that of escape. That he had to break free from this place. He absolutely could not perish at this individual's hands. He turned, unleashing his latent potential, rushing forth like thunder, the ground erupting in his wake, with the air vibrating from his unparalleled speed, unmatched by any. Yet, Lin Tian was swifter still. As he observed Lin Tian's attempt to flee, he sprang into action, his legs propelling him off the ground, the earth shattering beneath him as he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, scattering earth and grass in his path. So fast that his shadow was rendered invisible. Boom! The path ahead of Lin Tian exploded suddenly, clouds of smoke billowing into the air. One more move. Where do you think you're going? Lin Tian's figure emerged from the haze, radiant with golden light, akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Chapter 174 of the terrified Zhao Xiaolong. One should spare others when possible, don't go too far. Lin Tian gazed at Lin Tian in horror, his legs trembling as if a colossal stone were pressing upon him, inducing a primal urge to kneel. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed loudly, "Ha!" Lin Tian scoffed derisively. Such sweet words. And what if I were the one to be defeated now? What would you do? Let me go. Lin Tian regarded Lin Tian with a hint of amusement, slowly articulating, I recall you chased after me, accusing me of stealing your disciple's woman. How contemptible. Did you think of me as mere plaything? Do not perish so easily. Shall I allow you 3 moves? Lin Tian was nearly in tears. I shall not make things difficult for you. If I receive 2 moves from you and you endure, I shall spare your life, Lin Tian stated, observing him intently. Lin Tian hesitated. Just how formidable was Lin Tian, he could not ascertain, but judging by the power displayed moments ago, he was far from a match. You have 10 seconds. Very well, I accept. Lin Tian gritted his teeth in agreement. He understood that refusal would lead to certain death, yet acquiescence offered a glimmer of hope. First move. Lin Tian smiled nonchalantly. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Lin Tian. The latter's pupils dilated, hands crossing defensively over his chest. A punch. Lin Tian's right fist was clenched, unleashed with a seemingly excruciating slowness, akin to a sluggish snail, moving at an excruciating pace. Lin Tian thought that even a leisurely retreat would suffice to evade this blow, yet, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. To his horror, he realized he was ensnared, unable to escape, surrounded by an aura of lethal intent. As the fist drew nearer, a chill enveloped his heart. This punch was unavoidable. No matter how he fled, it was inescapable. Ah, he screamed, summoning all his strength to dispel the dread within, enveloping his chest with a layer of protective energy, believing even a bullet could not pierce it. However, bang! With a resounding crack, Lin Tian's fist pierced through Lin Tian's chest. Regardless of his attempts, crossing his arms or summoning protective energy, none proved effective. In the face of Lin Tian's fist, he was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. How is this possible? Who are you, truly? Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, Lin Tian's eyes gradually grew vacant, Lin Tian's form blurring rapidly before him. With one blow, Lin Tian shattered his heart. Bang! Lin Tian collapsed to the ground, breathless. Thus, the most formidable among the Dark Kings met his demise. I am Lin Tian, a doctor. No, senior brother. A wail echoed from afar. Lin Tian turned to see Zhao Xiaolong, his face contorted in despair, gazing in horror at the scene. He had witnessed everything. With a single punch, Lin Tian had obliterated Lin Tian's chest. Just like that, one punch, it appeared devoid of any strength, yet this seemingly feeble strike had pierced through his senior brother's chest. Zhao Xiaolong felt utterly drained. He understood well the immense power Lin Tian wielded, nearly rivaling that of their master, yet even such strength could not withstand Lin Tian's fist. What did this signify? Even should their master arrive, death would be inevitable. At this moment, his heart brimmed with regret, questioning why had he provoked such a terrifying individual? How could someone so formidable exist within the city? Zhao Xiaolong trembled within. He had sought to claim Lin Tian's woman. Was there any difference from courting death? Even more alarming was his desire to eliminate Lin Tian, viewing him with disdain from the very core of his being. Chapter 175 of the Death of Zhao Xiaolong. No, I refuse to die. Escape, escape. While the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood being scarce. One can always return later to trample this person underfoot and crush him. Zhao Xiaolong turned and fled. Yet, how swift could his speed be? Lin Tian smiled indifferently. Clang, a time-worn black longsword suddenly materialized in his hand. Whoosh, the sword whirled and shot forth, as rapid as a thunderclap, slicing through the air. Zhao Xiaolong sensed an immense peril approaching from behind, an imminent threat to his life. His complexion changed instantly, and he exerted every ounce of strength to desperately evade, but alas, it was too late. Thud, the spinning sword severed one of his arms. Ah! Zhao Xiaolong let out a wretched cry, falling to the ground in a disheveled heap, rolling a considerable distance away. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If only there had been a more meticulous plan, with more powerful allies, would today have had a different outcome. Lin Tian would lie dead in the wilderness, while he would be with Lin Yudi, reveling in the nights of song and dance. Lin Tian placed the long sword against Zhao Xiaolong's throat. He could see the seething hatred in Zhao Xiaolong's eyes, as if he were a sworn enemy intent on devouring him. Ha! Lin Tian let out a cold laugh. Zhao Xiaolong, even in his final moments, was consumed with thoughts of eliminating Lin Tian. Thud, Lin Tian showed no mercy. With a flourish of his sword, Zhao Xiaolong's head soared away from his body. Thus, Zhao Xiaolong met his demise. After disposing of their bodies, Lin Tian returned to Shanghai University. Due to the recent events, the sports meet was forcibly halted, and the school sought to identify those involved, but unfortunately, there were no cameras on the playground. Moreover, at that moment, dust filled the air, obscuring the faces of those present. All they could do was speculate. Those were celestial beings descended to earth. Even the gods were drawn to Lin Yudi's beauty, attending the sports meet in hopes of receiving her sweet kiss. Shen Yu was despondent. He was genuinely disheartened. Zhao Xiaolong's displayed strength filled him with despair. Did such formidable beings truly exist? What could he possibly use to compete with Zhao Xiaolong? In his frustration, he coughed up blood. Since I cannot surpass him, I shall slander him. Zhao Xiaolong is not human, but a monster. He thought to himself, simultaneously making his way to Lin Yudi's dormitory. Lin Tian, was that you just now? In the dormitory, a frightened Lin Yudi received Lin Tian's call. Upon learning he was safe, her anxious heart finally settled. Yes, it's me. I'm downstairs now. Is it convenient for you to come out? Upon hearing this, Lin Yudi sprang from her bed, rushing to the balcony. Indeed, Lin Tian stood below, gazing up at her with gentle eyes. Her face flushed instantly, and she softly replied, "All right, I'll be right down. I'm so relieved you're unharmed." When she reached downstairs, Lin Yudi did not shy away from the presence of others. She embraced Lin Tian tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Bang, clang, a sound of heart-shattering suddenly resonated. Everyone stood transfixed, staring at the scene. Lin Yudi was tightly embracing a man. The boys were left in a state of blank astonishment. "Who were those people that blocked your way?" Lin Yudi inquired. "They didn't harm you, did they?" "No, they have already left." Lin Tian gently stroked her head, smiling as he said, "Moreover, they took Zhao Xiaolong with them." "That's good to hear." Lin Yudi replied, "How did you end up here?" "I aim to secure first place and earn your sweet kiss." With that remark, Lin Yudi's face reddened again, and she nervously clutched her clothing. "If you wish for it, then I shall grant it to you." She stood on tiptoe, lightly brushing her lips against Lin Tian's, and then, blushing fiercely, fled back to her dormitory. The scene was filled with wails of despair. Chapter 176, Xing Yu's grievance. "My goddess, no, this cannot be true. The goddess has been taken away, and suddenly, I feel as though life has lost its meaning. This world is shrouded in grey. Countless souls, devoid of desire, lamented incessantly, yet amid this cacophony of heartbreak, Lin Tian turned to leave. Not far away, Shen Yu stood in a daze, his gaze vacant. He clearly witnessed Lin Yudi, his goddess, embracing a man, even initiating a kiss with him. How could this be possible? Lin Yudi was already with another man. This signified that no matter how hard he and Zhao Xiaolong tried, it would all be in vain. Even if Zhao Xiaolong were to condemn him, it would yield no benefit. Lin Yudi would remain oblivious to their existence. "Ha, I must seem like a clown." He chuckled bitterly to himself before turning away. Yet, on his way back, Shen Yu's gaze gradually grew resolute. "So what if I am a clown? I can still become the protagonist." That evening, Lin Yudi returned home. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian noticed she seemed troubled. "Nothing," she replied with a smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Li Muling. The little girl was quite obedient. Although unaware of the events that had transpired, she stood up and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Brother Lin Tian, Sister Yudi, I'm going to bed now." "All right, rest well," Lin Tian said, reaching out to gently pat her small head. Li Muling trembled slightly, her face turning crimson, her eyes becoming misty as they sparkled with unshed tears. "I'm going back now." She felt her body weaken but gritted her teeth, pushing Lin Tian's hand away and fleeing. Once back in her room, she locked the door and weakly leaned against it, her face aflame, hands covering her cheeks. After a while, she slowly lowered her hands, glancing at her bare patterned pajamas, her embarrassment so intense it felt as though she might bleed. In the living room, Lin Tian inquired, "What happened?" Since her return, he had sensed her distress, but with the need to eat and bathe, he hadn't had the opportunity to ask. Lin Yudi looked up, meeting Lin Tian's gaze. He noticed her eyes were rimmed with red, glistening with tears. His heart quivered. "Why did you deceive me?" Her tears flowed like a breached dam, cascading down uncontrollably. "Why did you deceive me?" She clung to Lin Tian, her tears soaking his clothing. "There is a metallic scent of blood on your hands. Why did you lie to me? Did you?" Lin Yudi's body trembled slightly. "Did you kill them?" Lin Tian's body stiffened. Yes, he had no choice but to admit it. Lin Yudi lifted her head, gazing into Lin Tian's eyes, and slowly said, "Did we not agree to refrain from such actions? Some matters are beyond my control. If I do not kill them, they will kill me. Moreover, how could I allow them to target you? But murder is illegal." Lin Yudi's body quivered as she extricated herself from Lin Tian's embrace, pushing him away forcefully. "I do not want you to be imprisoned. You must flee. I will turn myself in. It was I who killed them. You must leave this place, take Meng Ning and little Ling with you, and never return." "Fool." Lin Tian felt a warmth in his chest, as if a gentle current was flowing through him. He reached out and embraced Lin Yudi. "I will be fine, trust me." "Ugh," Lin Yudi wanted to say more, but as she lifted her head, Lin Tian kissed her. She lightly struck his chest a few times but soon ceased her resistance, clinging tightly to him. Li Muling closed the door with a thud. She sank helplessly to the floor, leaning against the door, her face pale. "Brother Lin Tian has killed someone."